When the realms of gaming descend upon the tangible world, I found myself ensnared by a bug within the system. The maximum health points are permanently limited to a mere 1. Enduring adjustments. Everyone couldn't help but burst into a fit of laughter. I suddenly discovered beneath my life bar, there exists an additional health bar. Simultaneously, a legion of tens of thousands of skeletons materialized behind me. Each soldier is connected to me by a lifeline, sharing their vitality with me. The extraordinary abilities I possess are a result of encountering a glitch when I awakened my innate talents. The system has detected the player entering the game. Please verify your name within the game. Your identity is that of an arrival. With but a fleeting contemplation, I began to speak, the White Knight. Successful naming. Join the Infinite Realms game. Welcome, player. White Knight. 1 Yashing. Congratulations on successfully awakening your exclusive steer talent. Promotion. Endless discourse. Promotion. S-Class exclusive talent skill. Consumes a portion of one's lifespan. Allows for the permanent elevation of any skill by 1 tier. Can be applied to S-Class skills at maximum. The first 3 uses incur no cost. I was momentarily taken aback. Before I had the chance to ponder deeply, the system's notification chime resonated once more, indicating that the player's initial attributes did not meet the requirements, commencing the exclusion of non-selectable professions. As I lingered in contemplation, before I could fully grasp the situation, in the blink of an eye, the array of career options before me swiftly evaporated, leaving behind but a solitary silhouette. The initial attributes, determined by the player, declared. From the night. Career selection successful. The sole available profession is that of a necromancer. I was utterly deprived of the opportunity to choose. A beam of dark purple light then seamlessly merged with my very being. Upon witnessing this scene, my expression inevitably darkened, and I hastily opened the attributes panel. Typically, the fundamental attributes of an ordinary individual fluctuate around 5, varying by a point or 2. Yet, astonishingly, in my case, all 4 of my attributes, save for my mental acuity, are lamentably confined to a mere 1. What is even more terrifying is that, for reasons unknown, the maximum health limit cannot be permanently increased. It remains perpetually at a single drop of health. Is it not the case that a mere touch could result in death? How is one to navigate such a game? Immediately, I turned my gaze towards my innate talents and skills, ready to evolve my professional abilities. Just as my fingers were about to make contact with the panel, I suddenly halted. If it is possible to permanently elevate any skill, then can the exclusive innate talents be elevated as well? Upon reflecting on this, I resolutely opted for promotion. The next moment. Exclusive talent skill promotion. Successfully ascended continuously to a higher rank. Congratulations to the player. White Knight. Cataclysm. Acquired the unique forbidden level exclusive talent skill. I have triumphed in the wager. I could not help but clench my fist. A smile involuntarily graced my face. And I hastily opened the description of my talent. Cataclysm. Exclusive forbidden level innate skill. Skill effect. Disappearance of the underworld. Promotion. Allows the permanent elevation of any entity by 1 tier. Costless. Requires a certain amount of resources. Disappearance of death. And bestows upon it the properties of cataclysm. Tier surpassing limitations. Untraceable. Cannot be FZ. Cannot be plundered. White Knight ceases to exist after complete death. Player. After carefully examining the introduction, I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The consumption had inexplicably vanished, and the goal of advancement had transformed from any particular skill to any conceivable entity. Suddenly, I realized that this could mean the opportunity to once again evolve my innate abilities. Immediately employ the catastrophe, and once again opt for promotion, catastrophe. Yet, in the next moment, the system's alarm resonated abruptly, indicating that the skill tier had surpassed its limitations, rendering it incapable of catastrophic transformation. Immediately thereafter, the system's notification sound resonated repeatedly. Cataclysm. Your singular taboo-level exclusive talent, when applied to the same self-designated target, will supersede the previously conferred enhancement effects. New usage restrictions have been instituted. It cannot be applied to this talent, the player's entity, or the characteristics of the cataclysm. Compensation. You may invoke the cataclysm effect once without any expenditure. I was instantly taken aback. Not only did I fail to get promoted, but I also found myself burdened with 4 additional usage restrictions. It seems that the universe-spanning game has indeed rectified this glitch. Fortunately, I had mentally prepared myself for this outcome, for it was rather unrealistic to expect to engage in unrestricted play indefinitely. Fortunately, there was an additional opportunity to utilize the cataclysmic effect without any consumption. Cataclysm. Instantly activated for the profession. Necromancer. Your profession. Successfully promoted to a higher tier. Please prepare, player by ye. Prepare yourself. Congratulations, player by ye. Self-Knight. You've transitioned to an exclusive hidden profession. With the official launch of Dual Special. Master of Death. Life Link. You have acquired new skills. Summoning Amplification. Book of Death. You have obtained exclusive items. Your exclusive hidden profession. New catastrophe effects have been added. The Master of Death has new catastrophe effects. The game is about to officially commence. Please, player. By ye. As the system sound faded away, I felt a fleeting blur before I found myself in the novice village. Simultaneously, a plethora of game information flooded my mind. In the realm of the myriad worlds within the game, the novice village is still endowed with a protective mechanism, where death merely results in a loss of experience. Upon exiting the novice village, each demise results not only in a loss of experience but also incurs a decrement of 10 of one's lifespan, with a minimum deduction of 10 years. If a player's remaining lifespan is less than 10 years, they can never be resurrected after death. Indeed, the game also features treasures that enhance longevity. However, they must be discovered through personal exploration. Without opting to pursue trivial tasks, I made my way directly beyond the village. After all, I am left with merely a year to live, and I must hasten to elevate my level and seek treasures that can extend my lifespan. On the way, I have also reviewed all of my skills. Summon Skeleton. Active skill. Conjures a diminutive skeleton to fight on your behalf. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 20 points. Scorch. Unleash the fiery essence of the soul to sear the target. Inflicts a total of 150 spell power as magical damage within 5 seconds. Attack range, 30 meters. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 10 points. Life Link. Active skill. You can establish a connection with a summoned undead creature, sharing health points with it. Instant release. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Summoning Amplification. Passive skill. No level requirement. Casting time for summoning skills is reduced by 50. Cooldown time is diminished by 50. Attributes of summoned creatures are enhanced by 50. The summoning capacity limit is increased by 500. Book of Death. Class exclusive. Attribute White Knight. Exclusive skill of the Executioner. Offhand item. Indestructible. Non-tradable. Level. Attributes, unlocked after level 1. Special effects, unlocked after level 10. The catastrophic characteristics following career advancement left me breathless. Occupation, Sovereign of Death. Great Talk of the Universe. 1. All personal skill effects are doubled. 2. Insufficient level. Not yet unlocked. In a secluded corner, I summon forth 2 diminutive skeletons. Enduring Essence. Power. Endurance whispers warmth. Agility, 2. At its lowest level, it cannot be utilized upon enhancement. Mental Fortitude, 0. Health points. At its lowest level, it cannot be utilized upon enhancement, it possesses the strength to engage in combat. Physical Defense. Under the dual enhancement of Summoning Amplification and Cataclysm, the attributes of the 2 diminutive skeletons have quadrupled. What is even more terrifying is that these diminutive skeletons can be summoned as long as there is space available in the realm. I am capable of conjuring them endlessly, with a maximum of 10 little skeletons summoned simultaneously. In the depths of my vitality, 2 slender crimson bars have emerged beneath my life gauge, signifying a prolonged respite. Each bar, a testament to endurance, is twice the length of the diminutive skulls that haunt my path. Thus, I resolutely stride towards the domain of formidable adversaries. On the journey, even the minor creatures encountered were effortlessly vanquished by the diminutive skeletons. As I lingered in contemplation, I found myself arriving at the realm of level 3 monsters. Simultaneously, my own level ascended to 1, bestowing upon me enhanced attributes across the 4 dimensions, along with skill points and free attribute points. After a brief moment of reflection, I allocated 4 points to agility, while the remainder was invested in my mental prowess. After all, strength holds no value for me. As for physical constitution, it ultimately remains eternally confined to a single drop of blood, rendering any possibility of enhancement utterly futile. Subsequently, I directed my gaze towards the 12 copper coins nestled within my backpack. With a mere thought, I invoked a first-tier ability, Cataclysm. You have acquired 12 ancient bronze coins. Suspended circulation copper coins. Their value remains uncertain. In the eyes of certain enthusiasts of ancient coin collection, they should be worth 10 copper coins. I was momentarily taken aback. Not only did the currency appreciation fail to materialize, but my backpack was inexplicably reduced by 1 compartment. Fortunately, this talent thrives in the realm of catastrophe, where the desire to earn wealth becomes an endeavor of utmost simplicity. As I gazed at the novice backpack, now reduced to a mere 19 slots, a sudden inspiration struck me, prompting me to activate the first tier once more. You have acquired a large backpack, which boasts a capacity of 50 compartments. Subsequently, I elevated all that was capable of advancement within my being. Summon skeleton. Active skill. Conjure a skeleton to fight on your behalf. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 40 points. Only the 10 summoned little skeletons did not directly receive any enhancement. It appears that the skills require a resummoning after their promotion to achieve improvement. I am not in haste to resummon the remaining skills for advancement, particularly the Cataclysm. Instead, I shall continue to employ your grade skill, Burn, which has successfully ascended to an A grade skill. The name of Burn remains unchanged, however, its damage has increased from 150 to 200, with the mana cost now set at 20 points. What follows is the crux of the matter. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in my eyes as I selected the next skill. You're a level skill. Life Link. Has successfully advanced to level skill. Life Sharing. Passive skill. No level. Long-lasting discourse. Observing the simple introduction to life sharing, I could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Not only had the active skill transformed into a passive one, but the target of the sharing had astonishingly shifted to encompass all summoned entities. The elevation from a rank to rank signified a profound metamorphosis. Moreover, under the enhancement of the profession's catastrophic attributes, the newly manifested health bar beneath my life value now soared beyond 8,000. At this very moment, even I find myself somewhat absurd. A mere drop of health remains. So what? My secondary health bar approaches 9,000. Even a tank with S-class talent would weep and report themselves for cheating upon witnessing this. Subsequently, my gaze settled upon the final skill, your rank ability, Summoning Amplification, which has successfully ascended to an S rank skill, Death Summoning. Passive skill. No level. Skill effects. 1. Upon reaching the maximum capacity of the summoning space, the casting time of summoning skills is reduced by 75. 2. The attributes of summoned creatures are enhanced by 100. 3. The summoning space limit is increased to tenfold. Not only has the effectiveness of skills doubled, but the number of summons has also increased twofold. Regrettably, the summoning space remains merely an attribute rather than a tangible entity, rendering it impossible to employ catastrophe for the purpose of white P. As a thought crossed my mind, I retrieved the Book of Death from my backpack. With my level now elevated to 1, the attributes of the Book of Death have been unlocked. However, only a basic attribute of spell power 10 has been revealed. Your exclusive item, Book of Death. Death's sacred text. Has successfully ascended to Profession Exclusive. White Knight. Exclusive skill of the Executioner. Special item. Non-droppable. Indestructible. Non-tradable. can be summoned or retracted at will. Level. Base attributes. Spell power. Special effect, activated after reaching level 10. I was momentarily taken aback. Was it merely an increment of 5 points in spell power? After meticulous examination, I finally discerned a subtle distinction in the description. Initially referred to as the Book of Laws, it has now conspicuously transformed into the Book of Rules. The Holy Scripture of Death, just how formidable is it? As for this matter, I surmise that only after the elevation of my own rank will I be able to unveil its true essence. With a soft sigh, I prepared to stow it away in my backpack. But in the next moment, a faint glimmer flickers to life. The sacred text of death. Immediately thereafter, it transformed into an inscription, lingering, as it indelibly marked the back of my left hand. Subsequently, I was pleasantly surprised to discover that the offhand slot in my equipment bar had mysteriously become vacant. The Tome of Death still bestowed its augmented spell power upon me, and this unexpected delight lifted my spirits immensely. Next, it was time for rapid advancement. I allocated my sole skill point to summoning skeletons, then brandished my bone staff. In the next moment, a pale gray vortex, slightly larger than before, materialized, from which 2 skeletal soldiers emerged. The consumption of mana does not exceed 400 points. For someone like me, whose mana limit reaches a staggering 1320 points, this poses absolutely no burden whatsoever. Before long, a total of 20 skeletons stood in orderly arrangement on either side of me. At the same time, my secondary health bar reached 34,800. Immediately following my command, the skeletons autonomously divided into several small squads, dispersing forward with purpose. Even when situated in an area teeming with level 3 monsters, one can swiftly annihilate a level 3 lynx under the simultaneous assault of 3 skeletons. In an instant, people spoke of an endless expanse, where 20 skeletal figures roamed. In this area, akin to a desolate wasteland, the experience points began to surge rapidly. After a prolonged period of exploration, I swiftly navigated through the realms of level 4 and level 5 creatures, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a dungeon. At this moment, my level has ascended to level 3. During this period, I have finally acquired my first piece of equipment. Double-layered cloth shoes. Cloth armor. Level 5. Durability 30. Movement speed 2. For a prolonged moment, I spoke of the realm of fantasy. It was merely a piece of 5th-tier equipment, which I, for the time being, was unable to don. Without excessive contemplation, I reached forth to touch the portal that lay before me. In the mist-laden forest lies a treasure, yet it is also fraught with peril. Please select the difficulty level for the quest. In the realm of the myriad worlds of gaming, there exist miniature dungeons categorized into 4 distinct levels of difficulty. Progressing from the simplest to the most formidable, these levels are designated as normal, hard, and hell. Without hesitation, I chose the hellish difficulty. Having activated such significant cheats, it is only natural for me to explore the highest level of challenge. After all, should I perish, I would merely incur a loss of 10 of my experience points. As I make my choice, the vortex-like portal instantaneously stirs ripples upon ripples. In the next moment, I found myself within a forest shrouded in mist. Then, with a fleeting thought, the 4 squads of skeletons swiftly set out to explore in 4 distinct directions, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. I squinted slightly, whispering softly, as I sensed the presence of the skeleton in my mind. Within 100 meters lies the limit of my control over summoned entities. Should this boundary be surpassed, the connection would inevitably sever. Before long, the feedback from the skeleton echoed in my mind. Instantly, a spark of inspiration ignited within me, prompting me to swiftly mobilize all resources towards the north. Upon my arrival at the battleground, I beheld naught but the severed remains of 2 tree spirits. The skeletons have resumed their exploration. There exists a passive essence of life shared among us. Time lingers, and words meander. I find no necessity to deliberately leave behind a skeleton for my own protection. Bending down, I retrieve 3 fallen copper coins. Unhurriedly, I relish the beauty of the scenery. Pressing forward into the depths of the misty forest. Every 10 seconds or so, my experience points increment with a gentle pulse. After quite some time, I finally managed to catch up with the main group, and I also beheld the panel of the elite monster. Level 8. Be wary of every tree surrounding you, for they may launch an assault at any moment. Health points, 3600. Physical defense. Magical defense. Ability, entanglement. Fog tree. It is said that the fog tree delights in the game of binding and restraint. I wonder if you can endure it. Attack. I wonder if you can withstand it. Skill, strangulation. The Misty Forest is a level 5 dungeon. In Hell difficulty, the monsters' levels are elevated by 3 tiers, and they are all elite entities. The health points of these elite creatures even surpass those of the summoned skeletons. However, their overall attributes are considerably inferior. The cooperation among the skeletons, though not particularly harmonious, posed little challenge under the onslaught. My gaze fixates upon a mist-laden tree. I raise my hand, brandishing my bone staff, while silently reciting an incantation. 2 seconds later, a wisp of ethereal blue flame shot forth, instantly merging into the misty tree's form. Every second, a damage figure of approximately 100 pulsates above the treetop. Within the span of 5 seconds, the burn effect inflicts a total of just over 500 magical damage upon the misty tree. In comparison to the average player, although the results are quite impressive, they pale in comparison to the output generated by 20 skeletons. However, I remain unfazed, continuously employing the technique of burning to enhance my damage output. Before long, after defeating more than a dozen monsters, I acquired a piece of equipment. Tree waistband. Leather armor. Black iron grade. Durability 30. Constitution 2. Regrettably, it is merely a piece of leather armor. Upon examining the equipment description, I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. In the realm of gaming, equipment is categorized into cloth armor, chainmail, and plate armor. Generally speaking, lower-tier gear possesses only level requirements. However, each profession is restricted to donning the corresponding type of armor. Necromancer. Lord of Death. Evolved from. Thus, it is also a cloth-wearing class. Although it may not be utilized, it can still be sold for a good price. A fleeting thought ignites. I initiate the first stage. Embracing the cataclysm. I directly confront the waist of the tree. The name remains unaltered. Yet all attributes have been enhanced. In comparison, bronze equipment of the same level surpasses that of black iron by approximately 50%. However, the attributes that have increased are still limited to a single line. I casually toss it into my backpack and continue to assist the skeletons in vanquishing foes. At present, what I desire most is not the equipment, but the skill book. The Misty Forest, serving as the inaugural dungeon for novice players, is specifically designed for the acquisition of equipment and skill tomes. The drop rate on Hell difficulty, naturally, is significantly enhanced. Before long, I ascended to level 4, simultaneously acquiring 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. Among them, only a single wand was suitable for my use. After employing the equipment and skill books, I upgraded Catastrophe by 1 tier and promptly stowed everything into my backpack. Continuing to command the skeletons, I advanced deeper into the Misty Forest. Upon encountering the first boss, I finally reached level 5. During this journey, my harvest was not insignificant. I acquired a pair of double-layered cloth shoes and a wooden wand, bringing my total usable equipment to 5 pieces. Furthermore, I also obtained a skill book for necromancers. Summoning space expansion. Passive skill. No level. For an ordinary necromancer, summoning a mere 2 additional skeletons might seem trivial. However, when applied to my capabilities, this skill's effect is nothing short of extraordinary, comparable to that of an S-grade ability. Enhanced by the catastrophic traits of my profession, its efficacy is magnified exponentially. The augmentation of my summoning space, combined with the profound mastery I possess, elevates my powers significantly. With the invocation of Death's Summon, I have remarkably expanded my summoning capacity to a staggering limit of 100. After a lengthy discourse on the intricacies of the narrative, I raise my hand and summon forth the skeletal minions. A pale gray vortex materializes, from which 2 skulls emerge, swiftly joining the ranks of the skeletal brigade. Subsequently, I lifted my gaze towards the looming figure of the boss not far ahead, accompanied by its 2 henchmen. In that fleeting moment, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Mist Tree King. Level 8. Silver Grade Boss. Are you truly prepared to confront this formidable creature? It is known for devouring its prey without leaving behind a trace. Health points. Are you certain you are ready to face this behemoth? Attack power. It is notorious for not relinquishing any remnants of its victims. Physical defense, 36. Are you absolutely prepared to encounter this terrifying entity? It is infamous for its insatiable appetite, consuming without remorse. Magical defense. Skill, strangulation. Earthquake. Mistwood Tree Guardian. Enhanced elite. The watcher within the Mistwood Tree, tasked with security duties. Also referred to as the Guardian. Health points, 8350. Attack power. Physical defense. In the realm of the myriad games, the minor creatures are classified into 4 levels: ordinary, enhanced, elite, and the formidable. Apart from their health and abilities, the enhanced elites do not significantly lag behind the lower tier bosses in other aspects. The rank of a boss corresponds to the level of equipment, ranging from black iron to mythic, encompassing a total of 8 tiers. In addition to possessing superior health and an array of skills, all BOS level entities possess the ability to regenerate health during combat. Though modest, this regeneration occurs at a rate of 1 every 5 seconds. With this advantage, should a player's damage output falter, the prospect of defeating the boss becomes utterly bleak. However, for me at this moment, it poses no difficulty whatsoever. With a lingering thought, I decided not to wait any longer and directly commanded the skeletal legion to surround and seize him. With a flourish of the wand in hand, I conjured forth 2 skeletal figures once more. The guardians of the misty trees reacted swiftly, launching a fierce assault towards the skeleton legion. What awaits them is the relentless onslaught of the legion. A series of damage figures fluctuates.
Amidst the chaos, a couple of critical hits were interspersed. How could such meager health withstand such devastation? Just as the Mist Tree Python King raised its head, the 2 guardian corpses stiffened. Chapter 11. Crushing, triggering announcement. Defeated 8-level enhanced elite monster, Mist Tree Python Guardian. Receive an additional 50 level up bonus. Experience points 180. Defeated 8-level enhanced elite monster, Mist Tree Python Guardian. Received an additional 50 level up bonus. Experience points 180. 2 system notifications echoed, but Su Mubai remained oblivious. With a flourish of his wand, a wisp of ghostly blue flames shot forth, striking the Mist Tree Python King's head and heralding the commencement of the ensuing onslaught. Faced with 24 skeletons, the Mist Tree Python King's pupils glimmered with a ghostly light as it emitted a warning hiss. However, it was of no consequence. The skeletal legion obeyed Su Mubai's commands, unleashing their various weapons upon it. The Mist Tree Python King, stung by the pain, opened its gaping maw and swallowed 1 skeleton whole. Simultaneously, its massive form ensnared another skeleton. Yet such an assault was far from fatal for the skeleton, which boasted a health of 830 points. The remaining skeletons continued their relentless assault, each round inflicting nearly 10,000 points of health damage upon the Mist Tree Python King. What deepened its despair was the sight of that human in the distance, who casually waved his wand, summoning 2 more skeletons. As the gatekeeper of a hellish 5-person dungeon, the Mist Tree Python King could never have anticipated being besieged by over 20 skeletons. It should have been grateful for its relatively modest size and health. Otherwise, it would have faced 100 skeletons. As its health plummeted like a cascading waterfall, the Mist Tree Python King unleashed its ultimate move. It raised its tail high, striking the ground with rapid succession. In the next moment, shockwaves radiated outward, and Su Mubai felt the ground tremble, rendering all his skills unusable. Simultaneously, the Mist Tree Python King expelled a burst of green energy aimed directly at Su Mubai. Being of silver rank, its intelligence was evidently not lacking. It understood that these skeletons were controlled by this human. If it could eliminate him, the crisis would be resolved. As the venom was about to descend upon Su Mubai, a glimmer of cunning flashed in the Mist Tree Python King's eyes. Foolish human, once poisoned, your demise is inevitable. However, the outcome left the Mist Tree Python King dumbfounded. The venom indeed struck Su Mubai, yet he appeared unfazed. A series of damage numbers emerged above Su Mubai's head. 938, 196, 196, accompanied by a poisoning effect lasting 30 seconds. Such damage would be fatal for a level 5 player, but for Su Mubai, it was trivial. He had summoned a total of 26 skeletons. and the shared health pool had already surpassed 300,000. Even standing there to be struck by the mist tree python, he felt no pressure. A level 5 player possessed health exceeding that of an 8-level silver creature by more than 3 times. Who could contest this logic? The earth trembled, and the chaos had not yet subsided when the mist tree python king met its demise, brutally slain by over 20 skeletal warriors. Even the voracious skill it initially unleashed had not yet concluded. The devoured skeletons emerged from its serpentine jaws, and the health bar hovering above the creature's head dwindled by less than 1/5. You have slain the level 8 silver mist tree python king, receiving an additional experience bonus of 50, totaling 400 experience points. The experience awarded was substantial, propelling Su Mubai's experience bar, having just leveled up, to a remarkable 73. After reaching level 5, the experience required for advancement surged dramatically, necessitating a full 20,000 points. This level appeared to be a minor watershed, where players would begin to diverge significantly in their progress. However, from Su Mubai's perspective, leveling up remained a breeze, for he could summon a staggering 5-fold increase in the number of skeletons at his command. The system notifications continue to chime. Congratulations! You're the first player in Newbie Village 9527 to achieve a solo kill, earning 1 basic soul stone and 1 gold coin. Congratulations! You're the first player in Newbie Village 9527 to solo a silver level enemy, earning 5 basic soul stones and 5 gold coins. Notice, an announcement for Newbie Village will soon be made. Would you like to conceal your name? No. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and made his choice decisively. In the next moment, the mysterious voice that had heralded Blue Star's selection resonated throughout the entirety of Newbie Village 9527. Announcement from Newbie Village 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for becoming the first player to achieve a solo kill. We encourage all players to emulate him for generous rewards. Announcement from Newbie Village 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for being the first to solo a silver level enemy. We encourage all players to follow in his footsteps for generous rewards. The 6 consecutive system announcements ignited a fervor among all players in Newbie Village 9527. Instantly, the chat channel buzzed with excitement. A solo kill? And a silver level 1 at that. What the ist? In light of this unexpected announcement, countless players stood agape. Incredulous that anyone could accomplish such a feat, is the disparity between players truly this vast? Gazing at the ground-dwelling chickens and the red-eyed rabbits, many players were left in a stupor, soon to collapse as corpses. Being slain by the ground-dwelling chicken was an affront to one's spirit, while being bested by the red-eyed rabbit was a dual blow to both body and psyche. Who is this Bai Yi? I am eager to discover what kind of monstrous talent he has awakened. Surely it must be at least level 5, perhaps even higher. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such a swift solo kill of a silver level enemy. The balance of the myriad worlds in this game is utterly skewed. I can barely handle a lowly mob, and yet he has managed a solo kill. How is that fair? Fairness? Where is the absolute fairness in this realm? One must resign to fate. Alas, having toiled as a beast before my transmigration, I now find myself merely cannon fodder in this new existence. Countless messages flooded the screen, expressing shock at the news. Many formidable teams began devising ways to seek out Su Mubai, eager to recruit him. Additionally, numerous individuals took this opportunity to recruit players in the chat channel. In the level 4 monster zone, a small team efficiently dispatched lesser foes. Their prowess was evidently far superior to that of the average player. Was it necessary to achieve a solo kill to trigger the announcement? Had I known earlier, I would have allowed Maple Leaf to face it alone at the black iron level. In the center of the team, a portly middle-aged man expressed his mild dissatisfaction. Who could have foreseen such a thing? Nevertheless, there will surely be more opportunities. With a swift thrust of his spear, Maple Leaf swiftly annihilated the wild creature before him. The damage exceeded 400 points, a clear indication of his extraordinary awakened talent. Bending down to collect the dropped copper coins, Maple Leaf solemnly handed them to the portly man, stating with a serious demeanor, "This white knight possesses strength surpassing mine. He is of silver rank, and I am currently no match for him. Do you mean his talent is of a higher tier? The man, known as wealthy beyond compare, received the coins with astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Maple Leaf had awakened a high-tier talent, yet White Knight was even stronger. It is quite possible, Maple Leaf nodded. Furthermore, it is undoubtedly a combat-type high-tier talent. Uncle, do you think White Knight would agree to join us? Another teammate stepped forward, inquiring of wealthy beyond compare. It seems that in this team, the leader is not the one with the high-tier talent, Maple Leaf, but rather the unassuming wealthy beyond compare. I shall extend an invitation and see. Wealthy beyond compare nodded slightly, not fully articulating his thoughts. Yet, his expression suggested a sense of confidence in the endeavor. Chapter 12. Soulstone, the joy of freebies ding ding ding. As soon as the announcement concluded, Su Mubai noticed his communicator ringing insistently. The friend request notifications surged from 0 to a staggering 999 in an instant. He had anticipated this, though he did not expect it to happen so swiftly. Reject all. With a mere thought, Su Mubai rejected all friend requests and set his account to disallow additions through search. Compared to these individuals, he was far more concerned with the rewards just distributed by the system, summoning 2 new skeletons. Su Mubai continued to command his skeletal legion in exploration while opening his backpack. Soon, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. The effects of the Soulstone were indeed as he had envisioned. Beginner's Soulstone. Special item absorbing will extend one's lifespan by 30 days. Note, regardless of whether the beginner's Soulstone is placed in your backpack or storage, it will incur a loss of 1/10 upon your death, with a minimum loss of 3 days. Is this truly the item that can extend life? The beginner's Soulstone was perfectly round, about the size of an infant's fist, radiating a soft white glow. Lifespan was Su Mubai's greatest concern. He had thought it would be difficult to find such treasures in the early stages, yet he had obtained them so effortlessly. Merely by defeating the miasma tree python king, he was rewarded with 6 beginner soulstones. That equates to a full half-year of life. If the wealthy elites from the original Blue Star were to discover this, they would surely go mad. However, in this new era of universal transmigration, times have changed. Those individuals are now just ordinary players among the masses in the world of games. In the early game, only the most formidable beings in each novice village would be able to acquire soulstones. For me, this is not merely half a year of life. Gazing at the beginner's soulstone in his hand, Su Mubai's lips curled into a smile. Cataclysm. Objective, primary soulstone. Tip, please select the promotion tier. First, second, or third. Second tier. Although Su Mubai was aware that his funds were likely insufficient, having just acquired a substantial sum of 6 gold coins, he felt compelled to take a chance. What if? Tip, elevating a primary soulstone requires a total expenditure of 10,000 soul coins. Insufficient resources, elevation failed. Well, it seems there was no what if. The gold coins were inadequate even for qualifying to promote the soulstone. Soul coins? Gazing at the system notification, Su Mubai murmured, a higher grade currency, perhaps? Such a commodity, unless a system announcement were triggered, was unattainable in the novice village. Su Mubai chuckled and shook his head, then focused his thoughts and activated Cataclysm once more. This time, he chose to promote the soulstone in his possession to the first tier. Having witnessed the previous instance where copper coins ascended to bronze, he dared not promote all his primary soulstones at once. If something were to go awry, he would have no refuge for his tears. Tip, do you confirm the no-cost promotion of a primary soulstone to the first tier? Confirm. Cancel confirm. You have acquired a medium soulstone. Medium soulstone. Special item absorbing it will extend your lifespan by 120 days. Note, regardless of whether the medium soulstone is stored in your backpack or warehouse, it will incur a loss of 1/10 upon your death, with a minimum loss of 12 days. From the 2 tiers of soulstones, it is evident that upon player death, not only is 1/10 of lifespan forfeited, but also 1/10 of the soulstones. The thrill of acquiring without cost is simply addictive. Su Mubai, following the same method, elevated the remaining 5 primary soulstones in his backpack to medium. However, he did not rush to absorb them. Instead, he planned to keep them for the moment. 6 medium soul stones would only grant an additional 2 years of life, still falling short of a decade. Even if he absorbed them all, upon exiting the novice village, he would still be vulnerable to the penalties of death. It would be wiser to save them. What if within a year, he acquired enough soul coins to elevate these soul stones further? Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones clashing grew closer as several skeletons approached, carrying the loot dropped by the mist tree Anaconda King. With the hellish difficulty in the first kill, the mist tree Anaconda King generously dropped a plethora of items. Apart from the system rewards, this was the first time Su Mubai witnessed a monster dropping silver coins directly. And not just a few, but a full 30 silver coins. In addition, the mist tree Anaconda King also dropped 5 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. Among them, 4 silver tier equipment, and the other was a backpack. The remainder consisted of various materials suitable for secondary profession crafting. After a cursory glance, Su Mubai waved his hand and promoted all the items at once. Reinforced snake skin bag contains 100 slots. Deadly poison ring. Ring accessory level 5 gold tier durability, 100 spell power, 30 agility, 10 spirit, 10. The spell skill has a certain chance to inflict an additional 150 points of poison damage, with a maximum trigger of once every 10 seconds. If you can't win, just poison them. Each player is permitted to equip 5 backpacks. After Su Mubai dons the reinforced snakeskin bag, his storage capacity expands to 150 slots. Items such as the Soul Stone can stack up to 100 per slot, ensuring that, for the time being, his inventory suffices. Aside from the venomous ring, the other 3 pieces of equipment are all physical in nature, which Su Mubai promptly tosses into his backpack, planning to sell off any unnecessary items once he exits the dungeon. As for the 2 skill books, they merely denote levels prior to promotion. The Mist Tree Python King, being of the silver tier, signifies that acquiring advanced skills in the myriad realms of the game is no simple feat. Players who awaken high-tier talents at the outset indeed possess a significant advantage in the early stages. Regrettably, neither of the skill books pertains to the Necromancer class. Su Mubai grimaced and stowed the skill books away in his backpack. Just as he was about to summon skeletons once more, he suddenly froze. Gazing at the summon skeleton skill, a thought crossed his mind. Cataclysm. Target. Summon skeleton. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Tier 2. Prompt. Do you confirm the expenditure of 5 gold coins to overwrite the previous promotion effect and elevate the skill to a higher tier? Quite an expense indeed. Upon seeing the 5 gold coin price, Su Mubai frowned. He unexpectedly felt a twinge of regret for promoting those 2 skill books earlier. Summoning a small skeleton is a level skill, and its elevation would only yield a marginal increase in level. Such a cost for merely a slight enhancement seemed excessive. The 2 skill books, once promoted, would become level skills, which current players could scarcely afford. Selling them at a low price would be a tremendous loss. The myriad realms of the game do not concern themselves with players' initial lack of funds. In their judgment, the elevation of a level skill necessitates such expenditure. Money can always be earned back. Gritting his teeth, Su Mubai chose to confirm the transaction. With the Cataclysm talent at his disposal, earning gold would be a simple endeavor. Furthermore, the skill to summon skeletons represents the entirety of his current combat prowess. With sufficient gold, it was imperative to elevate the skill. In the next moment, the icon for summoning skeletons in his skill bar underwent a transformation. Originally depicting a single skeleton, it now subtly revealed 2. The 2 skeletons stood side by side. The one on the right exhibited little change, while the left was distinctly armed with a bow. Your level skill, Summon Small Skeleton, has successfully evolved into the level skill, Summon Skeleton Soldier. Summon Skeleton Soldier, level 6, active skill, summons either a skeletal warrior or a skeletal archer to fight on your behalf. Casting time, 3 seconds, cooldown, 30 seconds, mana cost, 200 points. The skeleton's attributes are enhanced by the player's mental attributes. At last, a ranged skeleton, elated by the skill description. Su Mubai felt the investment of 5 gold coins was exceedingly worthwhile. Although the skeletal army had swiftly vanquished the Mist Tree Python King before, that was primarily due to their sheer numbers. With smaller units, the skeletal army would not have been able to achieve such rapid success. Each strike would necessitate a cue. Now, with the addition of skeletal archers, his forces would finally boast some diversity. Summoned skeleton soldiers, Su Mubai waved his wand, unleashing his skill. A faint gray vortex materialized, and a skeletal warrior alongside a skeletal archer emerged. Both bore a distinct sheen upon their bones, with the skeletal warrior's bone sword glimmering ominously, resembling a standard weapon. The skeletal archer, bearing a quiver, wielded a towering bone longbow, its eyes flickering with ghostly blue flames. Skeletal warrior, strength 637, constitution 637, agility 637, health points 76, 447, 644, attack power 956, physical defense 319, skill heavy strike. Level 6 unleashes a powerful blow with a weapon, inflicting 175 physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Upon transitioning to a warrior, the strength bonus significantly increases. Skeletal archer, strength 637, constitution 637, agility 637, health points 63, 706, 370, attack power 764, physical defense 319, skill double shot. Level 6 instantly fires 2 arrows, delivering a dual strike to the target. Each arrow inflicting 90 physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Upon transitioning to an archer, the agility bonus significantly increases. Su Mubai adorned himself with the venomous ring, enhancing his spirit by 10 points. The attributes of both skeletal soldiers remained unchanged compared to before, with their inherent skills still at the same level. However, upon acquiring their classes, both experienced significant attribute enhancements. The skeletal warrior's attack power increased by 50, and its health grew by 20. As for the skeletal archer, while speed and attack rate statistics were absent from its panel, it was evident from the descriptions that it possessed a swifter pace than its counterpart. Observing the panels of both, Su Mubai nodded in satisfaction. His undead legion had finally begun to take on a more formidable semblance. Autonomu combat. With a mere thought, he issued commands, and they promptly commenced their actions, one leading and the other following. At the outset, the skeletal archer exhibited a markedly faster speed, but it soon deliberately slowed its pace, allowing the skeletal warrior to charge ahead. Before them, the previous 20-odd skeletons had found the correct path and engaged the monsters within the dungeon. Defeated level 8 elite goblin. Receive an additional 50 level-up bonus, experience points, 60. Before long, Su Mubai's experience bar began to fill. He leisurely made his way towards the battlefield, remaining diligent in his efforts. With each wave of his wand, he summoned 2 skeletal soldiers. Even after exhausting his considerable mana of 7,080 points, he was unable to completely fill the summoning space. Lacking potions, Su Mubai could only await the natural recovery of his mana. Fortunately, with his high spirit attribute, it was not long before all of the original 20 skeletons were replaced. Summoning space, 100, with 40 skeletal warriors and 60 skeletal archers, a formidable legion surged forth into the goblin territory. Goblin, level 8, elite, health, 2,800 attack power, 96, physical defense, 58, magical defense, 45, skill, throw. These green-skinned diminutive beings are the indigenous inhabitants here, attacking any creature that enters their territory. The health of the goblins is somewhat lower than that of the previous 2 monsters, yet their attack power surpasses it. However, in the face of the skeletal army, they make little difference. A skeletal warrior can fell 3 with a mere trio of strikes, while a skeletal archer can shoot down 1 with 4 arrows. The latter boasts an attack speed approximately 30 faster than the former, resulting in higher overall damage output. Once their skills are deployed, these goblins are utterly defenseless. The dense fog enveloping the forest proves to be of no consequence against the overwhelming numbers of the skeletal legion. There are designated skeletons responsible for collecting the dropped items. As the summoning space filled up, Su Mubai was astonished to find himself entirely relegated to a bystander, rendered devoid of tasks. In this hellish difficulty dungeon, Su Mubai inexplicably felt as if he were on an excursion. He decided to open the chat channel, perusing for any noteworthy information while keeping pace with the main group. The chat channel is one of the fundamental features of the Myriad Worlds game, and currently, Su Mubai could access only the channels for the nearby area and the 9527 rookie village. If he were to form a party, an additional squad channel would become available. At this moment, the chat channel for the 9527 rookie village was still rife with discussions about the White Knight. Many remained astonished by the announcement of Su Mubai single-handedly defeating a silver-level foe, while others speculated about the rewards he might have received. Skimming through this information, Su Mubai soon stumbled upon some intriguing messages. A sword to the throat, looking for team members requiring level and above talents. To venture into the misty forest after reaching level 5. Grand ambitions. I am preparing to establish a guild, seeking to explore the Myriad Worlds game. Interested parties, please contact me. Turtle S. Blackhead. Wait, who are you? You want to recruit people for work after entering the game? Grand ambitions. Is your talent level sufficient? In response to the skepticism, Grand Ambitions promptly shared his talent. Born Leader, level exclusive talent skill, allowing you to establish a guild free of charge. Guild members receive a 20 experience boost, a 20 increase in monster drops, and a 20 enhancement to attack power and spell intensity. The stronger the guild's overall power, the greater the benefits to you. Turtle S. Blackhead. Bro, I want to join. I'm not directionally challenged. Grand Ambitions. I've added you as a friend. Please accept quickly. The talent description provided by Grand Ambitions did not elaborate on how the guild's overall strength would enhance his benefits. However, this talent held immense allure for other players, prompting countless individuals to seek membership. Su Mubai was also somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the Myriad Worlds boasted an array of talents. At that moment, a pinned message suddenly appeared in the chat channel, immediately captivating everyone's attention. Chapter 14. Wealthy and Powerful. Pinned message. Rich beyond measure. Brother White Knight. May I kindly request your acceptance of my friend request? I have matters of great importance to discuss. Luringia, whose subordinate is this? How can he afford to send a pinned message? Rurini, I just checked, and it costs 1 gold coin to pin a message. Is rich beyond measure truly that affluent? Onlookers, I've toiled endlessly to slay monsters, and I don't even have 100 copper coins. Yet this spendthrift dares to use a gold coin to pin a message. Ambitious Empire. Rich beyond measure. Would you be interested in joining my Ambitious Empire Guild? The position of Vice President is yours for the taking. The pinned message from Rich beyond measure instantly stirred up a tempest in the Novice Village, channel 9527. For a moment, his prominence even eclipsed that of the earlier announcement triggered by White Knight. Even Ambitious Empire scrambled to recruit him, clearly captivated by Rich beyond measure's extravagant display of wealth. 1 gold coin may not hold much value in the later stages. But how long has the Myriad Worlds game been active? If White Knight possessed such wealth, it would not have been surprising, as system rewards likely yield gold coins. However, the sudden emergence of Rich beyond measure suggests that his talents may indeed be linked to wealth. Such an individual is precisely the type Ambitious Empire seeks to recruit. In his eyes, with Rich beyond measure's addition, the guild is destined to rapidly ascend within the Myriad Worlds. Yet, after sending this pinned message, Rich beyond measure fell silent. Observing this, the leader of Ambitious Empire furrowed his brow, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he coldly remarked, "Humph, refusing to show me respect? Once you leave the Novice Village, don't fall into my grasp. As for White Knight," he mused, "I shall see just how formidable you can be. Even with your elite talent, you are no match for my Ambitious Empire." Watching his 2 friend requests vanish into the void, the expression of Ambitious Empire's leader darkened. He had originally been a drifter on Blue Star, a member of society's lowest echelon. However, after awakening the talent of Born Leader within the Celestial Hall, he began to see himself as the chosen one of the Myriad Worlds game, the protagonist of this realm. He had not fully disclosed the details of his talent in the chat channel. What everyone remained unaware of was that the Born Leader talent could be enhanced. As long as the guild's overall strength was formidable enough, theoretically, his talent could eventually rise to an elite level. Imagining the scene of leading his guild to dominate the myriad worlds, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. To him, it was evident that both White Knight and Rich Beyond Measure would ultimately either join ambitious empire or fall victim to his pursuit. There was no third option. Despite these thoughts, ambitious empire's leader refrained from making threats in the chat channel. His formidable talent inflated his ego, yet it did not entirely cloud his judgment. He understood that his talent required time to mature. Until then, he would allow the two to frolic for a while longer. With this in mind, he opened his friend request list and bulk approved the requests of many. The Bai Guild is currently recruiting members without any prerequisites, welcoming all who wish to join. The greater the number of members, the stronger the guild's overall capabilities, resulting in more substantial feedback. Once the guild reaches full capacity, it can commence screening its members. The top player faction in the Novice Village, known as Wealthy Beyond Compare, is rapidly rising to prominence. Within the Misty Forest dungeon, Su Mubai glanced at the top message and was momentarily taken aback. What a spectacle! Spending 1 gold coin for a pinned message truly demonstrates extravagance. After enhancing his skills, even he could only afford to pin a message once. Is there a talent that provides initial funds? Su Mubai, intrigued, opened his friend request list and found the application from Wealthy Beyond Compare. Previously, he had chosen to reject all requests. Yet he could still see the accompanying message from the friend application. Wealthy Beyond Compare. Brother Bai Yi, are you interested in joining my team? If you do, I will cover all your equipment and skills, and I will also provide you with a signing bonus of 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins. Upon reading this message, Su Mubai's pupils constricted sharply. This sum is unquestionably a fortune in the Novice Village. His curiosity about Wealthy Beyond Compare's talent was piqued. This could be the perfect collaboration opportunity. A slight smile curled at the corners of Su Mubai's mouth as he sent a friend request to Wealthy Beyond Compare. Although he had no intention of joining the team, he was keen on the prospect of conducting transactions. Given the presence of such affluent players in the Novice Village, he need not worry about securing high prices for valuable items. It seemed that Wealthy Beyond Compare had been monitoring the friend request list closely. Almost instantaneously upon Su Mubai's application, the request was accepted. Soon after, a message arrived. Wealthy Beyond Compare. Brother Bai Yi, what do you think? Our team already has a member with a combat talent at level X, so you 1T be held back. Then, the other party eagerly sent another message. Wealthy Beyond Compare. If you think the signing bonus isn't sufficient, how about 200 gold coins? However, I need to confirm that you possess level X talent. How wealthy is this guy? Su Mubai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seemed Wealthy Beyond Compare regarded money as mere numbers. 200 gold coins were spoken of as casually as if they were 200 copper coins. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mubai replied with a message. Bai Yi, is your talent related to money? Wealthy Beyond Compare. To be honest, money is just a number to me. As long as you sign the contract to join my team, feel free to request anything you desire in the future. Simultaneously, Wealthy Beyond Compare revealed a portion of his talent. God of Wealth, Level X exclusive talent skill. Skill effects. 1. Money tree. Once per day, you can shake the money tree to randomly obtain 1 to 999 gold coins, with a certain probability of acquiring special treasures as well. 2. Abundant wealth. The currency you carry increases by 1 each day. 3. No loss. Upon your death, you will not drop any gold or items. 4. 5. Though the latter two effects remain unseen, Wealthy Beyond Compare's talent continued to leave Su Mubai utterly astounded. He never expected that in the seemingly humble Novice Village 9527, there lay hidden talents of great potential. Apart from himself, a player of remarkable skill, there emerged individuals with extraordinary guild talents, such as those from the illustrious guild of Great Ambitions. And now, a player awakened with a superior talent had surfaced. According to information provided by the Infinite Realms game, the probability of awakening a superior talent is approximately 1 in a billion, even when considering all the potentially growing talents. The total number of players from Blue Star possessing such abilities does not exceed 20. The odds of encountering one in Novice Village 9527 are truly minuscule. This was also the first time Su Mubai witnessed the effects of a talent, setting aside the low-level welfare and special treasures. The influx of wealth could only be described as extraordinary. While the initial amount may seem modest, the compound interest could become formidable. No wonder the wealthy declare that money is merely a number to them. With a talent like God of Wealth, he is entirely justified in making such a claim. However, like the previous talents from the Guild of Great Ambitions, this individual likely remains unaware of the existence of talents in the infinite realms that can replicate or even plunder the talents of others. Otherwise, neither would have so carelessly revealed their talents, even partially. It is understandable to want to recruit a master like Su Mubai, but such behavior is somewhat foolish. Nevertheless, this does not concern Su Mubai greatly, as he would never engage in such folly. His focus lies in the equipment and skills within his backpack. He has finally found a worthy buyer. Chapter 15. Uncle, why are you not smiling anymore? In the level 5 monster area, the team led by the wealthy tycoon has already ventured to this stage. Unlike the Guild of Great Ambitions, which aspires to form a massive guild, the wealthy tycoon seeks to establish a small yet elite team. Currently, although the team comprises only 4 members, each one is exceptional. Besides Fengye Xiao, the talent bearer, the other 2 members are also distinguished among players with superior talents. According to the wealthy tycoon's plans, once they leave the novice village, the baseline for recruiting team members will be elevated to the superior level. With his formidable financial resources, he is bound to forge one of the most elite teams in the Infinite Realms. Every member joining the team must sign a contract. This contract, generated by the Infinite Realms game, is binding for all players. Thus, the wealthy tycoon spares no effort in investing in all his team members. Although his talent is at the superior level, it currently does not provide significant combat advantages. To establish a foothold in the Infinite Realms early on, one must assemble their own team. Bai Yi, who triggered the system announcement, is the target he most desires to recruit from Novice Village 9527. After sharing part of his talent's effects with Bai Yi, the wealthy tycoon narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his lips. He is confident that showcasing his talent will undoubtedly attract the other party. After all, no matter how powerful the talent, financial resources are essential. With sufficient funding, talents of the same level will certainly grow at a much faster pace. The only cost involved is joining his team. Who would turn down such an advantageous deal? However, in the next moment, the smile of the wealthy individual froze upon his face. Bai Yi, I apologize, but I prefer to act independently. The youngest and only female member of the team tilted her head in confusion and asked, Oh, uncle, why are you no longer smiling? Cotton candy heel. The shield warrior away's lips twitched as he swiftly changed the subject. Fengye Xiao sheathed her weapon, approached the wealthy individual, and furrowed her brow. Did he refuse? Yes. The wealthy individual replied with a bitter smile. He truly could not comprehend why. Having revealed his superior talent, the other party still had grounds for refusal. Just as he was about to press for further clarification, Bai Yi sent another message. Bai Yi, are you interested in making a deal? Wealthy individual, what kind of deal? Upon reading this, the wealthy individual felt a surge of interest. He was now left with nothing but money. The first time he shook the money tree, he had received over 500 gold coins. Such a substantial fortune was indeed difficult to spend at this stage, as the Novice Village number 9527 had only a few shops. However, those shops offered items of no greater quality than standard equipment and common consumables. Having single-handedly defeated a silver-level opponent, Bai Yi must have obtained some valuable items. Bai Yi, I have a batch of unused equipment and skill books that your team might need. A batch? The wealthy individual's pupils dilated in surprise, and he quickly replied, Wealthy individual, how many? I want them all. Bai Yi, more than you might imagine. Once I finish what I am doing, I will notify you for the trade. Wealthy individual. Great. I shall await your message, Brother Bai Yi. Closing the chat window, a smile once again graced the wealthy individual's face. To him, familiarity breeds comfort. As long as they established a connection, there would be ample opportunities to win the other party over. He could hardly believe that anyone could truly refuse money. Even in this digitized multiverse game world, Money remained the most valuable asset. Fengye, soon you shall possess exceptional equipment. The wealthy individual suddenly patted Fengye Xiao on the shoulder. She was momentarily taken aback and had yet to speak when a sudden exclamation from Cotton Candy broke the silence. Brother Fengye, hurry, a new one has spawned here. It's a bronze level. Away also spoke with excitement. Just a short distance away, a robust wild boar appeared, significantly larger than the surrounding monsters. Wild boar leader, level 5, bronze level, health, 2,380, attack, 205, physical defense, 81, magical defense, 62, skills, tier, savage charge, wild tread. This creature is no trivial foe. The wealthy individual's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he turned to Fengye Xiao. Do you have confidence? It should be manageable. Fengye Xiao replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she fixated on the wild boar leader, eager for the challenge. Having seen Bai Yi on television, he yearned for that sense of being the center of attention. No matter what, this prize must be claimed. Trade all the life restoration potions to Maple Leaf. For prudence's sake, Rich and Powerful summoned the two individuals to hand the potions over to Maple Leaf Xiao, then nodded at him, saying, "You may withdraw from the group." He then turned to Away, his expression grave. "Away, keep watch. We must not let anyone disturb Maple Leaf. This system announcement must be secured. Rest assured, I fully understand." Away replied, nodding firmly as he surveyed the surroundings with his shield raised. Beside him, Cotton Candy tightened her grip on her staff, her demeanor somewhat anxious. With a sudden burst, Maple Leaf Xiao transformed into a streak of light, unleashing a strike like a dragon, directly engaging the wild boar chief in battle. A staggering critical hit of 986 damage surfaced. The wild boar chief, in pain, let out a roar, baring its gleaming tusks as they lunged toward Maple Leaf Xiao. Unfazed by the counterattack, Maple Leaf Xiao sidestepped gracefully, retaliating with another shot. His prominence in the eyes of Rich and Powerful stemmed not only from his awakened high-tier talent, but also from his extensive combat experience. The fierce clash between one man and one boar erupted instantaneously, while the other three maintained a slight distance. Simultaneously, a level 4 monster appeared. Within mere minutes, the Dominance Guild had recruited hundreds of members, the vast majority still situated in the level 1 to 3 zones. However, Home to Dominance remained indifferent. His recruitment strategy was one of unrestrained ambition. He would continue to recruit vigorously until the guild was filled. "President, over here," a member of the guild exclaimed, immediately capturing everyone's attention. "Do not engage. Wait for my arrival." A glimmer of excitement sparked in Home to Dominance's eyes as he hastened to the coordinates. Mountain Cat Chief, level 4, Black Iron Grade, health, 1,050,000, attack power, 132, physical defense, 63, magical defense, 48, skills, Pounce Claw. Caution, beware of its claws. The president has arrived. Upon seeing Home to Dominance's arrival, the guild members turned to him. He basked in the adoration of his peers, greeting everyone with a smile. "Brothers, secure the perimeter. I shall face this foe alone." The system announcement that White Knight can trigger, so too can our Dominance Guild. Observing his significantly enhanced attributes, Home to Dominance confidently drew his sword and charged at the Mountain Cat Chief. This battle would establish his reputation. Chapter 16. Wait. He died without even seeing his face. Defeated an 8-level Silver Goblin Chief, receiving an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 400 experience points. Congratulations to player White Knight for leveling up to level 6, gaining 1 in each attribute, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. The sudden system notification, accompanied by a fleeting golden light, left Su Mubai somewhat bewildered as he stared at his unexpectedly elevated level. Is it possible to die without even knowing what the commander looks like? The accumulation of minor changes leading to a significant transformation, especially considering the summoned skeletons were no weaklings. Each skeleton, aside from its health and skills, boasted attributes surpassing that of Silver Grade. Based on the distribution of skeletons in his mind, Su Mubai was certain that the skeletons involved in the slaying of the Goblin King were far fewer than half. Invincibility. How profoundly lonely it is. With a sigh, Su Mubai suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of solitude from the lack of worthy opponents. He estimated that even the most inconsequential skeleton could rival a player endowed with exceptional talent. Such formidable combat prowess left him pondering where any challengers could be found in the novice village. After all, this was a unique hidden class combined with skills of exceptional rank, a feat utterly beyond the reach of even the most gifted players. Upon defeating the level 8 elite monster, Goblin Warrior, an additional 50 level-up bonus was awarded, granting 180 experience points. The notifications regarding experience acquisition continued to flash as the skeleton army, having vanquished the Goblin Chief, pressed on without pause. The skeletal warriors, armed with bone swords, advanced relentlessly, while 60 skeletal archers behind them unleashed a barrage of arrows that could swiftly extinguish the lives of all Goblin warriors, leisurely trailing behind the main force. Su Mubai continuously accepted various items dispatched by the skeletons tasked with gathering loot. After entering the dungeon, aside from summoning skeletons, his most arduous task was to acquire various fallen items for free. By now, he had grown weary of the trivial loot dropped by minor monsters, which, even after enhancement, amounted to little more than bronze-tier quality. Such trifles were better left to be sold to the wealthy. Once he had enhanced all the items, Su Mubai finally turned his attention to the spoils from the Goblin Chief. This creature had dropped a total of 6 pieces of equipment, all of which remained at the silver tier. Additionally, there were 3 skill books and some materials, along with silver coins. The skill book drop rate in the midst of the forest was notably high, seemingly designed to encourage players to equip more skills through this dungeon. Su Mubai had opted for hellish difficulty, so such rewards were to be expected. However, all 3 skill books were of the same level, and the sole skill book related to necromancy held little significance for Su Mubai. Enhanced Bone Shield, Level 1, active skill, summons a skeletal shield to absorb damage. Shield value, 300-100 spell power. Instant cast, lasts for 60 seconds, cooldown of 60 seconds, consumes 100 mana points. As for this skill, Su Mubai couldn't be bothered to learn it. In the early stages of the game, each player could learn a maximum of 20 skills, including passive ones. With the presence of the level skill, Life Sharing, he had no interest in the level, Enhanced Bone Shield. Even with nearly 500 points of spell power, this skill offered a shield value of less than 800 points, rendering it meaningless to him. However, there were 2 pieces of equipment that he could utilize, and Su Mubai promptly equipped them. Mist Cloak, Cloak Accessory, Level 5, Gold Tier, Durability 100-100, Physical Defense 28, Magical Defense 20, Constitution 10, Spirit 10. Upon equipping, it reduces 1's presence and diminishes hate effects. When you wear it, you become the most dazzling figure. This is a green cloak adorned with some black stripes. Were it not for the additional 10 points in spirit attributes, Su Mubai would have little desire to wear it. The equipment dropped from this dungeon is predominantly green in hue. Fortunately, within the realm of 10,000 worlds, players have the option to conceal the appearance of headgear. Otherwise, the helmets dropped here would certainly fetch a meager price. Leader's Emblem. Emblem Accessory Level 5, Golden Quality Durability, 100-100 Health, 200 Mana, 400 Spell Critical Hit Chance, 5 upon achieving a spell critical hit. You will gain Spirit 20, lasting 10 seconds, non-stacking. A symbol of identity. In the realm of 10,000 worlds, players can equip a total of 10 primary items. These are categorized into main hand weapon, offhand weapon, headgear, upper garment, shoulder pads, wrist guards, gloves, belt, trousers, and shoes. Additionally, players may don 6 accessories, which include 1 cloak, 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 other adornments. Items such as masks, emblems, and charms fall into the category of other accessories. Experienced gamers are well aware that the drop rate for standard armor is the highest, followed by weapons. The rarest drops, however, are various accessories. True to the infernal difficulty level, 2 accessories have been dropped. Delighted to don the Leader's Emblem, Su Mubai now possesses 3 pieces of golden equipment, undoubtedly causing other players to gawk in astonishment. Attribute points remain allocated at 4 in agility and 11 in spirit, while skill points have been invested in Summon Skeleton Soldier. The dimensional attributes of both the skeleton warrior and skeleton archer have been further augmented. With the advent of class, these two types of skeletons have entirely lost their spirit attributes. However, under the influence of class bonuses, the attack power of the skeleton warrior has decisively surpassed the 1,000-point threshold. The experience required for leveling up has escalated significantly. Glancing at his experience bar, the staggering figure of 50,000 caused Su Mubai to furrow his brow. Although the skeleton legion is formidable, the density of monsters here is rather sparse. After all, this is merely a small 5-person dungeon, and the number of monsters is limited. Fortunately, the upcoming foes are all enhanced elite-level entities, and Su Mubai's leveling speed has not only been maintained, but has actually improved. This is advantageous for solo play, as experience gained in a party is considerably diminished. Furthermore, the experience lost upon death in the dungeon means that typical players often find themselves unable to level up, instead suffering experience losses. Nevertheless, for the sake of equipment and skill books, the Misty Forest is an unavoidable hurdle for all players. Half an hour later, Su Mubai noticed that his experience bar had ceased to increase, with all skeletons converging on a single coordinate. Simultaneously, a roar emanated from the depths of the Misty Forest. A horde of bones? How dare you trespass upon my domain? Have those accursed necromancers returned once more? The voice conveyed not only fury, but also an inexplicable hint of fear. Following this, a tremendous crash resounded, and Su Mubai's pupils dilated in shock. He was astounded to discover that the health of all skeleton warriors had plummeted by half in an instant. Soon, Su Mubai quickly came to his senses. This must be a skill mechanism. Such exaggerated damage percentages could only manifest in a dungeon. Otherwise, given the health and attributes of the skeleton warriors, even at the ultimate dark gold level, such a feat would be unattainable. He promptly headed towards the designated coordinates, eager not to miss the final encounter. However, an unexpected system notification halted his steps. Chapter 17, the finale. Notification. A multitude of skeleton soldiers has awakened long-buried memories within the Goblin King. Notification. This tormenting recollection has driven the Goblin King into a state of frenzy, enhancing all attributes by 50. Notification. The exit of the Misty Forest is sealed. Only by vanquishing the Goblin King can one escape the dungeon. Notification. Slaying the Goblin King within 2 minutes will trigger the hidden storyline of the Misty Forest dungeon. As the 4 system alerts reverberated through the air, the mists enveloping the Misty Forest quivered violently. A flicker of light danced in midair, revealing faint magical inscriptions. The exit to the dungeon was sealed. Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that the Skeleton Legion could trigger a hidden storyline. From the Goblin King's previous roar, it seemed this place was linked to certain necromancers. Realizing this, a glimmer of excitement graced his face. Since the hidden storyline was associated with necromancers, there must be valuable treasures to be obtained. Before long, Su Mubai arrived at the location of the Goblin King. Before him stood an exceptionally robust goblin, towering several times larger than an ordinary goblin, nearly 3 meters tall. With a protruding belly, he swung his battle axe, engaging in fierce combat with the Skeleton Legion. Boom, 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 whoosh. 862, 903, 1756, 666, 649, 1308. The Skeleton Legion coordinated seamlessly, with frontline skeleton warriors alternating in their attacks, while rearline skeleton archers unleashed a rain of arrows. Despite the Goblin King's frenzy-induced enhancements, he was still being relentlessly pushed back by the formidable Skeleton Legion. To Su Mubai's astonishment, this creature bore a name: Goblin King Reggie, Frenzy State. All attributes enhanced by 50. Level 8, Golden Grade. Health, 266, 218, 327, 000. Attack Power, 843. Physical Defense, 312. Magical Defense, 270. Skills, Thunderstrike, Stomp, Heroic Leap. Summon Goblin Warriors, Berserk. Reggie's long-buried, painful memories have driven him into a frenzy. Only by utterly eliminating all intruders within the Misty Forest can he find peace. Be warned, even upon resurrection, he will relentlessly pursue you. In his frenzied state, Reggie was an invincible entity to players at this stage. With a staggering health pool of 327,000, he would regenerate 270 health every 5 seconds. If the damage per second fell below 654, it would be impossible to inflict any harm upon him. A 5-member team, confronted with a level disparity of 3 tiers, compounded by dual defenses hovering around 300, would find it nearly impossible to vanquish this foe, no matter how long they fought. "You filthy, decaying vermin. Merely catching a whiff of your stench makes me retch," roared Reggie as he brought his battle axe crashing down upon the ground. Boom! Lightning erupted, instantly engulfing a vast area of 30 meters. 1580, 1580, 1580. A cascade of blood-red numbers appeared, causing the health bars of the skeletal warriors to plummet instantaneously. Such damage could easily obliterate players at their current level. Even a level 5 tank, clad in silver-grade armor, would struggle to withstand the subsequent onslaught. Moreover, this was a terrifying area of effect strike, capable of annihilating an entire squad in one fell swoop. Yet, for the skeletal warriors boasting health exceeding 8,000 points, it was merely a trifling concern. Su Mubai's gaze sharpened. With a flourish of his wand, he summoned 2 fully intact skeletal warriors once more. He then pointed his wand forward, unleashing a wisp of ethereal blue flame. Burn! Though the burn damage was modest, it signified the commencement of a full assault. The foremost 7 or 8 skeletal warriors raised their bone swords in unison and struck down upon Reggie. Heavy strike. Clang. The bone swords clashed against armor, creating a symphony of metallic echoes as the formidable strength of the skeletal warriors forced Reggie back. 1422, 1398, 2880. In an instant, Reggie's health dropped by over 10,000 points. However, this was merely the beginning. The leading skeletal warriors swiftly sheathed their swords and tactically repositioned, allowing another 7 or 8 to advance. Heavy strike. Clang. Simultaneously, the skeletal archers at the rear moved in perfect unison, drawing their skeletal bows to full tension. Double shot 60. Thwack. Almost in synchrony, the skeletal archers released their taut bowstrings, sending shimmering arrows soaring skyward. Swish, swish, swish. The cacophony of arrows sliced through the air, dispersing the battlefield's mists. A deluge of arrows traced elegant arcs across the sky, instantly transforming Reggie into a pincushion. 444, 451, 502, 968. 120 damage numbers flashed across the screen as this wave of double shot stripped Reggie of over 50,000 health points. The alternating heavy strikes from the 40 skeletal warriors had yet to conclude when the skeletal archers launched their second wave of attack. Although devoid of double shot, they could fire only a single arrow at a time, yet the damage per shot had increased slightly. Faced with consecutive, heavy strikes, Reggie was driven back, his mind reeling from the relentless assault. This entire sequence of attacks was orchestrated entirely by Su Mubai. Had he allowed the Skeletal Legion to fight autonomously, such seamless coordination would have been impossible. This was his first experience commanding a large army in battle. Though mentally taxing, he felt a surge of exhilaration within. In a mere 10 seconds, Reggie's health was reduced to half. With a sudden and fierce swing of his battle axe, he repelled several skeletal warriors and then roared skyward. "Warriors of my clan, shatter these filthy bones into fragments for your king." As his voice echoed, a swirling portal materialized, and 10 goblins of normal human stature emerged, brandishing their weapons. These goblin warriors appeared somewhat different from their predecessors. Their pupils were bloodshot, their arms bulging with muscle, resembling Reggie in demeanor. Have the lesser creatures gone mad? Su Mubai observed closely, and indeed, it was true. Goblin warrior, madness state, all attributes increased by 50. Level 8 enhance elite, health 1. 350,000, attack power, 279, physical defense, 105, magical defense, 93, skill, powerful strike, a rare warrior of the goblin tribe. They heed only the commands of the Goblin King. Reggie had not relinquished his status as a formidable adversary in this hellish dungeon. The sudden summoning of 10 enhanced elite monsters during battle would exhaust any player squad, even without the madness state. Moreover, his tactical acumen was not to be underestimated. Seizing the opportunity as the goblin warriors obstructed the skeletal fighters, Reggie abruptly turned towards Su Mubai, his eyes brimming with hatred and madness. "Damn necromancer. I had hidden with my kin in the misty forest. Why won't you leave me be?" In the midst of his words, Reggie leaped high into the air. Effortlessly covering dozens of meters in an instant, his battle axe raised high, and he brought it crashing down towards Su Mubai. "Heroic leap," he declared. "Since you have come, do not even think of escaping. Warriors, crush them." Chapter 18. Not a buddy. Are you really going solo? It was unclear why Reggie harbored such intense animosity towards the necromancer, which rendered the skeletal warriors incapable of holding his enmity. Perhaps it was the high combat intelligence within the multiverse game that led him to understand the principle of capturing the leader first. In any case, Reggie had fixated on Su Mubai. With a heroic leap, he traversed the distance and struck down with his axe. Unfortunately, the outcome was entirely contrary to his expectations. Bang! The battle axe struck its target, forcing it to stagger back. 2,164. A critical hit appeared above the opponent's head, exceeding 2,000 points of damage. Yet, the health bar of this human showed not a single drop. Immediately, the nearest skeletal archer stepped forward, firmly blocking the path between Su Mubai and Reggie. 10 skeletal warriors swiftly surrounded Reggie once more, denying him any chance to continue his assault on Su Mubai. "That stings quite a bit." Su Mubai winced, rubbing his shoulder. Though the damage slightly exceeded 2,000, it was negligible in the scope of shared health. However, the impact was undeniably real. In the multiverse game, the sensation of pain registered at a full 100. Swiftly resolving the matter, Su Mubai rubbed his right shoulder, which had been struck, and his gaze turned icy. Although there were no visible wounds due to the data representation, he still felt a lingering ache. Clang! Clang! Reginald found himself once again embroiled in a fierce battle. Surrounded by the relentless onslaught of skeletal warriors, even his formidable fists could scarcely contend against their overwhelming numbers. With the assistance of skeletal archers, the remaining undead swiftly dispatched 10 goblin warriors before turning their attention towards Reginald. The sheer magnitude of this skeletal army within a 5-man dungeon was akin to wielding an unassailable advantage. What the hellish difficulty! The golden tier was but child's play. In the blink of an eye, 30 seconds had elapsed, reducing Reginald's health to a mere 20. "No, this king shall not be vanquished." A look of terror crossed his face, only to be replaced by a surge of crimson energy radiating from his form. In the next instant, his physique expanded dramatically, and his pupils turned an ominous shade of blood red. Notification: the Goblin King Reginald has entered a berserk state, increasing attack power by 50, attack speed by 50, while reducing defenses by 50. Undead sorcerers, I shall never again be your thrall. In his frenzied state, Reginald's height soared to 5 meters, his attack power surpassing that of the skeletal warriors, reaching an astonishing 1265 points. Coupled with the 50-point increase in attack speed, his overall damage more than doubled. Faced with Reginald's newfound might, Su Mubai merely cast a casual glance. The battle was already decided, for the Skeletal Legion's skills had long since cooled down. Just as Su Mubai prepared to conclude the encounter with Reginald, a system announcement echoed in his ears. Announcement from Novice Village 9527. Congratulations to Home to Bay for becoming the first player to achieve a solo kill of the Black Iron tier. This announcement serves to inspire other players to follow suit and reap substantial rewards. The proclamation had barely faded when another rang out. Announcement from Novice Village 9527. Congratulations to Fengye Xiao Xiao for becoming the first player to achieve a solo kill of the Bronze tier. This announcement serves to inspire other players to follow suit and reap substantial rewards. As expected, others had claimed the honors before him. Su Mubai felt no surprise. He had anticipated this outcome when the system announcement first triggered. The solo kill rewards for the Black Iron and Bronze tiers were now beyond his grasp. For players endowed with tiered talents, achieving solo kills at these levels was hardly a challenge. Moreover, he found himself ensnared in the hellish misty forest dungeon, where the lowest tier was silver, making it impossible to compete with others. However, to abandon the dungeon for these two rewards would be a fool's errand. Each hellish dungeon could only be attempted once per week, and the initial solo kill rewards for the black iron and bronze tiers paled in comparison to the glory of completing a hellish dungeon for the first time. After all, prior to entering the dungeon, Su Mubai had not foreseen the extent of his own enhancement. His sole focus had been to secure the first completion of the hellish dungeon. With this contemplation, Su Mubai regarded the beleaguered Reginald, a slight smile gracing his lips, and with a mere thought, commanded the foremost skeletal warrior to raise its bone sword and deliver a mighty strike. Heavy strike, 1611, 1609, 3258. Simultaneously, the skeletal archers released their bows. Double shot. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. A torrential rain of arrows descended upon Reginald in an instant. 597, 601, 599, 1208. In this round of assault, Reggie's final health points were utterly depleted. His pupils fixated on Su Mubai, gradually losing their vibrancy. His inflated form slowly reverted to its original state before crashing down with a resounding thud. You have slain the level 8 Golden Goblin King Reggie, earning an additional experience bonus of 50, totaling 43, 200 experience points. Congratulations, player by Yi. You have leveled up to level 7, gaining 1 attribute point, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Novice Village 9527 to achieve a solo kill of a golden level monster, receiving 12 primary soul stones and 12 gold coins as a reward. Notice, a Novice Village announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? Do not hide. No need to ask again. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised to find that the reward of primary soul stones for a solo kill of a golden level creature exceeded his expectations by 2 stones. After allocating his attribute and skill points, his gaze fell upon Reggie's lifeless body, momentarily puzzled. No loot. Could it be related to a hidden storyline? The subsequent system notification dispelled his uncertainty. In the level 4 monster zone, during the battle against the Mountain Cat Chief, an increasing number of players had arrived. However, they were all barred from entry by the members of the guild to prevent any interference. These players paid little attention to the chat channel. Initially, there were some grievances. Yet, upon learning of the various benefits that came with joining the guild, the majority opted to become members of the guild. As the announcement of the guild's solo kill of the iron-level monster echoed, members showered praises upon their leader. The president is incredible. He must be the top player in Novice Village 9527. Bai Yi was merely fortunate to be the first to encounter a silver-level monster. Exactly. If the president had found it first, Bai Yi wouldn't have triggered the announcement. Amidst the flattery, the guild remained nonchalant. He exultantly gazed at a primary soul stone in his inventory, nearly bursting into laughter. This was a treasure that could extend one's lifespan. Without the infinite realm game, such an opportunity would never have presented itself. In that moment, his determination to dominate the infinite realm solidified further. He firmly believed that the infinite realm game was the turning point of his life. However, this exhilaration was short-lived, as the next announcement caused his smile to falter. Announcement from Novice Village 9527. Congratulations to Fengye Xiao Xiao for becoming the first to achieve a solo kill of a bronze-level monster. Fengye Xiao Xiao is just lucky. We should send someone to hunt for a golden-level monster. Someone remarked, noticing the change in the guild leader's expression, attempting to offer consolation. Yet, those words only caused a twitch at the corner of the guild leader's mouth. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. He might stand a chance against a bronze-level monster, but he was certain he couldn't contend with a silver level. As for a golden-level monster, was that a death wish? Glaring at the speaker, the guild leader opened his mouth to respond when another system announcement rang out. Announcement from Novice Village 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for becoming the first player to achieve a solo kill of a golden-level monster. This is a special announcement, encouraging all players to learn from him to receive generous rewards. This time, everyone exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. No, my friend, we are merely boasting. Are you truly capable of a single kill? Chapter 19, Unforeseen, White Knight. The recurring system announcement caused Hong Tu Bei to squint slightly. He suddenly realized that he had previously underestimated this individual's combat prowess. How could one acquire the ability to single-handedly slay a golden tier opponent so swiftly? What kind of talent had awakened within him? As this thought crossed his mind, Hong Tu Bei's pupils constricted sharply. His once inflated ego began to deflate. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he understood clearly that he was no match for White Knight at present. Yet, I am not alone. Observing his own talents and the guild members around him, Hong Tu Bei reignited his fighting spirit. Brothers, let us hasten our leveling up. Our guild's next objective is to be the first to conquer the inaugural dungeon. With that, he opened the guild member list, meticulously selecting teammates. He aimed to assemble a formidable team to secure the first clear of the dungeon. In doing so, the Bei Guild could leverage the system announcement to establish its reputation in the novice village number 9527, attracting more players. At that point, the guild's overall strength would increase, and his own power would rise as well. What does it matter how strong White Knight is? Can one individual truly rival an entire guild? Few among the rich and powerful had also heard the system announcement triggered by Su Mubai. Cotton Candy and Away were momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. Maple Leaf Whisper glanced up at the sky, tightened his grip on his spear, and slowly spoke. His strength is indeed terrifying. He had just faced the Wild Boar Chief in a duel, exerting all his might and consuming over 10 recovery potions. To think that his opponent could already slay a golden tier foe. No worries, the Myriad Realms game has just begun. There will be ample time to catch up to White Knight. Rich and powerful patted Maple Leaf Whisper on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Besides, with me here, your rate of improvement will surely surpass his." That is true. Reflecting on Rich and Powerful's extraordinary talent, Maple Leaf Whisper couldn't help but smile. Regaining his confidence, he hoisted his spear onto his shoulder and turned to the others. "Let us proceed. It is time to explore the first dungeon. Shortly, I have just recruited a new teammate. Once he arrives, we shall set forth." "What class?" "A fire element mage." Hint: you have defeated the Goblin King Reggie within 2 minutes, successfully triggering the hidden plot Reggie's nightmare. Hint: the difficulty of the Misty Forest dungeon has been elevated to disaster level. Is disaster level above hell level? Su Mubai murmured, raising his hand to summon 2 fully restored skeletons to replace the ones that had suffered significant health loss. At that moment, Reggie's corpse began to transform. A stream of gray energy escaped from his 7 orifices, swiftly coalescing into a small vortex. The mist throughout the misty forest rapidly converged towards the vortex, pouring into it. Simultaneously, scenes began to flash through the mist, depicting the past of Reggie and the goblin race. They had once been slaves to a faction of necromancers. All goblins, including Reggie, were imprisoned within their confines. Each day, numerous goblins were subjected to various experiments. The necromancers' experiments were, of course, closely tied to death. Reggie watched helplessly as his kin perished in gruesome ways. Until one fateful day, these necromancers successfully summoned a skeleton from the diminutive corpse of a goblin. A tiny skeleton, reminiscent of the initial summons by the necromancers. Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. Was this little skeleton once a goblin? Scenes flashed rapidly before him, with an apparent absence of many details. For reasons unknown, the necromancers suddenly vanished, not to be seen for an extended period. Seizing the opportunity, Reggie led his kin to escape the confines and took refuge in a misty forest. The scene abruptly halted, with all the mist being drawn into a swirling vortex. Bang! Reggie's corpse suddenly exploded, leaving only a skeletal frame. In the next moment, he stood once more, the hollow pupils igniting with an ethereal blue flame of the soul. This Goblin King, having evaded fate for so long, ultimately succumbed to becoming a wraith. King of Skeletons Reggie, Madness State. All attributes increased by 50. Level 10, Dark Gold Grade. Health, 1, 800-0001, 800-000 Attack Power, 4. 215, Physical Defense, 780. Magical Defense, 675. Skills, Summon Skeleton Warriors, Summon Skeleton Archers, Summon Skeleton Mages, Aura of the Fallen, thunderous strike, trample of the fallen. Leap of the fallen, frenzy, deathly presence. One of the most successful creations of the ancient necromancers. He was never meant to exist here. Roar. The soul flame in Reggie's eyes flickered violently as he cast his gaze over the skeletal legion, fixating intently on Su Mubai. Boom! With a fierce grip, he shattered the 10 fallen goblin warriors lying on the ground. The remnants of their skeletal frames soared before him, swiftly reassembling into a colossal bone sword. The sword gleamed with a chilling light, shrouded in wisps of pale, gray, deathly energy, exuding a sense of both mystery and power. Hiss! Upon witnessing Reggie's newly enhanced attributes, Su Mubai could not help but gasp in disbelief. What a farce! Was this truly something that should appear in a novice village? A staggering health pool of 1,800,000 meant an average of 600 health points recovered every second, coupled with that terrifying attack power and dual defenses. How could novice players hope to contend with such a foe? Even if level 10 marked a significant threshold, the magnitude of this enhancement was utterly outrageous. Did the multiverse game truly not consider whether anyone could challenge this creature? Then, the actions of the Skeleton King caused Su Mubai's pupils to constrict sharply. Roar! He raised the bone sword and let out a primal roar. In the next instant, 3 pale gray whirlpools manifested simultaneously. Following this, 3 squads of skeletons lined up in formation. Though they totaled only 15, their presence was more formidable than the 100 skeletons summoned by Su Mubai combined. Skeleton Warrior, Level 10, Summoned Creature, Health, 600, 006, 0000, Attack Power, 780, Physical Defense, 264, Magical Defense, 216, Skill, Heavy Strike 10, a Valiant Warrior, blessed by the aura of the deceased, with a 20 enhancement to all attributes. Skeleton Archer, Level 10, Summoned Creature, Health, 360-003, 6000, Attack Power, 624, Physical Defense, 160, Magical Defense, 120, Skill, Double Shot 10, a Precise Marksman, blessed by the aura of the deceased, with a 20 enhancement to all attributes. Skeleton Mage, Level 10, Summoned Creature, Health, 240-002, 4000, Spell Power, 840, Physical Defense, 100 Magical Defense, 240, Skill, Fireball 10, a Formidable Mage, blessed by the aura of the deceased, with a 20 enhancement to all attributes. The Reggie Bone sword pointed menacingly at Su Mubai, emitting a raspy voice. Let all enemies become undead like us. Chapter 20. The Terrifying Reggie, Our Sole Hope. The 3 types of skeletons formed a legion, clashing with the skeletal army summoned by Su Mubai. However, their only advantage lay in their health, even with the blessing of the aura of the deceased. Their attributes paled in comparison to Su Mubai's skeletal army. The most troubling aspect for Su Mubai was Reggie himself. The statistics were overwhelmingly formidable, and for the first time, Su Mubai felt uncertain. As soon as they engaged, Reggie shattered a skeletal warrior whose health was less than half with a single strike. Su Mubai's expression grew grim. With a flourish of the MO magic staff, he summoned 2 more skeletal warriors to engage. The contest would be a race. Who could summon faster, him or Reggie's killing speed? Reggie's attack power was alarmingly high. Glancing at his mana, Su Mubai furrowed his brow. Though he had just leveled up and restored his mana to full, at this rate, even if he depleted his mana, he had little hope of defeating Reggie. In the midst of Su Mubai's contemplation, a sudden system announcement caused his expression to change drastically. Notice, the hidden storyline Reggie's nightmare has officially commenced. The protective barrier of the novice village has been lifted. Upon death, you will lose 10 years of life, with a minimum loss of 10 years. The hidden storyline would also nullify the novice village's protection. Su Mubai felt a heavy weight in his heart, and his face turned pale. He had but 1 year of life. Even a single loss was insurmountable. Moreover, the exit of the dungeon had been sealed. This meant that unless he vanquished Reggie, Su Mubai's journey across realms would come to an abrupt end. Crush them, Reggie roared, raising his sword high and bringing his right leg down heavily. Trample of the deceased. Boom! The earth trembled, and within a 30-meter radius. The health of the nearby skeletal warriors dropped instantly by 50. It was that percentage-based damage skill. Su Mubai breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that this skill had not been enhanced. In the next moment, the bone sword in Reggie's hand flickered with thunder, delivering a decisive strike. Thunderous strike. Boom! The blow obliterated 6 skeletal warriors in an instant. Damn it! Su Mubai furrowed his brow, commanding the skeleton army to mount a counterattack. The skeletal warriors unleashed their own heavy strikes, colliding with Reggie. Meanwhile, the skeletal archers released their arrows, but their targets were not Reggie. They aimed at the 15 skeletons he had summoned. These troublesome entities had to be dealt with before he could focus on the confrontation at hand. Simultaneously, Su Mubai retreated, distancing himself from Reggie's deadly leap attack range. He then wielded his wand, continuing to replenish the skeletal warriors. Next, he needed to concentrate on controlling the front line of skeletons to buy himself some time. After reaching level 7, his mental attribute had increased to 152 points. Coupled with the attributes from the leader's emblem, his maximum mana had risen to 560 points. Each use of Summon Skeleton Soldier consumed 200 mana points. Even with the restoration of 152 mana points every 5 seconds during the battle, he could summon a maximum of only 50 or 60 times. 60 times equated to 120 skeletal warriors. Calculating swiftly in his mind, Su Mubai could not help but frown. It was insufficient, far from enough. After becoming the Skeleton King, Reggie's defensive power was far too high. Neither the skeletal warriors nor the skeletal archers could inflict significant damage upon him. As Su Mubai maneuvered the front line of skeletal warriors to evade Reggie's attacks, he pondered rapidly. Yet, no matter how he calculated, the odds of victory in this battle seemed nearly non-existent, unless the skill Summon Skeleton Soldier could be upgraded once more. His only hope now rested on the strength of the catastrophic properties attached to this skill. The effects of the professional catastrophic properties lingered vividly in Su Mubai's mind. With this thought, he immediately opened his backpack. Intermediate Life Stone 18, one of which extended life by 120 days. Thus, 18 would amount to nearly 6 years. However, before upgrading the Summon Skeleton Soldier skill, Su Mubai decided to attempt something else first. Catastrophe. Target. Intermediate Life Stone 3rd tier. Prompt. Do you confirm the consumption of 100 years of life to override the previous enhancement effects and elevate the primary life stone to a higher tier? Confirm. Consume 100 years of life. Cancel. A full 100 years of life, which Su Mubai did not possess. Even 10 years of life had become a luxury for him. This terrifying consumption indicated that once the life stone surpassed the advanced level, the enhancement would undoubtedly be significant. He would first check how much life was required for the catastrophe skill. He hoped it would not exceed 6 years. Letting out a sigh, Su Mubai focused his thoughts and activated Catastrophe once more. Target. Summon Skeleton Soldier. Prompt. Please select the elevation tier. 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier. 3rd tier. Prompt. Do you confirm the consumption of 5 years of life to override the previous enhancement effects and elevate the skill Summon Skeleton Soldier to a higher tier? Confirm. Cancel. Phew. Fortunately, it was sufficient. Su Mubai let out a sigh of relief. He had yet to absorb the Soul Stone and naturally needed to cancel it first, due to the fact that 3 promotions would incur disaster characteristics. He was concerned about insufficient lifespan. However, it seemed that even with low-level skills, the lifespan required, even with added disaster characteristics, was not particularly substantial. Without hesitation, he directly absorbed 15 intermediate Soul Stones. The Soul Stones shimmered with a vibrant green light, merging into Su Mubai's body. On the attribute panel, the lifespan section immediately reflected a change. Lifespan, less than 6 years. He then selected Summon Skeleton Soldier. Once more, activating the Disaster talent. Prompt. Upon upgrading this skill to level X, 3 branches will emerge. Summon Skeleton Warrior, Summon Skeleton Archer, and Summon Skeleton Mage. Please select the direction you wish to upgrade. There are branches? Su Mubai was slightly taken aback. At level X, He could summon 2 types of skeletons, but upon upgrading to level Y, he could only summon one of them. Nevertheless, he quickly made his choice. In the face of the terrifying attack power of Reggie, opting for the archer or mage would likely lead to disaster. Thus, choosing the warrior was the most prudent option. Summon Skeleton Warrior. In the next moment, Su Mubai felt as if something within him was depleting. Prompt: you have lost 5 years of lifespan. Lifespan: less than 1 year. The skill icon also underwent a transformation. The original 2 skeletons gradually merged, coalescing into a distinctly sturdier skeleton. The bone sword in the skeleton's hand transformed from a one-handed sword into a colossal 2-handed greatsword. Your level X skill, Summon Little Skeleton, successfully mutated into level Y skill. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Level 8. Active skill, summons a skeleton warrior to fight for you. Casting time: 3 seconds. Cooldown time: 30 seconds. Mana cost: 300. The Skeleton Warrior's panel benefits from the player's mental attribute enhancement. The skill retained its previous level, and the mana cost increased by 50. However, what mattered most to Su Mubai was the additional disaster characteristic. When his gaze fell upon the disaster characteristic, a look of sheer ecstasy spread across his face. Chapter 21. The Terrifying Disaster Characteristic. Disaster Characteristic. The Skeleton Warrior's maximum health is raised to 500, and its attack power is increased by 100. A succinct description that left Su Mubai utterly astounded. Such a terrifying enhancement appeared in an unassuming level Y skill. Is this reasonable? Does the disaster consume 5 years of lifespan seem excessive? No, it is decidedly too cheap. This level Y skill is likely stronger than most level Z talents. Su Mubai could not help but exclaim, his gaze once again fixated on the formidable Reggie, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. Within mere seconds, Reggie had already slain 7 skeleton warriors, and his health had only diminished by an imperceptible fraction. The next moment, his life restored, Reggie's health was fully replenished. Even among the 15 skeletons he summoned, only 2 skeleton warriors had perished. This was still the result of Su Mubai's summoned creatures benefiting from the Death Codex, which increased damage to undead creatures by 100. In a state of madness, the terrifying prowess of the Dark Gold level is beyond imagination. Yet, the current Su Mubai bore no trace of anxiety upon his visage. With an air of calmness, he deftly waved his wand, and a vast pale gray vortex rapidly took shape, larger than any before. In the next instant, 2 formidable skeletal warriors emerged, wielding colossal swords. The chilling gleam of their weapons shone brightly as they stepped forth, clad in standard armor, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with ghostly blue flames flickering in their eye sockets, exuding a presence far superior to that of the previous skeletal warriors. Skeletal Warrior, Strength, 930, Constitution, 930, Agility, 930, Health Points, 6, 975, 0, 69, 750, Attack Power, 3, 720, Physical Defense, 930, Skill, Heavy Strike 8, Heavy Strike. Level 8, swings the weapon to deal 185 physical damage to the target. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Cataclysmic Trait. Health point cap increased to 500. Attack power increased by 100. The Valiant Warrior significantly enhances all attributes. The grandeur of the Skeletal Warrior's profile momentarily stunned Su Mubai, despite his mental preparation. The previously encountered silver level Mist Tree Python King had merely 88,000 health, yet the Skeletal Warrior he summoned boasted nearly 7 million health. Even more outrageous was its attack power. Even Reggie, this dark gold level entity, could not reach such heights without the enhancement of a frenzied state. The amalgamation of formidable skills and the stacking of cataclysmic traits birthed such a terrifying skeletal warrior. Moreover, he could summon an entire 100 of these skeletal beings at this moment. Su Mubai abruptly realized that what he had initially deemed extraordinary was merely the beginning. From a singularly taboo talent of cataclysm bestowed upon him, he embarked on an invincible path. Eliminate that foe. With a mere thought, the 2 skeletal warriors charged forth, brandishing their colossal swords towards Reggie. The earth of the misty forest bore the marks of their passage, deep furrows carved into the soil. With an agility rating of 930. Even though the skeletal warriors class did not grant additional benefits in this regard, they still possessed remarkable speed. The foremost skeletal warrior deftly maneuvered aside, and the two skeletal warriors raised their heavy swords, striking fiercely at Reggie. The latter immediately sensed the impending threat. The flames of his soul flickered in his eyes as he swung his massive bone sword in defense. Heavy strike, too. Clang, clang. The resounding clash of steel reverberated through the misty forest, the tremendous force causing Reggie to stagger back several paces. A hint of shock emanated from the flickering flames of his soul, as his gaze fixated firmly upon the formidable skeletal duo that had appeared. He found himself utterly unable to withstand their assault. 12, 504, 11, 988, two damage figures exceeding 10,000 materialized, and there were not even critical hits. The skeletal warrior's terrifying attack power, augmented by the Death Codex, resulted in such exaggerated damage. I am the skeletal king. Reggie steadied himself, roaring in retaliation as wisps of pale gray death energy enveloped his form, swirling around him. The system notification echoed as the skeleton king, Reggie, utilized the death aura, augmenting his power by 20 and reducing damage taken by 20 for a duration of 10 minutes. Su Mubai smirked, recognizing the disparity. Such effect could last for a mere minute if wielded by a player. However, it was of no consequence. With a cold chuckle, he allowed two skeletal warriors to approach, while a few skeletal soldiers remained to assist. The remaining skeletal legion unleashed a barrage of firepower, swiftly annihilating the skeletons summoned by Reggie. Su Mubai then waved his wand again, summoning two more skeletal warriors to the fray. Reggie, who had just managed to suppress his adversaries, was met with two heavy blows, 9,764 and 19,526. In no time, Su Mubai had summoned 10 skeletal warriors. Together, they thoroughly subdued Reggie. Despite his desperate attempts to resist, he could not breach the encirclement of skeletal warriors. All of his summoned skeletons perished, and the 60 skeletal archers redirected their aim, unleashing a deluge of arrows. Damage figures of 672, 663, 681, and 657 erupted, swiftly depleting Reggie's health by over 40,000 points. Su Mubai continued to summon new skeletal warriors to replace those with diminished health. For every two summoned, Reggie would receive 2 more heavy blows. Since Su Mubai upgraded his skill with Cataclysm, Reggie's fate had been sealed. Even if he unleashed every skill at his disposal, it would amount to naught. With only 300 mana points required to summon 2 skeletal warriors boasting nearly 70,000 health, what could Reggie possibly counter with? Even if he summoned another 15 skeletons, they would merely serve as playthings for the skeletal warriors. Soon, Reggie's health dwindled to 360,000. Alert! The Skeleton King Reggie has entered a berserk state, increasing attack power and speed by 50, while reducing both defenses by 50. In this frenzied state, Reggie descended into madness, disregarding defense entirely as he swung his massive bone sword with reckless abandon at the skeletal warriors besieging him. Yet, this only hastened his demise. The skeletal warriors summoned by Su Mubai were incapable of fully engaging in a battle. For every one that fell, another fully intact would take its place. Reggie's final frenzy was utterly futile, as his health diminished at an accelerated pace. Heavy strike, double shot, 10387, 10011, 1241, 1197, 2548, with the last wave of skills unleashed. The torrential rain of arrows ultimately sealed Reggie's second life. Boom! In defiance, he plunged his massive bone sword into the ground, the soul fire in his eyes gradually fading. This king is unwilling. Bang! In the next moment, Reggie's colossal form collapsed, scattering a plethora of items across the ground. A golden light ascended, and the substantial experience points from Reggie propelled the just-leveled Su Mubai to yet another level. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications resounded in his ears. Chapter 22. What manner of creature is Bai Yi? Upon defeating the level 10 Dark Gold Skeleton King, Reggie, an additional experience bonus of 50 was awarded, resulting in a total of 270,000 experience points. Congratulations to player by Yi for ascending to level 8, with attributes increasing by 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. A remarkable 270,000 experience points propelled Su Mubai's experience bar directly to 92 of level 8. As he neared level 10, the experience required for advancement in the myriad realms of the game became increasingly daunting. To progress from level 8 to level 9, a staggering 200,000 experience points are necessary. However, Su Mubai remained unconcerned. For him, leveling up did not necessitate personal effort. His greater interest lay in the forthcoming rewards. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Novice Village 9527 to achieve a solo kill of a dark gold level creature, earning 40 beginner soul stones and 60 gold coins. A notification chimed. A village announcement was imminent. This time, the system did not inquire whether he wished to conceal his name. 40 stones. A flicker of joy crossed Su Mubai's eyes. After leveraging Cataclysm, this amounted to over 13 years of lifespan. The higher the tier of the creature, the more substantial the reward for the initial solo kill. In comparison, the 60 gold coins seemed almost trivial alongside the 40 beginner soul stones. What might the rewards for an epic level be? Su Mubai felt a twinge of anticipation, though he suspected that epic levels would not feature lower-tier entities. To claim future first kill announcements, not only skill, but also considerable luck would be requisite. The system notifications were not yet concluded. Congratulations on completing the first passage of the Misty Forest dungeon in Novice Village 9527, earning a random reward of 5 level 1 attribute gems and 5 gold coins. Furthermore, congratulations on conquering the hell level difficulty of the Misty Forest dungeon, earning 20 beginner soul stones and 20 gold coins. A notification indicated that a village announcement was forthcoming. In the myriad realms of the game, equipment across 10 primary slots could be embedded with gems, though the minimum requirement for embedding was golden level equipment. The higher the equipment tier, the more gems could be embedded. Level 1 attribute gems could enhance the corresponding attributes by 10 points. For ordinary players, fully embedding gems could significantly bolster their stats. Yet, Su Mubai frowned slightly. Why was it classified as hell level? He had indeed passed through at the disaster level difficulty. Had he not? The system notifications abruptly ceased, as if interrupted. In the valley outside the Misty Forest, players with rapid advancement had gathered. The number of players in Novice Village 9,527 had reached tens of thousands, and those who arrived here were the cream of the crop. A healer at level 4, ready to embark. A shield warrior with exceptional talent sought a party, promising to be irresistibly robust. A few mana potions were available for sale. Private message for prices. A magic level skill book was up for exchange with a thief skill of the same level. Some were searching for teammates, while others prepared for their upcoming dungeon expedition. The arrival of a team instantly captured everyone's attention. Were they from the Dominance Guild? The Grand Ambition Guild had also arrived. Clearly, they were determined to secure the first completion of the Misty Forest. Should we consider joining the Dominance Guild as well? His talent enhancement effect is truly remarkable. Let us proceed. Hong to Bei strides boldly at the forefront, basking in the envious gazes of the crowd. As inquiries about joining the guild arise, he offers a subtle smile, signaling the newly appointed elder to handle the recruitment. Meanwhile, he prepares to explore the depths of the Misty Forest with 4 carefully selected experts. Approaching the dungeon's teleportation portal, the footsteps of Hong to Bei and his companions suddenly halt, as a wave of astonished gasps erupts around them. Look, these gentlemen are clad in a full set of gear. Even if purchased from the system store, a complete level 5 set must have cost a substantial sum. Wouldn't you agree? Just observe the individual at the center of the team. It's Fu Jiatianxia. No wonder. One cannot help but wonder just how wealthy this individual truly is. Upon hearing this name, Hong to Bei pauses and turns his gaze. Their eyes meet midair, yet the anticipated tension does not materialize. Instead, Hong to Bei smiles gently. seemingly having forgotten the earlier awkwardness of being overlooked in the chat channel. I have long admired your reputation. How about we place a wager? Oh, I wonder what Chairman Home 2 wishes to bet on. Fu Jia Tian Xia leisurely approaches the dungeon portal, intrigued by Home 2 Bei. He is quite interested in this person's talent. Although it is merely a level, it can significantly enhance a guild's overall strength. Such talent must be exceedingly rare. A glimmer of determination flashes in Home 2 Bei's eyes. Let us wager on who can achieve the first clear of the misty forest, shall we? And what shall be the stakes? Fu Jia Tianxia narrows his eyes slightly. My talent and your financial resources are a match made in heaven. It would be a pity not to collaborate. If I secure the first clear, your guild shall join mine. And if we achieve it first, in that case, the Bei Guild will wholeheartedly assist you with one task. 3 tasks. Agreed. Home 2 Bei exudes confidence. In his view, all of his party members' attack power has been enhanced by 20. There is no reason for defeat. Fu Jia Tianxia, however, is equally confident, for a level talent encompasses more than mere wealth. Both men simultaneously place their hands upon the portal, but before they could select the dungeon difficulty, an unexpected system announcement causes them to pause. Announcement from Beginner Village number 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for securing the first clear of the Misty Forest dungeon. This is hereby announced, and players are encouraged to learn from this achievement to reap substantial rewards. Home 2 Bei's expression darkens instantly. He has just arrived at the dungeon entrance, and the first clear has already slipped away. The wager he just made has turned into a farce. With this thought, he turns to Fu Jia Tianxia and states solemnly, since the first clear on normal difficulty is lost, let us wager on the hard mode. Before he can finish speaking, another 6 system announcements resonate throughout the entire Beginner Village. Announcement from Beginner Village No. 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for achieving the first clear of the Misty Forest dungeon on Hell difficulty. This is hereby announced, and players are encouraged to learn from this achievement to gain substantial rewards. Announcement from Novice Village No. 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for becoming the first player to single-handedly defeat the Dark Gold level. This announcement serves as a reminder for players to learn from him to reap generous rewards. At this moment, silence enveloped the valley. A flash of light heralded the disappearance of Home 2 Bei and his companions into the vortex, leaving not a single word behind, as if they had fled in haste. He was confident in conquering the hard-level dungeon, and there was a slight possibility for the nightmare level, but hell level? Surely that was a jest. Was it even feasible to complete such difficulty on the very first day of the game? He could barely handle the gold level, let alone the dark gold. What manner of creature was Bai Yi? Uncle, are we not going in? Listening to the fervent discussion surrounding him, Cotton Candy tilted her head towards Rich and Powerful. Let's not rush. The first clear has already slipped away. We shall wait a while longer. Rich and Powerful slowly shook his head, deciding to wait for Su Mubai to emerge from the dungeon before attempting to enter. The latter must have acquired numerous valuable items after clearing the hell level. Equipped adequately, he and his companions might still have a chance at conquering the nightmare level. As for the hell level, it was best to steer clear. The dark gold level was not to be trifled with. Chapter 23. New Skill, Death Drain Feedback. A full half-minute passed before the long-awaited system notification chimed once more for Su Mubai. Congratulations! You are the first player in Blue Star Zone to single-handedly clear the Catastrophe level dungeon. You have received 1 skill book of your class and 1 epic grade equipment of your class. Notice, an announcement for Blue Star Zone is forthcoming. Su Mubai was astonished. The magnitude of the rewards surpassed his wildest expectations. Yet, upon reflection, such rewards were indeed warranted. Had he not secured several first kills to accumulate the lifespan of the Cataclysm skill, even he would have struggled against Reggie, who transformed into the Skeleton King. As the first player in the entire Blue Star Zone to conquer such a catastrophe-level dungeon alone, he was entirely deserving of these accolades. Filled with excitement, Su Mubai opened his backpack to inspect the rewards he had obtained. Death Drain Feedback, Level 1, 05, Active Skill. Skill Effects, 1. Drain, extracts death energy from corpses and stores it, with a maximum single target limit of 5. Cooldown time, 30 seconds, no cost, Maximum casting distance, 50 meters. Death energy value, 0-80, level 10-2. Feedback. Instantly restores one's own health or mana and can also be used to enhance a summoned entity. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Consumes 180 points of death energy. 1 point of death energy restores 100 health points or 100 mana points. 2 points of death energy enhances the target's primary attribute for 60 seconds. Learning requirement, Death Mastery. Su Mubai had examined the potion data shared in the chat channel. Currently, in a novice village, the best available potion could restore a maximum of 500 mana points with a 60-second usage time. This was merely a drop in the bucket for him. Now, with this skill, he would no longer fret over mana consumption. Moreover, this ability could also be utilized to enhance the primary attributes of his summoned entities. This was undoubtedly a divine skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mubai selected the skill book and activated the Cataclysm talent, promoting it to level 1. Given his current financial resources and lifespan, he could only opt for a no-cost acquisition. Prompt: do you confirm the skill book's death absorption feedback promotion without consumption? Confirm. Cancel confirmed. You have acquired the level skill book, Death Absorption Feedback. After the promotion, the skill's name remained unchanged, yet its potency had doubled. No, it could be said to have quadrupled. This was due to the death energy cap being raised to level 20, with both feedback effects also amplifying. With a mere thought, the skill book in Su Mubai's hand transformed into a golden light, soaring into his forehead. You have learned a new skill, Death Absorption Feedback. Immediately after mastering the skill, Su Mubai turned his gaze towards the corpse of Reggie, and with another thought, he activated the skill. Prompt: you have successfully absorbed 320 points of death energy from the corpse of the dark gold level skeleton king Reggie. Prompt: your stored death energy has reached its limit. Further absorption can continue once consumed. After the absorption, Reggie's corpse visibly lost its luster, turning a ghastly white. Cracks appeared on the bones, as if they might shatter at the slightest touch. So much? Su Mubai was taken aback. He had originally thought that a level 10 dark gold creature would provide a mere 100 points of death energy, yet it had filled his capacity completely. Perhaps it was because this creature was inherently a being of the undead, thus richer in death energy. Su Mubai stroked his chin, pondering. With the mastery of the skill, his class's Cataclysm characteristic activated instantaneously, doubling the death energy cap to 320 points. Although the description of the feedback remained unchanged, its effects would also double upon usage. This meant that consuming a single point of death energy could now restore 400 points of mana. It could also be utilized to enhance a summoning creature's main attribute. If he were to expend 320 points of death energy at once, it would bolster the skeletal warrior's strength by 640 for 60 seconds. The combination of the level skill and the class's Cataclysm characteristic was undeniably formidable. Su Mubai had gradually acclimated to his increasingly monstrous capabilities. With a slight smile, he shifted his focus to another reward. This must be the first epic-grade equipment from the Blue Star region, he thought. His eyes brightened as he gazed at the robe quietly resting in his backpack. The robe's primary hue was black, resembling the depths of an infinite night. It was adorned with faint gray inscriptions that emitted a subtle glow, intertwining to form a mysterious, magical array. It evoked a sense of both mystery and immense power. Robe of Whispering Dead, upper garment cloth armor level, 1060, scales with player level, increasing every 5 levels, maxing at level 60. Epic item unidentified. Alas, it still required identification. Su Mubai sighed, withdrawing his gaze. The cost for identifying epic-grade equipment would surely be substantial. However, the thought of the wealthy patron awaiting to purchase his items alleviated his concerns. After the identification, I shall indulge in the catastrophe without incurring additional costs, lest I suffer significant losses. Upon upgrading the 5 level 1 gems and 60 primary soul stones awarded, Su Mubai finally closed his inventory and approached the corpse of Reggie. He refrained from enlisting the aid of skeletons, eager to witness the moment himself. The first dark gold-grade entity in the Blue Star region, coupled with the inaugural completion of the catastrophic level dungeon, what treasures might it yield? as Su Mubai reveled in his bountiful harvest. The players of the Blue Star region were greeted by their first regional announcement. Blue Star region announcement. Congratulations to the player by Yi from the Divine Dragon Empire for becoming the first player to single-handedly clear the catastrophic level dungeon in the Blue Star region. This announcement serves to inspire all players to learn from him to reap substantial rewards. The announcement reverberated 10 times, and after a brief moment of silence, the entire Blue Star region erupted in chaos. How could it be? Our novice village hasn't even conquered the normal level dungeon yet. And he has already cleared the catastrophic level. Catastrophic level? ISNT, the highest difficulty, the hell level? Has he discovered a concealed lower level dungeon? It must be so. Otherwise, how could someone from Huaxia surpass us, the White Eagles? Cheating. Bai Yi is undoubtedly cheating. This was the discourse among the White Eagle players who, upon entering the myriad realms, belonged to the Holy Hall Empire. This world is referred to as the Divine Forbidden Land, a domain where deities are prohibited from entering. The Myriad Realms game encompasses not only the players from Blue Star. All races across the cosmos have been drawn into this game. In comparison to some formidable races, the human race is evidently at a disadvantage, which is why they have been relegated to the Divine Forbidden Land. Only by elevating their strength to a certain level can they escape this realm and partake in the true Myriad Realms game. The Divine Forbidden Land is encircled by oceans, with a vast continent at its center, where players from various nations coexist, albeit under different national banners. Among the factions on this continent, the two most formidable powers are the Divine Dragon Empire and the Holy Hall Empire. Chapter 24. The shock of top experts from various nations in the Holy Hall Empire. At Novice Village number 1, the misty forest of hell-level difficulty unfolded before Felix. He wielded his staff, launching a basketball-sized fireball that struck the goblin chief with precision. Boom! 1968. Nearly 2,000 points of critical damage erupted, and the goblin chief let out a chilling scream before collapsing to the ground. A flash of golden light signified Felix's ascension to level 6. Silver grade, nothing more. Felix wore a confident smile. Next is the final stretch. Surely no one can surpass my progress? Just as he was about to collect the fallen items, his pupils widened in disbelief. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the player by Yi from the Divine Dragon Empire. Catastrophic level? What difficulty is this? No, this is absolutely impossible. How could a Huaxiao individual possibly outshine me? Felix shook his head frantically, unable to fathom the ongoing announcement echoing in his ears. He possessed the strongest innate talent. How could there be someone who could lead by such a staggering margin? Yet, this was indeed an announcement from the Myriad Realms game. It was undeniably the truth. Felix could not help but believe that there were indeed individuals who surpassed him by a considerable margin. Bai Yi, you shall not remain ahead forever. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Felix's eyes as he collected the spoils from the Goblin King and ventured deeper into the misty forest. Felix was confident that he would eventually surpass Bai Yi, for his talent grew increasingly formidable as time progressed. What? Are the people of Huaxia truly that powerful? They have managed to conquer a catastrophe-level dungeon that is even more challenging than the hellish-level ones. It is terrifying. Such difficulty is beyond anything we have ever encountered. Do you think the Huaxia players will eventually attack the Sakura Kingdom? What should we do? Fear not. When the time comes, we will ally with players from the Bald Eagle and other nations to eliminate the Dragon Empire first. Upon hearing the announcement, the players from the Little Sakura Kingdom felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, although they had always denied it. They understood deep down that the animosity between the two nations could never be resolved. Even in the Blue Star, once Huaxia had risen, they would surely seek vengeance. Moreover, this is a world of myriad realms. If Huaxia players grow powerful, their first target will undoubtedly be the Sakura Kingdom. Here, there are no laws or international treaties. In the gaming world, strength reigns supreme. With a vast population, Huaxia would have an advantage, but this could also provoke a coalition among the other players. Their only chance for survival lay in teaming up with players from other nations once the borders opened, targeting the Dragon Empire before it could fully develop. In the Sakura Kingdom, at the 1414th Novice Village, the hellish difficulty of the misty forest persisted. Above the corpse of the misty tree python, king, hung a bright moon. This was clearly not a product of the misty land, but rather a manifestation of the talent possessed by Tsukiyomi. He dared to adopt this name because he had awakened a related high-level talent. Upon hearing the mention of the Dragon Empire in the announcement, Tsukiyomi's pupils constricted noticeably. Bai, you shall not thrive. There's an ancient saying in Huaxia. The tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. It seems you do not comprehend this principle at all. Dare to be so ostentatious, and you shall be targeted by all players. With a cold smile playing upon his lips, Tsukiyomi appeared entirely unconcerned about Bai posing a threat to the Sakura Kingdom. In his eyes, it was unnecessary even to intervene. There would surely be those within the Dragon Empire who would challenge Bai. One must sometimes concede that while the little Sakura may be foolish, their understanding of Huaxia surpasses that of the surrounding nations. For instance, the Bangs know, in the Forbidden Land, the players from the Bangs hail from the Kingdom of Korea. What arrogance! Why should Bai be the first to trigger the global announcement? When it comes to gaming, we of the Bangs are truly the best. This Bai must be one of our own, merely fortuitously present in Huaxia when the myriad realms descended. Indeed, the first to trigger the global announcement must be from our nation. Even amidst a universal crossover, the Bangs have not shed their penchant for thievery. This time, they even sought to steal Bai's nationality. In the Kingdom of Korea, at the 444th Novice Village, a descendant of the sun's offspring pulled back his bowstring and swiftly unleashed 3 arrows. 672, 701, 1288. 3 damage numbers appeared almost simultaneously, and the health of the mist tree python king was entirely depleted, causing it to collapse onto the ground. However, the sun descendant did not hastily gather the fallen items. Instead, he slowly lifted his head to gaze at the mist hanging in the air. The district-wide announcement echoed in his ears, yet his expression remained impassive as he murmured, Bai, having conquered the disaster-level dungeon, you have now qualified to be my worthy opponent. In stark contrast to foreign lands, the chat channels in the various novice villages of the Divine Dragon Empire were abuzz with fervor. Although the Imperial Channel had yet to be activated, it did not hinder players from engaging in intense discussions within their respective novice village channels. Bai is incredible. He cleared the disaster-level dungeon so swiftly. I don't even know how to enter it. I bet 5 coins that Bai's talent is absolutely top tier. Alas, Bai is too ostentatious, failing to conceal his name. Our Divine Dragon Empire is in for trouble. Just wait, he will undoubtedly become a target for other nations to conspire against. Who do you think you are? Acting like a moralist. What if he hid his name? Would the system refrain from mentioning the Divine Dragon Empire? You don't understand. There will certainly be those within our country who will target him too. Buffed, with Bai's strength, who would dare to target him? If you have the ability, go clear the disaster-level dungeon yourself, instead of whining here. Bai is the first person from the Divine Dragon Empire to achieve a district-wide announcement. I'll say this now. If anyone dares to target Bai, I 1T stand for it. Who are you, buddy? What does it matter if you don't approve? The discussions in each novice village were heated, with some supporting Su Mubai, while others criticized him for being overly showy by not concealing his name. Such is human nature. It is impossible to please everyone. Of course, the opinions of these individuals held little significance. In the Divine Dragon Empire, Novice Village number 8888. Boom! The Golden Grade Goblin King, Reggie, swung his battle axe, unleashing a violent surge of thunderous power. However, his attack inflicted no damage whatsoever. San Chi Ching Feng, wielding his sword with one hand, perfectly parried the strike. Had there been other players present, they would have exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, for San Chi Ching Feng, this was merely routine. Reggie's attack, in his eyes, was riddled with flaws. Were it not for the thick health bar, the battle would not have dragged on for so long. With a swift thrust of 1283, he dealt over 1,000 points of damage to Reggie, narrowing his eyes slightly. Bai, what kind of talent have you awakened? How can you be so formidable? He had been battling Reggie for several minutes and was well aware of his current limits. Facing a dark gold-grade opponent now, he had no chance of victory. Although combat skills are valuable in the myriad of worlds within the game, This is ultimately a data-driven realm where attributes reign supreme. With Sanchi Qingfeng's current damage output, even if the dark gold grade foe stood idle, he could not secure a kill. Even with top-tier talent, it would be futile. If his damage output was less than the enemy's healing rate, how could he possibly compete? Thus, at this moment, Sanchi Qingfeng was profoundly astonished. What kind of extraordinary talent could enable Bai Yi to achieve such terrifying combat prowess in such a brief period? Chapter 25. A match made in heaven in the Divine Dragon Empire's novice village number 9526, when a myriad worlds game descended. Lu Ruoyan and Zhao Su found themselves fortuitously close, thus being assigned to the same novice village. Even more fortunate, both awakened an immensely powerful talent. Spoiler alert. Both of them meet their end upon leaving the novice village, with no lingering hesitation. At this moment, they had just vanquished the goblin leader of ordinary difficulty, a creature of black iron rank. Just as they were gearing up to secure the first clear of novice village number 9526, an unexpected regional announcement left them momentarily stunned. This Bai Yi is truly remarkable. Zhao Su expressed his astonishment at the speed of the clearance, his words tinged with envy. Bai Yi? Why does that name sound so familiar? Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow slightly, deep in thought. Familiar? Zhao Su's eyes brightened at her words. Ruoyan, think carefully. Could he be someone who pursued you in the past? If that were the case, what? Are you planning to send me away? Lu Ruoyan shot him a knowing glance, clearly understanding the implications of his thoughts. The two enjoyed indulging in peculiar games. One had a penchant for infidelity, while the other harbored a taste for cuckoldry. They were a quintessentially mismatched pair. Initially, Su Mubai had merely been a pawn in their game. What of it? Zhao Su felt no embarrassment, instead chuckling audaciously. Weren't you the one who benefited? After all, you enjoyed several years of luxury while being with Su Mubai. At this point, a flicker of anger crossed his face. It's all this damn myriad worlds game's fault. Just when I was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of my life, I have to start all over again. Su Mubai. Lu Ruoyan murmured the name, as if recalling something vital. Suddenly, she covered her mouth with her hand, her voice trembling as she exclaimed. He always used that name when playing games. What? Zhao Su's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head. Impossible. Su Mubai should be dead. I personally removed his life support. The name Bai Yi could belong to others as well. It must be a coincidence. Lu Ruoyan nodded in agreement, yet her concern lingered as she questioned. What if it truly is him? What if it is indeed that Su Mubai? Zhao Su frowned, his eyes darting with thought before he suddenly burst into laughter. Isn't this a good thing? A good thing? We conspired against him. If he finds out, it will be disastrous. Lu Ruoyan was somewhat confused. Are you foolish? He was a vegetable at that time. How could he possibly know? Only we are aware of this matter. As long as you don't speak of it, and I don't either, that kid will remain in the dark for life. At this point, Zhao Su's smile widened as he pulled Lu Ruoyan into his embrace. If this Bai Yi is not Su Mubai, you must find a way to entice him. If it truly is Su Mubai, then it will be even simpler, given how much he adores you. A mere beckon of your finger would undoubtedly deliver him right to you. You pervert, Lu Ruoyan playfully chided, yet her eyes sparkled with a hint of brilliance, as she had evidently accepted Zhao Su's proposal in her heart. Ha ha ha, with our charm, it matters not who he may be. Success is assured. The two exchanged knowing smiles, resolute in their decision. Upon exiting the novice village, they would immediately seek out Bai Yi. Unbeknownst to them, Su Mubai was already aware of everything. Their intention to find Bai Yi coincided perfectly with Su Mubai's desire to locate them, leading to an exhilarating mutual pursuit. In the Dragon Empire, at the 9527 novice village, the dense fog enveloping the forest was entirely absorbed by Reggie, ushering in a long-awaited illumination. Dappled sunlight filtered through the lush foliage, casting a warm glow upon the once desolate woodland, breathing life into its stillness. Ignoring the system announcements, Su Mubai busied himself with collecting the items dropped by Reggie. With his increasingly formidable prowess, triggering such notifications would soon become a customary occurrence. A mere district-wide announcement was hardly worthy of alarm. Having vanquished his foe twice in succession, he was certain that valuable treasures would ensue. Rubbing his hands together, Su Mubai gradually reached for Reggie's lifeless form. With an audible crunch, the massive energy of death had indeed rendered the creature's remains fragile. Upon contact, the bones crumbled into a myriad of fragments, revealing a plethora of dropped items. A grand bounty. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the scattered treasures as he began to gather them. You have obtained 10 gold coins and 38 silver coins. You have obtained 10 level 1 attribute gems. You have obtained 3 level 1 critical strike gems. You have obtained 5 pieces of gold-grade equipment. Why is it all level 5 equipment? Su Mubai mused, his brow furrowing slightly. Logically, level 10 foes should yield level 10 gear. Glancing over the attributes of the 5 pieces, he promptly stowed them away in his inventory. The subsequent items, however, caused his expression to relax. You have obtained the dark gold-grade item, the necklace of the fallen. You have obtained the dark gold-grade item, the shadow boots. You have obtained the dark gold-grade item, the skeletal greatsword. You have obtained the dark gold-grade item, the skeletal heavy armor. For pieces of dark gold-grade equipment, all at level 10, it appeared that the previous level 5 items were originally dropped by Reggie before his transformation into the undead. However, these items required identification to reveal their attributes. Thus, Su Mubai refrained from hastily utilizing Cataclysm for immediate benefits and instead stored everything in his pack. His current haul left him less than satisfied. Although the 4 items remained unidentified, he could discern their types. Aside from the necklace of the fallen, which was an accessory, the other 3 were plate armor, of which he had no use. It was time for something truly worthwhile. Observing the remaining 5 ancient tomes and a smooth crystal orb on the ground, Su Mubai took a deep breath and began to inspect his final acquisitions. You have obtained the level skill book, Summon Skeleton Warrior. You have obtained the level skill book, Summon Skeleton Archer. You have obtained the level skill book, Summon Skeleton Mage. You have obtained the level skill book, Aura of the Fallen. You have obtained the level skill book, Thunderous Strike. Ah, what a remarkable turn of events. It seems that Reggie's skills have nearly been consolidated. Among the 5 skill books, Su Mubai is able to learn 4. However, he finds himself somewhat conflicted, as 3 of the books pertain to the summoning of skeletons, occupying 3 skill slots, which feels somewhat wasteful. Yet, these 3 skills are indispensable for a necromancer. Just as Su Mubai is deep in contemplation, a system notification chimes in. Notification: you possess the skill books Summon Skeleton Warrior, Summon Skeleton Archer, and Summon Skeleton Mage simultaneously. Would you like to fuse them into Summon Advanced Skeleton? Without hesitation, Su Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he decisively selects the fusion option. The 3 skill books transform into radiant light, merging into one. Soon, a brand new skill book materializes in Su Mubai's hands. Chapter 26. Harlan's Crystal Ball. You have acquired the skill book Summon Advanced Skeleton. After the fusion, the skill remains at level, yet allows for the selection of the type of skeleton summoned each time. The casting time, mana consumption, and cooldown period mirror those of Su Mubai's Summon Skeleton Warrior, showing no signs of alteration. In fact, the fusion seems to have slightly weakened the skill. Originally, he could summon 3 advanced skeletons within 30 seconds using the 3 skills, but now he is limited to summoning just 1. The sole advantage lies in the fact that it occupies only a single skill slot. Su Mubai dismisses this concern, for with the level skill Death Summon, his summoning abilities do not incur any cooldown time. With a mere thought, he opts to learn the new skill. Notification: you have learned the new skill Summon Advanced Skeleton. The original skill, Summon Skeleton Warrior, will be overwritten. Oh no! Upon hearing the system notification, Su Mubai's expression shifts. Summon Skeleton Warrior has been overwritten? Does the cataclysmic trait still remain? Before he could check the skills, another notification promptly follows. An unknown entry exceeding limitations has been detected in this skill. Complete overwrite failed. Unknown entry retained. Summon Advanced Skeleton. Level 1. Active skill. Summons a Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Archer, or Skeleton Mage to fight for you. Casting time: 3 seconds. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Mana cost: 300. Cataclysmic trait: 1. The Skeleton Warrior's health cap is increased to 500, and its attack power boosted by 100. 2. Unlocked 3. Unlocked. Advanced skeleton panel benefits from the player's mental attributes. What a relief that it has been retained. Gazing at the skill description, Su Mubai exhales deeply. Truly, this is the hallmark of a transcendent talent. Even the system cannot fully override it. The two unopened entries of the cataclysmic trait likely correspond to the skeleton archer and skeleton mage. To unlock them, you must utilize Cataclysm on the skill Summon Advanced Skeleton. With the original skill overwritten, it signifies that Su Mubai has another opportunity to benefit without cost. Selecting the newly acquired skill, Su Mubai concentrates. Cataclysm. Target. Summon Advanced Skeleton. Notification. Please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. The myriad realms of the game seem to be in a perpetual state of refinement. Now, following the utilization of the Cataclysm feature, an additional option for detailed viewing has emerged. Option 1. Ascend to the skill level of Summon Advanced Skeleton with no cost. Option 2. Elevate to the skill level of Summon Elite Skeleton at the expense of 10,000 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to the skill level of Summon Skeleton Legion, requiring a sacrifice of 1,000 years of lifespan. In the first tier, there are no choices available. Whether it be the 10,000 gold coins or the 1,000 years of life, Su Mubai possesses neither. How to alleviate this dilemma? Only through the art of freeloading. Your skill level of Summon Advanced Skeleton has successfully ascended to the next tier. The name remains unchanged. The summoned skeletons still consist of the same 3 types, but the summoning capacity has increased from 1 to 3 at a time. The mana cost has also risen to 1,000 points. A low-level necromancer, even upon acquiring this skill, would find it usable only a few times. After all, not everyone possesses the abundant mana reserves of Su Mubai. Upon the original skill being overwritten, all skill points were refunded, allowing Su Mubai to allocate all 8 points in a Summon Advanced Skeleton. This skill was instantly elevated to level 9, with an emblem appearing in the skill icon, denoting that this skill can only be enhanced up to level 9. In the myriad realms of the game, players receive 1 skill point with each level up. However, the skill points required for upgrades vary across different tiers, as do their maximum levels. Based on Su Mubai's observations, skills below a certain tier require only 1 skill point per upgrade, while Tier 2 requires 2 points and Tier 3 requires 5. The skill Death Drain Feedback, upon ascending to Tier 3, saw its upgrade requirement shift from 5 to 10 skill points. As for skills of higher tiers, Su Mubai remains uncertain, but it is estimated that ascending 1 tier would necessitate at least 20 skill points. The substantial consumption of skill points for upgrades suggests that there are alternative methods to acquire them. Su Mubai's Cataclysm talent allows him to retain the original level of skills, which saves him a considerable number of skill points. However, in the early stages, refraining from upgrading skills to conserve points could prove counterproductive, as the effects of Tier 3 skills are not comparable to those of Tier 2. There are still 2 skill books dropped by Reggie: Thunderstrike, a skill for warrior classes that Su Mubai cannot learn, and another titled Aura of the Fallen, which offers significant enhancement for him. You have learned a new skill, Aura of the Fallen. The skill book transformed into a stream of light, entering Su Mubai's mind, and a faint gray aura materialized beneath his feet. With a mere thought, the aura vanished, yet its effects persisted. This is a passive aura skill, akin to that utilized by Reggie, capable of augmenting all attributes of allied undead beings by 20. After reviewing the skill description, Su Mubai concentrated his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target: Aura of the Fallen. Prompt: please select the tier for Ascension. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Without needing to examine further, Su Mubai was acutely aware that he could not afford the elevation, thus decisively opted for Ascension. Your skill level of Aura of the Fallen has successfully ascended to the advanced skill level of High Aura of the Fallen. Advanced Undead Aura, a passive skill. All allied undead creatures receive a 30 enhancement to all attributes. Effective range, 500 meters. While the attribute increase is merely a modest 10, the effective range has dramatically expanded from 100 meters to an impressive 500 meters. This surpasses the maximum distance at which Su Mubai can currently control summoned entities. Coupled with the profession's cataclysmic traits, this range extends to an astonishing 1,000 meters. With a hum, Su Mubai waved his wand, and a 3-meter tall, pale, gray vortex materialized beside him. His mana instantly diminished by 1,000, and 6 skeletons emerged one after another from within. Their forms were identical to those summoned by Reggie, yet they radiated an even greater aura of might. However, Su Mubai did not hasten to examine the attributes of the skeletons. Once he donned his new equipment, the attributes of the 3 types of skeletons would significantly enhance. Observing them now would serve little purpose. His immediate task was to fill the summoning space. Due to the incomplete nature of the cataclysmic traits, the skeletal warriors were evidently much stronger. Yet, Su Mubai could not solely rely on summoning skeletal warriors. Given the constraints of unit collision, an excessive number of skeletal warriors would fail to unleash their full combat potential. Ultimately, Su Mubai decided on a composition ratio of 4-3-3. Next, the items dropped by Reggie consisted only of some materials and, most importantly, the crystal ball that piqued Su Mubai's interest. You have obtained dark gold grade material. Deathly remains X10. You have obtained dark gold grade material, soul, residue X10. He did not hasten to upgrade these materials, instead placing them directly into his backpack. His complete attention was fixated on the final crystal ball. In a fleeting moment, Su Mubai seemed to glimpse a shadow within the crystal ball. You have obtained the quest item, Harlan's crystal ball. The instant he grasped the crystal ball, the system notification echoed in his ears. Notification. Chapter 27. Can quest items be upgraded? Notification. Do you wish to accept the quest, Harlan's Legacy? Please note, this is an epic level quest with considerable difficulty. Proceed with caution. Accept. Harlan's crystal ball will unseal a portion of its enchantment and temporarily become your equipment. Decline. Harlan's crystal ball will vanish into the void, seeking its next worthy bearer. Is this the reward for the hidden storyline? Su Mubai pondered, gazing at the crystal ball in his hand. The shadow he had just perceived seemed like an illusion, utterly devoid of any peculiarities. Yet, considering it was related to an epic-level quest, it undoubtedly would not be a mere, trivial piece of equipment. The prospect of acquiring an item without cost was too enticing for Su Mubai to dismiss. If he could not complete an epic-level quest, who could? Just as Su Mubai was poised to accept the quest, a sudden thought intruded upon his mind. Would the cataclysm affect quest items? If it could, what alterations might the quest undergo? This notion took root in his mind, growing uncontrollably, impossible to suppress. It was worth a try. Epic-level quests could be found again, but if he did not seize this opportunity, he would feel a twinge of regret. Taking a deep breath, Su Mubai focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target. Harlan's crystal ball. Hint. Please select the promotion tier. First, second, or third. It truly is possible. Su Mubai's eyes lit up. The cataclysm talent is astoundingly formidable. It can indeed forcibly enhance quest items. He eagerly examined the details. Option 1. Promote to the quest item, Dylan's crystal ball, no cost. Option 2. Sublimate to the quest item, Crone's crystal ball, cost of 100 million soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to the quest item, Elijah's crystal ball, cost of 100,000 years of lifespan. Could it be that the quest itself has been altered? Su Mubai stared in astonishment at the 3 distinctly different quest items. He had considered that Cataclysm could forcibly elevate the tier of Harlan's crystal ball, but he never anticipated such a scenario. Moreover, was the final option serious? After an epic promotion comes the legendary tier, and after sublimation, it reaches the mythical tier. If Cataclysm elevates it 3 tiers, does that not surpass the mythical level? What level could that possibly be? A full 100,000 years of lifespan, identical to the cost of the Cataclysm class initially. This implies that the Death Sovereign class also transcends the mythical tier. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Mubai's eyes. He grew increasingly eager for the special effects of the Death Codex, after reaching level 10, as well as the new skills he could learn from it. However, before that, he would first accept the quest. First tier. As Su Mubai made his choice, the crystal ball in his hand suddenly began to warp. In the next moment, the entire crystal ball became momentarily blurred. When it became clear again, it had undergone some changes. This time, he could distinctly see a phantom within the crystal ball. It was a fearsome frost dragon. You have obtained the quest item Dylan's crystal ball. As the quest item transformed, the system notification chimed once more. Hint: do you wish to accept the quest Dylan's Lament? Please note, this is a legendary level quest with challenges beyond imagination. Consider carefully. Accept. Dylan's crystal ball will lift part of the seal and temporarily become your equipment. Refuse. Dylan's crystal ball will shatter into the void. Seeking the next fated individual. Accept. Su Mubai, eager for the legendary quest, decisively chose to accept. Hint: you have accepted the legendary quest Dylan's Lament. Due to your current low level, please raise your level to 30 within 1 month to initiate the first stage of the quest. Please be aware, if you fail to initiate the quest in time, you will lose Dylan's crystal ball. Buzz. The moment the system notification concluded, the crystal ball in Su Mubai's hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant radiance. After several minutes, the light gradually receded, leaving wisps of pale, gray death energy swirling around the crystal ball. Dylan's crystal ball. The true name of the item can be known only after the seal is lifted. The gem orb subweapon level. 200 legendary item durability. 1000 equipment requirement. The quest Dylan's Sorrow must be active base attributes. Level 5, spell power 50. All attributes 20, health 1000, mana 2000 attributes. 1. Spell critical hit 30, critical damage 52. Sealed state, effect unknown 3. Sealed state, effect unknown skill. Sealed state, special. Unlocked upon entering the first phase of the quest. Quest item. Automatically disappears upon quest failure. Aside from the base attributes and the first attribute, all others remain sealed. Nevertheless, these attributes surpass those of equivalent dark gold equipment. Moreover, it was acquired without cost, and Su Mubai expressed no disdain. Upon promotion, the Death Codex transformed into a special equipment that does not occupy an equipment slot. Su Mubai decisively equipped the crystal ball in the subweapon slot. The next moment, Dylan's crystal ball diminished in size, gracefully orbiting around Su Mubai's left hand. Surveying the myriad of unidentified items in his inventory, Su Mubai nodded in satisfaction. This expedition into the dungeon yielded results beyond imagination. After summoning 100 high-level skeletons, Su Mubai waved his hand, drawing them all into the summoning space before turning to step into the teleportation portal leading out of the dungeon. It by ye. Finally, I've seen him in person, though he is not all that impressive. I expected him to possess 3 heads and 6 arms. With such a vast amount of experience required after level 5, how did he manage to level up so quickly to level 8? If only I could clear a disaster-level dungeon alone, I might level up just as swiftly. He is even more handsome than I imagined. I wish I could be his girlfriend. What nonsense. Bai Yi is mine. I wonder if the esteemed Bai Yi will establish a guild. With his prowess, a mere call would surely attract many followers. I doubt it. He lacks the ambition of someone like Hong Bei. What good would establishing a guild do except hinder progress? A flash of white light enveloped Su Mubai as he appeared before the dungeon's teleportation portal. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding players, filled with shock, envy, and a hint of bitterness. Yet, none dared to approach too closely. The consecutive system announcements vividly illustrated Su Mubai's terrifying strength. Although dying in a novice village does not incur a loss of life, losing levels and experiencing pain are very real consequences. No one truly understands Su Mubai's temperament. If he were to be offended, one might find themselves inexplicably slain, rendering any potential gains not worth the risk. Bai Yi, brother, you have finally emerged. A voice resonated. Rich with wealth, Su Mubai turned, a smile gracing his lips. It appears that someone has come to offer gifts. Chapter 28, it seems your funds are indeed insufficient. No wonder the team from Wealthy Beyond Compare has refrained from entering the dungeon. They were evidently waiting for the illustrious Bai Yi. With these 2 formidable figures joining forces, it seems the first clear of the difficult level by the Dominance Guild may soon slip away. However, it is uncertain. The Dominance Guild has been inside for quite some time. Can the team from Wealthy Beyond Compare catch up? Is it possible that their objective is the nightmare level? As the two most powerful and affluent individuals in the novice village of 9,527 engaged with one another, the surrounding players began to murmur amongst themselves. Have you all been waiting for me? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. Not for long, replied Fu Jiatianxia, waving his hand with a smile. He then glanced at the increasing number of players around the dungeon and frowned slightly, suggesting, "Shall we find a different location for our transaction?" "No need," Su Mubai responded, summoning 10 skeletal warriors with a swift gesture, creating a clear space beside the dungeon's portal. "Let us conduct our business here. I'm pressed for time." As the skeletal warriors manifested, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. All present were taken aback, many rubbing their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the towering figures of the suddenly appeared skeletons. Soon after, everyone, including Feng Yi Xiao, regarded Su Mubai with a sense of awe, as if he were a creature from a fantastical realm. While they could not discern the specific attributes of the skeletal warriors, the health bars were visible, 6-digit life points, indeed suggesting that he had summoned 10. The impact of the skeletal warriors was no less astonishing than the previous district-wide announcement. This spectacle served as a stark reminder to the players that the world of 10,000 realms was a genuine universe. The disparities among players mirrored those found in reality. Although they entered the game simultaneously, their abilities varied immensely. Some lost their motivation, yet many others yearned to grow stronger. The latter group wasted no time, quickly organizing teams to delve into the dungeon. Lesser talents did not signify an absolute inability to ascend to the ranks of elite players. The game was rife with opportunities. Lacking high-tier talents did not preclude one from seizing chances to alter their fate. "Brother Bai Yi, your strength is truly formidable," Fu Jiatianxia remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Su Mubai while observing the imposing skeletal warriors surrounding them. He was certain that Su Mubai's talent was exceptional. Otherwise, such prowess would be unattainable. Simultaneously, a flicker of doubt stirred in Fu Jiatianxia's mind. In such a modest novice village as 9527, two players with extraordinary talents had emerged. Was there something unique about this place? It was understandable for him to ponder. Who could have anticipated that Su Mubai's talent was derived from a card? Initially, he was merely a standard player, while the true player of exceptional talent in Novice Village 9527 was solely Fu Jiatianxia himself. If one were to speak of uniqueness, the Novice Village of 9,527 boasted a commendable number of high-tier talented players, including Su Mubai. There were 4 in total. It is your talent that inspires envy. Su Mubai chuckled, recalling the god of wealth talent vividly. If combined with his own enhancements, it would be nothing short of invincible. However, Su Mubai had no intention of forming a team. In his view, as long as the mechanism for free upgrades existed, no matter how much wealth Fu Jiatianxia possessed, it would ultimately find its way into his own coffers. The two, each with their own thoughts, exchanged knowing smiles. And Su Mubai candidly stated, "I have quite a few items. Are you certain you can handle them all?" "Rest assured, it is absolutely no problem," Fu Jiatianxia confidently replied, patting his chest. He was left with nothing but his wealth. "Then let us begin without delay." Su Mubai remained non-committal, directly retrieving a collection of equipment and skill books from his backpack. These were merely items he had looted from minor monsters. After utilizing Cataclysm, what he possessed amounted to nothing more than black iron and bronze-tier equipment and skill books. Nevertheless, for Fu Jiatianxia, these were indeed rare treasures at this stage. Upon reviewing the specifics of the equipment and skill books, Fu Jiatianxia understood that his counterpart surely had more valuable items yet to be revealed. However, he refrained from further inquiries, simply stating, "Brother Bai Yi, name your price. I shall take them all." The current 5-man team was merely the beginning for him. He aspired to establish an elite team of around 100 members. The equipment and skill books were precisely what he urgently required. Black iron tier equipment was priced at 5 silver coins, bronze tier equipment at 20 silver, and skill books at 20 gold. Su Mubai perused some messages in the chat channel and proposed a price he deemed reasonable. The prices for black iron and bronze tier equipment would undoubtedly rise in the future. But players at this stage had little currency, thus limiting their value. Moreover, being low-tier equipment, they were not particularly stable in value, and he was disinclined to dwell on it. However, skill books were a different matter. Skill books of this tier were not something that players at the current stage could typically acquire, outside of first clear conditions. Only the hell-level dungeons Reggie dropped skill books of this level. Additionally, unlike equipment, skills remained valuable regardless of their level. Therefore, although the price he proposed was beyond the current player's means, it was not exorbitant. Excellent. Fu Jiatian nodded without hesitation and initiated a trade with Su Mubai. 10 pieces of black iron equipment, 6 pieces of bronze equipment, and 4 skill books, totaling 81 gold and 70 silver. Haggling? Out of the question. In his view, establishing a connection with Bai Yi through this transaction was far more important. In comparison, a few extra or fewer gold coins were trivial. Su Mubai was taken aback by Fu Jiatian's promptness, casting him a surprised glance. The latter completed the transaction and with a smile remarked, "Brother Bai Yi, now you must reveal the truly valuable items, right? After all, you are the one who cleared the cataclysmic dungeon first. How could your haul be so meager? Indeed, there are good things, but you may not be able to afford them at this moment," Su Mubai replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he retrieved another batch of equipment from his backpack. "While I may not match your strength, Fu Jiatianxia began, but abruptly halted. Beside him, Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, and he could not help but exclaim, "Skill books of this tier, and so much golden tier equipment." The cotton candy and the newly joined fire element mage were equally astonished, left speechless. Currently, they had not even laid eyes on silver tier equipment, let alone golden tier. As for skill books of this caliber, they were the rarest of treasures at this stage. To witness Bai Yi produce such a plethora of exceptional items was indeed astonishing. A full 7 pieces of golden tier equipment and 5 skill books. If they acquire these items, their chances of successfully navigating through the nightmare-level dungeons will significantly increase. Even Fingye Xiao was taken aback. Among these treasures lay 2 pieces of equipment and a skill book that he could utilize. After the initial shock, his expression shifted to a peculiar one as he gently tugged at Fu Jiatian's sleeve and whispered, "It seems your funds are indeed insufficient." Fu Jiatian's lips twitched, reluctant to concede, yet he could not deny the truth. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed his face as he gazed at Su Mubai, opening his mouth without knowing how to articulate his thoughts. Observing this, Su Mubai offered a gentle smile and waved his hand, saying, "No worries. These items can be provided to you for now, and you may settle the outstanding amount tomorrow." Players are able to forge contracts through the system, so Su Mubai was untroubled by the possibility of deceit. Upon hearing this, joy blossomed on Fu Jiatian and his companions' faces, and their esteem for Su Mubai's sword. However, Su Mubai's ambitions extended beyond mere monetary gain. This was merely the beginning. The equipment and skill books he had just presented were merely silver gray drops. The true treasures lay quietly nestled within his backpack. The level 10 dark gold equipment dropped by Reggie and that skill book were not for sale at this juncture. Such items would fetch a premium only after departing the novice village. However, the few pieces of level 5 gold equipment could still be sold to Fu Jiatian. Yet Su Mubai's aspirations were not solely focused on gold coins. Since the Bai Yi brothers were so forthright, he decided to be equally candid. "What is the total amount? Please state your price." With the assurance that the deficit could be settled the following day, Fu Jiatian's confidence surged once more. "The weapon is 30 gold coins, the plate armor 40 gold coins, and the other equipment 20 gold coins each. The 4 skill books are 100 gold coins apiece." Then, Su Mubai produced 1 skill book separately and continued, "I'll offer you a special price of 500 gold coins." Such an exorbitant sum? Even Fu Jiatian, though not lacking in wealth, was momentarily stunned by Su Mubai's valuation. Level 5 gold equipment and skill books would typically command a premium only in his possession. Other players would scarcely be able to muster such an amount. Yet, the essence of this transaction rested upon supply and demand. They were in dire need of this batch of equipment and skills, Thus, neither party could be deemed to have the upper hand. Players familiar with the game comprehend that acquiring exceptional equipment and skills early on bestows a significant advantage. In due course, level 5 gold equipment would be unwanted, even if offered for free. Everyone had entered the game simultaneously, and the notion of new players emerging later did not apply. He could accept all other prices, but the final one felt rather steep. 500 gold coins? Even at a discount? Do you truly take me for a fool? However, Fu Jiatian's perspective shifted dramatically upon reading the skill description. Revival spell, no level, active skill. In a non-combat state, this skill can resurrect a target player, reducing their death penalty by 50, excluding lifespan. The casting range is 50 meters. The casting time is 5 seconds. The cooldown duration is 60 seconds. And it consumes 300 mana points. Learning requirements. Priest class. This is indeed the resurrection spell. Even if it cannot be utilized in combat, it remains a resurrection. Is 500 gold pieces too expensive? It is undeniably a bargain. After reaching level 5, leveling up becomes increasingly arduous, and dying results in a loss of 1 level. With the resurrection spell, the losses are significantly mitigated. Marshmallow gazed at this skill with bright eyes. As a priest, acquiring this skill would undoubtedly elevate her status within the team. The wealthy player, rich beyond measure, exclaimed, "A total of 1,080 gold pieces. Is that correct? I shall take it." He then initiated a trade with Su Mubai, placing 580 gold pieces on the table. "Brother Bai Yi, I will pay 580 gold pieces now, and the remaining 500 will be settled tomorrow. Is that acceptable?" Buzz. A contract materialized between the two parties. Su Mubai glanced at it and nodded gently. Notification. You have successfully signed a contract with player rich beyond measure. The other party promises to complete the subsequent transaction within 24 hours. Should the other party default, they will incur a penalty interest of 10 of the contract amount daily until the contract is fulfilled. The penalty interest will be directly deducted from the player's inventory, with the system taking half as a service fee. Upon completing the transaction, Rich Beyond Measure immediately began distributing equipment and skill books. His intention was to demonstrate to Su Mubai that joining his team would be highly advantageous. Su Mubai regarded Rich Beyond Measure with keen interest. If memory serves, the first effect of the God of Wealth, talent allows one to shake the money tree once a day, randomly acquiring between 1 to 999 gold coins. Is he so certain he will obtain over 500 gold coins tomorrow? It must be the confidence derived from the remaining 2 effects of the God of Wealth talent. Before long, several individuals had received equipment and skills suited to them, their excitement visibly shining through. Rich Beyond Measure, wearing his trademark smile, turned to Su Mubai. "Thank you, Brother Bai Yi. With these items, our chances of conquering the nightmare-level Misty Forest have significantly increased." "Oh, is that so?" Su Mubai replied with a knowing smile. "Are you certain you can surpass me in clearing it?" This statement caused the smiles of Rich Beyond Measure and his companions to falter. One moment, giggles. The next, solemnity. How could they have overlooked this? While Bai Yi had achieved first clears at Hell and Catastrophe levels, he could certainly also claim the first clear at Nightmare level. What could they possibly use to compete for the first clear against him? Realizing this, the countenance of Rich Beyond Measure's group darkened, feeling as if they had been played. The hot-tempered player, who struggled to rise in the morning, shot an angry glare at Su Mubai, ready to speak, but was pulled back by Maple Leaf, who shook his head. Rich Beyond Measure quickly regained his composure, staring intently at Su Mubai, and awkwardly chuckled. "Brother Bai Yi, this jest is hardly amusing. Do share your conditions." He had taken a bait. Su Mubai had no intention of re-entering the Misty Forest. He had already reached level 8, while the Nightmare-level minor monsters were only level 7. Not only is there no incremental enhancement, but it also results in a reduction of 50 experience points. Rather than squander time in this dungeon, it is far more prudent to engage in leveling up. However, he is reluctant to forego the initial completion reward of the basic Soul Stone. The conditions are quite straightforward. All initial completion rewards, namely the basic Soul Stones, must belong to me. Fengye Xiao Xiao, a player who has triggered a system announcement, surely understands the significance of the Soul Stones, and upon hearing this declaration, the others suddenly grasped the situation. It became clear that the soul stones were, in fact, Bai Ye's true objective. In that moment, the likes of Fu Jiatianxia found themselves in a quandary. For anyone other than Su Mubai, the basic soul stones would merely extend their lifespan by 30 days. The wealthiest among them, Fu Jiatianxia, appeared to be around 40 years old. In the short term, their need for the soul stones was not as pressing as that of Su Mubai. Nevertheless, these items are capable of prolonging life, though they would not receive the initial completion reward without acquiescing if all the soul stones were to be awarded to Su Mubai. How much significance would remain in their achievement of the initial completion? Naturally, Su Mubai anticipated this predicament. His gaze settled upon Fengye Xiao as he suddenly inquired, "Do you know how many soul stones are awarded for the first kill at the bronze level?" Fengye Xiao was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a question from Su Mubai, yet responded, "2. Have you absorbed them yet?" "Not yet." "I see," Su Mubai remarked, his eyes brightening as he pinched his chin thoughtfully. "Let us strike another deal. I guarantee that you will secure the initial completion of the nightmare-level Misty Forest, and you will possess the strength to tackle the hell difficulty. The condition is that you must add those 2 soul stones to the agreement. What say you?" Faced with Su Mubai's increasingly audacious proposal, Fu Jiatianxia and Fengye Xiao were not angered. Rather, they eagerly exclaimed, "Deal." This eagerness was spurred by Su Mubai once again producing 5 pieces of equipment, 5 level 5 dark gold tier items. Chapter 30. The Cataclysm is once more employed. In the novice village number 9527, on the verdant green pastures, Su Mubai reclined with his hands behind his head, a blade of grass between his lips, leisurely resting upon the grassy expanse with eyes closed in tranquil repose. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the clouds to drift lazily across the sky, and the warm sunlight bathed him, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Although it appeared as if Su Mubai were doing nothing, he was, in fact, diligently leveling up with an efficiency that far surpassed that of all other players. A mere few dozen meters away, the skeletal brigade charged across the meadows like a bulldozer, relentlessly sweeping away various wild creatures. While their movements slightly marred the idyllic scenery, they simultaneously caused Su Mubai's experience bar to pulsate without cease. Defeated a level 10 wild bull, receiving an additional 50 level-up bonus, 30 experience points awarded. Defeated a level 10 elite creature, the prairie wolf, receiving an additional 50 level-up bonus, 150 experience points awarded. Defeated a level 10 reinforced elite creature, the prairie evil wolf, receiving an additional 50 level-up bonus, 450 experience points awarded. This region is populated by level 10 monsters and is among the few high-level wilderness maps available in the novice village. At every moment, wild creatures fall to the skeletal army, transforming into experience points for Su Mubai. Though the majority of adversaries are merely ordinary creatures, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. At this stage, the more capable players are engrossed in conquering the Misty Forest dungeon. This entire high-level map has been monopolized by Su Mubai. Should other players witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be infuriated to the point of bloodshed. Why must everyone toil so diligently to level up while fearing counterattacks from wild monsters, when he can recline and progress at such an accelerated pace? Whether this is just or unjust remains unknown to Su Mubai. He is solely aware that he is on the verge of reaching level 9. 40 skeletal warriors are continuously drawing aggro, while the remaining skeletal archers and mages unleash their barrage of attacks, making monster slaying as effortless as slicing through melons. Before long, a golden light radiates from Su Mubai's form. Congratulations, Player Bay, you have leveled up to level 9. Attributes increased by 1, skill points gained. 1, free attribute points, 15. Just one more level, and he can depart from the novice village. Su Mubai opens his eyes and gradually rises, allocating his free attribute points as usual. As for his skill points, he decides to hold on to them for the time being, mainly because he currently possesses no skills to upgrade. The few passive skills he has do not require points as they lack levels. Death Drain feedback necessitates 10 skill points to level up. and investing into it would be futile. The meager damage of burn is too low to warrant investment, and this low-tier skill may eventually be replaced. Thus, Su Mubai opts to reserve his skill points. He wonders where the appraiser has gone. Observing the 758 gold coins in his inventory, Su Mubai furrows his brow. After trading with the affluent merchant, he did not head directly to the green pastures, but instead returned to the novice village first. The primary purpose of his return was, of course, to have his equipment appraised. However, he never anticipated that the appraisal shop in Novice Village 9527 would be closed. After inquiring at nearby shops, he learned that the appraiser believed no one in the Novice Village could possess items worthy of appraisal, and thus he had ventured out for inspiration. This individual is not only an appraiser, but also an artist, and his destination for inspiration happens to be the green pastures. As a result, Su Mubai's initial return to town yielded only a few sets of fitting undergarments and a return scroll. The other items sold in the village held no utility for him. The green pastures are vast, and who knows where that fellow has wandered in search of inspiration. Su Mubai smirks but ultimately stands up. The nearby wild monsters have been entirely wiped out by the skeletal army, and they have yet to respawn. He has no intention of moving just to seek out the appraiser. It can wait until he leaves the novice village. After all, the equipment is all level 10, which he cannot yet equip. 50,000 experience points will require a considerable amount of grinding. From level 9 to 10, there are no dungeons available for players to farm. Leveling up can only be achieved by defeating a multitude of monsters in the wild. Su Mubai calculates roughly, excluding a handful of elite and enhanced elite monsters, that in order to level up, he must traverse the green pastures and slay several wild bulls. Opting for a location with a high density of monsters, Su Mubai finds a flat boulder, reclines upon it, and crosses his legs, leisurely continuing his leveling journey. The Skeleton Legion swiftly engaged in battle, as 40 skeletal warriors began to draw in monsters, with not a single creature managing to breach their defenses. However, the pace of leveling up felt somewhat sluggish. Observing the frequency of the experience bar's fluctuations, Su Mubai pondered briefly, his gaze landing on the skill Summoning Space Expansion. With ample funds and a considerable stock of soul stones, he wondered if they were sufficient for an upgrade or a transformation. With that thought in mind, Su Mubai concentrated. Transformation. Target. Summoning Space Expansion. Prompt. Please select the upgrade tier. First, second, or third. Click to view details. Option 1. Override the existing upgrade effect and re-level the skill Summoning Space Expansion to its original tier at no cost. Option 2. Override the existing upgrade effect and elevate the skill Summoning Space Expansion to a higher tier costing 100 gold coins. Option 3. Override the existing upgrade effect and transform the skill Summoning Space Expansion to a higher tier costing 20 years of lifespan. 20 years. Observing the cost for the transformation, Su Mubai's lips twitched. A skill of this level surely did not warrant such a loss of lifespan. But the transformative properties were indeed valuable. If his lifespan were ample, he would undoubtedly opt for the transformation. Calculating the number of soul stones he possessed, Su Mubai's eyes brightened. It appeared he had enough. With the addition of 2 stones exchanged from Maple Leaf, he now possessed a total of 65 soul stones. After a free upgrade, each intermediate soul stone would grant an additional 120 days of lifespan. Thus, 65 stones equated to 7,800 days, surpassing 21 years. Although the level of the skill Summoning Space Expansion was not particularly high, the enhancement it offered Su Mubai was substantial. Without further deliberation, he absorbed all the soul stones, extending his lifespan by 22 years. The influx of life energy from the 65 intermediate soul stones invigorated him, eliciting an involuntary, pleasurable hum. This sensation was, without a doubt, 1,000 times more exhilarating than any fleeting moment. The feeling of extended life was truly intoxicating. With a sigh of admiration, Su Mubai resolutely made his choice. Transformation to the 3rd tier. Prompt. Do you confirm the loss of 20 years of lifespan to override the previous upgrade effect and transform the skill Summoning Space Expansion to a higher tier? Confirm. Cancel confirm. The vitality he had just gained slipped away before he could fully appreciate it. Prompt. You have lost 20 years of lifespan. Lifespan, less than 3 years. Your skill summoning space expansion has successfully transformed to a higher tier skill. Summoning space expansion. Chapter 31, Beginner Skill Book. An unexpected event. Summoning space expansion. Passive skill, no level, summoning space 8. After elevating to a higher tier, the description of summoning space expansion remains succinct and clear. The 2-tier increase merely added 8 summoning spaces. Yet, for Su Mubai, this enhancement was nothing short of extraordinary. Firstly, the transformative characteristics of his profession doubled the skill's effectiveness, increasing it from 8 to 16. Subsequently, with the support of death summoning, the upper limit of Su Mubai's summoning spaces soared to an astonishing figure. In the realm of summoning, the unfolding events were far from over, and what captivated Su Mubai's attention even more was the additional cataclysmic attributes. Cataclysmic attributes. 1. The controllable range of summoned entities has been elevated to 500 meters. 2. Upon the demise of your summoned entities, they can be revived in a fully charged summoning space, with each individual entity capable of triggering this revival only once per hour. This marks Su Mubai's third encounter with cataclysmic attributes, leaving him astounded once again. Each of these traits was nothing short of extraordinary. The first attribute significantly increased his control over skeletons to a radius of 500 meters, an expansion not merely 5-fold, but a staggering 25 times. The second attribute effectively augmented the number of his skeletal army, allowing him to sidestep the peril of certain devastating area of effect spells. Even if he faced a situation where numerous skeletons fell simultaneously, he could effortlessly activate the summoning space to replenish his forces instantaneously. Unless a considerable number of skeletons perished within the hour, his combat prowess would remain unscathed. This advancement heralded a swift elevation in his leveling progress. A glimmer of joy danced in Su Mubai's eyes as he wielded his wand to summon skeletons. With a hum, a pale gray vortex materialized, and 6 skeletal warriors emerged in perfect unison. "Engage the enemies and report back to me," he commanded. The flames of souls flickered in the eye sockets of the skeletal warriors as they brandished their greatswords, joining the ranks of the outer forces. With the enhanced control range, the operational scope of his skeletal army expanded significantly, allowing Su Mubai to remain stationary for the time being. He continued to wave his wand, summoning 6 high-level skeletons each time. After employing the Death Drain feedback skill thrice, expending 75 points of death energy to restore his mana, he filled the summoning space. This time, he did not adhere to the previous ratio of 4-3-3 for his summoning, as the sheer number of skeletal warriors would be unwieldy. Ultimately, Su Mubai summoned 100 skeletal warriors, distributing the remaining 240 spaces evenly between skeletal archers and skeletal mages. The Death Drain feedback skill had advanced, increasing its maximum casting distance to 100 meters, but Su Mubai could utilize it from a remarkable distance of 200 meters. Even while reclining motionless, he could siphon death energy from the corpses of distant wild creatures, targeting up to 20 at once. However, the death energy yielded by these ordinary creatures was minimal. Notification: you have successfully drained 2 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 ordinary wild bulls. Notification: you have successfully drained 2 points of death energy from the corpses of 18 ordinary wild bulls and 2 elite prairie wolves. Additionally, whether from elite or enhanced elite creatures, the points of death energy provided remained consistent with those of ordinary creatures. Fortunately, corpses were abundant here. With a 30-second interval for draining, Su Mubai quickly replenished his death energy. Following this, he entered a phase of simple yet monotonous leveling. Every 10 minutes or so, 2 skeletons would approach him, presenting items dropped by wild creatures. Dismissing these trifles with indifference, Su Mubai simply upgraded them all in one go, then stowed them away in his bag to gather dust. In the recesses of his mind, the novice village within the imperial city was known to host an auction house. When the time came, placing everything in the auction house would yield a considerable profit. A legion comprised of precisely 340 skeletons, endowed with extraordinary attributes, descended upon the wild creatures on the verdant plains delivering a decisive blow. Even in the face of Su Mubai's skeleton army, the opposition could not muster a single ripple of resistance. Upon defeating the level 10 black iron grade Minotaur, an additional experience bonus of 50 is awarded, bringing the total experience to 1950 points. Upon defeating the level 10 bronze grade prairie wolf leader, an additional experience bonus of 50 is awarded, bringing the total experience to 6,000 points. The items and skill books dropped by these two foes were rather mundane and lacked anything of interest to a necromancer. However, one particular book caught Su Mubai's attention. Beginner Skill Book. Upon use, it grants an additional skill point. Is this item exclusive to the wilderness? Taking the Beginner Skill Book, handed over by the skeleton archer, Su Mubai contemplated and soon realized its significance. If such items were also obtainable in dungeons, their value would diminish drastically, especially since ordinary difficulty dungeons could be repeated numerous times daily. In that case, it would not be long before such items flooded the market. In contrast, the wilderness offered a rare and elusive opportunity. This beginner skill book was dropped by the bronze grade prairie wolf leader. This tier was likely the minimum requirement. As Su Mubai held the skill book, he focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target. Beginner skill book. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to intermediate skill book, no cost. Option 2. Elevate to advanced skill book, cost of 2,000 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to perfect skill book, cost of 1,000 years of lifespan. Wait, does this item have such a high consumption cost? The requirements for enhancing the beginner skill book truly astonished Su Mubai, particularly the perfect skill book, which astonishingly demanded the sacrifice of 1,000 years of life. How many skill points would one need to accumulate to offset such a cost? Although curiosity piqued his interest, Su Mubai could not afford it. Shaking his head, he decisively chose the promotion. Upon confirmation, the book in his hand transformed, becoming slightly more exquisite. You have acquired Intermediate Skill Book 1. Intermediate Skill Book. Upon use, it grants an additional 5 skill points. Having taken advantage of the opportunity, the effect multiplied 5-fold. In the next moment, the skill book transformed into a beam of golden light, merging into Su Mubai's brow. You have used Intermediate Skill Book 1, gaining 5 skill points. Current available skill points, 6 points. Still insufficient to elevate Death Drain feedback by 1 level. Su Mubai closed the interface and continued to relish the rapid increase in experience points. Nevertheless, feedback from his mind compelled him to rise. A skeleton warrior conveyed a message, indicating that it had encountered the human Su Mubai had mentioned. At this stage, it was unlikely any players would venture here. Thus, this human was likely the appraiser from Novice Village number 9527. What a distance to traverse. What could possibly be so captivating in this wretched place? Sensing the location of the skeletal warrior, Su Mubai curled his lips and turned astride in that direction. It was nearly at the very edge of his controllable range. However, after taking just a couple of steps, his pace abruptly halted, a grave expression crossing his face. Notification: your skeletal warrior has perished. Notification: cataclysmic trait activated. Your skeletal warrior has been fully resurrected in the summoning space. This skeletal warrior cannot trigger the resurrection effect again within the next 60 minutes. Chapter 32. The peculiar appraiser killed in an instant. Su Mubai's pupils constricted sharply. In the preceding moment, the skeletal warrior's health was nearly full. Yet in the next heartbeat, it was completely depleted. How could such a place as the Novice Village harbor a being capable of inflicting such exaggerated damage? Equipped with Dylan's crystal ball, his mental attribute had soared to an impressive 196 points. Coupled with the enhancement from the undead aura, the skeletal warrior's health had reached a terrifying total of over 150,000. How could such a substantial health pool be so nonchalantly obliterated? Though he did not witness the demise of this skeletal warrior, the feedback resonating in his mind made it abundantly clear that it had no chance to retaliate. Could an appraiser possess such formidable strength? A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Mubai's mind, casting doubt on whether this individual was indeed the appraiser he sought. He came to an abrupt halt, ceasing his advance. Who could discern whether those ahead were friend or foe? Previously, in the dungeon, there had been instances where the protective measures of the novice village had faltered. What if that were to happen again? The adversary possessed the power to annihilate skeletal warriors, rendering any numerical advantage of his legion utterly futile. In that moment, Su Mubai found himself regretting the acquisition of the Cataclysm, summoning space expansion skill. Were his remaining years exceeding a decade, he would not need to tread so cautiously now. The unexpected demise of the skeletal warrior served as a clarion call for Su Mubai, striking him like a heavy hammer upon his heart, tempering his ever-inflating confidence. He suddenly realized that his invincibility was merely at the player level. It did not equate to being invulnerable within the myriad realms of the game. Just within the divine forbidden land, there existed numerous entities capable of extinguishing his life at will. With this thought, Su Mubai decisively turned and retreated in the opposite direction. Simultaneously, under his command, the skeletal legion began to swiftly distance itself from that coordinates. From this point forth, he resolved to maintain at least 10 years of life. Filled with trepidation, Su Mubai made a silent vow. The Cataclysm talent was indeed extraordinarily potent. However, his foremost priority was to ensure his survival. The soul stones he would acquire next must first be utilized to replenish his lifespan. Enhancing equipment and skills could wait. After all, life was paramount. However, Murphy's Law imparted a lesson to Su Mubai. The more he wished to avoid an encounter, the more inescapable it became. No sooner had he turned than a languid voice drifted from behind him. "Kid, not bad at all, managing to summon so many broken bones." Upon hearing those words, Su Mubai's footsteps faltered. It was not a matter of wanting to stop, but rather that the other party had already blocked his path. Before him stood a middle-aged man with a head of silver hair, possessing sharp brows and bright eyes. Clad in a tattered silver robe adorned with an eye pattern formed from inscriptions upon his chest. Could he truly be an appraiser? Su Mubai recognized the emblem at a glance, having seen it at the appraisal shop. However, he never anticipated the flamboyant manner of the man's entrance. What kind of novice village appraiser could fly? Just moments ago, this fellow had stepped through the air, and before his words had even settled, he was already obstructing Su Mubai's path. "Here I was blissfully enjoying the day, and now you've ruined it, you rascal." The middle-aged man glared at Su Mubai and continued, "Now, tell me, how do you intend to compensate? Wasn't he being robbed?" Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback, then tentatively replied, "Would paying suffice?" As he spoke, he retrieved 100 gold coins from his backpack. "Do I look like someone who is in need of your meager funds?" The middle-aged man scoffed, and without any discernible movement, the 100 gold coins vanished without a trace. Su Mubai felt a sudden lightness in his hand, glancing at the man's tattered robe, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't he it obvious? You might as well have the words broke engraved on your forehead. Nevertheless, after the man took the coins, Su Mubai felt a sense of relief wash over him. Losing money was certainly preferable to losing one's life. His yearning for longevity intensified. "What else with that look in your eyes?" The middle-aged man followed Su Mubai's gaze to his own robe, his face flushing with embarrassment, and he retorted, "This is merely a result of my artistic endeavors. I truly do not lack for money." He waved his hand, and instantly his robe transformed, evidently replaced with a new one. Seeing that the man bore no ill will, Su Mubai began to scrutinize him more closely. Huaijian, Novice Village, Appraiser number 9527, Painter. Level: Health. An appraiser who does not aspire to be a painter is not a good swordsman. The information gleaned was scant, but the final description led Su Mubai to speculate that Huaijian perhaps held the identity of a swordsman as well. "I am not unreasonable. For a mere 100 gold coins, this painting is yours." With these words, Huaijian produced a canvas and casually extracted the topmost painting, presenting it to Su Mubai. "My creations are not for just anyone. You should feel fortunate." Another gain? Upon hearing this, Su Mubai quickly extended his hand to accept the scroll. "You have obtained Huaijian's painting one." However, merely casting a glance at it, he felt compelled to avert his gaze and decisively stowed it away in his backpack. Su Mubai feared that if he looked any longer, He would be unable to contain his laughter. Good heavens, even a 3-year-old could paint better than this. The soul of the malicious wolf pouncing on the cow. Painter Huaijian. Why not take a moment to appreciate it? Huaijian frowned at this and said, "You wouldn't be unable to appreciate my work of the wolf attacking the cow, would you?" "No, it's a misunderstanding, esteemed senior. I intend to savor it slowly in due time. Only by quieting my mind can I truly appreciate the essence of your creative spirit." Su Mubai managed to suppress his laughter, uttering these insincere words. Appreciate? In this lifetime? He never wished to cast his eyes upon such a thing again. It was utterly blinding. "Ha ha, you lad are quite discerning." Upon hearing this, Huaijian felt a surge of joy, smiling as he extended his hand and said, "Today, I am in a good mood. Is there anything that requires appraisal? Present it, and I shall assess it for free." In truth, his words were merely casual banter. Only equipment of dark gold grade or above warranted appraisal. Even if this young chap possessed such prowess, it was improbable for him to acquire such high-tier items in the novice village. Really? Su Mubai's eyes sparkled with delight, as he had not anticipated such a fortunate turn of events. Without hesitation, he produced the 4 pieces of level 10 dark gold equipment that had dropped from Reggie. At this moment, Huaijian had already withdrawn his hand and continued, "If not, then..." But he abruptly widened his eyes, snatching the equipment from Su Mubai's grasp. "Wait, you actually have them? Let me take a look." So was the little skeleton cloaked in green from the misty forest? Gazing at the 4 pieces of equipment, Huaijian suddenly comprehended, scrutinizing Su Mubai with newfound interest. Not bad, decent strength and luck. Retracting his gaze, Huaijian's hand shimmered with a silver light as he gently brushed over the 4 pieces of equipment, murmuring incantations. Su Mubai initially thought it was some kind of appraisal spell, but upon listening closely, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. 100 gold coins for appraising 4 pieces of equipment. I've really taken a loss this time. Chapter 33. The Bones Set. Necklace of the Deceased, as Huaijian murmured, the shadow boots, erupted first in a resplendent dark gold glow. Gradually, the entire pair of boots appeared shrouded in a veil of shadow, giving them a somewhat ethereal appearance. Ordinarily, this singular piece of equipment would cost you 100 gold coins. Huaijian waved his hand, and the shadow boots floated into Su Mubai's possession. Shadow boots, type, footwear armor, plate level, 10 grade, dark gold durability, 200 equipment requirements, strength 80. Constitution 50 physical defense, 75 magical defense, 5 health, 800 strength, 20 constitution, 20 agility, 10 movement speed, 10 attached skill, shadow step, slip into the shadows, increasing movement speed by 60, reducing damage taken by 10, lasting 30 seconds with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Wearing it automatically grants the skill Ghostly Dance. Truly, as a level 10 dark gold item, its attributes were undeniably impressive. Alas, it was a piece of plate armor, and Su Mubai could not don it. The attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment were commendable, forming a minor set. As Huaijian's voice resonated, while Su Mubai examined the properties of the shadow boots, he proceeded to appraise 2 more pieces of equipment. Bone heavy armor, type, upper body armor, plate level, 10 upgradable, 33 grade, dark gold durability, 200 equipment requirements, strength 100, constitution 80 physical defense, 180 magical defense, 120 health, 1200 strength, 25 constitution, 25 physical damage reduction, 100 points. Melee damage reflection, 100 points. Accompanying skill, skeletal armor. Summon skeletal warriors to arm oneself, enhancing the damage reduction and rebound effects of skeletal heavy armor by 300 for a duration of 30 seconds. With a cooldown of 10 minutes. Skeletal set, 12 set effect. Attack power 10. Physical defense 10, not activated. Exposed bone spurs leave enemies at a loss. Skeletal heavy armor. Features an additional upgradable attribute. Players can collect sufficient materials to seek a blacksmith for enhancement. Each upgrade elevates the equipment's level by 5. Thus, this exquisite dark gold equipment can ascend to level 25. Equipping both skeletal heavy armor and skeletal greatsword also activates the set effect. Skeletal Greatsword, two-handed sword level 10 upgradable, 33. Dark gold, item durability, 200 equipment requirement. Strength 120 attack, power 288 strength 50 attack, includes 30 splash damage. Accompanying skill, powerful strike. There's a certain probability of triggering triple damage upon attack. Skeletal set, 12. Brutality is the ultimate aesthetic. The attributes of this great sword may be singular, yet they are formidable. With an attack power of 288, combined with an additional 50 points of strength, the enhancement for a level 10 player is substantial. Moreover, it possesses a splash effect of 30 and the passive skill of powerful strike, making it an exceedingly rare piece of equipment. Su Mubai could already envision the commotion these three pieces of equipment would create at the auction house once he left the novice village. This is without considering the upgraded attributes. Should he utilize Cataclysm for free, these would transform into 3 epic grade items. However, Su Mubai refrained from hastening the upgrades, planning to assess the situation after departing the novice village. Whether to upgrade depended on the financial capabilities of other players. In this regard, Su Mubai placed his hopes on the affluent and ambitious guilds. The former is self-explanatory, while the latter's talent for rapidly assembling a large guild should also help amass considerable funds. Here, this equipment suits you well. Huaijian stretched lazily and tossed the final piece of equipment to Su Mubai. It was a necklace composed of tiny bones with a pendant shaped like a miniature skull. Necklace of the Dead, necklace accessory, level 10 dark gold, item durability, 200 equipment requirement. Spirit 100 spell power, 80 health, 500 mana, 1000 spirit, 30 constitution, 10 agility, 10 attacks, inflict a curse effect, reducing the target's dual defenses by 100. Summon creatures can also trigger this. Accompanying skill, Undead, reduces the impact of fear-based negative states by 50. The dead fear nothing. At last, a usable, exquisite piece of equipment has been acquired. Although it is not upgradable, the attributes of the Necklace of the Dead are commendable. Su Mubai's eyes brightened as he discreetly stowed the Necklace of the Dead into his backpack. He was determined to take advantage of the situation, but would wait until Huaijian had departed. In the realm of the game, all participants are indeed real individuals. Su Mubai was unwilling to reveal his ability to upgrade equipment before others. Well, here, you are fortunate enough to acquire 4 pieces of dark gold grade gear. With that, Huaijian began to turn away, warning, be mindful of your fragile bones and refrain from disturbing my artistic pursuits. Seeing this, Su Mubai quickly called out, Senior, please wait a moment. What's wrong? Do you perhaps have dark gold grade equipment in need of appraisal? Huaijian glanced at Su Mubai, a flicker of pain crossing his face. Curse it, I should never have agreed to appraise for this kid for free. I'm at a loss. Bring it forth. I stand by my word, and I shall appraise everything for you today at no cost. There's no dark gold grade equipment left. I told you. How could this desolate place possess so many dark gold grade items? Upon hearing this, Huaijian burst into laughter. Since there are no items, what do you wish to do? Speak quickly. Do not delay my artistic endeavors. Although there are no dark gold grade items, I still have 1 piece of equipment that needs appraisal. Su Mubai, looking rather sheepish, scratched the back of his head and retrieved a robe from his backpack. Is it not dark gold grade? Then what is there to appraise? Though I'm merely a part-time appraiser, I am aware of items below dark gold grade. At this point, Huaijian suddenly fell silent. He seized the robe, examined it closely, and then raised his head to regard Su Mubai with a look of astonishment. This place actually has epic grade equipment. What Su Mubai had just presented was the reward for being the first to conquer a disaster-level dungeon, the Robe of the Whispering Dead. Had it not triggered the announcement in the Blue Star region, such equipment would never have appeared in a novice village. Fortunate indeed, Su Mubai smiled, his expression filled with anticipation as he looked to Huaijian. Senior, this too shall be appraised for free, right? From Huaijian's earlier mutterings, it was evident that the cost of appraising equipment was considerable. Dark gold grade items required 100 gold coins, so epic grade items would likely demand over 1,000. Seizing the opportunity to save a substantial sum was imperative for Su Mubai. I said it is free, and I shall not charge you. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai's expression brightened. However, the very next moment, his smile froze. Huaijian tossed the robe back to him, chuckling unfortunately. My appraisal skills are too rudimentary to assess this item. Su Mubai was utterly dumbfounded. So you can only appraise dark gold-grade equipment? I merely came to the novice village for a part-time gig. Is it unreasonable that I cannot appraise epic-grade items? Huaijian regarded Su Mubai with an expression that seemed to say, "You make a valid point." I am left speechless. Noticing Su Mubai's look of disappointment, Huaijian pondered for a moment before speaking. "Kid, would you like to learn the art of appraisal?" "Huh, such a delightful opportunity exists." Su Mubai's eyes lit up at the prospect, and he nodded eagerly. "Absolutely. If I master the art of appraisal, I can directly assess epic-grade equipment without relying on others. Learning is indeed possible, but tuition will be required." Huaijian arched his brow, regarding Su Mubai with a smile that was neither here nor there. "How much?" Su Mubai glanced at the 658 gold coins nestled within his backpack, feeling somewhat uncertain. The appraisal of a piece of dark gold-grade equipment required 100 gold coins. How much would it cost to learn the art of appraisal? Huaijian slowly raised his palm and spread it open. 500? Su Mubai ventured tentatively, though his hopes were not particularly high. Beyond their primary profession, players could also adopt a secondary occupation, such as blacksmith, alchemist, or tailor. The appraiser was classified as a secondary profession, but was, in fact, a hidden vocation. While he did not expect it to be so inexpensive, he was constrained by the meager amount of coins he possessed. Any more would exceed his means. To his surprise, Huaijian nodded affirmatively. "Yes, 500. He then flipped his palm, revealing an ancient coin engraved with archaic inscriptions, continuing, "However, these are not ordinary coins, but rather these ancient coins. Ancient coin, the first batch ever minted, now cease circulation, devoid of any monetary value. Yet in the eyes of certain collectors, its worth far surpasses that of regular gold coins. Once you have amassed 500 ancient coins, contact me, and I shall teach you the art of appraisal." With that, Huaijian prepared to turn away, adding, "Best not to disturb me while I am gathering inspiration." Notification: Huaijian has added you as a friend. You have accepted the hidden quest to collect ancient coins. Quest objective: collect 500 ancient coins for Huaijian. Quest reward: acquire the secondary skill of basic appraisal. A series of system notifications jolted Su Mubai back to reality. Ancient coins? This term stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily opened his backpack, immediately spotting the ancient copper coin in the first slot. Ancient copper coin, a coin that has ceased circulation, its value indeterminate. In the eyes of certain collectors, it should equate to 10 copper coins. What is this? As the saying goes, when one is in search of something, it often comes effortlessly. The copper coin had transformed into an ancient copper coin. So it was only natural that the gold coin would evolve into an ancient gold coin. Watching Huaijian's departing figure, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Su Mubai's eyes, and he hurriedly called out, "Senior, please wait." At the same time, he concentrated his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target: 500 gold coins in your backpack, advancing 1 tier. You have acquired 500 ancient coins. In the next moment, a coin identical to the one Huaijian had just produced appeared in Su Mubai's backpack, marked with a count of 500 in the lower right corner. "What are you up to now?" Huaijian turned back, his impatience evident, but his words were abruptly halted. In an instant, he found himself before Su Mubai, seizing the ancient coin held in his hands for a closer inspection. "Not yours, this." Upon confirming that they were indeed all ancient coins, Huaijian stumbled over his words. Drawing and collecting ancient coins were among his 2 greatest passions. Although these items were not particularly valuable, their scarcity was notable. How could this lad possibly present 500 coins in one go, especially in this dilapidated novice village? Su Mubai presented all 500 ancient gold coins to Huaijian, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Elder, may I now learn the art of appraisal?" Huaijian deftly pocketed the ancient coins, taking a moment to scrutinize the young man before him. While he could comprehend the possession of epic-grade equipment, the ancient coins were clearly not something a novice could acquire. However, Huaijian refrained from inquiring about the source of Su Mubai's wealth, merely casting him a significant glance. You truly have surprised me, my lad. Take them. You have completed the hidden quest. Collect ancient gold coins and receive the skill book, Beginner Appraisal Technique. This time, Huai Jian did not linger. With a single step, he soared into the air, leaving behind a parting remark. Young man, when you acquire 10,000 ancient gold coins, reach out to me again. I shall have a surprise for you as well. You have accepted the hidden quest. Collect ancient gold coins too. Quest objective. Gather 10,000 ancient gold coins for Huai Jian. Quest reward. Unknown. In the blink of an eye, Huai Jian's figure vanished from Su Mubai's sight, seemingly preoccupied with some urgent matter, moving so swiftly that not even a breeze remained. Glancing at Huai Jian's avatar in his friends list, Su Mubai smiled subtly. Has he begun to forge connections with the locals? An instinctive feeling stirred within him. Huai Jian was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. His ability to fly and effortlessly dispatch a skeletal warrior with nearly 100,000 health points attested to his formidable prowess. How could such a person merely be a part-time appraiser in a 9527 novice village? When might I attain such strength? Shaking his head with a smile, Su Mubai picked up the Beginner Appraisal Technique and focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, Beginner Appraisal Technique. Hint, please select the promotion tier, first, second, or third level. Click to see details. Option 1. Promote to Intermediate Appraisal Technique, no cost. Option 2. Transcend to Advanced Appraisal Technique, cost 50,000 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to Master Appraisal Technique, cost 500 years of lifespan. He chose to promote to the first level. You have acquired Intermediate Appraisal Technique. Intermediate Appraisal Technique. Upon learning, you achieve the sub-profession of Intermediate Appraiser. After the promotion, the silver eyes depicted in the book appeared markedly more intricate. Without hesitation, Su Mubai proceeded to learn it. In the next moment, the book transformed into a silver light, merging into his forehead. Congratulations! You have transitioned to the hidden sub-profession, Intermediate Appraiser. You have learned the new skill, Intermediate Appraisal Technique. With the establishment of his sub-profession, Su Mubai's secondary panel was activated. Sub-profession panel, player, Bai, sub-profession, Intermediate Appraiser, skill, Intermediate Appraisal Technique. Intermediate Appraisal Technique, 010000, as skill proficiency increases. The success rate of appraisals will slightly improve. Dark Gold Item Appraisal Success Rate, 60 Epic Item Appraisal Success Rate, 10 Casting Time, 5 seconds, Cooldown Time, 60 seconds. Mana Cost, 1,000 points. Sub-profession skills do not occupy the player's skill slots. Su Mubai retrieved the Whispering Robe of the Fallen and commenced the identification process. A hum resonated as his palm radiated a silvery luminescence, gradually enveloping the Whispering Robe of the Fallen. 5 seconds later, a notification from his system sounded. Notice, identification failed. The failure was anticipated. Su Mubai remained unperturbed, for he did not require manual effort to level up. The grassy plains of Huai had vanished, completely transformed into Su Mubai's private sanctuary. The skeletal army diligently toiled within a 500-meter radius, while Su Mubai reclined upon a colossal stone, patiently awaiting a minute before attempting the identification spell on the Whispering Robe of the Fallen once more. Chapter 35. Necklace of Undying Will and the Robe of the Whisperer. Defeating a level 10 Wild Bull grants an additional 50 level-up bonus, yielding 30 experience points. Defeating a level 10 Elite Creature, the Prairie Wolf, grants an additional 50 level-up bonus, yielding 150 experience points. Defeating a level 10 Enhanced Elite Creature, the Prairie Dire Wolf, grants an additional 50 level-up bonus, yielding 450 experience points. The Skeletal Legion labored tirelessly as Su Mubai's experience steadily increased, drawing ever closer to level 10. After 4 consecutive attempts at identification, consuming a total of 4,000 mana points, success still eluded him. This wretched identification spell, Su Mubai muttered in frustration. Yet he understood that with only a 10 success rate, achieving identification was undoubtedly a formidable challenge without any safety net. During the cooldown period of the skill, Su Mubai produced the Necklace of the Fallen and focused his thoughts. Catastrophe. Target, Necklace of the Fallen. Notice, please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click for details. He opted for Tier 1 without hesitation, uninterested in further details, as he could only afford to exploit without investment. You have acquired the epic item, Necklace of Undying Will. Necklace of Undying Will. Type, necklace level, 1060, scales with player level, increasing every 5 levels, up to a maximum of 60. Epic item durability, 500 requirements, spirit 150 base attributes, level 10 spell power, 120 health, 800 mana, 1500 spirit, 50 constitution, 15 agility, 15 affixes, 1. Spell power increased by 10-2. Attacks inflict multiple curse effects, reducing the target's dual defenses by 10, attack speed by 10, casting speed by 10, and movement speed by 10. Summons may also trigger this effect. Skill, Undying Will passive effect, reduces the effects of charm, fear, and hypnosis negative states by 80. Active effect, removes one instance of charm, fear, or hypnosis negative state from oneself, granting immunity to these 3 negative states for the next 5 seconds. Instant release. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. Undying Will, unyielding. The power of an epic item was astonishing. One could only wonder about the might of legendary and mythical tiers. Experiencing the full attributes of an epic item for the first time, even Su Mubai could not help but marvel. Transitioning from dark gold to epic. Despite only a tier 1 promotion, the overall strength had more than doubled. Although the increase in basic attributes is modest, the enhancement of the stats and skills is substantial. Just 50 experience points remain. Glancing at his experience bar, Su Mubai returned the Will of the Undead necklace to his backpack. The minimum level for this equipment is level 10, which he cannot yet wear. However, given the Skeletal Legion's swift monster respawn rate, it won't be long before he reaches that level. With the cooldown for his identification skill concluded, Su Mubai proceeded to attempt the identification of the robes of the Fallen Whisper. After reviewing the attributes of the Will of the Undead necklace, his anticipation for his first complete legendary-grade equipment grew even stronger. Although Dylan's crystal ball is also a legendary-grade item, it is currently sealed. Identification failed once more. Identification failed. With a success rate of 10, Su Mubai exhausted his mana without achieving success. Had his luck run dry? Frowning slightly, he replenished his mana using death energy and, after a minute, attempted the identification on the robe once more. This time, he distinctly sensed a difference. A silver glimmering hand gently caressed the fabric, causing the robe to gradually illuminate. Buzz! In the next moment, the robe erupted in a dazzling tricolored light, causing the surrounding magical elements to quiver slightly. Successfully identified an epic-grade item, identification skill proficiency 10. A mere 10 points. The advancement of this identification skill truly proves to be a formidable challenge. Achieving 10,000 proficiency points means he must successfully identify 1,000 epic-grade items to upgrade to advanced identification skills. Su Mubai estimated that identifying dark gold-grade equipment would only yield an increase of 1 proficiency point. However, he had no intention of leveling up this skill through proficiency. Why not take advantage of it for free? In the future, as long as he acquires a book on intermediate identification, he can effortlessly attain advanced skills. As for spending 50,000 gold coins for enhancement, is there an abundance of money to burn? Recollecting his thoughts, Su Mubai did not immediately check the attributes of the robe. Instead, he focused his mind. Cataclysm. Target, Robes of the Fallen Whisper. Prompt, please select the promotion tier, 1st, 2nd, or 3rd order. Click to view details, promoting to 1st order. You have acquired the legendary grade item, Robes of the Whisper of the Fallen. The radiant colors flashed briefly, and his first complete legendary grade equipment was in hand. Robes of the Whisperer of the Fallen, upper garment cloth armor level, 120 legendary grade item durability, 1000 equipment requirement, undead mage class, spirit 300. Basic attributes, level 10, physical defense, 150 magic defense, 300 health points, 1500 mana points, 3000 all attributes 50 stats. 1. Spirit 10-2. All elemental resistances 10-3. Mana recovery rate increase 100. Skills 1. Undead Guardian. Passive skill that grants a shield equivalent to 300 of your health points, resetting every 30 minutes. 2. Whisper of the Fallen. Active skill that, when activated, increases casting speed by 30 and allows you to perform dual casting, lasting for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 10 minutes. You are not hallucinating. This is indeed the Whisper of the Fallen. Dual casting? As Su Mubai gazed upon the skill, whispers of the undead, a flicker of perplexity danced in his eyes. Did this imply the ability to utilize two skills simultaneously? Meanwhile, he dismissed Guardian of the Undead entirely. While it was indeed a commendable passive skill for other necromancers, for him, it merely translated to a shield that reset every 30 minutes, offering a meager 3 points. What use could that possibly serve? It paled in comparison to a single thread of life-sharing. Nevertheless, the necromancer's robe, as a whole, remained remarkably potent. The complete attributes of this legendary grade equipment did not disappoint Su Mubai. However, the prerequisites for wearing it were rather steep. Though it could be donned at a minimum level of 10, it required a mental attribute of 300 points. This figure was beyond the reach of most players, even those at level 20. At this moment, Su Mubai's mental attribute was a mere 196 points. Yet, he bore no undue concern, as donning a full set of level 10 equipment would easily allow him to meet this requirement. The only pressing issue was the scarcity of exquisite level 10 gear available for his use. Surely, there must be shops in the city selling equipment? Su Mubai sighed, reluctantly considering the necessity of visiting a store. His rapid progress in the game made it exceedingly difficult to acquire gear from other players. If all else failed, he could still embed gems. With the first completion of a dungeon and contributions from Reggie, Su Mubai had amassed 15 level 1 attribute gems and 3 level 1 critical strike gems. Although he possessed only 3 mental gems, he had the means to acquire them without cost. Prompt: please select the promotion tier. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to Level 2 mental gem, no cost. Option 2. Sublimate to Level 3 mental gem, costing 100 gold per gem. Option 3. Catastrophize to Level 4 mental gem, costing 120 days of lifespan per gem. Chapter 36. The possibility of freebies. Twice this was the first time Su Mubai encountered a lifespan cost measured in days. Nevertheless, he deemed 120 days of lifespan excessively steep. Gems could be synthesized. By locating a gem craftsman, 3 gems could be combined into one of a higher tier, albeit with a nominal processing fee. Naturally, the higher the gem's grade, the lower the success rate of synthesis, which was also dependent on the craftsman's skill level. The exorbitant cost associated with cataclysmic synthesis to level 4 was undoubtedly due to the nature of the catastrophe. Su Mubai pondered for a moment before ultimately opting for the free acquisition. Having learned from prior experiences of effortlessly dispatching skeletal warriors, he resolved to conserve his lifespan until it exceeded 10 years. As for gold, having given 600 to Huaijian, he was left with a mere 158, necessitating its retention for unforeseen circumstances. You have acquired 3 level 2 mental gems. Level 2 mental gem, mental 20, can only be embedded in armor. In passing, Su Mubai also upgraded all remaining gems without cost. While they might not serve a purpose for him, they could certainly be sold for profit. The critical strike gems were evidently rarer than the attribute gems, with their sublimation and cataclysmic costs escalating 5-fold. Level 2 critical strike gem. This gem enhances spell critical strikes by 2 and can only be embedded in a main weapon, with a restriction of 1 gem per equipment piece. 3 level 2 spirit gems yield a total of 60 spirit points, and combined with the upgrades and the necklace of undead will, it is sufficient. With the requirements for the robe of the Death Speaker met, Su Mubai's spirit's sword. His gaze shifted to the corpses of wild monsters several dozen meters away, and with a thought he acted. Tip: you have successfully extracted 2 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 ordinary wild buffaloes, leisurely replenishing his death energy. Su Mubai was preparing to continue lounging and leveling up when suddenly a message resonated in his mind. Approximately 500 meters to his right, a skeleton had discovered a wild treasure chest. Just as it should be, Su Mubai chuckled as he rose, heading towards that location. In an untouched wilderness map like this, how could there possibly be no treasure chests? At last, he had found one. Wild treasure chests cannot be moved or taken away. They must be opened on the spot. Such chests are either concealed in hidden locations or guarded by formidable monsters. The higher the chest level, the more powerful the guardians. They're certainly not easily obtainable by players. The treasure chest found by the skeleton warrior belonged to the latter category. Surrounded by more than 10 prairie evil wolves and a wolf king, whose size dwarfed that of a buffalo. This beast was of silver grade, and had it been encountered by other players, a fierce battle would have ensued. However, faced with Su Mubai's skeletal army, a mere silver grade creature, accompanied by over 10 elite reinforcements, was hardly a match. As Su Mubai approached, before he could even examine the Wolf King's attributes, 7 or 8 skeleton warriors surged forward. Heavy strike, 15195, 15236, 30,410. A series of terrifying damage figures erupted, and the Wolf King's health bar vanished in an instant, causing it to collapse to the ground. Simultaneously, dozens of fireballs and hundreds of arrows rained down, delivering a devastating barrage to the remaining prairie evil wolves. 2937, 2908, 6002, 6096, 5981, 12,108. In the blink of an eye, the pack surrounding the treasure chest fell victim to the skeletal army's overwhelming output. The staggering damage output was closely linked to the advanced undead aura contributed by Reggie. This skill, enhanced by class characteristics, elevated the skeletal army's attributes by 60. Killing a level 10 enhanced elite prairie evil wolf grants an additional 50 level-up bonus, yielding 450 experience points. Killing a level 10 silver grade prairie wolf king grants an additional 50 level-up bonus, yielding 36,000 experience points. Gazing at the flood of system notifications and the sudden leap in his experience bar by nearly 10 points, Su Mubai was astonished by his own prowess. A formidable silver-grade creature, dispatched so swiftly? If he were to find a few more treasure chests like this, wouldn't he ascend to level 10 in no time? Unfortunately, silver-grade monsters were evidently rare in the novice village. Dismissing this unrealistic notion, Su Mubai stepped forward with measured strides. You have acquired 1 gold and 38 silver coins. You have obtained a level 1 agility gem. You have acquired beginner skill book 1. You have obtained 5 silver grade materials, the Wolf King's Fawn. You have received silver grade equipment, the Wolf King's leather pants, the Wolf King's leather armor, the Wolf Fong dagger, and the brutal shoulder pads. Aside from the materials and insignificant coins, the spoils from the Prairie Wolf King are rather meager. The only items of use to Su Mubai are 1 piece of equipment and that beginner skill book. With a thought, Su Mubai directly upgraded all these items to gold grade, and the skill book was upgraded to intermediate for free. Brutal shoulder pads cloth armor level 10 gold grade durability, 100 physical defense, 28 magical defense, 35 spirit, 15 constitution, 15 spell power, 20 having seen legendary grade equipment. Su Mubai fell indifferent towards gold grade items. He stored everything in his backpack, intending to equip it at level 10 or sell it later. With another thought, the intermediate skill book transformed into a golden light and fused into his forehead. You have used intermediate skill book 1, skill points, 5, current available skill points, 11. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mubai chose not to immediately enhance the skill death drain feedback. The primary reason being that he would soon reach level 10, and he wished to see if he could learn new skills from Death Scripture. It wouldn't be too late to upgrade once he reached level 10. Having made his decision, Su Mubai's gaze fell upon the treasure chest before him. The chest was not large, entirely silver in color, adorned with intricate engravings. You have discovered an unlocked silver-grade treasure chest. Would you like to open it? The system prompted him, but Su Mubai decisively selected no. He wished to test a hypothesis that had arisen in his mind. Could the talent cataclysm be applied to items not belonging to him? With that thought, Su Mubai took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the silver-grade treasure chest, and with a thought, he activated Cataclysm. Target, Silver grade treasure chest. Notice, please select the promotion grade. First, second, or third grade. Click to view details. Indeed, it was possible. A look of ecstatic joy spread across Su Mubai's face. The ability to upgrade the chest implied that he could consecutively obtain enhancement from its contents twice. After all, the chest and the items within were not the same entity. Suppressing his excitement, Su Mubai clicked to view the details. Option 1. Upgrade to gold grade treasure chest. No cost. Option 2. Sublimate to dark gold grade treasure chest. Cost 2,000 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to epic grade treasure chest. Cost 200 years of lifespan. Although he was eager to discover what effects Cataclysm would bestow upon the chest, Su Mubai could not afford the cost. Thus, he had no choice but to select the free upgrade. Upgrading to the first grade. In the next moment, the chest before him radiated blinding golden light. Its surface flowing like water, the silver hue gradually fading to reveal a glimmering gold. Moments later, the silver grade treasure chest underwent a complete transformation. You have discovered an unlocked gold grade treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Open. This time, Su Mubai firmly placed his hand upon the chest. The treasure chest slowly opened amidst a golden glow, revealing 2 items resting within. Beneath a staff crafted from an unknown material lay a yellowed parchment. What could this be? Su Mubai, filled with curiosity, picked up the 2 items. Chapter 37. The Ultimate Nesting Doll. You have acquired the Golden Grade equipment, Withered Wood Staff. You have acquired the Golden Grade Treasure Map 1. A treasure map. Su Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he examined it. Golden Grade Treasure Map. Following the map's guidance, you will locate a Golden Grade treasure chest. Hint: would you like to use the treasure map? Using it will mark the treasure route on the system map. Please note, the endpoint coordinates of this treasure map are located outside the novice village. Goodness, is this a nesting doll? Su Mubai rolled his eyes. Who could have imagined that a Golden Grade treasure chest would yield coordinates to another Golden Grade treasure chest? If a player painstakingly defeated the Guardian only to discover such a triviality, they would surely be infuriated. However, for Su Mubai, this treasure map held a different value. If his hypothesis proved accurate, the eventual rewards from this treasure map could reach legendary status. With this thought, Su Mubai's eyes gleamed brighter, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the treasure map. Cataclysm. Target: Golden Grade Treasure Map. Promotion to the next tier. You have acquired the Dark Gold Grade Treasure Map 1. Success. Su Mubai couldn't help but clench his fist. From a Golden Grade Treasure Map to a Dark Gold Grade 1, he could then transform the treasures found into epic grade items. After opening the treasure chest, he could further elevate the items obtained to legendary grade. A trifecta of victories. This was truly the ultimate nesting doll. Before opening the treasure chest, Su Mubai never anticipated that a mere silver grade chest could ultimately lead to such legendary rewards. In comparison, the Golden Grade Withered Wood Staff seemed trivial next to this treasure map. Nevertheless, he decided to promote the staff to Dark Gold Grade first, especially since he was still wielding a level 5 bronze equipment, Wooden Magic Wand. In contrast, the Dark Gold Grade Withered Wood Staff was far more appealing. Withered Wood Staff. Staff level 10 Dark Gold Grade item durability. 200 equipment requirements. Spirit 100 spell power. 280 spirit. 30 agility. 10 constitution. 10 upon triggering a spell critical hit. The casting time of the next skill is reduced by 1 second. Attached skill. Withered Wood Revives. Restores health equivalent to your 100 spell power to the target. Instant release. Cooldown time. 120 seconds. Even Withered Wood has its spring. Although this equipment was not particularly suited for Su Mubai, having it was certainly better than not. After all, it provided an additional 30 points to his spirit. What more could he desire? Casually stowing the Withered Wood Staff in his backpack, Su Mubai picked up the Dark Gold Grade treasure map and opted to use it. In the next moment, the yellowed parchment slowly dissipated, merging into the system map. Immediately thereafter, the smile on Su Mubai's face vanished. Note: the route has been marked, and the destination coordinates are located in the wilderness of Cherry Blossom Kingdom's Silent Pear City. Please proceed to Silent Pear City in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to embark on your treasure hunting journey. What is this? Su Mubai's demeanor instantly shifted from jovial to solemn. This broken treasure map, upon its upgrade, has unexpectedly taken him abroad. According to the information provided by the multiverse game, international borders are not yet open. The specific opening time will depend on the progress of players from Blue Star within the game. In other words, legendary rewards are temporarily out of reach. The anticipated ultimate nesting doll has only seen its first step before coming to a halt. What a disappointment. Watching the empty treasure chest slowly vanish, Su Mubai smirked, settled down, and resumed leveling up. After more than an hour, a golden light ascended. Congratulations, player Bai Yi. Your level has risen to 10. With attributes of 1 in each dimension, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Note, you have reached the level cap of the Novice Village. Please find the village chief to teleport to City 9527 of the Novice Village, where you will no longer be able to gain experience points. Congratulations! You have become the first player from the Blue Star region of the multiverse game to reach level 10, earning the title leading ahead. Note, an announcement for the Blue Star region is imminent. As you have reached level 10, the leaderboard for Novice Village 9527 has been activated ahead of schedule. Note, an announcement for the Novice Village is forthcoming. A series of notifications rang out, and Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. Can reaching level 10 also trigger a district-wide announcement? What a delightful surprise. Leading ahead, when equipped with this title, all experience points gained from any source increase by 20. Each player may possess multiple titles, but only one can be effective at a time. Each title switch requires a 30-minute cooldown to take effect. Su Mubai's immediate reaction was to utilize Cataclysm for a free ride. However, to his disappointment, this was merely a stat modifier, akin to summoning space, and not a tangible item that could be upgraded. Nevertheless, a 20 experience boost is quite favorable. Equipping the title, leading ahead, Su Mubai waved his hand to retract the skeletal army back into the summoning space and retrieved a return scroll to the Novice Village. He had purchased this previously for a mere 10 silver coins, a trivial expense for him. With a flash of white light, Su Mubai's figure vanished from the verdant expanse, leaving behind a field of unrefreshed monster corpses. Simultaneously, the system announcement rang out, albeit not related to Su Mubai's actions. Announcement from Novice Village 9527. Congratulations to the Dominance Guild for successfully completing the Misty Land dungeon on hard difficulty. We hereby announce this achievement and encourage all players to learn from them in pursuit of substantial rewards. At the entrance of the Misty Forest, the Dominance Guild emerged from the dungeon, their spirits lifted by the resonating system announcement. Finally, they could breathe a sigh of relief. While he was grinding through the dungeon, the Dominance Guild had not ceased its recruitment efforts. Several newly promoted elders tirelessly succeeded in raising the guild's member count to the maximum limit for a level 1 guild. 3,000 members. This figure nearly occupies 1/10 of the entire Novice Village, number 9527. One can only imagine the immense power the Dominance Guild wields today. Although these players may not possess exceptional strength, they have significantly contributed to the growth of the grand enterprise. Having successfully conquered the hard-level Foggy Forest dungeon, his spirits are soaring. Preparing himself, he is ready to tackle the nightmare difficulty. Observing the admiring gazes of the surrounding players, Dominance called out deliberately. Just then, 5 beams of white light flashed, and players such as Wealthy and Maple Leaf stepped out of the dungeon's teleportation portal. The subsequent system announcement caused Dominance's expression to darken. Announcement from Novice Village number 9527. Congratulations to player Wealthy for leading his team to achieve the first clear of the nightmare-level Foggy Land dungeon. This is hereby announced, and we encourage players to learn from him to earn generous rewards. In that instant, Dominance felt as though he had been reduced to a mere jester. In disbelief, he gazed at Wealthy and the others, asking in a low voice, "How could you possibly clear the nightmare difficulty so quickly?" "Just luck," Wealthy replied with a slight smile. Witnessing this, Dominance scoffed, his gaze turning icy. He had already learned from the guild's chat channel why they could clear the nightmare-level Foggy Forest so swiftly. It was all because of White Knight. The thought of losing the opportunity for the first clear of the nightmare level ignited a fury within him. How could White Knight, with his gear and skills, only sell them to wealthy? Did he think that the illustrious president of Dominance lacked funds? Dominance recalled the friend request he had been denied by White Knight, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he mentally noted this grievance against him. Noticing Dominance's glare, Wealthy and the others frowned, turning to continue their dungeon runs. The first clear was already lost. Their next challenge would be the hell-level difficulty. Dominance also prepared to enter the dungeon, aiming to challenge the hell-level difficulty. However, the next announcement made both players halt their actions. Chapter 38, Level Leaderboard. A wide margin ahead. Announcement from Blue Star Region. Congratulations to player White Knight of the Dragon Empire for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to reach level 10. This is hereby announced, and we encourage players to learn from him to earn generous rewards. 10 consecutive system announcements echoed across all novice villages in the Divine Forbidden Land. The sensation this caused was no less than the previous one. Players from various nations engaged in fervent discussions. How did he level up so quickly? How is it possible to progress at such a pace? The game has only just begun. He's already at level 10, while I'm still at level 4. Is this even right? The experience required to level up after level 5 is so substantial. Is White Knight cheating? Dude, do you even hear yourself? What kind of cheats exist in myriad worlds? Can we report White Knight? I believe he is severely disrupting the balance of the game. Balance? What balance does this game have? The same monsters take me ages to defeat, while the fortunate ones with awakened talents can slay them in a single blow, even if White Knight possesses an awakened talent. What about the other players who have awakened as well? Why is it that every announcement is triggered by Bai Yi? Players from various nations are currently bewildered in the chat channels. Felix from the Eagle Empire, Tsukumi from the Sakura Kingdom, the descendant of the Sun from the Korya Kingdom, and the 3-inch green blade from the Divine Dragon Empire. All awakened players in the novice villages of the Forbidden Land were astonished by this announcement. These elite players glanced at their levels, and a singular thought crossed their minds. How on earth has Bai Yi managed to level up so rapidly? Why does he surpass them by such a significant margin? Their levels were all uniformly at level 7. Given the experience increase after level 5, it would take at least half a day to reach level 10. Previously, when Bai Yi first cleared the disaster level dungeon, they consoled themselves with the notion that it was merely a matter of bad luck preventing them from triggering such a dungeon. However, Bai Yi's swift progression has genuinely astonished them. Despite sharing the same level of talent, how can Bai Yi be so far ahead? Is this reasonable? In the novice village number 9526 of the Divine Dragon Empire, Zhao Su and Lu Rian successfully achieved the first clear of the normal difficulty of the Misty Forest and are now tackling the hard difficulty. It is evident that there are no players in their novice village with more formidable talents. Otherwise, the first clear would not have been theirs. There he is again. Upon hearing the system announcement, Zhao Su narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, Rian, what do you think the probability is that he is Su Mubai? How would I know? Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and then swept her hair behind her ear. This seemingly simple action was imbued with charm, causing Zhao Su to slightly bend forward. Regardless of whether he is Su Mubai, if I set my mind to it, I will surely succeed. Lu Ruyan smiled alluringly, her voice brimming with confidence. Ha ha ha, I certainly believe in your charm, darling. Zhao Su chuckled and nodded in agreement, adding, but I still hope he is Su Mubai. That would make things much simpler. If it's that guy, he would undoubtedly heed your every word. Why think so much? Let's focus on leveling up. We can discuss it once we leave the novice village. With a hopeful vision of the future, the two continued their journey of dungeon clearing and leveling. Compared to other novice villages, the announcement in novice village number 9527 included an additional line. Announcement for novice village 9527. Due to the player Bai Yi reaching level 10, the level ranking board for this novice village is now open ahead of schedule. Level ranking board for novice village 9527 first, Bai Yi, level 10. No faction second. Maple Leaves Whisper, level 5, no faction third. Away, level 5, no faction fourth. Difficulty getting out of bed, level 5. No faction fifth. Wealthy Beyond Measure, level 5, no faction sixth. Cotton Candy, level 5, no faction 7th. Ambitious Blueprint, Level 5, Ambition Guild 8th. One Sword to the Throat. Level 5, Ambition Guild 9th. Turkey Flavored Crunch, Level 5, Ambition Guild 10th. Creamy Snowflake, Level 5, Ambition Guild. The Novice Village level ranking board only displays the top 10. Apart from Bai Yi, all others are uniformly at Level 5. Achieving 20,000 experience points is no easy feat for them. The primary reason lies in the fact that the experience points from low-difficulty dungeons are not particularly high, and secondly, experience is divided among team members. Of course, without forming a party, they would be unable to clear the dungeon. The emergence of the level leaderboard has sparked intense discussions among players. The chat channel in the newbie village 9527 is once again inundated with messages. Bai Yi is astonishingly exceptional, boasting a level that is double that of others on the leaderboard. This is no mere doubling. The experience required to progress from level 5 to level 6 surpasses the total experience needed to ascend from level 0 to level 5. It is utterly outrageous. By the time I exit the newbie village, I suspect Bai Yi will have reached level 20. Such narrow-mindedness. Level 30 is not beyond the realm of possibility. The team, rich and powerful, is also remarkably formidable, advancing at a pace that eclipses that of the Dominance Guild, whose members possess a level 20 experience. Naturally, it is reasonable for them to be ahead, having just completed the nightmarish Misty Realm dungeon. However, they are likely to be surpassed by Dominance soon. I have heard that the talent of One Sword to Seal Throat is also at level 20. I did not expect him to join the Dominance Guild. What of it? He's still only half the level of Bai Yi. Outside, the teleportation portal of the Misty Realm dungeon, the expression of home to dominance darkened as he closed the level leaderboard. It is one thing for Bai Yi to reach level 10 so swiftly, but with their team boasting a 20 experience increase, it is simply unacceptable to be outpaced by rich and powerful. This is utterly preposterous. Casting a glance at rich and powerful, home to dominance silently initiated the dungeon. Bai Yi's rapid ascent to level 10 is astonishing. Cotton Candy exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it is as if he is riding a rocket. Away nodded in agreement. Previously, during a trade, the other party was at level 8 while they remained at level 5. Now, after merely clearing one dungeon, they are still at level 5. While Bai Yi has already ascended to level 10, is leveling up this effortless for him? You all can engage in free activities. I shall return shortly. Rich and powerful, gazing at the 10 junior soul stones in his backpack, retrieved a return scroll. He had initially planned to wait before giving these soul stones to Bai Yi. However, the consecutive system announcements prompted him to alter his decision. A player of Bai Yi's caliber must be befriended. Even if he does not join my team, a good relationship could facilitate the acquisition of valuable items from him. Unbeknownst to him, Rich and Powerful's mindset has subtly shifted, a change he himself fails to recognize. A flash of white light revealed Su Mubai materializing in the teleportation square of the newbie village 9527. Upon hearing the announcement regarding Rich and Powerful and the Dominance Guild clearing the dungeon, a faint smile graced his lips. More soul stones have arrived. In the next moment, a beam of white light illuminated beside Su Mubai, revealing the rotund figure of Rich and Powerful before him. Brother Bai Yi, here are the 10 junior soul stones as a reward for the first clear. Do not forget your old brother when you acquire something good in the future. Rich and Powerful traded the soul stones to Su Mubai, grinning as he said, rest assured, the pricing will undoubtedly satisfy you. Hint, your contract with Rich and Powerful has reached level 2. Su Mubai nodded slightly. As long as you have the funds, quality items will be plentiful. Contact me once you exit the newbie village. With a casual wave of his hand, he turned and made his way towards the village chief's home. Neither the skeletal armor nor the high-level skill book, Thunderous Strike, were within the financial reach of the wealthy elite at present. In a few days, the opportune moment to sell such items would arrive. For now, the primary objective was to be the first player to exit the novice village. Chapter 39, East Sea City. Unveiling the Tome of Death. The layout of Novice Village 9527 was quite simple, and Su Mubai swiftly located the village chief's residence with the help of the map. The house bore no distinctive features compared to other structures, and the chief himself was an unremarkable elderly man. whose name was so ordinary that it could easily slip from memory. Li Shan, village chief of Novice Village 9527. Level 10 health 2000. Cough. I did not expect a newcomer to reach level 10 so swiftly. Upon seeing Su Mubai, a flash of astonishment crossed Li Shan's face. Village chief, I wish to leave the novice village, Su Mubai stated directly, laying bare his intentions. Go ahead. This sacred forbidden land will eventually become the domain of you newcomers. Li Shan replied, his expression tinged with complexity, before turning towards the courtyard. Follow me. Before long, he led Su Mubai to a teleportation array. Our village is part of EC City, one of the 10 primary cities of the Divine Dragon Empire, and also the most prosperous coastal city of the empire. Li Shan explained, gesturing towards the teleportation array, outlining Su Mubai's forthcoming destination. Step inside. Arriving in EC City marks the true beginning. Thank you, village chief. Su Mubai nodded and stepped into the teleportation array. Contrary to expectations, there was no initiation quest nor any transportation fee required. Li Shan activated the teleportation array directly. As the white light enveloped him, Su Mubai's figure vanished within the array. The chaotic era of the sacred, forbidden land was upon them, and it remained uncertain how many lives would be lost this time. Li Shan sighed deeply, turning back to his previous spot, awaiting the arrival of the next newcomer. As village chief, his sole duty was to escort the newcomers out of the novice village, without issuing any tasks. Meanwhile, the rankings of Novice Village 9527 saw a shift. The name Bai Yi vanished, and Feng Yishao claimed the top position. This change sparked a flurry of discussions among players, for it was evident that the individual who activated the rankings had indeed exited the Novice Village. The first true player to step into the sacred forbidden land had emerged. You have entered the level 1 main city, East Sea City. Your resurrection point has been switched to the East Sea City Resurrection Hall. This was a magnificent city, with towering edifices surrounding the teleportation square, stretching as far as the eye could see. In the distant streets, pedestrians and horse-drawn carriages flowed continuously, with numerous powerful individuals riding their mounts. Although Su Mubai was the only player to have entered the city thus far, the atmosphere remained lively and bustling. This scene served as a poignant reminder to Su Mubai that the sacred forbidden land was a tangible world. The local inhabitants were as numerous as the humans who had traversed from the Blue Star. If one were to assert that the inhabitants of Blue Star, as descendants, have traversed into an authentic game world, then for the locals of the Forbidden Land, it is merely a realm rendered into data. Judging by the name Universe Games, it is evident that the two parties are not adversaries, but rather poised to become allies. Stepping into the Forbidden Land is merely the commencement, not the conclusion. The myriad of cosmic races constitutes the true antagonists. In the vast teleportation square, only Su Mubai stood in the center. After a brief moment of anticipation, the anticipated system notification failed to resonate. Su Mubai could not help but utter a remark of disappointment. Is this it? He had initially expected a reward for being the first to emerge from the novice village, yet it appeared that none was forthcoming. Shaking his head in disillusionment, he donned all the equipment he was able to wear. To his astonishment, he discovered that even without the embedding of gems, his mental attributes had already surpassed the requirements of the robe of the Requiem. Upon reaching level 10, the attributes of two pieces of his equipment underwent a transformation. The first was the Dylan's crystal ball. Upon the upgrade to level 10, although the affixes remained unchanged, the base attributes experienced a significant enhancement. Base attributes, level 10, spell power 150, all attributes 50, health 2000, mana 4000. In terms of health and mana, it even surpassed the robe of the Requiem. The other piece was, of course, the Tome of Death. With a mere thought, the inscription on the back of Su Mubai's left hand shimmered with a faint light, manifesting the Tome of Death. The rotating Dylan's crystal ball on his wrist instantly dimmed, as if suppressed. Tome of Death, class exclusive, night and day. Special item cannot be dropped, damaged, or traded. Can be summoned or dismissed at will level. 10. Follows the character, base attributes, spell power 300. All attributes, 100 damage dealt to undead creatures is increased by 100. Your summons also benefit from this enhancement. Special effects. 1. Soul Drain. Your summons and contracted beings will absorb a portion of the soul power from targets you slay. The respawn time of wild monsters you kill will be doubled. Players you defeat will incur double penalties, including lifespan. Current soul points. 0. Consume 1,000 soul points to gain a second opportunity to unveil the Tome of Death. The second special effect will unlock at level 30. This is a tome of rules, accessible only to you upon meeting the requirements. You may learn exclusive skills of the Master of Death from it. The level 10 Tome of Death is an unparalleled leap from its level 5 counterpart. The magnitude of enhancement in its base attributes is beyond Su Mubai's expectations. What shocked him further were the newly unlocked special effects. The death penalty is doubled. Henceforth, players slain by him will face dire consequences. A direct drop of 2 levels is merely the beginning. The crucial aspect is the immediate loss of 20 years of lifespan. At the very least, it would indeed be a misfortune for those 2 wretched souls. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Su Mubai's eyes. The special effect could not be disabled, consequently reducing the number of times he could eliminate Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su by half. At this stage, no one could significantly extend their lifespan. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Su Mubai could only kill them 4 times, after which he would have no further opportunities. With an 80-year lifespan, it was possible that the 2 might even owe a debt of existence. According to the description following the acquisition of soul points, Su Mubai understood that he now had a singular chance to open the Tome of Death. Currently, he was the only player within the city, and the vast teleportation plaza was devoid of any presence. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Mubai extended his hand and opened the Tome of Death. The pages he turned were also a shade of gray, inscribed with ancient and enigmatic runes. Not a single character was comprehensible to him. Yet in the next moment, these runes began to stir. They rose from the pages, transforming into a stream of information that surged into Su Mubai's eyes. In that instant, he felt a chilling power envelop him. Although he could not fully grasp its essence, he instinctively sensed that this force was named Death. After a considerable time, the Tome of Death automatically closed, reconstituting itself as a stream of light that affixed itself to the back of Su Mubai's left hand. Simultaneously, a system notification resonated in his ears. You have learned a new skill, Death Gaze. Chapter 40. Will I be banned for becoming this overpowered? Death Gaze. Level 1, 050. Active skill. Gaze upon the target, incinerating their soul. Skill effects. 1. Inflicts 500 true damage per second for 10 seconds. 2. The gazed upon entity will continuously experience fear. 3. All living beings with a lower life level than yours will have all attributes forcibly reduced by 20 upon being gazed at. This effect is determined solely by life level and cannot be mitigated by any resistances. For creatures killed by Death Gaze will endure excruciating pain, entering a weakened state upon resurrection, with all attributes reduced by 40 for 12 hours. Instant release, cooldown time of 60 seconds, consumes 5 maximum mana points. No sustained guidance required after release. Maximum attack range of 100 meters. Wherever your gaze lands, death follows closely. The description of the Death Gaze skill left Su Mubai utterly astonished. Was this truly a skill of such caliber? 500 true damage per second, continuous fear, a forced reduction of all attributes by 20, and a 12-hour weakened state upon resurrection. Any one of these effects would constitute a formidable skill. Moreover, this ability could be instantaneously released without the need for sustained guidance. It was simply extraordinary to think that a mere glance could invoke such effects. Su Mubai could not help but murmur to himself, "Is this not the divine art of causing death with a mere stare?" He found it hard to fathom which player could withstand his 500 points of true magical damage. Even more terrifying was the small mark in the lower right corner of the skills icon. This mark depicted a humanoid shadow, signifying the influence of Su Mubai's class transformation attribute. The effects were doubled, 10 times true damage per second, with an attack range of 200 meters. At this moment, Su Mubai felt an overwhelming urge to inquire, who else remains? With the acquisition of Death Gaze, he was no longer reliant solely on his skeletal army for inflicting damage. The only lingering question pertained to the description of the effect of his third skill. He pondered how life levels were determined, stroking his chin as a flicker of uncertainty crossed his gaze. However, he soon shook his head, realizing that mere observation would yield no answers. Only through repeated use would the truth reveal itself. Moreover, this was not the final form of Death Gaze. Taking a deep breath, Su Mubai felt a twinge of nervousness. The anticipation of acquiring an upgraded skill for the first time was second only to that exhilarating moment of character creation in the disaster profession. Disaster. Target. Death Gaze. Yet this time, the system notification that resonated in his ears was markedly different from before. Apologies. This skill has reached the limit of the divine forbidden realm and cannot undergo disaster transformation. To his astonishment, it had failed since attaining the disaster level talent. This marked Su Mubai's second encounter with such a predicament. The first instance had been when he sought to further elevate disaster, only for the myriad realms game to rectify the situation. He distinctly recalled the system notification at that time. Apologies. The skill grade has surpassed the limit and cannot undergo disaster transformation. Though both instances resulted in failure, the descriptions were worlds apart. The limit of the divine forbidden realm? He meticulously scrutinized each word in the system notification, allowing for some speculation to take root in his mind. It appeared that to elevate a skill beyond level, one must emerge from the divine forbidden realm. Simultaneously, another query arose in his thoughts. Previously, when he had employed disaster on Harlan's crystal ball within the Misty Realm, 3 options had indeed manifested. He had opted for the free upgrade, elevating this quest item from epic to legendary status. Thus, the second option must pertain to the so-called highest grade, mythic level. This led him to ponder the existence of 3 options. Could there be items that transcend mythic level? What grade would that entail? Why could equipment surpass mythic level while skills remained shackled to their limits? Was it possible that the tier of skills was, in fact, 1 rank higher than mythic level? A myriad of thoughts coursed through his mind, yet Su Mubai could only formulate rough conjectures. Nevertheless, all of this was moot. The ultimate result was that level skills were temporarily capped at their current limit. With no avenue for a free upgrade, Su Mubai had no choice but to acquiesce. However, due to the unique characteristics of his disaster profession, even though the skills were the same, his effects were twice as potent as those of other players. Ascending from level 9 to 10, though it was merely a single level increase, had wrought a transformative change in Su Mubai's strength, with his mental attributes meeting the requirements. He donned the Death Speaker's robe. The deep black robe enveloped his form, adorned with faint gray runes that lent an air of enigma to Su Mubai. A subtle aura of death lingered about him, evoking an impression that he was not to be trifled with. Su Mubai summoned his attribute panel to examine his now formidable attributes. Attribute panel, player, Bai, level, 10-0, class, Death Sovereign, exclusive hidden class, secondary profession, intermediate appraiser, mentality, 490, aggression, 286, constitution, 261, strength, 211, health, 11, permanently unable to increase due to unknown reasons. Life sharing, 110. 0000000. Specific value 100, 584, 000. The total health of all summoned skeletons doubled. Mana, 3, 890, 038. 900. 1 point of mentality grants 60 points of mana. Spell power, 2. 497. 1 point of mentality grants 3 points of spell power. Spell critical rate, 35. Critical damage, 250. Physical defense, 467. Magical defense, 1. 825. Elemental resistance. Alt 10. Exclusive talent. Cataclysm. Unique forbidden level. Class skills. Scorch. Summon advanced skeleton. Expand summoning space. Advanced undead aura. Life sharing. Death summon. Death drain feedback. Death gaze. Summoning space. 340. 340. Equipment. Slightly listed. Class exclusive. Death Codex 10. Lifespan, Less than 3 years. Su Mubai trembled slightly as he closed the attribute panel, utterly astonished by his exaggerated statistics, finding himself at a loss for words. What manner of world is this? Is this truly what a level 10 player should possess? He has yet to fully equip himself. Merely the Death Codex and 2 legendary items have bestowed upon him a remarkable enhancement of 200 to all attributes. Starting from mere point, aside from the 4 additional points gained through leveling up, his strength had never seen improvement until now, boasting a formidable 211 points. His spell power nears 500, while his mana has astonishingly surpassed 30,000. Yet compared to the terrifying number on his life-sharing health bar, these figures seem trivial. That figure exceeding 100 million lingers in Su Mubai's mind. The interplay of qualitative and quantitative changes ultimately culminates in a being of a different caliber. All of this is attributable to the 2 cataclysmic traits. Compared to the skills within the myriad realms of the game, the cataclysm traits are unparalleled. He even harbors a suspicion, if there were a level 10 mythical class, with health bar surpass his own, if this trajectory continues, could I risk being sealed by the myriad realms game? Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Su Mubai's pupils constricted sharply. A flash of white light illuminated his surroundings, and a figure emerged from the brilliance. To his astonishment, among the arrivals was one who had awakened such power. Little one, you are both fortunate and unfortunate. Chapter 41. Situji, the suddenly appearing elder, was clad in a robe, with white hair framing a youthful visage. He grasped an unremarkable staff, resembling a mere twig, devoid of any embellishment. Merely standing there, he exerted immense pressure upon Su Mubai. The sensation was akin to an ordinary person confronting an unfathomable ocean, vast and bottomless. Situji, Lord of Donghai City, Elder of the Dragon Temple level. Health points. The highest-ranking individual in Donghai City. Upon encountering the information about Situji, Su Mubai hastily clasped his hands in respect. This marked his second encounter with someone whose identity was solely visible. The first was Huaijian. However, why would a prominent city lord suddenly appear before him? The Dragon Empire boasts a singular imperial capital, 10 primary cities, 81 secondary cities, and 1,080 tertiary cities. Aside from the imperial capital, all players from Huaxia are distributed amongst these cities. Donghai City is one of the 10 primary cities. The status of Situji as the Lord of Donghai City is self-evident. The second identity, that of the Dragon Temple, eluded Su Mubai's understanding entirely. The information provided by the Myriad Realms game contained no records regarding such an entity. Yet, he was undeniably aware of Situji's formidable strength. From the previous exchange, it was evident that Situji had specifically sought him out. Was he drawn by the chilling power that emanated when Su Mubai opened the Death Codex? A flurry of thoughts raced through Su Mubai's mind as he speculated on the reason for Situji's visit. Situji remained silent, merely scrutinizing Su Mubai with an impassive expression, obscuring his thoughts. After a prolonged moment, his gaze fell upon the back of Su Mubai's left hand, observing the runes formed by the Death Codex. He nodded slightly, remarking, "Indeed, it is the power of death." Simultaneously, Su Mubai felt an overwhelming weight dissipate, leaving him feeling remarkably unburdened. The imposing figure of Situji appeared to transform into that of an ordinary elder, devoid of any inscrutable aura. "Lord, what is the power of death?" Su Mubai inquired, following up on Situji's words. "It is a force of law. You are still too weak to comprehend it." "Even if I were to explain," Situji replied with a gentle shake of his head as the staff in his hand dissipated into glimmers of golden light. At his words, Su Mubai's heart quaked. The concept of law? He recalled vividly that prior to its ascension, the Death Codex was described as the Book of Death. Yet, the current Death Codex clearly depicted itself as the Book of Rules. It seems Situji had not fully discerned all of his information. With this realization, Su Mubai's tension began to ease. The calamities brought forth by the disaster have evidently transcended the comprehension of the divine forbidden land, Situji mused, casting a meaningful glance at Su Mubai before letting out a soft sigh. "Why do you say that?" Su Mubai inquired, brow furrowed. This statement had been uttered upon Situ G's initial arrival and was now reiterated. Fortuitously, you have progressed into a dominator-level profession, a class that should not exist within the divine forbidden land. At this juncture, Situ G paused, shaking his head before continuing. Unfortunately, it is the dominator of death. The path you must tread will be far more arduous than that of other dominator professions. That path, to you, it still feels like a distant future. Situ G waved his hand, his voice gradually lowering as if he were engaging in a soliloquy. Perhaps, by that time, a turning point may yet emerge. He then lifted his gaze to the sky, his eyes deep, seemingly reflecting the stars of the cosmos. Su Mubai, puzzled, followed his gaze but saw only the sun sinking on the horizon. Little one, grow swiftly. The time left for you, the chosen, is scarce. With those words, a brilliant white light of teleportation ignited, and Situ G's figure vanished from sight. His visit felt akin to a special audience with Su Mubai, and apart from uttering a few enigmatic phrases, he accomplished nothing. However, after Situ G departed, a rusted metal slowly floated where he had stood. What is this? Su Mubai, filled with curiosity, reached out to grasp the metal. In the next moment, Situ G's voice echoed directly in his ear. Little one, consider this my trial. Through it, I shall impart some knowledge concerning the Master of Death. You have obtained the task item, Medal of the Forgotten. You have accepted the epic quest, Situ G's trial. Quest objective, traverse the land of the Forgotten and achieve 100 exploration points. Quest reward, unknown. Failure penalty, none. An epic quest, seemingly a gift? Su Mubai gazed at the rusted metal in his hand, astonished. He had yet to fully comprehend Situ G's intentions. Shouldn't he be absent from the divine forbidden land? Does that imply there are other sovereign professions across the myriad realms? Is it more arduous for the Master of Death to take that step than for other masters? Do other masters possess cataclysm? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Although he was the Master of Death, he bore the additional characteristic of cataclysm. Moreover, the Death Codex surpassed the original exclusive equipment, Book of Death, by a tier. Su Mubai held ample confidence in his future. He was merely at level 10, yet his attributes were already extraordinary. He would only grow stronger from here. Unbeknownst to him, Su Mubai had already left other Blue Star players far behind, beginning to engage with the elite of the divine forbidden land. His emergence was destined to stir monumental waves within that realm. Yet, he remained unaware of all this. His current objective was to enhance his strength and swiftly locate that vile couple, avenging his grievances. Just the thought of Lu Ruyin and Zhao Su still existing in the world left Su Mubai feeling unsettled. However, he was leveling up too rapidly. In a short time, no one had yet emerged from the novice village. If that couple lacked high-tier talents, it was uncertain how long it would take. Contemplating this, Su Mubai turned his attention to the medal in his hand. This moment was perfect for completing the task. Medal of the Forgotten, task item. Using it will teleport you to the land of the Forgotten. Can only be used once. Will automatically self-destruct in 4 minutes and 52 seconds. The description was straightforward, and the countdown was persistently ticking away. Not a moment's preparation. Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. He had initially planned to embed some gems. It now seems that time is of the essence. The expanse of Donghai City is vast, and even with a carriage, for minutes proves insufficient. With the cautionary tale of the treasure map in mind, Su Mubai refrains from attempting to exploit the forgotten metal. The trials set forth by Situ G are to be navigated within the realm of the Forgotten. Who knows where the teleportation may lead after such an ascension? Should the mission fail due to this advancement, the cost would far outweigh the benefits. Su Mubai remains intrigued by the information regarding the Death Sovereign that Situ G mentioned. Casting another glance at his attributes, Su Mubai concentrated and activated the medal in his possession. A radiant white light enveloped him as his form vanished from the teleportation square in Donghai City. The first player to arrive in Donghai City, he departed in haste before truly savoring the splendor of this bustling primary metropolis. Chapter 42. The Sea of Skeletons in the Forgotten Realm. Notification. You have entered the Forgotten Realm. Notification: the epic quest, Situji's trial, has officially commenced. Please traverse the Forgotten Realm and achieve an exploration degree of 100 within 1 week. A week? Upon hearing the system notification, Su Mubai furrowed his brow. Situji undoubtedly understands the formidable nature of a sovereign-level profession, yet he has allotted a week? This implies that, factoring in the characteristics of the calamity, he might require 2 to 3 days to navigate through this realm. Although this time frame slightly exceeds his initial expectations, it remains within the realm of acceptability. Rather than summoning his skeletal army immediately, he took a moment to scrutinize his surroundings. This place once resembled a quaint village, yet now it lay in ruins, suffused with the stench of decay. The desolation was palpable, as if the world had forsaken it. Mounds of graves stood ominously, exuding an eerie aura. Scattered across the ground were numerous skeletal remains, sending a chill down one's spine. Within his line of sight, no creatures existed. The entire environment was shrouded in an unsettling silence and desolation. In times past, Su Mubai might have felt apprehensive in such an environment, alone and isolated. However, after his transformation into the Death Sovereign, he found himself devoid of any aversion to this place. Coupled with his constant companionship of skeletons since entering the game, he felt no pressure in this grim setting. The sole drawback was the absence of sunlight, casting a pall of darkness that diminished his visibility by approximately 50%. Current exploration degree: 0. Casting a brief glance at the exploration degree, Su Mubai gently pointed his gnarled wooden staff. A 6-meter-wide gray portal emerged, opening the way. Leading the charge was a robust skeleton warrior, wielding a standard greatsword, followed by a regiment of skeletal archers and mages, all marching in perfect alignment. The sound of their bones clattering echoed through the air as 340 skeletons materialized in the Forgotten Realm. Their presence did not breathe life into the surroundings. Rather, it intensified the already palpable aura of death. In the next moment, Su Mubai witnessed a scene that left him astounded. The emergence of the skeletal army seemed to disturb the spirits of the departed, causing the mounds of graves ahead to tremble in unison. A pair of ghastly, pallid skeletal hands clawed their way from the earth, followed by skulls, torsos, and limbs. In a matter of seconds, Su Mubai and his legion found themselves encircled. As far as the eye could see, it was an ocean of skeletons, densely packed with flickering souls flames. Could it be that the entire town had transformed into skeletons? Su Mubai couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. It was not mere exaggeration. The sheer number was overwhelming. A glance revealed an endless horde. Skeleton, level 20, common health, 5,000, attack, 210, physical defense, 120, magical defense, 80, a common presence in the land of oblivion. Although these skeletons were merely common monsters with unimpressive stats, the sight of thousands surging forth, their diminutive frames illuminated by the eerie blue flames of their souls, sent chills down one's spine. For so long, Su Mubai had been the one dealing blows. Now, for the first time, he experienced the sensation of being besieged. However, it was merely a striking visual impact. The moment they clashed, the skeletal tide of the land of oblivion began to falter. The towering, robust skeletal warriors stood a head taller, wielding colossal swords that shattered a skeleton with each swing. 40580, 40326, 81,220. An instant kill. Nothing but instant kills. Not a single skeleton could withstand a blow. Despite the presence of the Death Codex, which allowed Su Mubai and his summoned beings to inflict double damage on undead creatures, the damage numbers unleashed by the skeletal warriors still left him wide-eyed. For 1,000 damage per normal attack, one strike would leave the slain skeleton with a debt of 7 lives. Su Mubai, despite his self-awareness of his own formidable nature, was astonished by the extent of this power. After leveling up, it felt as though he had ascended to new heights. Murmuring to himself, he glanced at the Skeletal Warriors panel for the first time since his level up. Skeletal Warrior, high-level undead aura grants double enhancement, with an overall attribute increase of 60. The following are the enhanced stats. Strength, 5,080, Vitality, 5,080, agility, 5,080, health, 381,000, attack, 20,320, physical defense, 5080, skill, heavy strike 9, heavy strike, level 9. When wielding a weapon, strikes the target for 190 physical damage, cooldown of 30 seconds. No wonder my shared health bar could exceed 100 million, Su Mubai realized. Just these 100 skeletal warriors contributed 38 million, and with the class disaster trait doubling that, it amounted to 76 million in shared health. Such a figure felt excessively monstrous even to someone as abnormal as him. The 100 skeletal warriors formed an impenetrable wall, swiftly encircling and isolating the ocean of skeletons outside. No stray skeleton could breach their defenses. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. Following this, the skeletal archers and skeletal mages at the center of the encirclement began their onslaught. The numbers 15008, 15214, 15196, and 30,888 resonate loudly, alongside 20102 and 20096, and 40,324. The skills remain untouched, merely relying on basic attacks. Without the enhancement of catastrophic traits, their output pales in comparison to that of the skeletal warrior, being nearly halved. Nevertheless, they exhibit formidable strength. The skeletal archer, though inflicting lesser damage, compensates with rapid attack speed. The skeletal mage, when not utilizing fireball magic, wields its bone staff to unleash a barrage of deathly orbs. With an attack frequency of approximately 12 seconds, slower than the skeletal archer, yet faster than the skeletal warrior. Skeletal archer, strength, 5,080, vitality, 5,080, agility, 5,080, health points, 60960, attack power, 7620, physical defense, 2540, skill, double shot, level 9, instantly releases 2 arrows, dealing a double strike to the target, with each arrow inflicting 99 physical damage and a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skeletal mage, mentality, 5,080, agility, 5,080, vitality, 5,080, health points, 40,640, spell power, 10160, physical defense, 1693, skill, fireball, level 9, launches a fireball at the target, causing 220 points of fire magic damage based on spell power, with a casting time of 15 seconds and a cooldown of 30 seconds. Facing the sea of skeletal foes in the land of the forgotten, Su Mubai's legion is effortlessly dominating. These level 20 common monsters are incapable of breaching the defense of the skeletal warriors. Their bone swords strike the skeletal warriors without leaving a mark, all damage being wholly resisted. There is no need for movement. With each skeletal demise, more skeletal minions rush forth eagerly, like moths drawn to a flame. Soon the ground around the encirclement is littered with rings of bone fragments. Su Mubai's system notification bar begins to flood with messages, yet he furrows his brow. Kill a level 20 skeleton. Gain an additional 50 level up bonus, 30 experience points. Remote leader effect activated. Gain an additional 6 experience points. Kill a level 20 skeleton. Gain an additional 50 level up bonus, 30 experience points. Remote leader effect activated. Gain an additional 6 experience points. Despite being level 20 creatures, the experience gained is equivalent to that from a level 10 bison. This discrepancy may stem from the feebleness of these skeletons. Individually, they hardly resemble level 20 adversaries. Their sole advantage lies in their overwhelming numbers and relentless advance, enabling rapid experience accumulation. The experience required to progress from level 10 to 11 has actually decreased compared to before, now requiring a mere 1 million experience points. Su Mubai estimates that the skeletal sea here is more than sufficient for him to level up. One can only imagine the sheer quantity of skeletons present. In the distance, flickering points of soul fire drift in the darkness, poised to fill the void left by fallen skeletons at a moment's notice. The skeletal legion commanded by Su Mubai functioned with the precision of workers on an assembly line, relentlessly vanquishing foes and bestowing upon him a ceaseless flow of experience points. His furrowed brow stemmed primarily from the unsettling fact that the newly activated effect of the Death S Grimoire, soul drain, had inexplicably failed to activate. Despite having dispatched no fewer than several hundred skeletons, he had yet to siphon even a modicum of soul points. Was it possible that these skeletons were devoid of souls? A flicker of doubt crossed Su Mubai's eyes as he focused intently on a skeletal figure just beyond the encirclement. Death's Gaze. Chapter 43. The Forgotten Rod. Death's Gaze. As Su Mubai's gaze zeroed in, the skill was unleashed instantaneously. His demeanor underwent a profound transformation, and a terrifying yet regal aura surged forth. Though outwardly unchanged, it imparted an impression of an unknown entity's arrival. 49940. The soul flame within the skeleton's eyes contorted in an instant, followed by a harrowing, pale gray numeral emerging from above its head. Killing a level 20 skeleton grants an additional 50 level-up bonus, yielding 30 experience points. The first burst of damage proved overwhelming, and the skeleton collapsed to the ground, utterly vanquished. Its form remained intact, unmarred by any injury, yet had become nothing more than an empty husk. This pallid carcass, under the relentless trampling of its fellow skeletons, rapidly disintegrated into fragments. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Death's Gaze inflicted damage once per second, sustaining its effects for a total of 10 seconds. Although the initial target had perished, the skill persisted unabated. As Su Mubai's gaze shifted, the soul flames in the eyes of each skeleton twisted violently before they too crashed to the ground. 124,850. 49,940. 124,850. It was not until the 10th skeleton fell that the effects of Death's Gaze finally ceased. This skill was nothing short of extraordinary. Having personally experienced the sensation of unleashing Death's Gaze, Su Mubai felt an exhilarating thrill that resonated with his very soul. In that moment of activation, he sensed a profound ability to command everything around him. The life and death of the skeletons before him lay entirely within the realm of his will. Prior to activation, he had anticipated the damage to some degree, yet the sight of those terrifying numbers left him momentarily stunned. Astonishingly, the damage surpassed even that of the skeletal warriors endowed with cataclysmic traits. In his mind, his statistics raced 2,497 points of spell power, with Death's Gaze inflicting tenfold damage per second under the influence of his class traits. Coupled with the Death's Grimoire's enhancement of 100 damage against undead creatures, it perfectly accounted for the figure of 49,940. The true damage required no calculations for resistance or defense. It was strikingly straightforward. Moreover, his spell critical hit rate soared to 35, and the critical damage was augmented to 250 through the enhancement of Dylan's Crystal Ball. Out of 10 targets, for experienced critical damage exceeding 120,000. This was merely the fundamental damage effect of Death's Gaze. The skill's true strength lay in its additional effects. Empowered by the characteristics of occupational calamity, the skills exhibited a terrifying efficacy. Regrettably, the skeletons proved too feeble, perishing the moment they were gazed upon by Su Mubai, leaving no opportunity to experiment with the remaining skill effects. In an instant, 5 points of mana were expended, with a mere thought. Su Mubai consumed 4 points of death energy to restore it completely. He then turned his attention to the scattered fragments of bones on the ground. Absorb death energy. Notification. You have successfully absorbed 4 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 ordinary wild skeletons. Notification. Your stored death energy has reached its limit. Consumption allows for continued absorption. Indeed, the death energy from undead creatures is more plentiful. Su Mubai's eyes gleamed, having expended only 4 points of death energy. It suggested that this was not necessarily the maximum he could absorb. Nevertheless, this was still double the amount he had garnered from the carcasses of wild bulls previously. At that moment, Su Mubai suddenly recalled that he had 11 skill points yet to be utilized. Initially, he had intended to reserve them to see what new skills he might learn at level 10. However, upgrading Death Gaze required a staggering 50 skill points, a prospect not feasible in the near term. Should he consider upgrading Death Drain Feedback instead? After a brief contemplation, he decided to wait a bit longer. The Forgotten Lands were teeming with undead, undoubtedly yielding skill books from necromancers. Perhaps he might even discover a low-tier, exceptional skill akin to summoning space expansion here. With this thought in mind, Su Mubai resolved to conserve his skill points. After all, skill upgrades do not equate to tier enhancements. Typically, a level increase yields a mere increment of 10. There is no need for haste. The Skeleton Legion continued their relentless slaughter, and within mere minutes, Su Mubai's experience soared from 0 to 27. The rate of advancement resembled a rocket, far exceeding his previous pace on the verdant plains. This was due to the fact that here, there was no need to seek out foes. The skeletons performed their task with unwavering efficiency. Upon entering the Forgotten Lands, Su Mubai was suddenly struck by the sensation of engaging in a mowing game. Despite the countless foes he had vanquished, the sea of skeletons showed no signs of diminishing, remaining a dense and formidable mass. Yet, the mystery that lingered in Su Mubai's mind remained unresolved. Death gaze incinerated souls. The fact that these skeletons could be harmed by such a skill indicated they possessed souls. Moreover, the ethereal blue flames of the souls were undeniably real. But why could a death codex not siphon soul points? Where is the flaw in this? In the Forgotten Lands, they had all suffered a curse in life. Their souls long since trapped here. Just as Su Mubai pondered this, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Who? A chill ran down Su Mubai's spine. He had not sensed the presence of this entity at all. Me? Merely a forgotten one. Let me think. Ah, yes, Rod, that was my name once. You may address me as such. The voice echoed with a haunting quality, sounding near, yet feeling infinitely distant. Suddenly, Su Mubai turned his head and was astonished to discover that the source of the sound was a spectral entity. It retained a humanoid shape, yet appeared translucent, lacking any tangible substance, and was floating in midair. The Forgotten One, Rod, Special Elite Spectral Entity Level, 20 health points, 100, 000 100, 000. Spectral entities are immune to physical damage. Current exploration degree, 10. The moment Rod's spirit manifested, Su Mubai was taken aback to find that his exploration degree had increased directly to 10. The fact that this being was merely a special elite was quite remarkable. Despite having slain numerous skeletons without any change in exploration degree, this sudden surge suggested that Rod was indeed a pivotal figure in the Forgotten Land. With this realization, Su Mubai inquired, "What is the curse you mentioned? How can one unlock the binding of the soul?" The curse, yes, the curse. It is a dreadful curse. A terrifying curse. The question seemed to trigger something within Rod. His expression twisted in agony as he clasped his head with his hands, repeatedly uttering these words as if besieged by immense suffering. Su Mubai stood momentarily stunned. "Come on, my friend. You seemed fine until I asked. Why this sudden change?" He felt a sense of helplessness, left only to observe Rod's dramatic display. After a brief interval, Rod regained his composure. His eyes filled with despair as he shook his head at Su Mubai, saying, "I forgot. You made me think deeply, think thoroughly." With that, he became a mere echo of his previous self once again. Su Mubai sighed and tapped his forehead, awaiting further revelations. Fortunately, he did not need to engage in combat himself. Had it been another player, they would have been overwhelmed, contending with the skeletal horde while protecting this entity. Based on his extensive gaming experience, Su Mubai knew that Rod would likely be targeted by the skeletons as well, although he was immune to physical attacks. Who could say if skeletal mages lurked among them? This time, Rod took significantly longer to ponder, and only when Su Mubai's experience bar reached 43 did Rod suddenly point towards the north. "I remember something. Over there. What is there?" Su Mubai followed the direction of his finger, only to hear Rod mutter, "I forgot." "Stop. I shall not inquire further." Su Mubai rolled his eyes and raised a hand to interrupt Rod, fearing he might revert to his previous repetitiveness. With only this single clue available, they would proceed to investigate. With a thought, he commanded the Skeletal Legion. Instantly, the meat grinder formed by the skeletal army came to life. The outermost circle of 100 skeletal warriors maintained formation and began advancing northward. Although the number of skeletons was formidable, Their strength was no match for the skeletal warriors, who effortlessly pushed forward. The skeletal archers and mages within the encirclement also began to mobilize, while Su Mubai walked leisurely at the center. Rod, having been interrupted, floated quietly beside him, evidently intent on accompanying him to their destination. Chapter 44. The Soul-Restraining Coffin, the Half-Lich. As the Legion advanced relentlessly, the skeletal remains of the fallen gradually carpeted the ground. Upon vanquishing a level 20 skeleton, an additional 50 level bonus was awarded alongside 30 experience points, with a subsequent bonus of 6 experience points activated from a distance. The rate of experience acquisition showed no signs of diminishing, as the outer ranks of skeletal warriors formed a protective perimeter, allowing the 2 primary damage dealers within to remain unaffected. With each 2 steps forward, they would synchronously halt to unleash a wave of attacks before resuming their advance. The sole source of annoyance for Su Mubai was the fact that these skeletons dropped nothing at all. They were, without a doubt, the most miserly creatures he had ever encountered. Not only was the experience minimal, but not even a single copper coin was dropped. Soon enough, Su Mubai realized that his earlier estimations had been misguided. Glancing at the experience bar, which was nearing 80, and then at the seemingly endless sea of skeletons, a sigh escaped his lips. If only he possessed a skill at this moment. Alas, there were no ifs, and he had no skills to speak of. Since entering the game, all his experience had been painstakingly carved out from the Skeletal Legion. Are we there yet? He could no longer restrain himself and turned to inquire. Rod's eyes were vacant. Yet he responded, "Soon, very soon." "Forget I asked." Su Mubai's brow twitched slightly as he continued to maneuver the Skeletal Legion forward. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for reaching level 11, with attributes raised by 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Even after the golden light signaled his level up, the destination Rod spoke of still lay far ahead. Su Mubai frowned, scrutinizing Rod from head to toe. Surely this fellow wasn't just pointing aimlessly? Yet, with a notable exploration rating of 10, he must be significant. At that moment, Rod's eyes suddenly sparkled, and he abruptly raised his finger to point ahead. There! Su Mubai immediately turned his gaze to where Rod indicated, revealing a massive coffin standing upright. The coffin appeared to have been in place for an extended period, its exterior decayed and the lid half-rotted, barely allowing a glimpse of the corpse inside. What was most peculiar was that no skeletons approached the coffin at all. The incessant tide of skeletons seemed to deliberately avoid that area. A flicker of excitement ignited in Su Mubai's eyes as he decisively commanded his legion to charge forth. Something was amiss there. Whether it was a clue or something else entirely, he was open to it all. As the skeletal legion encroached upon the vicinity of the coffin, the surrounding skeleton sea receded like a receding tide, swiftly disappearing into the dimness of the night. Even the flickering glow of the soul flames vanished. Are they truly that fearful of this place? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, deliberately maneuvering one skeletal warrior to step back, distancing itself from the coffin. In the next moment, skeletons re-emerged from the distance, rushing toward this direction. "I'll play with you later." Recognizing a pattern, Su Mubai grinned and commanded the skeletal warrior to return. Indeed, the skeletal sea retreated once more. "Allow me to witness what you truly are." Su Mubai turned his gaze towards the colossal coffin ahead, commanding a skeletal warrior to step forward. Before it could approach, a multitude of chains suddenly emerged from behind the coffin. The skeletal warrior instinctively raised its colossal sword, bracing for the unexpected. Yet in the next moment, those chains tightened around the coffin itself. Alert! You have discovered a soul-locking coffin. Exploration level 2. Destroying the soul-locking coffin will increase the level by 3. Caution! Destroying the soul-locking coffin will unleash a terrifying entity. Proceed with caution. Right here. Destroy it. Destroy it. As the system's notification echoed, Rod became animated, pointing fervently at the soul-locking coffin, urging Su Mubai to obliterate it. "Do you dare to command me to turn and leave?" Su Mubai shot Rod a glare, and to his astonishment, Rod fell silent. Only then did he carefully scrutinize the upright coffin before him. Even without Rod's urging, he was resolute in his intent to destroy it. After all, his goal was an exploration level of 100. Soul-locking coffin shield value. 1,000,000 physical defense. 1,000 magical defense. 1,000. While these values might require extensive effort from other players, they were trivial in Su Mubai's eyes. However, due to its substantial size, only 8 skeletal warriors could engage it at once. Thus, the significance of ranged firepower became abundantly clear. Heavy strike, double shot, fireball, 36, 708, 35, 999, 36, 123, 6, 558, 13, 240, 6, 613, 21, 352, 20, 987, 42, 638. As 8 colossal swords struck the chains, a deluge of arrows and fireballs descended upon the enormous coffin. The number of arrows was clearly more than double that of the fireballs. In an instant, the soul-locking coffin's health bar of 1,000,000 plummeted to 0. Boom! The entire coffin exploded, revealing the corpse within. To Su Mubai's astonishment, the chains remained unscathed, entwined around the corpse. This body had likely languished here for an eternity, reduced to little more than skin and bones. Its face was entirely sunken, allowing a clear view of the cranial structure. He is coming. He is emerging. Rod suddenly screamed in a frenzy, then fled without looking back. Run! Run! His voice echoed even as he vanished. Su Mubai lowered his hands from his ears, showing no inclination to depart. What a jest! Was he not here to offer warmth? As the chains tightened further, the corpse finally stirred to life. Its eyes snapped open, revealing hollow voids. Then, 2 flickering flames of soul ignited, and the corpse began to move. The chains that once bound it now appeared as weapons, levitating around its body. A chilling aura enveloped the area, and a layer of frost gradually coated the ground. Intruder, you have disrupted my transformation. The corpse parted its lips, emitting a raspy sound. Its ghostly blue pupils fixated intently on Su Mubai. In the next instant, the rage that had adorned its face vanished without a trace, replaced by a sinister smile. Ah, what a potent essence of death! Having absorbed the energy within you, I shall undoubtedly succeed in my transformation. Who granted you such confidence? Su Mubai rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. In that moment, several skeletal warriors advanced, while those positioned behind unleashed a barrage of firepower. The Forgotten Neil, Half-Frost Lich, Level 20, Dark Gold Tier, Health, 3,000,000,000,000,000, Spell Power, 12, 800, Physical Defense, 1, 500, Magical Defense, 2, 100, Elemental Resistance, Ice 20, Skills, Frost Series Spells, Undead Summoning Series Spells, Shadow Curse Series Spells. It appeared he sought to transform himself into a lich. Yet he had evidently only succeeded partially. Although Neil was also of the Dark Gold tier, the oppressive aura he exuded as a half-lich far surpassed that of Reggie. Even the skills he commanded encompassed 3 formidable series. However, such prowess proved futile. Faced with the current Su Mubai, his performance was even inferior to that of the former Reggie. Despite his size being slightly smaller than a coffin, the Skeletal Legion could not all engage him simultaneously. Nevertheless, the initial wave of assault still stripped away nearly 1,000,000 of his health points. Barely having made his entrance, his health bar plummeted by a third. At this moment, Neil was in a state of bewilderment, suddenly realizing, in terror, that he had been surrounded. All around him were foes. For a fleeting moment, he found it challenging to discern who was closer to becoming a lich. Chapter 45. The terrifying effect of the gaze of death. Who are you? How can you summon such a multitude of powerful undead beings? Neil's voice trembled with shock and fear, and the chains binding him began to rattle. He was acutely aware of the strength of these chains, yet against the skeletal warriors before him, he found himself utterly ineffective. This signified that the power attributes of these skeletal warriors exceeded even his own mental fortitude. How could this be? He was a half-lich, although only partially transformed. He was by no means comparable to ordinary undead. Moreover, these were merely the most basic of skeletons. As he braced himself for the impending wave of attack, Neil's composure began to falter. He raised his hand to conjure an ice shield, enveloping his entire form, while the flames of his soul flickered violently in his eyes. And he recited an obscure incantation. "Arise, my minions." In the next moment, a pale gray vortex materialized, from which a multitude of undead creatures surged forth. Of course, this multitude was relative to Neil. In reality, it amounted to merely 20 ghouls and 5 grotesquely rotund abominations. Ghoul, level 20, summoned creature. Health, 150. 000. Attack power, 1580. Physical defense, 500. Magical defense, 420. Skill, devour. This undead creature perpetually exudes a foul stench. Abomination, level 20, summoned creature. Health, 800. 000. Attack power, 1960. Physical defense, 800. Magical defense, 700. Skills, Iron Hook Strike. Disease cloud. This grotesque being is stitched together from various corpses. The sudden appearance of 25 summoned entities provided the remaining skeletons, which could not reach near, with new targets for their assault. In the next moment, a torrential downpour of arrows and fireballs descended. Near's summoned minions were mercilessly turned into a sieve upon their emergence. Given Su Mubai's current prowess, a mere level 20 dark old creature was hardly worth mentioning. "You are but a human. What right do you have?" Before Near could finish his sentence, Su Mubai's gaze sharpened, abruptly interrupting his words. Death gaze. In an instant, the soul fire within Near's eyes twisted violently. Notification: you have used Death Gaze on the forgotten Near. Your life level is determined to be superior to his. The system's prompt echoed, causing Near's attributes to plummet by 40. It was initially supposed to be 20, yet Su Mubai, possessing the unique trait of a disaster-class profession, doubled the effect. Near's previously formidable health cap of 3 million instantly dwindled to 1.8 million. Moreover, a look of profound terror etched itself upon his face as the azure glow in his hands flickered and dissipated, his spell interrupted. Near appeared to witness some horrific entity, emitting frantic screams of fear, akin to a headless fly, as he dashed about amidst the skeleton army in panic. 50, 740, 126, 850, 50, 740, grayish-white numbers continued to emerge. And upon reaching level 11, Su Mubai's spell intensity surged by 40 points, causing the damage of Death Gaze to exceed 50,000. Pausing the assault, Su Mubai raised his hand to halt the skeleton army's advance. Wishing to observe the effects of fear induced by Death Gaze, and whether there would be any mitigation in its presence. The earlier system notification had clarified that his life level surpassed that of a half-lich. However, the information provided by the Myriad Realms game explicitly stated that humans were a rather feeble race within the multiverse. Otherwise, individuals like Nier would not aspire to transform into liches. Thus, Su Mubai could only surmise one possibility. The profession of Death Sovereign had elevated his life level. True to his expectations, Nier was ensnared by terror for a full 10 seconds, unable to regain his composure even after Death Gaze concluded. How could death be anything but terrifying? Nier's incoherent ramblings revealed that even now, his body continued to tremble. The repercussions of soul incineration were evidently far more profound than the skill description suggested. At least the dark gold level could not endure for long. After a full 3 seconds, Neil finally regained control over his emotions, casting a fearful glance at Su Mubai. To think that he was intimidated into inaction by a mere player. Eliminate him. Su Mubai had no intention of sparing Neil. With a casual wave of his hand, the Skeletal Legion unleashed a barrage of attacks. With less than 1 million health points remaining, Neil was swiftly vanquished. You have slain the level 20 Dark Gold, level Forgotten One Neil. You gain an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 750 000 experience points, with a further 150 000 experience points effective immediately. As Neil fell, Su Mubai's experience bar surged dramatically to 47. The experience required to advance from level 11 to 12 now stood at 2 million. The soul fire in Neil's eyes extinguished completely, and the chains binding him gradually shattered, scattering like whispers in the wind. Observing the items Neil dropped, Su Mubai couldn't help but express his disdain. It's one thing for small monsters not to drop loot. Were they really this stingy? Despite his reservations, Su Mubai picked up the singular item Neil had relinquished. It was an irregular metal shard, intricately engraved with complex runes that inexplicably evoked a sense of foreboding. You have obtained one dark gold level item, Cursed Crown Fragment. A fragment? Su Mubai paused momentarily before inspecting the shard's attributes. Cursed Crown Fragment, dark gold level item 17. Collect all fragments, and the cursed crown will automatically restore itself. The bearer will be cursed, perpetually suffering from the erosion of death energy. The instant he grasped the fragment, Su Mubai felt a barely perceptible energy surge into his being. However, this trace of death energy was inconsequential in his presence, even less significant than the death energy he siphoned through death drain feedback. After all, that was a skill of legendary caliber. If Su Mubai's conjecture held true, it would correlate with mythic-grade equipment. How could a mere dark gold fragment compare? Furthermore, his vocation was that of the Death Overlord. Death energy was but a trifling matter. Nevertheless, Su Mubai found himself intrigued by the Cursed Crown. Even if it shattered into 7 dark gold fragments, the restored crown would surely be of epic grade, wouldn't it? Perhaps he could seize yet another legendary item. With this thought, Su Mubai's spirits lifted, and he ceased his complaints about the lack of loot in the Forgotten Land. He wondered where that fellow Rod had wandered off to. As he maneuvered the skeletal legion out of the area, the sea of skeletons closed in once again. Just as Su Mubai was about to search for Rod, the man appeared on his own. Excellent. You have liberated Neil. Let us hasten to to rescue the next soul. Chapter 46. I can perform that type of skill you mentioned. Gazing at the inexplicably excited Rod, Su Mubai refrained from saying much, merely casting him a knowing glance. Where's the next soul-bound coffin? In the next moment, Rod transformed into a repeating machine. Let me think. With a resigned pat on his forehead, Su Mubai chose to ignore Rod, directly commanding the skeletal legion to exit the area. This fellow always takes a long time to think. Rather than wait for him here, it would be more prudent to engage in slaying monsters to gain experience. After all, we must inevitably face the sea of skeletons. Although these ordinary creatures yield no loot, their sheer numbers provide a substantial amount of experience. Moreover, Su Mubai was quite curious about the true extent of the skeletons present in this area. Sure enough, as the skeleton warrior stepped out of this region, the sound of clattering bones echoed nearby. Soon after, waves of ethereal blue flames appeared, and the vanishing sea of skeletons surged forth once more. Following the previous strategy, Su Mubai's legion of skeletons formed a circle, a relentless killing machine re-emerging. Defeated a level 20 skeleton, received an additional 50 level-up bonus, 30 experience points. Distant leader effect activated, gain an extra 6 experience points. Defeated a level 20 skeleton, received an additional 50 level-up bonus, 30 experience points. Distant leader effect activated, gained an extra 6 experience points. After a brief moment, Rod silently floated beside Su Mubai, pointing in a certain direction, and suddenly spoke. I remember now. Over there. Su Mubai nodded, and with a thought, his army of skeletons began to advance. Observing the unyielding sea of skeletons, Su Mubai sighed. If only I had a skill. What skill? Rod inquired, peering curiously from beside him. Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. This fellow was actually asking questions? He had always assumed Rod was rather simple-minded. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say he was a soul fragmented. With nothing else to do, Su Mubai decided to enlighten Rod. A skill is something that can simultaneously affect multiple targets. After saying this, he couldn't help but shake his head, questioning why he was explaining this to him. However, Rod's next words brought him unexpected joy. I think I know where to find such a skill book. Where? Su Mubai abruptly halted, turning to face Rod with a look of delight. What he needed most right now was a skill. Rod's eyes became vacant again as he murmured, where could it be? This time, Su Mubai exhibited remarkable patience, quietly waiting for Rod to ponder. Minutes later, Rod's words almost shattered his composure. Right? I know that skill you mentioned. Wait, buddy. You've known it all along and took this long to remember? Su Mubai's eyebrows twitched slightly. He suspected Rod was teasing him, yet he found no evidence to support that theory. Resisting the urge to glare at Rod, Su Mubai forced a smile. "Can you teach me?" "Of course." Rod immediately agreed. Su Mubai felt a wave of happiness. It seemed he had misjudged this fellow. Perhaps he was merely a bit simple-minded. "Then teach me quickly, so we can save others more swiftly." Facing Su Mubai's eager expression, Rod nodded solemnly before slowly raising his hand. At last, he was about to acquire skill. Su Mubai's eyes sparkled with delight, his heart filled with joy. However, after a brief moment, he did not hear the anticipated system notification. Rod's hand hovered in mid-air as he tilted his head, looking at Su Mubai with a puzzled expression, earnestly inquiring, "How should I teach you?" Death stare. Su Mubai was infuriated and turned to the sea of skeletons surrounding them, igniting them with flames. 50740-126-850, 50740. Unable to eliminate this fellow, he repeatedly reminded himself that he would need him for the forthcoming exploration. Finally, Su Mubai managed to suppress his urge to retaliate against Rod. "I'll figure it out myself." However, he no longer held any hope for skills, leaving behind a remark as he commanded the Skeleton Legion to advance towards the next coordinate. Yet, many things come to fruition naturally when one ceases to chase after them intentionally. After more than 10 minutes, Rod suddenly floated in front of Su Mubai, obstructing his path, and excitedly proclaimed, "I know how to teach you now." In the next moment, his right hand emitted a pale, gray glow, and he extended a finger to touch Su Mubai's forehead. Unfazed by any potential malice from Rod, Su Mubai remained still, allowing him to proceed. The sheer health bar of over 100 million could not be a jest, after all. Ultimately, it was confirmed that Rod had no ulterior motives. His finger did not even breach the faint shield surrounding Su Mubai, a passive skill of the robe of the necromancer, known as Undead Guardian, which granted a pitiful shield value of merely 3 points. At that moment, the eagerly awaited system notification finally resonated in Su Mubai's ears. "You have learned a new skill, Corpse Explosion." Corpse Explosion, Level 1 active skill, detonates the target's corpse or remains, dealing magical damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Cannot be used on corpses. Damage, 100 spell power for every 10 health points the target had in life. Casting range, 30 meters. Instant release, cooldown time, 30 seconds, mana cost, 300 points. The damage of this skill is not particularly formidable. Its sole advantage lies in its instantaneous activation. Nevertheless, for Su Mubai, it was the only skill he could acquire at present. Moreover, he could benefit from it without any cost. A smirk graced Su Mubai's lips as he concentrated. Cataclysm. Target, Corpse Explosion. Prompt, please select the promotion tier, Tier 1. Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to the skill, Advanced Corpse Explosion, no cost. Option 2. Elevate to the skill, Chain Corpse Explosion, cost, 10,000 gold coins. Option 3. Transform to the skill, Annihilation of Corpses, cost, 1,000 years of lifespan. Opting for Tier 1. As spending money was out of the question, Su Mubai did not possess such wealth. He could only reap the benefits for free. Your Level 1 skill Corpse Explosion has successfully been promoted to Level 1 skill Advanced Corpse Explosion. Advanced Corpse Explosion, Level 1, active skill, detonates the target's corpse or remains, dealing magical damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Cannot be used on corpses. Damage, 150 spell power for every 15 health points the target had in life. Casting range, 50 meters, instantaneous release, cooldown time, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 600 points. Although the damage increase of the Advanced Corpse Explosion is modest, its explosion radius has seen a remarkable enhancement. The radius has been augmented from 5 meters to 10 meters, expanding the explosion area fourfold. Su Mubai promptly allocated the skill points he had preserved to Advanced Corpse Explosion, leveling it to its maximum. Immediately, the gnarled wooden staff in his hand shimmered with brilliance. Concurrently, a muffled explosion reverberated through the sea of skeletons. Boom! Chapter 47. The Surge of Levels. The Reassembly of the Cursed Crown. The skeletal warriors stood at the outermost circle, relentlessly vanquishing the relentless tide of skeletons. In the next instant, not far ahead, a recently fallen skeleton emitted a faint gray glow before erupting violently. Boom! The shattered bone shards flew forth like bullets, sweeping across a vast area of 30 meters in an instant. 18062, 17998, 36,984. A flurry of damage numbers flooded the screen, clearing a significant portion of the front ranks of the skeletal sea, with broken bones scattered everywhere. Killing a level 20 skeleton grants an additional 50 level-up bonus. 30 experience points, with distant lead effect, granting an extra 6 experience points. Killing a level 20 skeleton grants an additional 50 level-up bonus, 30 experience points. With distant lead effect, granting an extra 6 experience points. With but a single skill, Su Mubai was astonished to find his experience bar surging nearly by 4. This meant that the recent use of advanced corpse explosion had instantaneously annihilated over 2,000 skeletons. Even Su Mubai, well aware of his own prowess, was taken aback by this effect. Just moments ago, he had expended 10 skill points to elevate advanced corpse explosion to its maximum level. After the upgrade, the damage enhancement and cooldown time remained unchanged. The only improvement was the skill's range. With each level gained, the explosion radius increased by 0.5 meters, and the casting range augmented by 2.5 meters. At maximum level, advanced corpse explosion boasts an explosion radius of 15 meters and a casting distance of 75 meters. Coupled with the profession's disaster transformation attributes, this culminated in a staggering area of influence extending to 30 meters. Even without factoring in the damage enhancement from Death's Grimoire, it was sufficient to obliterate these skeletons. Bai Yi, you are formidable. Rod's praise snapped Su Mubai back to reality. He smiled, but remained silent, continuing to direct the skeletal legion forward. Every half-minute, a dull thud echoed ahead, and Su Mubai's rate of experience gain accelerated several-fold compared to before. He even contemplated remaining in this locale to farm monsters indefinitely, as it would be difficult to find such a densely populated area outside. However, after some reflection, Su Mubai decided to first complete the exploration of the Forgotten Land. For him, leveling up had never been an issue. With advanced corpse explosion, the progress of the skeletal legion had significantly increased. Before he could level up, he had already arrived at the location of the second soul-locking coffin. This coffin, aside from its name, appeared to be a replica of Neil, also resembling a half-lich. Su Mubai, unwilling to squander any more time, cast a piercing glare without waiting for grandiloquent proclamations from his opponent. A chilling figure of 1,200,000 materialized before him, sending Carlos into a frenzied retreat. Trembling and emitting agonizing howls, his attributes were forcibly diminished by 40, leaving his health points at a mere 1,800,000. The skeletal legion unleashed its full might. Before the effects of the death gaze had concluded, the half-lich was utterly reduced to a lifeless corpse. Upon vanquishing the 20th level dark gold tier Forgotten One, Carlos, an additional experience bonus of 50 was granted, yielding 750,000 experience points, with the far-reaching effect adding another 150,000 points. Congratulations echoed as the player Bai Yi ascended to level 12, receiving an increase in attributes and skill points. A flash of golden light signified Su Mubai's further elevation in rank. He reached out to accept the Cursed Crown fragment, retrieved by the skeletal warrior. Casting a glance at his experience bar, now at 12 with 2,167 points. To his surprise, the experience required for reaching level 13 had not doubled. Instead, it had merely risen by 1 million, suggesting that prior to level 19, increments were consistently 1 million. Su Mubai surmised this, as whole number levels typically represented a significant threshold. Once again, the skeletal legion summoned forth a sea of bones, and Su Mubai turned his gaze towards the returning rod. Indeed, the fellow had fled in a fit of panic when the soul coffin had erupted. Where would the next adversary emerge? He pondered, The land of the forgotten was perpetually shrouded in gloom, yet the system's clock served as a guiding reference. The skeletal sea here was not infinite as one might envision. After slaying the fourth, Su Mubai eradicated the skeletal tide entirely. The terrain of the land of the forgotten was now strewn with shattered bones. Each step he took eliciting a crackling sound. Unbeknownst to Su Mubai, these bone fragments were slowly sinking into the earth at a languid pace. In this eternal twilight, devoid of sunlight, the passage of time became easily overlooked. Upon defeating the 20th level Dark Gold tier Forgotten Walter, he received another 50 experience bonus, totaling 750,000 points, with an additional 150,000 from the far-reaching effect. As Su Mubai accepted the 7th Cursed Crown fragment from the Skeletal Warrior, a glance at the system clock revealed he had lingered here for over 10 hours. His level had escalated from the initial 10 to a remarkable 15. Since entering the game, he had not taken a moment's respite. Yet, Su Mubai felt no fatigue whatsoever. This was primarily due to the minimal effort expended. Especially after the skeletal tide had been obliterated, he had not even needed to employ the advanced corpse explosion. All that was required was to leisurely follow in the wake of the skeletal legion. The expanse of the land of the forgotten truly was vast. Grasping the final fragment, Su Mubai could not help but exclaim in admiration. It is hardly surprising that Sidhu would grant himself a week to explore this place. Without the presence of catastrophic occupational traits, he would struggle to contend with even the skeletal seas. Given the formidable nature of such a map, the attributes of this peculiar item should not be lacking. Observing the shard in his hand, a glint of brilliance flickered in Su Mubai's eyes as he retrieved 6 additional fragments from his backpack. At that moment, Rod re-emerged from a short distance away. Upon witnessing Su Mubai's actions, his pupils constricted sharply, as if recalling some frightful memory. Suddenly, he clasped his hands over his head, his very essence contorting in distress. After a brief moment, Rod regained his composure. Terror etched across his face as he shouted towards Su Mubai, "No, you'll be consumed by it." Yet, his warning came too late. The 7 shards had already amalgamated in Su Mubai's grasp. A resounding hum echoed as a tricolored radiance burst forth, revealing the cursed crown, exuding an aura of death, now cradled in Su Mubai's hands. It was over. The expression of sheer horror deepened on Rod's face. At that instant, the system notification sounded. Chapter 48. The Forgotten Franklin. You have acquired the legendary item, Cursed Crown. Indeed, it was legendary, not merely epic, for Su Mubai had effortlessly elevated all the shards. Although the likelihood of further enhancement was slim, one must always endeavor to try. Wouldn't you agree? Of course, he had only proceeded with the elevation after confirming that the name remained unchanged. Notification. Successfully restored the Cursed Crown, current exploration rate at 50. Su Mubai did not immediately examine the Cursed Crown's attributes. Instead, he gazed contemplatively at Rod. Of the 50 exploration points, 35 derived from the 7 soul-locking coffins, while 5 came from the Cursed Crown. Neither the overwhelming skeletal sea nor the coffins had contributed a single point of exploration. Yet, Rod's sudden appearance had granted a full 10. Based on previous performance, this individual seemed merely a guide, incapable of offering such substantial exploration points. Unless, perhaps, his significance extended beyond mere guidance. With this thought, Su Mubai narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Rod. The latter's expression twisted in anguish. His eyes locked onto the Cursed Crown in Su Mubai's possession, filled with dread. No, it cannot be. How could its power have surged so dramatically? I can feel the oppressive aura of death. Bai Yi, cast it aside quickly, or you will succumb to the deathly essence, ultimately becoming a mere shell like them. Su Mubai, however, showed no inclination to discard the Cursed Crown, nor did he respond. He merely observed Rod's performance in silence. He sought to uncover what was truly remarkable about this individual. If his intuition was correct, this man might indeed be the ultimate key. Does not the narrative typically unfold in such a manner? As for the threat of being consumed by death, Su Mubai had never been particularly concerned. At the moment the cursed crown was restored, two system notifications sounded in his ears. Notification: you have been afflicted by the deathly essence of the cursed crown. The accumulated essence of death has reached its limit. Once consumed, absorption may continue, and any excess will have no adverse effects on you. The encroachment of death? Merely a supplement to one's own abilities. With this, perhaps there will be no need to extract the essence from the corpses of lesser creatures in the future. Bai, why are you still dawdling? Dispose of it at once. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. Why the pretense of ignorance now? Pretense of ignorance? Rod was visibly taken aback, hastily exclaiming, I have never feigned ignorance. Some matters are truly. Before Rod could finish his sentence, the entire forsaken land suddenly quaked violently. Su Mubai's expression hardened as the skeletal legion swiftly assembled. Rod appeared to be affected by this scene, his pupils clouding over. In the next moment, a significant portion of the ground ahead collapsed, and a dense aura of death emanated from the opening. The system notification echoed. The aura of the cursed crown has awakened the Lich Franklin, who slumbers beneath the forgotten land. As the announcement resonated, an exquisitely crafted coffin emerged from the chasm, hovering steadily in the air. This coffin, forged from an unknown metal, was engraved with indecipherable magical inscriptions, evoking a chilling sensation. It is he. It is indeed him. Rod, who had been somewhat disoriented, widened his eyes in shock upon seeing the coffin. Trembling, he pointed at it, his body quaking involuntarily as he retreated to Su Mubai's side. He is the one who cursed us. He transformed this place into the forgotten land. I remember now. I recall everything. Gradually overcoming his fear, Rod's expression twisted into one of rage as he bellowed, My family, my friends, my kin, all perished at his hands. As he spoke, Rod's soul began to emanate a faint glow, and his status panel underwent a transformation. Rod, the remnant soul of Sunsetting Town, special elite soul entity level, 20 health, 100, 000, 100, 000 skills, soul possession, enhances target's primary attributes by 20. Soul entity is immune to physical damage. Rod recalls everything. He was once the mayor of Sunsetting Town, now the last surviving remnant of his kind. Bai, I implore you to assist me in slaying that beast Franklin. For this, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Rod's frantic voice, coupled with the sudden appearance of a quest notification, momentarily astonished Su Mubai. This narrative is deviating from the expected course. Is this fellow truly an ally? Will you accept the unique hidden quest? Rod's request. Quest objective: eliminate the Lich Franklin. Quest reward: unknown. Failure penalty: none. Regardless of whether he accepts this quest, Su Mubai could not let the current situation slip away. He cast a deep glance at Rod and nodded slightly. Very well. Thank you. Gratitude filled Rod's eyes, and his form became increasingly transparent. Franklin is terrifyingly powerful. I shall do my utmost to assist you. In a flicker of moments, Rod's essence transformed into a radiant beam of light, merging within Su Mubai. You have accepted the singular hidden quest from Rod. You are empowered by the soul possession, enhancing your mental attributes by 20. At this instant, the coffin suspended in midair creaked open, and two flames of soul ignited fiercely within Franklin's pupils. The intensity of these soul flames was unlike anything Su Mubai had ever witnessed. The forgotten Franklin, Frost Lich, level 20, severely injured, level diminished. Epic, health, 35 million, spell power, 48,000, physical defense, 5,000, magic defense, 8,000, elemental resistances, ice 35, shadow 30, death 25. Skills: Frost series spells, Shadow series spells, Death series spells. Before you stands a true Lich, whose soul, though gravely wounded, should not be underestimated. Franklin appeared to possess a might far surpassing that of the previous 7.5 Liches. Beneath his tailored robe, there existed no flesh, only a skeletal frame. His body was still entwined with chains, wielding a pitch-black staff, surrounded by the ominous energies of death, frost, and shadow. Could that wretched creature have survived? The flames of soul within Franklin's eye flickered as a raspy voice emerged. He was clearly referring to Rod. I sensed the restored power of the cursed crown, but this power. At this juncture, Franklin's voice faltered as he suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Mubai, the flames within his pupils surging violently. Legendary? Ha ha ha. At last, there is hope for recovery. Franklin regarded Su Mubai with utter disdain, lightly gesturing. Come back, my cursed crown. Return to your master swiftly. Immediately, his expression shifted dramatically, shock washing over him. Impossible. How did you manage this? Chapter 49. Epic indeed is formidable, yet futile. Franklin extended his hand to summon, yet the cursed crown in Su Mubai's grasp remained unresponsive. Just as his confusion and astonishment deepened, he beheld the audacity of this human as he adorned himself with the cursed crown. This cannot be. It belongs to me. How can it yield to your control? Franklin was astounded, evidently baffled as to why the cursed crown did not heed his call. Whatever enters my possession is mine. A glint of determination flashed in Su Mubai's eyes. With a mere thought, the skeletal legion surged forth to assail Franklin. Cursed crown, headgear level, 10. 120 legendary item durability. 1000100. Equipment requirement. The forgotten Franklin, the Death Sovereign, may disregard this requirement and forcibly equip it upon vanquishing the opponent. The equipment requirement will revert to normal. Basic attributes. Level 15. Physical defense 100, magic defense 200, health 2000, mana 4000, all attributes 75. Traits. 1. Spirit 10-2. Curse resistance 33. The wearer of this item shall be incessantly eroded by death energy. Skills. Power of the Curse. A passive skill that imbues all your spells with a curse effect, randomly applying 2 types of curses to the target, lasting 5 seconds. With a cooldown of 5 seconds. Curse Aura. An aura-type skill that, when activated, reduces the speed of all enemies within a 100-meter radius by 30, including but not limited to attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. Consumes 200 mana per second, with no cooldown. Cursing is an art. At this stage, apart from Su Mubai, no player can equip this item. This is also the reason for Franklin's astonishment. You wicked brigand. Faced with Su Mubai's skeletal legion, Franklin's eyes blazed with fury as the light of his staff flared brightly. With a hum, 3 pale gray portals opened, summoning Franklin's undead army. It must be said that the epic tier lineup indeed surpasses that of the dark gold tier by a considerable margin. The legion he summoned was nearly equal in number to Su Mubai's. In addition to the 100 skeletons of 3 types, there was also a squad of knights clad in black armor. Shadow Knight. Level 20, summon creature. Health. 1,000,000. Attack power. 9, 800. Physical defense. 1, 800. Magic defense. 1, 800. Skills. Shadow charge. Shadow power. Shadow shield. A formidable undead creature. Adept in charge and defense. These knights, aside from their health, boasted attributes nearing that of their dark gold counterparts. Astonishingly, Franklin summoned 10 Shadow Knights in one go. The strength of this epic tier far exceeds that of the dark gold tier, placing them in an entirely different realm. I shall forge you into beings akin to them. The flames of soul flickered in Franklin's pupils as the Shadow Knights surged forward, accompanied by 100 skeletal warriors, charging towards Su Mubai. In the next moment, the 2 skeletal legions collided violently. However, the outcome was starkly different from Franklin's expectations. A faint blue halo emerged beneath Su Mubai's feet, swiftly enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Curse Aura. The charging Shadow Knights experienced a sudden decrease in speed by 30, while Su Mubai's 100 skeletal warriors stood resolutely at the forefront, their massive swords crashing down to meet the oncoming charge of the Shadow Knights without yielding. Immediately thereafter, a torrential downpour of arrows and fireballs descended. With their casting speed and attack speed diminished, Franklin's summoned legion noticeably lagged in their movements. Heavy strike, double shot, fireball spell, 83, 594, 83, 071, 168, 126, 13, 509, 27, 274. 13, 6, 22, 27, 658. 43, 985, 43, 233, 87, 834. Amidst the horrifying surge of damage numbers, nearly a quarter of the skeletal legion summoned by Franklin was annihilated in an instant. Even the Shadow Knights suffered losses, with several of them perishing. The significant increase in damage was not solely attributable to the acquisition of a legendary piece of equipment. It was also linked to Su Mubai's elevated level. Upon reaching level 15, both of his two legendary items and the attributes of the Grimoire of Death experienced enhancements. The overall attribute bonus from the two legendary items alone added an impressive 25 points each, while the Grimoire of Death contributed an astonishing 50 points. Coupled with the Curse Crown and the Soul of Rod, Su Mubai's mental attribute soared to a staggering 980 points, precisely doubling what it was when he first entered the Forgotten Lands. Consequently, the Skeletal Legion, bolstered by his mental attributes, had its own attributes similarly enhanced. Regrettably, the Curse Crown, once repaired, was regarded as the same entity as its previous fragments by the Cataclysm talent, preventing any further stacking. However, Su Mubai had mentally prepared for this and did not dwell on it excessively. The pressing matter at hand was to eliminate Franklin, this epic adversary. Crushing, withering. The moment the two forces collided, Franklin sensed something was amiss. He raised his hand, intending to cast a supportive spell, but it was evident that Su Mubai would not grant him such an opportunity. Before he could even utter the first incantation, Franklin was struck by an overwhelming, heart-pounding force. At that moment, as a lich, he felt an inexplicable urge to kneel in submission. This was impossible, absolutely impossible. Before he could finish his thought, Su Mubai's gaze had already locked onto him. Death's gaze. The soul fire within Franklin's pupils twisted grotesquely, causing him to release his staff and clutch his head, trembling as he plummeted from the air. Alert! You have used Death's gaze on the Forgotten One, Franklin. Your life level is determined to be higher than his. 14 million. The system's notification echoed, and a grayish-white 8-digit damage number appeared above Franklin's head, reducing his health pool to a mere 21 million. With each passing second, another figure exceeding 100,000 in true damage emerged above him, with occasional critical hits nearing 300,000. Furthermore, two curses were simultaneously inflicted upon Franklin by Su Mubai's Death's Gaze. Alert! You have applied the Curse of Agony to Franklin, dealing 100 spell power shadow damage per second for 5 seconds. Alert! You have applied the Curse of Catastrophe to Franklin, increasing his critical hit chance by 30 for 5 seconds. Damage numbers erupted relentlessly above Franklin's head, yet he found himself utterly powerless to resist. The fear effect of Death's Gaze was insurmountable even for this epic being, leaving him to flail about like a headless chicken. This skill did not require Su Mubai to maintain continuous focus. As long as he desired, the effects of Death's Gaze would persist, irrespective of whether his gaze shifted away from Franklin. With merely a glance at Franklin, Su Mubai then turned his attention to the corpse of the first Shadow Knight that had fallen. In the next moment, the corpse of the Shadow Knight erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, engulfing a radius of 30 meters. Boom! Advanced Corpse Explosion. Chapter 50. The Skeleton Crushes the Bone Dragon. Is this reasonable? Advanced Corpse Explosion. Boom! 610,000, 1, 220,000, 1, 220,000. Thanks to the Shadow Knight's staggering life force of over 1 million. Su Mubai's Advanced Corpse Explosion, bolstered by the characteristics of the occupational calamity, dealt terrifying damage to all skeletons within a 30-meter radius. Had the two types of ranged skeletons summoned by Franklin been positioned more closely together, this strike could have annihilated them entirely. Nevertheless, the legion summoned by Franklin suffered catastrophic losses in this explosion, leaving fewer than 50 ranged skeletons remaining. As the effect of Death Gaze waned, Franklin regained his clarity, and the suffocating sense of dread within him dissipated. Yet at this moment, he found himself a solitary figure. Even his own life force had been diminished by nearly 10 million due to the skeletal army's onslaught. Franklin life force, 11, 982, 100. Who on earth are you? Franklin fixed a piercing gaze on Su Mubai, the flame of his soul flickering violently in his eyes. That sensation which had sent tremors through his very essence was undeniably the power of death. Yet here stood a mere human before him. How could he command a mastery over death that surpassed even his own as a lich? I am your father. Su Mubai scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Never mind. I certainly do not have a son as hideous as you. Amidst their exchange, the skeletal army's relentless assault continued unabated. Over a dozen skeleton warriors fiercely restrained Franklin, while the skeletal archers and mages unleashed a barrage of attacks. Although their size prevented them from all targeting Franklin simultaneously, each wave of their onslaught still managed to strip away nearly 1 million of his life force. Human, dare you insult the Great Lich? Buzzing with fury, Franklin erupted, gripping his staff as it returned to him, and an icy blue shield materialized around him. Ice shield value, 5,000,000. While this shield value may seem modest compared to his life force, it was sufficient to withstand several waves of the skeletal army strikes. More importantly, with this shield in place, he would have the time necessary to unleash even more powerful spells. I care not who you are. Today, you shall be buried in the land of oblivion. The fire of his soul blazed intensely within Franklin's eyes, his aura surging dramatically. He then began to levitate slowly, a terrifying wave of energy erupting from within him, sweeping across the entirety of the land of oblivion. Rumbling, just as when he first appeared, the land of oblivion trembled once more. Instantly, the fragments of skeletons that Su Mubai had previously shattered seemed to respond to his summons, soaring into the air. In that moment, the entire land of oblivion transformed into a sea of bones. Countless skeletal fragments converged, and a dense aura of death surged from within Franklin, infusing these fragments with newfound vitality. Subsequently, these fragments began to coalesce beneath Franklin's feet. A colossal skeletal dragon, emerging from the very essence of death, roared skyward with a fearsome cry. Kakusus, eliminate this human. The power within him shall be our catalyst for resurrection. Skeletal dragon Kakusus, intermediate undead being. Level 20, injured state. Level diminished. Epic tier, health points, 80 million attack power, 42,000. Physical defense, 10,000. Magical defense, 6,000. Elemental resistance, 30 to death. Skills, bone cage. Hellish spikes, death storm. Do not be overly anxious. This creature is not a true dragon, but remain vigilant, for the power of the skeletal dragon is not significantly inferior to that of dragons of the same tier. Skeletal dragon Kakusus has appeared, current exploration level, 90. At this moment, a system notification echoed, and Su Mubai's gaze sharpened. He had previously pondered why Franklin's appearance had only yielded a mere 20 increase in exploration. Initially, he believed that defeating it would allow for further enhancement. Little did he anticipate the emergence of a second epic beast. Truly, the trial bestowed by the Lord of East Sea City was formidable in its difficulty, as he beheld the enormous skeletal dragon diving towards him. Su Mubai could not help but marvel. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. With a thunderous clap, Kakusus's massive claw descended with unparalleled force. However, in the next moment, both he and Franklin were left utterly astonished. With a resounding crash, a skeletal warrior beside Su Mubai stepped forward, instantly doubling in size. As it swung its colossal sword, it effectively parried Kakusus's onslaught. Not stopping there, the skeletal warrior summoned tremendous strength, sending the massive Kakusus hurtling away. Critical hit, 11,028,000. A staggering critical damage of over 1 million erupted from above Kakusus's head, causing its body to uncontrollably soar into the air. What? This is impossible. How could a skeletal warrior possess the strength to overpower my Kakusus? Franklin was thoroughly bewildered, the fire of his soul within his skull pulsing erratically. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for him. Do you have anything else of worth? Bring it forth for me to see, Su Mubai said, arms crossed, a smile gracing his face as he looked toward Franklin. Meanwhile, the skeletal legion continued their relentless assault, and the opponent's shield had fallen to less than half. The skeletal warrior's ability to withstand Kakusu's was, of course, due to Su Mubai's enhancements. Death Drain Feedback. Notification. You have expended all death energy, enhancing the targeted skeletal warrior's primary attributes by 640. The reason for Su Mubai's elevated spirits lay in the forthcoming system notification. Notification. You are being eroded by the death energy of the cursed crown. Death energy 10. Death energy 10. A subtle flow of death energy emanated from the cursed crown, merging with Su Mubai's essence. With each passing second, the accumulated death energy from death drain feedback would increase by 10 points. A curse? Erosion by death energy? Is this not a mobile power bank? The enhancement effect of the feedback can persist for 60 seconds, yet its cooldown period is a mere 30 seconds. Ordinarily, during these 60 seconds, Su Mubai could extract the essence of death from corpses only twice. In the absence of corpses, he could hardly accumulate any substantial essence of death. However, with the aid of the cursed crown, everything changed. Now, within the span of 60 seconds, he could automatically restore 600 points of essence of death. This meant that Su Mubai could maintain the primary attribute enhancement of 2 skeletal warriors at a constant 600. At this moment, the skeletal warrior was enjoying the full extent of its enhancement. After an increase in strength of 640, it had reached a terrifying total of 75,184 points. Its attack power had even surpassed 150,000, coupled with critical strikes, critical damage, and the Death Codex as double damage against undead beings. It struck with a force that dealt damage in the millions. Chapter 51. The Flaw of Life Sharing. The enhanced skeletal warrior leapt high into the air, seizing the flying bone dragon with ferocious might. In the next instant, the colossal bone dragon was hurled to the ground by the skeletal warrior, which was still smaller than its claws. Thud! The impact created a large crater in the ground, as the skeletal warrior descended with overwhelming force, firmly pinning carcass down. Each time the dragon attempted to soar back into the sky, the skeletal warrior would bring it crashing down with a single sword strike. The battlefield had now been divided into 2 distinct sections. Crack. On the other side, Franklin observed the ice shield developing cracks on the verge of shattering. He was compelled to descend from the air to avoid becoming a living target for the undead legion. Seeing this, Su Mubai pointed his withered staff. The burn dealt a meager damage of 2,568 at level 1. But Su Mubai sought not damage, but rather the effect of the cursed crown. Notification. You have inflicted the Doom Curse upon the Forsaken Franklin. After 5 seconds, it will deal 800 magical damage based on spell power, with a certain chance to summon a Doomsday Guardian for 5 seconds. Notification. You have afflicted the Forsaken Franklin with a Blood Poison Curse, nullifying the target's healing effects for 5 seconds. Damn it, this is my cursed crown. Franklin must be the first to be cursed by his own equipment. After all, even though Su Mubai had donned the cursed crown, it was forcibly commandeered before he could slay Franklin. At the moment the ice shield shattered, Franklin thrust his staff into the ground with force. In the next moment, a surge of ice blue energy erupted, engulfing a radius of 100 meters around him. Ice Hell. Notification. You are affected by Ice Hell, reducing your movement speed by 30. Immediately after, the soul fire within Franklin's eyes flared up once more. A jet of pitch-black energy shot forth from the tip of his staff, striking Su Mubai's body in an instant. Death Ray. 960,000. Ha! You have let your guard down? With this Death Ray against your fragile human form, you shall undoubtedly perish. Franklin, witnessing his attack succeed, let out a raspy laugh, but was soon left aghast. What? How much health do you possess? The health bar of that human not far away had not diminished in the slightest. How is this possible? Su Mubai cast a fleeting glance at the shared life bar, noticing a mere 960,000 damage, which scarcely showed any reduction. An epic level, is this all? Life sharing. You have indeed mastered such a rare skill. Franklin recalled something, and Su Mubai could clearly see the astonishment reflected in the flickering flames of his soul. Is it truly so surprising for a skill of this caliber? It appears that even an epic level has not encountered much in its existence. It seems there is nothing left. Shaking his head, Su Mubai gently gestured, "Eliminate him." The skeletal legion immediately launched a fierce assault. Franklin felt the ebbing of life and swiftly brandished his staff, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Although life sharing is formidable, it is not without its vulnerabilities. Death's decay. Enduring the onslaught of the skeletal legion, Franklin finally unleashed his ultimate move after losing several million in health. A torrent of energy surged forth, and a blood-red rose pattern flickered into view, enveloping the entire battlefield. Simultaneously, Carcass roared to the heavens, brandishing his bony wings. Bone cage. With a cacophony, a bone prison rose from the ground, ensnaring the skeletal warriors. Immediately afterward, a myriad of bone spikes surged toward every target on the battlefield. Hella bone spikes. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. In an instant, the hell of bone spikes and death's decay erupted simultaneously. 48,000, 48,000, 39, 500, 31, 862, 37, 00, 3, 38. 987. Swathes of damage erupted from above the heads of the skeletal legion. Su Mubai's pupils constricted sharply as he realized that his shared life bar had plummeted by a quarter in an instant. It must be noted that his current shared life value was an impressive 200 million. At that moment, Su Mubai was jolted into awareness. Although life sharing is powerful, it is merely a level skill, far from invincible. If someone were to unleash a powerful skill capable of annihilating all the skeletons in one fell swoop, he too would perish. While the life bar of life sharing had doubled under the influence of his class's disaster trait, this was only in regard to the damage he could withstand. This meant that when he himself sustained damage, the shared life bar diminished, and the linked skeletal legion would only absorb half of the damage. However, when the skeletons took damage, the shared life value would decrease by double. Gazing at the skeletal mage, which was left with a mere thread of health, Su Mubai broke into a cold sweat. Had it not been for the enhancement in strength, the skeletal legion's life value would have doubled compared to before. This joint attack from the two would have swiftly annihilated all skeletons except for the skeletal warriors. Although the presence of the skeletal warriors mitigated the threat to Su Mubai's life, the situation served as a stark warning. He could no longer afford to be so careless. With a thought, Su Mubai promptly recalled the 20 skeletal warriors back to the summoning space. This, indeed, was the method to counter large-scale threats. The skeletons within the summoning space could still provide him with shared life value, but would not be susceptible to enemy attacks. To eliminate the skeletons residing in the summoning space, one would have to target Su Mu by himself, depleting his shared life bar to accomplish the task. 20 skeletal warriors could provide him with a shared life value of 48 million, coupled with a single resurrection that amounted to a staggering 96 million, more than sufficient to contend with the two adversaries before him. For the time being, Su Mubai could only utilize this method to compensate for the flaw in life sharing. He was resolute in his determination. Once he had explored the Forgotten Land, his foremost task would be to amass enough wealth to elevate life sharing to a higher plane. In his heart, Su Mubai had already devised a plan. Although he could not afford the third tier of cataclysm, he was confident he could acquire the necessary funds. More astounded than Su Mubai was Franklin, who stood a short distance away, utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him, at a loss for words. How could he and Carcass, united in their efforts, fail to eliminate even the summoned skeletal mage? What manner of creature was this human? Meanwhile, the skeletal warriors, wielding their terrifying strength, shattered the skeletal prison and once again subdued Carcass. At that moment, Su Mubai's cold gaze turned towards them. That ominous energy descended once more. Death gaze! With a chilling roar, Carcass let out a terrified shriek, his wings flapping frantically as if he had glimpsed some horrific entity. Alert! You have used death gaze on the undead bone dragon Carcass. Your life level surpasses that of your opponent. 32 million. The ashen 8-digit number appeared, and Kakis's life value limit plummeted by 40 instantly. 2 curse effects were also affixed to him. On Franklin's side, despair enveloped him as he realized that the skeletal warrior directly before him had doubled in size. Death drain feedback. Alert. You have consumed 300 points of death energy, enhancing the target skeletal warrior's primary attributes by 600. At this juncture, neither side possessed the means to retaliate. Within a minute, the beleaguered Franklin, having exhausted all his tactics, fell to the ground, succumbing before Kakis. However, when the system notification chimed, Su Mubai furrowed his brows in contemplation. Chapter 52. The Reward for Slaying an Epic Monster. Additional content. You have destroyed the body of the forgotten Franklin, gaining an additional 70 experience points, totaling 75 million experience. The effects of the title for defeating a higher-level opponent will no longer be listed separately. Congratulations, player by Yi. Your level has risen to 16. Gaining 1 to all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Congratulations, player by Yi. Your level has risen to 17, gaining 1 to all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. With 2 consecutive flashes of golden light, Su Mubai's level surged directly to 17. Yet, he remained pensive, murmuring in confusion. Body? The recent notification did not indicate that he had slain Franklin, but merely that he had destroyed his body. Su Mubai. The experience points awarded did not align with the difficulty of an epic encounter. It was noteworthy that the skeletal foes and shadow knights summoned previously had yielded no experience at all. Furthermore, the announcement for a first-time solo kill of an epic entity had not triggered. This implied that Franklin had not been entirely vanquished. With his extensive gaming experience, Su Mubai quickly deduced that Franklin was a lich, and his soul must be contained within a phylactery. The only way to truly vanquish a lich was to locate and destroy this phylactery. But where could this wretched artifact be hidden? As Su Mubai gazed at the corpse that had yielded nothing, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. The remaining exploration percentage likely pertained to discovering Franklin's phylactery. Suddenly, a thunderous roar interrupted Su Mubai's contemplation. It was Carcass, the undead bone dragon, that had unleashed a fierce cry. His gaze sharpened as he turned to face the source of the sound. It appeared that the first enhanced skeletal warrior had regained its former strength. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Notification. Your stored death energy has reached its limit. You may continue to absorb after expenditure. It seemed that the first epic creature he had single-handedly defeated would be the one to face him again. Observing Carcass's sudden resurgence, Su Mubai narrowed his eyes, a thought flickering in his mind. The second enhanced skeletal warrior surged forward, reasserting its dominance over Carcass. Simultaneously, Su Mubai activated his skill once more. Death drain feedback. Notification. You have consumed all death energy, enhancing the targeted skeletal warrior's primary attributes by 640. This time, the resurgence belonged to the skeletal warrior. Its form swelled dramatically, and it swung its colossal sword fiercely towards Carcass. Critical hit. At that moment, the second skeletal warrior joined the fray. Critical hit. Both strikes resulted in damage figures exceeding 1,000,000. Although Carcass felt no pain, it was still subjected to the overwhelming power of the 2 skeletal warriors, causing it to roar in fury. Previously, it had struggled against a single opponent. Now, faced with a 2-on-1 scenario, it was utterly devoid of any means of resistance. Furthermore, due to its massive size, it not only had to withstand the onslaught of the 2 enhanced skeletal warriors, but also the entire skeletal legion's assault. Fortunately for Carcass, it only needed to endure the attacks of 320 skeletons, as 20 skeletal warriors remained in Su Mubai's summoning space. Even so, Carcass was left powerless. On paper, it did not appear significantly weaker than Franklin, even boasting nearly 50% more health. However, the latter posed a far more formidable challenge. As Franklin relied on more than just physical attacks, his final skill, Death Storm, merely transformed his bone spikes into a different form of assault. In contrast, Franklin, being a lich, possessed far superior capabilities than Carcass. 1 minute later, Su Mubai once again focused his gaze on Carcass, ensuring this epic creature met its demise in terror. You have slain the level 20 epic undead bone dragon Carcass, receiving an additional 70 experience bonus, totaling 25 million experience. Congratulations, player by Yi. Your level has risen to 18, gaining 1 in all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Congratulations, player by Yi. Your level has risen to 19, gaining 1 in all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. 2 beams of golden light flashed by, and the bountiful experience propelled Su Mubai instantly to level 19 with 3,228 experience points. Indeed, the leap from level 19 to level 20 was a modest hurdle. As he beheld the experience required to ascend to level 20, Su Mubai wore an expression that conveyed a sense of inevitability. Starting from level 10, the experience required for each subsequent upgrade merely increases by 1 million. To ascend from level 18 to 19, only 9 million experience points are necessary. However, the requirement to reach level 20 escalates dramatically to 20 million. It appears that within this multiverse game, a plethora of players awakening low-tier talents lack even the qualification to serve as cannon fodder. Gazing at his experience bar, Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. The disparity in levels within the multiverse game is undoubtedly more pronounced than one might imagine. Players who awaken low-tier talents, barring any extraordinary opportunities, will most likely end up as full-time casual players. To keep pace with the mainstream's upgrade speed, one must possess talents of at least tier 6 or higher. The multiverse game is, in fact, more ruthless than the real world. Kakusi's experience points are precisely double that of Franklin's, which further corroborates Su Mubai's conjecture. The remaining half of the experience points and drops must be acquired by destroying the fateful box. After allocating his free attribute points, the long-awaited system notification finally chimed. Congratulations! You have become the first player in the Blue Star region to achieve a solo kill of an epic level. You are rewarded with 100 main attributes, 50 skill points, and 50 intermediate soul stones. Notice, an announcement for the Blue Star region is forthcoming. The difficulty of achieving epic status is indeed a leap, and the rewards for obtaining the first solo kill achievement far exceed those of the Dark Gold level, whether it be the 100 main attributes or the 50 skill points. Such rewards are invaluable to any player. However, what intrigued Su Mubai the most was the entire 50 intermediate soul stones. Although he had previously acquired such a quantity through unconventional means, beginning with intermediate stones is an entirely different matter. Observing the intermediate soul stones in his backpack, Su Mubai focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, 50 intermediate soul stones. Notice, please select the tier for promotion. Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to Advanced Soul Stone, no cost. Option 2. Sublimate to Soul Crystal, consuming 1,000,000 soul coins per stone. Option 3. Cataclysm to Soul Essence, consuming 1,000 years of lifespan per stone. Although Su Mubai's gaze burned with ambition at the sight of Soul Crystal and Soul Essence, he could not afford the latter. Setting aside the notion of sacrificing 1,000 years of lifespan, he was entirely oblivious to what soul coins entailed. Reluctantly shaking his head, Su Mubai had no choice but to opt for the free option, promotion to Tier 1. You have acquired 50 Advanced Soul Stones. Chapter 53. Advanced Soul Stones. Su Mubai had already spent over 10 hours in the Land of Oblivion, far exceeding his time in the Novice Village. Now, it was the second day since humanity from Blue Star had entered the multiverse game. The combination of data analytics and the thrill of exploring a new world kept most players awake throughout the night, eager to level up and exit the Novice Village. However, they grossly underestimated the difficulty of leveling up in the multiverse game. Especially after reaching level 5, the experience required for advancement left everyone astounded. Even the wealthiest and most ambitious individuals, having only recently reached level 8, still find themselves quite distant from level 9. They are arguably the strongest players in the Novice Village, aside from Su Mubai. It seems they would need to invest a significant amount of time to escape this beginner realm. However, there are individuals whose advancement is swifter, having already arrived in their respective cities, albeit they remain an exceedingly rare breed. This includes the likes of San Chi Ching Feng from the Huaxiao Empire and Felix from the White-Headed Eagle Empire, among a few other exceptional talents. At this juncture, only a handful of players across the entire Blue Star have managed to gain entry into the cities, merely dozens, leading to an average of less than one player per city. These individuals possess at least a level of talent. Currently, these elite players, the first to emerge from the novice village, are delving into their cities, leveraging their early advantage to acquire information beyond that of ordinary players while simultaneously seeking hidden quests within the towns. Once they exit the novice village, the markers for dungeons will no longer appear on the minimap. In other words, there are no public dungeons in the Wanji game. Players in the first tier must first locate the entrances to these dungeons if they wish to engage with them. Naturally, those not in the first tier may opt to wait until the coordinates of the dungeons are revealed before attempting to access them. However, a slow start often leads to a consistently slow pace thereafter. Those who merely wait for opportunities will find themselves increasingly left behind as these top-tier players explore their cities. A series of system announcements resonate throughout. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to Bai Yi, a player from the Divine Dragon Empire, for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to achieve a solo kill of an epic-level opponent. This announcement serves to encourage all players to learn from him for substantial rewards. The announcement, repeated 10 times, leaves all players in the Blue Star astounded. This is especially true for the elite players who have just entered the cities, as they begin to question their very existence. Whether it be San Chi Ching Feng or Felix, all those with exceptional talent stand frozen in disbelief. Epic level. How on earth did Bai Yi accomplish this? Setting aside the strength of such a rank, the more pressing question is, where did he find it? They had explored every avenue in the novice village, yet could not even uncover a hint of dark gold-level clues. Wait, my friends? We don't even know how to trigger a disaster-level dungeon or where the dark gold level is hidden, and you've soloed an epic level. This announcement incited a desire among these talented players to report a potential cheating scandal. They began to question whether the Wanjie game truly had no hacks. Wasn't it said that a high-level talent is the most powerful? How could Bai Yi be so far ahead? In contrast, those who have yet to leave the novice village are considerably more composed. It is indeed Bai Yi, the Great One, triggering yet another announcement. I found it somewhat jarring not to hear an announcement from him for an entire night, but this feels much more comfortable. Will future announcements be monopolized by Bai Yi? You know, I wouldn't be surprised if that turns out to be the case. With a dismissive chuckle, I thought to myself, it matters not who triggered the event. It is of no concern to me. Regardless, forging equipment will still yield experience points, and I am determined to become a full-time blacksmith. Should you require my services, feel free to message me privately. What? Forging equipment can also grant experience? How was I unaware of this? Not only forging, but any pursuit of a full-time crafting profession will also grant experience upon successfully creating an item, far more swiftly than grinding monsters for levels. Is that truly the case? Let those who wish to level up do so. I shall no longer serve them. In the Dragon Empire, at the Novice Village number 9526, the 8th level players Zhao Su and Lu Ruyin were tirelessly battling monsters. Both possessed exceptional talents, making them quite renowned within the village. However, their primary objective now was to swiftly exit the Novice Village and ascertain whether Bai Yi was indeed Su Mubai. Following the system announcement, Zhao Su felt invigorated, significantly enhancing his monster hunting efficiency. He began to envision the future, standing atop the pinnacle of all realms, akin to how he had previously claimed Su Mubai's inheritance for himself on Blue Star. In their eyes, regardless of whether this Bai Yi was Su Mubai, as long as he was a man, he would ultimately succumb to Lu Ru Yin's charms and become part of their new circle, unless he were to be averse to women. In the Forgotten Lands, Su Mubai gazed at the 50 Advanced Life Essence Stones. In his bag, a smile creeping onto his lips. Advanced Life Essence Stone is a special item that, when absorbed, will extend one's life by 1 year. Note, regardless of whether the advanced life essence stones are kept in your bag or storage. You will lose 1/10 upon death, with a minimum loss of 365 days. With these 50 advanced life essence stones, Su Mubai's crisis regarding his lifespan was finally resolved. There was no clarity regarding the soul coins, and considering that transcending a single stone required an entire million, it was an unattainable aspiration in the short term. Thus, without hesitation, Su Mubai absorbed all of the advanced life essence stones. In an instant, these stones glimmered and transformed into a rich green light. Merging into Su Mubai's being, you have absorbed 50 advanced life essence stones, extending your life by 50 years. Lifespan. Over 52 years, the substantial increase in lifespan brought a sense of relief to Su Mubai. At least he no longer had to worry about unexpected death. He was indifferent to the players, but the true fear lay with the locals of the divine Forbidden Land. The memory of being instantaneously killed by a skeleton warrior was still fresh. This was indeed a tangible world. Who could predict when misfortune might strike? At that moment, a circle of ethereal blue light enveloped Su Mubai, and the spirit of Rod emerged from within him, freeing itself from its possession. My Lord Bai, thank you for avenging the town of Sunset. Rod bowed respectfully to Su Mubai, even altering his address. Just moments ago, in his possessed state, he had witnessed firsthand the terrifying prowess of this human. The Lich Franklin, who had obliterated the entire town of Sunset, stood no chance against him. Su Mubai waved his hand and directly inquired, "Do you know the whereabouts of Franklin's life box?" Upon hearing this, Rod's eyes brightened, and he promptly replied, "I can attempt to sense his soul's resonance, but it will require some time. Notify me once you have made contact." Su Mubai nodded slightly, turning to the lifeless form of Carcass, the first epic creature destined to yield a bountiful harvest. Chapter 54. My apologies. I retract my previous statement following an intense battle. The land lay in ruins, and even Su Mubai was somewhat astonished by the enhanced strength of the skeletal warriors. The massive corpse of the undead bone dragon, Carcass, now lay upon the ground, the soul fire within its eyes extinguished completely. Beside its colossal head, a small pile of dropped items awaited. With the acquisition of the cursed crown, Su Mubai found himself unburdened by the need for necrotic energy. Thus, he refrained from employing death-drain feedback to siphon energy from Carcass's remains. He approached the dragon's head directly, reaching out to inspect his spoils. You have acquired 800 gold. You have obtained 20 level 5 attribute gems. You have received 10 epic-grade materials, dragon bones. You have collected 24 beginner soul stones. 4 system notifications chimed in succession, momentarily startling Su Mubai. So, it is only with epic-grade creatures that one may obtain beginner soul stones? To slay a level 20 epic and gain merely 2 additional years of life. Does that seem just? The difficulty of a multiverse game is truly outrageous. Though Su Mubai appeared to handle combat with ease, it was solely due to his exceptional prowess. Even players endowed with extraordinary talents would find themselves facing significant casualties when confronting Carcass alone at the same level. Once outside the novice village, each death incurred a loss of at least a decade of life. Su Mubai surmised that in the multiverse game, one would seldom witness the sight of numerous players assaulting higher-tier foes, whereas past games allowed players to simply outlast their adversaries with sheer numbers. In a multiverse game, thorough preparation and extensive research were imperative before daring to undertake high-tier challenges. Yet for Su Mubai, this presented an advantageous opportunity. What others feared to confront, he was willing to face. After stowing the items in his backpack, Su Mubai continued to examine his findings. Soon after, he found himself taken aback. Is it true that the Forgotten Lands are so impoverished? After collecting the previous 4 items, only a fist-sized dragon skull remained on the ground. Regardless of its potential as equipment, it fell far short of Su Mubai's expectations. The preceding 7 Dark Gold tier half-lich foes had collectively yielded at least 1 epic-grade item. The value of a single epic-grade piece far surpassed that of a multitude of Dark Gold items. Yet, Carcass was an epic creature that had been slain for the first time. Was this truly all it had to offer? Disappointed, Su Mubai picked up the diminutive dragon skull, but his expression of dismay vanished in an instant, replaced by surprise. "Oh, dear dragon, I may have spoken too hastily. I apologize and retract my earlier statement. You are not destitute in the least. You have obtained an epic grade special item, Dragon Skull Pendant. Dragon Skull Pendant, epic grade special item. Upon use, you will acquire the epic grade mount, Undead Bone Dragon. Though the skeletal dragon may not be a true dragon, it possesses the ability to fly. Indeed, Carcass did not yield any equipment, yet he dropped the coveted flying mount that every player dreams of. Is this truly something that should be obtainable at level 20? Su Mubai, holding the Dragon Skull Pendant, felt a mix of joy and a hint of confusion. An epic flying mount certainly seems far beyond what one could expect at this stage of level 20. This must be related to the grievous injuries sustained by this creature. He recalled that neither of the two had the stats indicative of this level. Their current level was merely a consequence of their severe wounds. However, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he now possessed a legendary grade flying mount. Suppressing his excitement, Su Mubai focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, Dragon Skull Pendant. Tip, please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click for details, promotion to Tier 1. Since he couldn't promote it anyway, Su Mubai decided to forego further details and made his choice without hesitation. As Cataclysm took effect, he felt an inexplicable chill emanating from the Dragon Skull Pendant in his hand. Soon after, enveloped in a dazzling array of colors, the pendant gradually transformed into a palm-sized black and blue horn. The horn exuded a bone-chilling coldness and an aura of death, evoking a sense of forbidding proximity. Yet, Su Mubai felt an odd sense of familiarity. You have acquired the legendary grade special item, Frosthorn. Frosthorn, legendary grade special item when blown. It summons a legendary mount from the realm of the undead, the Frost Dragon. As a true high-tier undead, its power is beyond question. The joy of acquiring something for free is a pleasure only those who have experienced it can truly appreciate. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Su Mubai placed the Frosthorn to his lips, inhaled deeply, and suddenly blew into the horn. A resounding and piercing sound erupted from the horn, reverberating as if it pierced through space, only to abruptly fade away after traveling a short distance from Su Mubai. Almost immediately, he noticed his mana depleting at an astonishing rate of 2,000 points per second. However, he paid it no heed. Even without the 20 main attribute boost from Soul Possession, his mana was still close to 70,000 points. Could this horn truly last for over 30 seconds? Before long, Su Mubai found himself proven wrong. As his mana neared exhaustion, he quickly focused his thoughts. Death drained feedback. Consuming over 170 points of death energy, his mana was instantly replenished. The horn sound continued unabated. And thankfully, it only required mana consumption rather than him actually blowing into it. Otherwise, he might have risked exhausting himself completely. Who could have anticipated that this horn could be blown for 10 minutes? That would amount to a total consumption of 120,000 mana points. Had it not been for the Cursed Crown, his automatic power bank, Su Mubai might have been left wondering when he would successfully activate the Frosthorn. After all, without any corpses around, his ability to siphon death energy was quite limited. Fortunately, there were no what-ifs, and the Cursed Crown had proven invaluable. As the final infusion of 1,000 mana points entered the Frosthorn, it radiated a brilliant light in Su Mubai's grasp. In the next instant, a formidable force erupted, causing the Frosthorn to gradually disintegrate into a terrifying surge of energy that shot upwards into the sky, reaching heights of 100 meters. The space where the energy vanished twisted abruptly, and soon, a pale gray portal began to slowly open, expanding to several dozen meters in length and width. What is this energy? Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. From this pale gray portal, he sensed the unmistakable aura of death. It felt strikingly similar to the sensation he experienced when he learned the death gaze through the death tome. Yet, there was evidently a barrier within the portal, indicating that it served as a one-way transmission gate. Roar! A deep and resounding roar emanated from behind the portal, causing Su Mubai's eyes to brighten. His legendary mount was approaching. Chapter 55. The Terrifying Legendary Creature. Additional update. Roar. A massive head, colored in shades of black and blue, emerged from the portal, followed by two dragon claws anchoring themselves to the entrance. Subsequently, a frost giant dragon, nearly 100 meters in length, completely soared out of the portal. Its body was composed of countless black and blue bones, exuding an intense chill that caused the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. With wings unfurled, it obscured the sky. The size of the frost giant dragon was several times larger than the skeletal dragon carcass. From its roaring maw, a terrifying amalgamation of frost energy and the essence of death intertwined, as if it were about to unleash a devastating breath. The portal behind it began to close slowly, and the frost giant dragon's gaze fell upon Su Mubai, its wings flapping as it dove down instantly. Frost giant dragon, human. I never imagined that it would be such a weakling who summoned me. The dragon's voice carried a hint of disdain, mixed with an uncontrollable fury. However, the flames of the soul within its pupils flickered violently. What? Buzz! In the next moment, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the frost giant dragon entirely. Its voice was abruptly silenced, as if this inexplicable force had erased its intelligence. This scene left Su Mubai profoundly astonished. So, this is how a mount is summoned from the realm of the undead in the Infinite Worlds game, and then forcibly bound by contract? It was utterly tyrannical. Su Mubai could sense that this frost giant dragon was vastly superior to him in strength. Yet, under the rules of the Infinite Worlds game, it was rendered as helpless as an ant, devoid of the ability to resist. Wasn't the entire human race on Blue Star transported into the game in the same manner yesterday? Who, then, is orchestrating the Infinite Worlds game? Su Mubai narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. However, he soon chuckled and shook his head. With his current strength, what right did he have to seek these answers? Overthinking would only serve to increase his worries. At the very least, the Infinite Worlds game had granted him a second chance at life. That was sufficient. With this thought, a glint of determination flashed in Su Mubai's eyes, and two figures emerged in his mind, a cold smile gracing his lips. He hoped they would soon find their way out of the novice village. At this moment, the luminous column in the air gradually dissipated, and the size of the frost dragon diminished significantly, subsequently transforming into a black-blue radiance that merged with Su Mubai's being. The notification from the Myriad Realms game echoed in Su Mubai's ears. Your mount space is now activated. You have acquired the legendary mount, Frost Dragon. Due to your acquisition of an epic level mount or higher, the Blue Star region's mount leaderboard has been activated ahead of schedule. Notice, an announcement for the Blue Star region is imminent. Blue Star region announcement. Congratulations to the player Bai Yi from the Divine Dragon Empire for obtaining a mount. The Blue Star region's mount leaderboard has been activated ahead of schedule. A mere 10 minutes had passed since the shocking first kill of an epic level creature. Yet the Blue Star region announcement resounded once more. This time, all players erupted in excitement. What? Why is it Bai Yi again? Have all the experts from our Cherry Blossom Empire perished? Truly, our Bai Yi Appa from Korea is remarkable. Once the borders open, he will certainly return. Damn, is this Bai Yi the illegitimate son of a deity? I'm only level 5, and he has already acquired a mount. Bai Yi is incredible. Let us hope he opens all the leaderboards soon. As players accessed the prematurely activated mount leaderboard, the chat channels in every novice village fell silent for several seconds. Blue Star region mount leaderboard. First place, Bai Yi Frost Dragon, legendary mount. Second place, none. Third place, none. 100th place, none. Upon seeing the term legendary, all present gasped, their eyes brimming with disbelief. They had anticipated Bai Yi's strength and assumed his mount would be extraordinary, possibly even epic level. After all, he had just single-handedly defeated an epic-level foe, which seemed reasonable. But what on earth is a legendary mount? Is it typical to possess such a tier of mount by the second day of the game? The elite players who had already entered the city, following the conclusion of the previous full region announcement, promptly chose to venture out to level up. They were all fueled by a determination to catch up with Bai Yi's pace. However, they were taken aback when, Before they could even exit the city gates, this fellow triggered yet another full region announcement. Moreover, he had activated the Mount leaderboard ahead of time. How could they possibly compete now? Is there even a point in trying to rank? If the second place mount is merely dark gold, or even golden tier, would being listed be a matter of glory or humiliation? That is indeed a dilemma. The expressions of the top-tier players varied, prompting them to unconsciously quicken their pace as they exited the city. They had already fallen too far behind by Yi and needed to hasten their pursuit. Unbeknownst to them, Su Mubai's progress in the game was a pace they could never hope to match. Notice, please name your mount. Frost. Su Mubai casually chose a name, then hurriedly opened his panel to examine Frost's attributes. Mount Space, Frost, base panel without aura, legendary mount, Frost Dragon, high-level undead creature, level 0, cannot exceed player level 5. Loyalty, 100, influenced by the Deathmaster profession. Loyalty will never diminish. Movement speed bonus, ground 100, air 500, rideable after level 10. Health points, 12 million mana points, 10 million attack power, 12,000, spell power, 10,000, physical defense, 10,000, magical defense, 8,000, elemental resistance, ice 60, death 50, shadow 40, others 20 skill, frost dragon breath upon reaching a certain level. Additional skills will be automatically comprehended. Frost dragon breath inflicts ice-type damage equivalent to 200 spell power within a 3-meter radius around the target each second, accompanied by severe injury and burn effects, lasting up to 10 seconds. Attack range and distance are dependent on size. Attack distance 30 meters. Cooldown time 120 seconds, consuming 1,000 mana points per second. Although the level has been reset to 0 in the multiverse game, the magnificent attributes of Frost still left Su Mubai astounded. Is it truly the case that legendary beings at level 0 are this extraordinary? Compared to such a level 0 panel, the maximum 4-dimensional attributes of a mere 10 points for human players upon entering the game seem negligible. It is no wonder that the multiverse game asserts that humans are at a significant disadvantage compared to other races. This statement does not belittle humanity. Rather, it underestimates the disparity. It is not merely a disadvantage. It is utterly incomparable. Naturally, the Frost Dragon also holds a formidable position within the undead faction. Such high-tier undead beings are likely rare, akin to players possessing advanced talents. However, the latter requires time to grow. Levels, equipment, skills, and professions must all develop before one can truly contend with powerful entities. With a thought, Su Mubai summoned Frost from the Mount Space. Chapter 56. Previously, I had been somewhat naive. Buzzing, the space beside Su Mubai slightly warped as the Mount Space opened, and a smaller version of the Frost Dragon emerged from the portal. Roar. Its roar, compared to before, was noticeably more juvenile, yet still bore the majesty of a high-tier creature. After the reset in the multiverse game, the Frost Dragon had significantly reduced in size. Su Mubai estimated its length to be around 3 meters. Frost, come here. Su Mubai gently called out to Frost, who was flailing in the air like a wild stallion. In the next moment, this little creature landed gracefully, lowering its neck and affectionately nuzzling Su Mubai's outstretched palm. It clearly could not speak, instead emitting soft hums to express its fondness for its master. Su Mubai's aura instinctively drew it closer, despite its overall reduction in size. Frost's appearance had not changed dramatically. It still exuded a commanding presence. The blue-black bones emanated an icy blue chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Though merely at level 0, its combat prowess far surpassed that of the former Skeleton King, Reggie. This is the terror of high-tier, undead beings. Must one reach level 10 to ride? Su Mubai gently caressed the frosty head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, I wonder if I can ride directly like this? Frost tilted his head in confusion, clearly unable to comprehend his master's intentions. Yet in the next moment, the flame of the soul within his pupils flared vigorously, as if a tremendous power had suddenly descended upon him. Cataclysm. Target Frost. Prompt. Please select promotion tier. First tier or second tier. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to mythical mount Frost Giant Dragon King. No cost. Option 2. Ascend to Saintly Annihilation Mount, Eternal Dragon Emperor, at the cost of 10,000 soul crystals. Upon hearing the system prompt, a wave of ecstasy washed over Su Mubai's face. Indeed, it was possible. Frost had been summoned from the realm of the undead by the Frost Horn, clearly not of the same nature. With a mindset of trial, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could indeed benefit once more without cost. Fixating on the term Saintly Annihilation in Option 2, Su Mubai's gaze sharpened. This represented a tier that transcended the mythical level, an existence parallel to the highest echelon of talents. However, he had yet to grasp the concept of soul coins, let alone the newly introduced soul crystals. It was evident that the latter held far greater value. Anticipating only 2 options, Su Mubai was aware that the third tier of the Cataclysm would certainly exceed the constraints of the Forbidden God realm, rendering it unachievable. Thus, he opted for the first tier. Given the inherently high nature of this existence, Su Mubai had no choice but to seize the opportunity. As he made his decision, Frost immediately felt a terrifying force enveloping him, rapidly enhancing his being. A resplendent dark blue light coalesced into a colossal cocoon, encasing Frost entirely. Thud thud. The cocoon pulsed with horrific energy, its reverberations echoing throughout the forgotten land. Even Rod, who was previously immersed in the essence of Franklin's soul, turned in astonishment. In the next moment, he witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. Roar! A soul-piercing roar erupted as the blue-black cocoon exploded. Almost instantaneously, Frost's form swelled to over 5 meters in length, his wings quivering as he soared skyward. His overall appearance underwent minimal change. His bones deepened, gleaming with a metallic luster, while the chill emanating from his surface intensified. An awe-inspiring dragon's might radiated from him, causing Rod, a being of soul, to tremble uncontrollably, stammering. A frost giant dragon at the level of a dragon king. How on earth did Lord Baiyi achieve this? It appeared that Frost was adapting to his new form. With a sudden dive, he plummeted straight down, nearing the ground in the blink of an eye. Then, lifting his head, he leveled his body parallel to the earth and sped along the terrain. As Frost's bone wings flapped, the ground he traversed was instantly frozen, creating an elongated path of frost behind him. After a brief moment, Frost excitedly returned to Su Mubai's side, its wings folded on the ground, head bowed, and its massive jaws slightly parted, unexpectedly articulating human speech. Thank you, Master, for elevating Frost's level of existence. I shall perform admirably, and there will be more opportunities like this in the future. Su Mubai nodded slightly and immediately began to paint a grand vision for his first employee. Yes, Master. Having just tasted the sweetness of advancement, Frost naturally believed this wholeheartedly, its eyes sparkling with excitement as it repeatedly expressed loyalty. Its voice, though youthful, had shed any remnants of naivety. Su Mubai once again opened Frost's panel, eager to ascertain the true strength of a mythical creature. Mount Space 11 Frost, basic panel without aura, mythical mount, Frost Dragon King, high tier, undead creature. Level 0, cannot exceed player's level by more than 10. Loyalty 100, influenced by the Death Sovereign profession. Loyalty never diminishes. Movement speed bonus, 800 on land, sea, and air. Health points, 2. For billion mana points, 200 million. Attack power, 120,000. Spell power, 100,000. Physical defense, 100,000. Magical defense, 80,000. Elemental resistances, Ice 80, Death 70, Shadow 60, Others 40. Skills, Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon Might. Size reduction. Upon reaching certain levels, it will automatically comprehend more skills. Frost Dragon Breath inflicts 500 spell power of ice damage to targets within a 5-meter radius every second, with additional effects of severe injury and burning, lasting up to 30 seconds. Attack range, 50 meters, cooldown, 120 seconds, mana cost, 2,000 per second. Attack range, attack distance proportional to size. Dragon Might, the overwhelming pressure of a Dragon King, instilling fear in all creatures within a 1,000 meter radius. reducing all attributes of creatures with a life level lower than Frost Dragon King by 1,050. The greater the disparity in life levels, the stronger the effect. The effectiveness of Dragon Might diminishes when there is a significant level gap. Size reduction allows for a degree of size reduction, facilitating combat or access to otherwise inaccessible areas. Is this the essence of a mythical creature? Even Su Mubai, a player with extraordinary advantages, was astonished by Frost's newly unveiled panel. Attack power and other attributes have been amplified tenfold, while health and mana had skyrocketed 20-fold. Gazing at Frost's staggering 2 billion health points at level 0, Su Mubai found his earlier thoughts amusing. It seemed he had underestimated the realm of possibilities. Once believing that having 100 million health points at level 10 was excessively formidable and worrying about potential account bans in the game. In retrospect, compared to a mythical creature like Frost, he was merely at the beginning of his journey. Su Mubai also noted the absence of level restrictions for riding. He turned to Rod and reassured him, "Do not be anxious. Continue to embrace the experience." With that, Su Mubai deftly leaped on a Frost back. "Little one, let us soar and explore." Chapter 57. The Indomitable Destiny Box Master. Brace yourself. Upon the utterance of Frost's command, a chilling aura coalesced instantaneously at his back. A majestic throne of dark blue ice materialized in an instant, its armrests exquisitely sculpted with bone spines. "You certainly know how to impress," Su Mubai remarked, raising an eyebrow as he settled into the throne. Despite its frosty appearance, a surprising warmth enveloped him, devoid of any chill. The flicker of joy in Frost's eyes was evident upon receiving his master's approval. As Su Mubai took his seat, Frost flapped his mighty wings with a sudden force. Soaring skyward, flight has long been the aspiration of humanity, and riding a colossal dragon is a far cry from the experience of flying in an airplane. Through the gaps in Frost's skeletal structure, Su Mubai gazed at the swiftly passing landscape below, marveling at the experience. He pondered whether he might someday ride upon a true divine dragon. While Frost the giant dragon appeared impressive, it paled in comparison to the majesty of a true dragon. During their ascent, Su Mubai felt as though enveloped in a delicate shield, perfectly insulating him from the rushing winds. No matter how swiftly Frost flew, the pressure of the wind was imperceptible. Regrettably, the barriers of the Forgotten Land confined Frost within this territory. Meanwhile, in the novice villages, players were still reeling from the shock of the mount rankings when they were met with yet another surprise. "Quick, look! Baye's mount has changed." "What does that even mean?" "We are still in the novice village, and he has already switched mounts? Am I seeing things?" "Just moments ago, he had a legendary ice dragon, and now it has transformed into a mythical ice dragon king. Has his mount advanced so swiftly? I seriously doubt we are playing the same game as Baye. Indeed, if we are on hellish difficulty, Baye must be on an unlocked version. Alas, both hellish difficulty and the unlocked version exist on the same server. Please spare me. I'm going to level up right now. Don't compare yourself to Baye. Think of something uplifting. I just saw the previous boss, and he is only level 3. I heard he awakened a tier 1 talent. It nearly made me laugh to death. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel much better. If we can't measure up to Baye, then surely we can surpass those greedy capitalists? Here, their wealth holds no sway." Unbeknownst to Su Mubai, he remained oblivious to the players' reactions. Yet, even if he had been aware, it would have mattered little to him. Particularly after witnessing Frost's newly revealed attributes, his perspective had vastly broadened. After a few minutes of exhilarating flight, Su Mubai, having quenched his curiosity, commanded Frost to descend. Upon their return, Rod remained with his eyes closed, attuned to the essence of Franklin's soul. "Have you not sensed it yet?" Su Mubai inquired, furrowing his brow. Frost, shimmering with an icy blue glow, shrank to the size of a palm and fluttered onto Su Mubai's shoulder, tilting his head curiously and asking Master, "What is he doing? Help me find a lich's destiny box." "A lich? Ikan sensei. Where is it?" At this, Su Mubai's eyes sparkled with interest, while Rod opened his eyes, casting a mournful glance at Frost. "Goodness, why didn't you mention this sooner?" Su Mubai had not anticipated that Frost possessed such an ability. With a wave of his hand, he summoned back the entire skeleton legion into the summoning space, and soon, under Frost's guidance, they discovered Franklin's life box. Current exploration level, 95. Franklin's life box, epic item durability, 1,000,000. This life-preserving artifact was crafted by Franklin during his peak, containing the essence of his soul's fire. As long as the life box remains intact, the lich shall endure. The life box of a lich is the ultimate means of preservation. It is typically indestructible. To destroy it is to eradicate the forgotten Franklin entirely. Goodness, a durability of 1 million? Su Mubai was taken aback. The durability of this life box was astonishingly high. Legendary equipment only had a durability of around 1,000. After all this time grinding, his several pieces of legendary gear had only lost 1 point of durability. How long would it take to destroy such an item? Furthermore, the life box was quite small, merely 30 centimeters in length and width, rendering the skeleton legion unable to utilize their full might. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mubai spoke. Frost, is it possible to destroy this thing? Let me give it a try. Mini Frost nodded, gathering icy breath, and directed it towards the life box. Boom! A terrifying chill intertwined with the scorching dragon breath, the opposing forces merging perfectly as they assailed Franklin's life box. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable box remained utterly unscathed, showing no reduction in durability whatsoever. I refuse to believe this. A flicker of anger crossed Frost's face as its diminutive form transformed into a streak of blue-black lightning, its dragon claw striking towards the life box. Bang! A resounding thud echoed, but still, the life box bore no damage. Frost shook its somewhat numb claw, looking up at Su Mubai with a disgruntled expression. I'm sorry. Master, I'm too low level to cause any harm. The initial setback clearly weighed on Frost, a mythic creature unable to affect an epic lich's life box. It was utterly humiliating. Oh no, a disgrace to dragons. Is it truly that resilient? Su Mubai's brow furrowed as he recalled the dejected Frost, his gaze sharpened. Death gaze. However, the oft-reliable death gaze failed to manifest this time. The life box was sealed. Though it contained Franklin's soul's fire, it was merely a box, and thus, death gaze could not take effect. At that moment, Franklin's raspy voice echoed from within the life box, taunting, human, relinquish your attempts. With your current capabilities, you cannot hope to destroy my life box. Franklin's tone brimmed with confidence. Even during his prime, although he remained an epic creature, his level had reached an astounding 200, while Su Mubai was astonished by how he could forge a pact with the Frost Dragon King. It was evident that this Dragon King was still in its nascent state and posed no threat to the life box meticulously crafted during Franklin's zenith. Lord Baiyi, allow me to take this on. Rod suddenly interjected, having remained silent since their arrival. It seemed he had reached a decision. Just based on you? A mere remnant of a soul. What can it accomplish? The mocking voice of Franklin echoed, yet Su Mubai comprehended the underlying truth. Surely, this must lead to a narrative climax. It was no wonder that such a formidable fate box existed. Indeed, a glint of determination flickered in Rod's eyes as he solemnly declared, "What can I do? You shall soon find out." As his words resonated, an ethereal azure radiance erupted from his being. In the next moment, the fate box began to tremble violently, and Franklin's terrified voice rang out. "Aunt, what have you done?" "Huh, I have merely awakened those kin whom you devoured." Rod's voice brimmed with fury, intertwined with the exhilaration of impending vengeance. As the brilliance intensified, his soul transcended human form, coalescing into a mass of energy that enveloped the entire fate box. Lord Baiyi, the town of Sunset expresses its gratitude for all you have done. With Rod's final utterance, the once impregnable fate box astonishingly opened of its own accord. Inside, a flickering flame of souls trembled, seemingly seeking an opportunity to flee. Yet before Frost could react, a faint gray glow suddenly emanated from the back of Su Mubai's left hand, and the Death Codex materialized autonomously. "What is this?" "No." Franklin's desperate cry resonated as the flame of his soul was completely devoured by the Death Codex. Chapter 58, The Selective Frost, Additional Update. Notice, You have acquired 1,000 soul points. By vanquishing the level 20 epic Forgotten Franklin's soul, you receive an additional 70 experience bonus, totaling 12,750,000 experience points. Congratulations, player by Yi. Your level has risen to 20, with attributes increased by 1, skill points by 1, and 15 free attribute points. Before Su Mubai and Frost could fully grasp the situation, Franklin's soul flame was already consumed by the Death Codex. It was only when a flash of golden light occurred that Su Mubai regained his senses. He stowed away the Death Codex, his eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. Wasn't soul extraction supposed to absorb the essence of creatures he had slain? How could it have absorbed so readily without any confrontation? Moreover, why the undead bone dragon failed to yield its soul energy previously? Su Mubai stroked his chin, still puzzled. However, he quickly set aside these musings. His journey across myriad realms was just beginning, and answers would surely reveal themselves in due course. For now, the most pressing matter was that he could once again delve into the pages of the Death Codex. Su Mubai did not hasten to open the Death Codex, for the system notification had not yet concluded. You have completed the hidden task of Rod's request, earning 10 million experience points and 1,000 gold coins. Notice, current exploration level at 100. You have completed the epic task of Situji's trial. Please return to Donghai City to collect your reward from Situji. Rod's request could only be deemed a prelude, with rewards that were rather modest, merely experience points and gold. Regardless of this task, Franklin was always destined to be Su Mubai's target. Now, with additional gains, it was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Only the lingering soul of Rod dissipated entirely to unlock the fateful box. As the system's notification sound faded, Su Mubai's experience bar surged significantly, reaching level 46. The requirement for experience to ascend from level 20 to level 21 had only increased by 2 million, totaling 22 million. Simultaneously, a portal materialized beside him, complete with a 10-minute countdown. This was evidently the portal back to East Sea City. 10 minutes? That would suffice. Su Mubai glanced at the Frost sitting upon his shoulder. Previously, in his pursuit to reach level 20, he had allocated experience points solely to himself. Now that he had attained level 20, he wondered how much he had surpassed the other players. It was time to elevate this creature's level as well. A mythical being, once grown, would become a formidable force. However, upon seeing the experience required for Frost to level up, he was taken aback. Frost, level 0 experience, 010, 000. Experience can also be increased by consuming various materials, with Ice-type materials yielding the best conversion efficiency, followed by Death-type. 100-fold, he vaguely recalled that players required merely 100 experience points to ascend from level 0 to level 1. Yet, considering Frost's terrifying attributes, Su Mubai suddenly felt that the 100-fold requirement might still be somewhat modest. Originally, he had intended to distribute experience evenly in the future, but it now seemed unnecessary. He resolved to exclusively claim the experience for himself, allowing Frost to rely on consuming materials for leveling up. After all, he could effortlessly obtain materials of varying grades, ensuring that Frost's growth would not lag behind. Despite having significantly outpaced other players, in Su Mubai's eyes, they had never been a match for him. His goal was to elevate his level at the swiftest pace possible, acquiring the strength to establish himself in this forbidden land. With this thought, Su Mubai retrieved the materials dropped by Reggie from his backpack. Deathly bones, 10 lingering souls. 10 both were dark gold-gray materials that Su Mubai had yet to exploit. Frost merely glanced at the two materials before speaking. Master, these materials are too lowly. They hold no value for me. How picky? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. The discerning eye of a mythical creature, indeed, found even dark gold-grade materials lacking. What about epic grade? Su Mubai pondered. Cataclysm. Target, Deathly Bones. Prompt, please select the Ascension tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Upon examining the cost of Ascension, he noted that each Deathly Bone required 10,000 soul coins, which he did not possess. In a moment of resignation, he decided to exploit the lingering souls as well. You have obtained epic grade material, bone dragon bones, X10. You have obtained epic grade material, large lingering souls, X10. Not stopping there. Su Mubai once again produced the 10 bone dragon bones dropped by Carcass. Cataclysm. You have obtained legendary grade material, giant dragon bones, X10. Beside him, Frost gazed in awe at the extraordinary spectacle, her eyes wide with wonder, the flames of her soul within flickering fervently. Is this the power that my master has bestowed upon me? It is truly marvelous. Are these useful? Su Mubai inquired, gesturing toward the pile of materials, to which Frost nodded vigorously. Indeed, master, are these all for me? Fear not. I shall feast, and there will be plenty more to come. Just as a smile began to grace Su Mubai's lips, Frost reverted to her original form and swiftly devoured all the materials in one swift motion. This transpired in less than a second. In the next instant, Frost shrank once more, perched upon Su Mubai's shoulder, and let out a satisfied burp. Thank you, master. I shall need some time to digest. Was that action not a tad hasty? Su Mubai remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Very well. Take your time to digest. Casting a glance at Frost's experience bar, which was pulsating with energy, Su Mubai then turned his attention to the location of the fate box. After Franklin's soul fire was absorbed by the Tome of Death, the fate box seemed to have lost its power and disintegrated. In its place lay a heap of gold coins and various items. These were the treasures dropped by Franklin. Su Mubai's eyes immediately fell upon the obsidian staff in the corner of an ornate skill book peeking out from the pile of coins. Chapter 59. Abundant Gains. You have received 1,200 gold coins. You have acquired 20 level 5 attribute gems. You have obtained 3 level 5 critical strike gems. You have received 3 level 5 damage gems. You have acquired 10 epic materials, Millennium Ice Crystals. You have obtained 24 Junior Fate Stones. Combined, Franklin and Kaku's had contributed a total of 2,000 gold coins to Su Mubai. However, the gold coins were merely the least valuable of the items that dropped. Perhaps owing to Franklin's affinity for magic, the majority of the attribute gems he yielded were of the mental attribute. This was indeed good news for Su Mubai. Nonetheless, his primary interest lay with the remaining items. After collecting the piles of gold, only 3 items remained on the ground. Besides the obsidian staff and the exquisite skill book that Su Mubai had initially spotted, there was also a pair of ice blue trousers. At last, he could replace the verdant trousers he had been wearing. Su Mubai felt a flicker of joy. The pants he currently donned were gear obtained from lowly creatures in the misty forest. The rapid pace of his leveling had its drawbacks, primarily the inability to keep his equipment in line with his progress. He had intended to seek out a shop in the city to purchase a new set, but the trials set forth by Sidhu Ji had afforded him no time for preparation. However, this did not bear much significance, as low-level gear offered minimal enhancement for Su Mubai. His greatest upgrades stemmed from the Tome of Death and several pieces of epic tier equipment. Furthermore, in the myriad worlds of the game, equipment of epic tier or higher would enhance its base attributes every 5 levels alongside the player's level. Thus, for Su Mubai, gear of epic tier or above was far more cost-effective. You have obtained an epic item, Ice Blue Magical Trousers. You have acquired an epic item, Staff of the Forgotten. You have acquired the skill book to summon the Shadow Knight. Regrettably, the coveted Death's withering did not drop. Su Mubai felt a twinge of disappointment, for Franklin's ultimate ability was indeed alluring. In terms of prestige and effect, it far surpassed the advanced corpse explosion. Nonetheless, he was greatly satisfied with the bounty from this mission. Carcass had contributed a mount, and Su Mubai had managed to obtain it twice for free, thus acquiring a mythical steed. Franklin was not to be outdone, including the Curse Crown. He had also provided 3 pieces of epic equipment. After his demise, the requirements for the Curse Crown changed, becoming similar to those of the Necromancer's robe. Even the equipment level rose from 10,120 to 10,200. They summoned Shadow Knight. Skill was commendable, enriching Su Mubai's roster of units. This unit was more suited as a tank than the Skeletal Warrior. Curiously, the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by Franklin did not require identification. However, this was not a cause for concern, and Su Mubai paid it little mind. After glancing at the requirements and general attributes of the new equipment, he acted swiftly to claim them. Cataclysm. Target. Ice Blue Magic Pants. Promotion to the next tier. You have acquired the legendary item Frostguard. Frostguard Pants. Cloth Armor Level. 10200 Legendary Item Durability. 1000 Equipment Requirements. Undead Mage Class. Spirit 300. Base Attributes. Level 20. Physical Defense. 240 Magic Defense. 440 Health. 2400 Mana. 5600 All Attributes. 100 Affixes. 1 Spirit. 10-2 Ice Element Resistance. 33 Movement Speed of enemies attacking you in melee is reduced by 30. Skill. 1 Frostguard. Active skill that condenses the power of frost to freeze oneself, entering a state of relative invulnerability for a short duration. Instant release, lasting up to 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Frost Guardian, trustworthy. Upon beholding the splendid attributes of Frostguard, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Su Mubai's eyes. Although this legendary equipment bore only one skill, it was an exceedingly rare invulnerability skill. While it was merely relative invulnerability, it could prove life-saving in critical moments. According to the information provided by the multiverse game, there were no absolute invulnerability skills in the Divine Forbidden Land. The limit of Frostguard was its capacity to perfectly withstand the full force of an attack from a level 200 legendary creature. Should the attack exceed this threshold, Frostguard would be at risk of being breached. The greater the excess, the quicker it would be broken. However, as Su Mubai was only level 20, this skill would suffice for the time being. He promptly replaced the Emerald Pants with Frostguard and then turned his attention to the Forgotten Staff. This weapon, wielded by liches, was undoubtedly more fitting for Su Mubai than the Withered Staff. Cataclysm. Target. Forgotten Staff. Promotion to the next tier. You have obtained the legendary item, Woe of the Forgotten. Woe of the Forgotten Staff Level. 10200 Legendary Item Durability. 1000100 Equipment Requirement. Advanced Hidden Class for Necromancers. Spirit 500. Base Attributes. Level 20. Spell Power 2400 Spell Critical 10 Critical Damage 20 All Attributes 100 Affix. 1 Spirit 10 2 Casting Speed Increased 23 Summoning Space 50 Attached Skill. Woe of the Forgotten. Active Skill. Inflicts a mixture of frost, death, and shadow elemental damage amounting to 1000 spell power within a 100-meter radius around the target, causing all enemies within the area to forget their skills for the next 5 seconds. Casting time, 3 seconds, cooldown, 10 minutes. To forget is the most complete form of liberation. Summoning space, 50. Su Mubai's gaze was immediately drawn to this affix, his excitement evident. In the multiverse game, calculations are performed by first addressing additions and subtractions, followed by percentages. This means that with this single attribute, Su Mubai can increase the number of his skeletal legion by 1,000. With this affix in place, other attributes pale in comparison. Even if this staff granted no other benefits, Su Mubai would resolutely equip it. The only noteworthy aspect is the equipment requirement of Woe of the Forgotten. Advanced Hidden Class? This is yet another new term, prompting Su Mubai to unconsciously stroke his chin. It appears that hidden classes also possess levels. What remains unclear is how these levels are categorized. Is the exclusive hidden class, Death Sovereign, the highest tier, when the multiverse game descended? Although it provided a wealth of foundational data and information, many aspects still necessitated exploration by the players themselves. Su Mubai committed this information to memory and subsequently equipped the staff more suited to him. As for the withered wood staff, it was destined for retirement. Finally, his gaze settled upon the skill book, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in Su Mubai's eyes. In comparison to equipment, the value of advanced skills is evidently superior. Cataclysm. Target. Summon Shadow Knight. Chapter 60. Summon the Headless Rider. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier. First, second, or third. Click to view details. Just as he was preparing to examine the details, Su Mubai suddenly recalled something and promptly declared, "Cancel." Almost forgot about this. He opened his attributes panel and glanced at his remaining skill points. Regrettably, neither Carcass nor Franklin had dropped intermediate skill books. Su Mubai pouted, as he had initially hoped to acquire some skill point from these two. However, with the 50 point from a single-player first kill epic reward, he currently possessed a total of 62 skill points. That should suffice. If allocated to upgrade Death Drain feedback, he could elevate it by 6 levels, while Death Gaze would only see a single level increase. Clearly, enhancing Summon Shadow Knight will be the more advantageous choice. Upon advancing from a lower tier to a higher one, the requisite skill points for further upgrades inevitably increase. However, if one upgrades first and then promotes, the skill levels can be retained, rendering it the most exquisite choice. Your profession far exceeds the learning requirements of this skill, and you have acquired the new skill, Summon Shadow Knight. Su Mubai, indifferent to the detailed examination of the skill, promptly elevated it to its maximum level. Similar to the Summon Skeleton skill, this summoning ability could only be raised to level 9, consuming 18 skill points. Cataclysm. Target, Summon Shadow Knight. Notice, please select a promotion tier, first, second, or third level. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to level skill, Summon Headless Knight, no cost. Option 2. Transcend to level skill, Summon Abyss Knight, costing 100 million soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to level skill, Summon Death Knight, costing 10,000 years of lifespan. Although the Abyss Knight and Death Knight at their respective tiers were enticing, Su Mubai ultimately found himself reluctantly compelled to make a choice. He opted for the first-tier promotion, this torment of being able to see yet unable to grasp, where one can only choose the path of the free. Who could comprehend it? Your level skill Summon Shadow Knight has been promoted to level skill Summon Headless Knight. Before he could assess the attributes of his new skill, an unexpected system notification chimed in. Notice, the Headless Knight is a high-ranking commander unit, and your summoning space branch has been activated. Initial commander space. 1. Commander unit. Branch activation. Commander space. A mere line of notification, yet it encapsulated a wealth of information. Su Mubai momentarily paused, then opened his attribute panel to inspect the summoning space section. To his astonishment, beneath the original summoning space, a new summoning space appeared, albeit with a differing suffix. Summoning space 340-1340 ordinary. Summoning space 020 commander. Wasn't the initial space 1? Gazing at the newly added commander summoning space, Su Mubai was filled with perplexity. The ordinary summoning space increased by 1,000, attributed to the remnants of the forgotten inscription. Hence, the commander space was a result of Death Summon. Su Mubai immediately recalled this skill associated with his profession. He promptly began to examine the equipment and skills that could augment the summoning space. As anticipated, with the activation of the summoning space branch, the descriptions of these items and skills exhibited slight modifications. Both summoning space expansion and remnants of the forgotten now included the term ordinary. Yet, the Death Summon skill remained unchanged. Death Summon passive skill, no level. Skill effects, 1. Casting time for summoning skills reduced by 75. 2. Cooldown time for summoning skills reduced by 75. 3. Attributes of summoned beings increased by 100. 4. Upper limit of summoning space increased to 10 times. It was precisely the fourth effect of Death Summon, combined with Su Mubai's profession's cataclysmic characteristics, that granted him a total of 20 commander summoning spaces. Truly a remarkable skill. Having discerned the rationale, Su Mubai then proceeded to examine the newly acquired skill. The name Commander class inherently suggests a superiority over ordinary soldier types. Summon Headless Knight, level 905. An active skill that conjures a Headless Knight to fight on your behalf. Casting time, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Mana cost, 5,000 points. The attributes of the Headless Knight are augmented by the player's spirit attribute. I am curious to discover what sets the Commander class apart. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and promptly waved his staff. Summon Headless Knight. A faint gray portal materialized beside him. The frost, which was absorbing materials upon his shoulder, glanced up momentarily before closing its eyes once more. Tap, tap, tap. 2 Headless Knights appeared side by side, clad in black heavy armor. Their armor marked with the scars of time and battle. One hand tightly grasped the reins, while the other wielded a conical knight's lance. Beneath them, Their skeletal steeds stood tall and formidable, also adorned in heavy armor, their hooves igniting with green flames, their eyes flickering with ghostly fire, exuding an ominous aura of death. Despite being called headless knights, they donned metallic helmets upon their necks. It was only when the two headless knights casually removed their helmets and bowed respectfully towards Su Mubai that he realized beneath the helmets were merely flickering embers of soul fire. Devoid of any skull, this imposing presence was indeed far more powerful than that of ordinary skeletons. Observing the majestic headless knights, Su Mubai nodded in satisfaction. However, he refrained from hastily inspecting their data and instead focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, headless knight. Prompt. Do you wish to confirm the override of the previous effect and promote the skill to summon Shadow Knights? Cancel. Receiving the same response he encountered when attempting to upgrade the skeletons, Su Mubai furrowed his brow and turned to regard the Frost that was meditating. Both were summoned entities. Why could the Frost undergo a secondary promotion while the skeletons and headless knights could not? Was it merely because the latter two were summoned via skill? Or did it imply that those summoned by skills were not truly living beings? As this notion crossed his mind, Su Mubai began to harbor some suspicions. This was partially illuminated by the panels of the three entities. The Frost possessed a life level, whereas the skeletons and headless knights did not. Regardless of their formidable attributes, they remained mere summoned creatures. Much like the headless knight and the skeleton legion summoned by Franklin, their panels consistently indicated they were summoned beings, and defeating them would not yield experience points. Although he could not successfully exploit the situation this time, Su Mubai's understanding of the myriad realms of the game had progressed further. How could it be leveled up? Su Mubai suddenly noticed that after promoting the skill Summon Headless Knight, it could indeed be enhanced further. Glancing at the attributes of the Headless Knight, he expended 5 skill points to elevate this skill to level 10. Yet, the skill level could still be increased. After comparing the changes post-upgrade, Su Mubai displayed an expression of realization and allocated all remaining skill points to this skill. Remaining skill points: 4. Summoning the Headless Knight, Chapter 61. Commanding Troops, Additional Update. Headless Knight, no Halo Attributes. Strength, 16,556. Constitution, 16,556. Agility, 16,556. Spirit, 16,556. Health points, 1655600. Attack power, 16556. Physical defense, 33112. Magical defense, 33112. Elemental resistance, Death 20. Shadow 20. Skills, Death Charge 9. Headless Immunity 9. Death Charge. Level 9. Charges at a speed of 900 towards the target, inflicting 900 damage on all enemies in its path. During the charge, strength effects are increased by 900, is unstoppable and unaffected by control skills. Charge distance, 10,200 meters. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Headless Immunity grants immunity to all negative effects targeting the head, such as blindness and dizziness. Legion summons Shadow Knights to join the Legion. With a maximum summon count equal to the player's commanding summon capacity of 425, with decimals discarded, summoning at least 2. Dominion, defensive halo within a range of 17. 340 meters, enhancing the dual defenses of all allies by 17. Effects do not stack. Being headless, it cannot be dazed. So this is the commanding troop. Su Mubai gazed in astonishment at the attributes panel of the Headless Knight. As a summon, the Headless Knight receives a slightly higher spirit attribute boost compared to skeletons. Upon reaching level 20, Su Mubai's high-level equipment had all been upgraded, resulting in a spirit attribute soaring to 1533 points. The skeleton has a boost of 0.6, while the Headless Knight possesses a boost of 1. Each skill level increase similarly enhances the attributes of the summon by 10. However, once this skill surpasses level 9, allocating points will no longer enhance the Headless Knight's 4 primary attributes and skill level, but will instead increase the quantity of Legion and the level of the Dominion Halo. With each level gained, the former increases the summon count by 25, while the latter amplifies the dual defense enhancement by 1. Goodness! It even comes with a squad of Shadow Knights. Su Mubai had not anticipated that this skill could indeed stack. He initially believed that the first summon capable of stacking should be the necromancer. He collected 160 Shadow Knights, quite satisfactory. Nodding in approval, Su Mubai glanced at the countdown of the teleportation portal and waved his hand to initiate a series of summons. Soon, 20 headless knights lined up before him. Behind them, a neatly arranged formation of 160 Shadow Knights stood. Though these Shadow Knights possessed only half the attributes of the headless knights and lacked elemental resistance and the two major skills, they compensated with one tier skill. Shadow Charge, level 9, charges at a speed of 300 towards the target, inflicting 300 damage on all enemies in its path, enhancing strength effects by 300 during the charge. Charge distance, 10,100 meters. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Uncertain of how high the summoning the Headless Knight skill could elevate, Su Mubai looked upon his Knight Legion, waved his hand, and gathered them all into the commanding space. The Shadow Knight exists alongside the Headless Horseman, yet does not occupy the commanding space. In summoning the Headless Horseman, Su Mubai also replenished the summoning space once more. With the Curse Crown acting as a power bank, he hardly needed to worry about his mana. He commanded a total of 340 skeletons, including 540 skeletal warriors, with 400 archers and mages each. Among these, Su Mubai intended to keep 40 skeletal warriors in the summoning space until he resolved the flaw in life-sharing. The scene increasingly resembled that of the Scourge Legion. As he beheld the dense army before him, a flicker of excitement danced in Su Mubai's eyes. However, he quickly composed himself, and with a mere thought, he withdrew the army back into the summoning space. The entirety of the Forsaken Land was instantly left with only Su Mubai and Frost, engulfed in an eerie silence. Turning to Frost, he smiled slightly. "Little one, you digest quite swiftly, don't you? I'm a Dragon King." Frost proudly lifted his head. In just a few minutes, his level had ascended to 6. "Master, may I also have that Millennium Ice Crystal?" A glimmer of longing flashed in Frost's eyes. Ice materials were his utmost favorite. "No problem, but wait a moment." Su Mubai nodded slightly and used Cataclysm to elevate the epic Millennium Ice Crystal to the legendary 10,000-year Ice Crystal. A thick chill emanated instantly, and Frost's eyes gleamed with excitement, akin to a shark sensing blood, as he eagerly exclaimed, "Master, I want it." Hearing this, Su Mubai shivered involuntarily and hastily tossed the 10,000-year ice crystal to Frost. The latter swallowed it eagerly before closing his eyes again. With a mere thought, Su Mubai returned Frost to the Mount Space and turned to step into the portal. "You have returned to East Sea City." A flash of white light enveloped him as Su Mubai once again set foot on the land of East Sea City. It was still the same teleportation square, even the coordinates identical to those when he had departed. The vast square remained empty, with only him present. The affluent location still resided in the novice village number 9527. This fellow hadn't even reached level 10, let alone any other players. Without players, who would he earn money from? He pondered whether he could trade directly with the locals of the Divine Forbidden Land now. He hoped this fellow wouldn't incur penalties for being unable to leave the novice village. Reflecting on the contract he had signed with the boastful merchant, Su Mubai couldn't help but chuckle. After his journey to the Forsaken Land, Su Mubai realized he need not wait for the 500 gold coins to commence his next plan. Glancing at the 160 gold coins resting in his backpack, he summoned Frost with a wave of his hand. The latter promptly restored his form, and once more the Frost throne coalesced upon his back. At this moment, his level had risen to 7. With a resounding roar, Frost soared into the sky, carrying Su Mubai aloft. Chapter 62. The Divine Forbidden Land also requires human relations be quiet. Su Mubai lightly stomped his foot, opened the map of EC City, and prepared to search for the nearest jewelry processing shop. He still had a plethora of gemstones in his backpack, awaiting to be embedded. In the vast realm of the game, equipment of golden and dark gold quality could accommodate a single gem. Epic tier could hold 2, legendary 3, and mythical 4. The skeletal dragon, Carcass, and the Forsaken Franklin had collectively provided Su Mubai with 40 level 5 gems, of which nearly half, 18, were of the mental attribute. However, Su Mubai refrained from hastily upgrading these gems. Instead, he intended to first visit the jewelry processing shop to assess the situation. Yet, contrary to his expectations, as Frost took flight, obstacles soon emerged. In the distance, a squadron of griffins soared towards him at great speed, each bearing riders adorned in standardized gear. Instantly, Su Mubai realized he had encountered the city guards of EC City, but he hadn't committed any offense. Could it be that Situ G sensed the teleportation fluctuations and specifically sent them to intercept me? Su Mubai murmured to himself, gesturing for Frost to halt. However, he soon found himself dumbfounded. The leading captain gestured for him to stop and sternly declared, "Are you unaware that private flight is prohibited in EC City? Is this a rule you were not informed of?" Su Mubai furrowed his brow but complied, guiding Frost to descend to the ground. There was little choice, after all. This creature S level was marked with 3 question marks. Not only was the captain S level indiscernible, but even the 5 accompanying soldiers' levels remained hidden from Su Mubai. In a vast game, the ability to probe into another S panel information was determined solely by strength. If the levels were comparable, even a 20-level disparity could allow for scrutiny. Conversely, a significant difference in strength would yield scan information. Before him, Su Mubai could only discern their names, underscoring EC City S status as one of the top 10 primary cities. The squad leader followed Su Mubai's descent, dismounting from his griffin and hastening to his side. However, he failed to notice that upon landing, his griffin immediately lowered its head and trembled uncontrollably. The other griffins, still soaring in the air, began to exhibit signs of agitation, prompting the bewildered city guards to tighten their grips on the reins, attempting to soothe their mounts. Despite the griffins' high levels and overall strength, they were still subdued by Frost, a testament to the terrifying majesty of a Dragon King's dominion. Nevertheless, the overwhelming disparity in strength meant the griffins quickly acclimated. Although a flicker of fear lingered within, their bodies ceased to shake. A frost dragon? The squad leader cast a surprised glance at Frost beside Su Mubai, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Yet, recalling his duty, he presented Su Mubai with a fine. "You are by Yi, correct? Considering you are an arrival unfamiliar with the regulations of EC City, this time I shall impose a mere fine of 100 gold coins. Should you err again, the consequences will be far more severe, perhaps due to Frost's presence." The squad leader added a cautionary note. To fly within EC City, one must first obtain a flight permit. The flight certificate is evidently not something that can be obtained by just anyone. However, this newcomer possesses a frost dragon, which undoubtedly grants him such a privilege. Nonetheless, even the frost dragon must abide by the rules of Donghai City. 100 gold coins? Why not simply resort to theft? Su Mubai's eyes glimmered as he accepted the fine and inquired, "May I ask where Lord City Master Situ G currently resides?" How could a newly arrived being possibly know the name of the city master? A flicker of astonishment crossed the squad leader's gaze as he realized that this newcomer was already at level 20. If memory serves, the newcomers had only descended yesterday. Thus, the speed of his ascent is nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, he wields a frost dragon. It is no wonder he has connections with the city master. The squad leader's mind raced with thoughts, and he discreetly reclaimed the fine, his face brightening with a smile. "Young brother, had I known you were acquainted with the city master, it would have been a different matter altogether. What business do you have with him?" "The city master has given me a trial, which I have now completed, and thus I must report back," replied Su Mubai with a faint smile. It appears that even in the realm of divine prohibitions, human affairs remain ever present. The squad leader's expression shifted as he regarded Su Mubai intently. "I shall escort you to the city master's residence," he declared. As his words fell, he summoned a griffin, mounting it with grace. "Young brother, do keep up. We can fly. You speak as if this is a special arrangement. We must not keep the city master waiting." Just as the squad leader prepared for takeoff, he noticed something amiss with the griffin beneath him. "Beast, is this all the courage you possess? A mere juvenile dragon has you so frightened." He offered a sheepish smile to Su Mubai. "My apologies, young brother." Noticing this, Su Mubai promptly signaled Frost to retract its intimidating presence, and the griffin soared into the sky. Frost followed closely behind, and soon they arrived at the city master's abode. However, plans often fall prey to unforeseen circumstances, and the jewelry workshop visit would have to be postponed. Yet, this destination was indeed one of Su Mubai's objectives. "Young brother, we have arrived at the city master's residence," announced the squad leader. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful energy enveloped them. The air shimmered, and Situji emerged, stepping forth with his staff, hovering effortlessly in the air. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Su Mubai, a flicker of surprise crossed Situji's face. He had sensed the approach of a mythical creature, albeit one with a feeble aura, which prompted his personal investigation. To his astonishment, he found Su Mubai before him once again. However, his attention swiftly shifted to Frost. A dragon king-level frost dragon. Dragon King. The squad leader's pupils widened in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to greet the city master. Situji then noticed the squad leader, whom he had overlooked, and waved him off, saying, "Very well, you may attend to your duties." The squad leader immediately guided the griffin away, fully aware that the ensuing matters were beyond his purview. "Ah, my dear little one, your prowess far exceeds my expectations," Situji observed closely, scrutinizing Su Mubai. In his estimation, the latter should still be in the land of oblivion at this moment. Such rapid progress was not typically attainable before professional advancement. "City Lord," Su Mubai began, only to be interrupted by Situji's gesture. "Follow me. This is not a place for conversation." With that, he shook his staff, opening a portal, and stepped inside. "Remember to have that little fellow shrink down. My reception room cannot withstand his antics." Chapter 63. Profession Advancement. In the requirements of the Dragon Palace, Bing Shuang bared his teeth, but remained silent. He sensed the formidable strength of this old man. "Master, you may enter first." Bing Shuang's voice resonated as he extended his head beyond the portal. Su Mubai nodded slightly and stepped through. Immediately, Bing Shuang's body shimmered with an icy blue light, rapidly diminishing in size before following Su Mubai. The portal shut with a hum, and tranquility returned to the air above the city lord's mansion. Inside the reception room, Situji occupied the main seat, his gaze fixed on the frost perched on Su Mubai's shoulder. He remained silent, steadfastly observing for 10 minutes. Even during this time, Bing Shuang's level surged to level 8. "Old man, have you seen enough?" Bing Shuang finally could not contain himself and retorted at Situji. Su Mubai, hearing this, patted Bing Shuang's head and inquired with a hint of confusion, "City Lord, is there an issue with Bing Shuang?" "No issue." Situji shook his head, retracting his gaze. He took a sip from a teacup on the table before leisurely continuing, "Your swift emergence from the land of oblivion indeed astonishes me. It appears your profession is not merely that of a dominator." At these words, Su Mubai felt a tightening in his chest. He was acutely aware that any contact with the powerful beings of the divine forbidden lands would inevitably reveal his secrets. However, refraining from such contact would hinder his rapid growth. The land of oblivion had significantly enhanced his abilities. Without this task, he would certainly not have reached level 20, let alone acquired high-level equipment, skills, and the mythical mount, Bing Shuang. Thus, it presented an unsolvable dilemma. Even avoiding the city could lead to encounters with formidable foes in the wild, such as Huaijian. Despite the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Mubai maintained an expression of feigned confusion and asked, "Is there a distinction among dominator professions?" Situji regarded Su Mubai with a profound gaze before shaking his head. "This matter eludes even my understanding. Do not be anxious. I harbor no ill will towards you. Since you have completed the trial, I shall naturally provide answers to some of your inquiries." As his words fell, a system notification chimed in Su Mubai's ears. "You have completed the epic quest Situji's trial." Is that all?" Su Mubai glanced at Situji. "So, what you meant by offering me information related to the Death Dominator is truly just information, without discussing the elite equipment skills. One could at least provide some experience and currency," Su Mubai silently lamented, while maintaining a facade of earnest attentiveness. There was no alternative. This information was indeed something he yearned to know. Let us commence with the discussion of professions. Situ set down his teacup and began to elucidate the intricacies of the game to Su Mubai. Upon concluding his exposition, Su Mubai's comprehension of the myriad realms and the sacred forbidden grounds deepened considerably. In a myriad realm game, professions are classified into tiers. However, unlike the multiple tiers of equipment, professions are categorized into only 4 distinct ranks. 1. Ordinary profession. 2. Hidden profession, advanced hidden profession. 3. Unique hidden profession. 4. Exclusive hidden profession. Su Mubai's profession, Death Sovereign, epitomizes the pinnacle of the exclusive hidden professions. Ordinarily, this would not be a class available for transition at the current stage. Even hidden professions can only be accessed by players after they reach level 30. Even Situ found it perplexing how Su Mubai was able to assume the role of Death Sovereign right from the outset. He was, of course, unaware that this profession was conjured by Su Mubai's unique circumstances. Lord City Master, what do you mean by advancement? Su Mubai astutely seized upon the implications in Situ words and voiced his curiosity. Advancement refers to transcending one's limits to become more in harmony with one's profession. In reality, even ordinary professions cannot fully manifest their potential if one is a low-tier descender. Level 29 represents a critical juncture. Only through advancement can one elevate their level further and truly harness their profession's capabilities. At this juncture, Situ paused and regarded Su Mubai before continuing. The might of the sovereign profession far surpasses your imagination. It is only after advancement that its true potential will gradually unveil itself. What you currently wield is merely the surface. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai's gaze sharpened. A threefold attribute enhancement and thrice the growth of free points. Was this truly just the surface? To what extraordinary extent would the Death Sovereign ascend after advancement? Little one, do not rejoice too soon, Situ cautioned, taking a sip from his teacup. For ordinary professions, ascending to the second tier presents little challenge, yet your situation is different. The mightier the profession, the more arduous the path to breakthrough. Please, Lord City Master, enlighten me further, Su Mubai implored, acutely aware that the forthcoming information was crucial. Enlightenment is perhaps too grand a term. Situ waved his hand dismissively. I do possess some knowledge regarding the Death Sovereign. At this, he glanced at the frost creature resting upon Su Mubai's shoulder and added with a smile, before you break through the limits of the sacred forbidden grounds, I believe advancement will pose no challenge for you. What I wish to convey is the method of advancement for the Death Sovereign. Su Mubai's attention intensified, his eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Situ awaiting the continuation. To advance as a Death Sovereign, one must experience a substantial amount of death. Experience a substantial amount of death? Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. Does this imply that I must die repeatedly? Situ discerned his confusion at a glance and shook his head. It is not about your demise. Rather, it necessitates that you take lives, numerous lives, specifically human lives. The monsters spawned by the myriad realms of the game, which can respawn after death, offer no assistance in your advancement. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai suddenly felt a chill permeate the meeting room. Situ gazed earnestly at Su Mubai and spoke deliberately. I hope you can grant me one request. Please speak, Lord City Master. This is a request from the Elder of the Dragon Temple. Situ shook his head and elaborated. The purpose of the Dragon Temple's existence is to safeguard the entire Dragon Empire. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze as though piercing through the ceiling. In the near future, the Forbidden Land is destined to erupt in conflict. Only through unity can humanity truly earn the right to traverse the myriad realms. With that, Situ returned his attention to Su Mubai. The Dragon Temple wishes for you to advance in another nation. It is evident that to propose such a request, the number of individuals the Death Sovereign must vanquish is monumental. Although Su Mubai comprehended this, he was already at level 20 and could soon undergo his first advancement. If he acceded to this request, how would he progress? The borders were still closed. Situ discerned Su Mubai's predicament and gently waved his hand, coalescing a figure from the dense, elemental energy before him. This individual possesses a treasure that transcends national boundaries. Your task is to locate him. However, even the Dragon Temple is unaware of his whereabouts. As he spoke, Situ flipped his wrist, revealing a letter and a parchment scroll in his palm. Once you find him, present this letter, and he will undoubtedly agree to part with that treasure. Naturally, he will likely request your assistance in locating certain items in return. In exchange, you shall receive this parchment, which contains clues regarding a set of armor for the Death Sovereign class. Placing the letter and the scroll upon the table, Situ regarded Su Mubai with a serious expression. Bai Yi, will you sign a contract with the Dragon Temple? You may consider it. The Myriad Realms game still imposes restrictions upon us. However, should you sign the contract and subsequently breach it, the Dragon Temple will be free to act against you without constraint. Should you pursue rapid advancement within the Dragon Empire while offending the Dragon Temple? Or should you comply with Situ request, fostering goodwill with the Dragon Temple in exchange for the clues to the armor set? In truth, acquiescence is the most prudent choice. The sole dilemma confronting Su Mubai now was how to find this individual, as the Dragon Temple provided no clues whatsoever. If he remained unable to locate him, would he not be perpetually stalled in his advancement? Su Mubai furrowed his brow as he gazed at the figure, his expression suddenly shifting to one of intrigue. The only question that remained was trivial. As a citizen of the Dragon Empire, was there truly any need for deliberation? I will sign. Chapter 64. The EC Order, A New Home, Bonus Update. You truly aren't considering it? Situ looked at Su Mubai in astonishment. He understood well that this request was no simple matter for an invoker. The whereabouts of that individual were notoriously elusive, and he himself lacked the confidence to locate him in a short span. No need for consideration. I too wish to visit the Sakura Kingdom. Su Mubai smiled faintly, his gaze resolute. Wasn't this figure none other than Huai? He is still waiting for himself to collect 10,000 ancient gold coins. And there's also a means of contact. Should I seek it? This could provide an opportunity to unlock that treasure chest. Ha ha, splendid. Situ did not anticipate that Su Mubai would agree so readily. Laughing heartily, I did not misjudge you. As his words fell, a contract from the Myriad Realms game appeared before Su Mubai. He glanced at its contents and decisively inscribed his name. Notice, you have signed a contract with the Dragon Palace, and in the future, you may only advance in other countries. Should you breach this agreement, you will be hunted by the Dragon Palace. If the Dragon Empire unifies the Forbidden Land, this contract will become void. Do not worry. We will assist you in finding Huai and notify you as soon as we have information. After signing the contract, Situ was in high spirits, patting Su Mubai's shoulder with a smile. Notice, Situ has added you as a friend. When you reach the 3rd tier, I will recommend you to join the Dragon Palace. Thank you, City Lord. Su Mubai stowed away the envelope and parchment, expressing his gratitude to Situ. You have made concessions for the Dragon Empire, and we old fellows naturally cannot let you feel disheartened. Situ raised his teacup and drank it all in one go, casually tossing a token to Su Mubai with a grin. Take this. With it, you shall navigate East Sea City without hindrance. EC Token 007, a special item. A token personally crafted by City Lord Situ, of which there are very few. Possessing it grants you the status of the Master of Courtyard 007 in EC City. Exclusive to Bai Yi, receiving the unremarkable EC token. Su Mubai expressed his gratitude once more. He pondered what this item would be after it was upgraded. However, he had no intention of advancing. It was merely a symbol of status, typically bestowed by those in power, and the possessor would undoubtedly have their information recorded. Upgrading the EC token held no advantages for him at present. Having acquired a courtyard without cost was somewhat unexpected for Su Mubai. The Myriad Realms game does not allow for logging off. Players must find a place to rest at night. The most economical option is to purchase a tent for survival in the wilderness, though it comes with significant dangers. To ensure safety, one must stay within the city while resting. Housing can be bought or a room rented, but all require money. Thus, it is impossible for ordinary players to simply idle away in a Myriad Realms game. Unless one becomes a full-time life player, They must venture out daily to grind monsters. With the 007 courtyard, Su Mubai now had a foothold in EC City. The courtyard bestowed by the city lord would undoubtedly not be inexpensive. However, Su Mubai was more concerned with the extent of the unhindered privilege that Sidhu Ji had mentioned. Stowing the token, Su Mubai tentatively inquired, "With this, can I fly in EC City?" "Forget flying. You can even kill within the city without issue." "Really?" Su Mubai's eyes sparkled at the response. Sidhu Ji choked slightly. "Cough, cough, but do not kill too many. Rest assured, I shall only eliminate a few foes." Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Being able to kill in the city meant that Zhao Su and Lu Ruyan would have nowhere to hide. "That is good." Sidhu Ji let out a sigh of relief, gradually rising to his feet, raising the staff in his hand as two portals simultaneously opened. "I must make a visit to the Dragon Temple headquarters. You should also take a look at your new home," he declared. With that, Sidhu Ji stepped into one of the portals, vanishing from sight. Su Mubai cast an envious glance before entering the other portal himself. Would he ever acquire such a skill that allowed one to travel freely? Crossing through the portal, Su Mubai found himself outside a vast courtyard, enclosed by tall, sturdy walls. A grand metallic gate adorned with mysterious patterns marked the entrance, flanked by two guards wielding long spears. Su Mubai's sudden appearance naturally drew the attention of the guards. With a clang, their spears crossed in front of him. "This is a private courtyard. Entry is prohibited." The city lord is quite generous, Su Mubai thought, surveying his new abode with satisfaction before tossing the East Sea token to the guards. This courtyard was far more expansive than his villa back on Blue Star. "So it is Lord Bay," one of the guards remarked, astonishment flickering in his eyes as he respectfully returned the token to Su Mubai. At that moment, the other guard presented him with a land deed. "Lord Bay, this will now be your private domain. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to notify us. You have obtained land deed number 007. Watching the guards retreat, Su Mubai finally pushed open the gate and stepped into the courtyard. With the deed in hand, he could come and go as he pleased, while others would require his consent for entry. "Would you like to rename the courtyard?" Upon entering, the system notification chimed in Su Mubai's ears. After a moment of consideration, he responded, "Bay Courtyard. Feel free to suggest names. The most liked will be adopted directly. Esteemed Lord of Bay Courtyard, welcome home. Would you like to set Bay Courtyard as your teleportation and resurrection point in EC City?" "Yes, replace it." Having completed these tasks, Su Mubai made his way to the pavilion within the courtyard, where his hand shimmered with a faint light as the Death Codex materialized. Franklin had generously granted him 1,000 soul points. Time to delve into the tome once again. Chapter 65, New Skill. As Su Mubai opened the Death Codex, he distinctly sensed a resistance. With the rapid consumption of the 1,000 soul points, the resistance gradually diminished. When his soul points reached 0, he felt a sudden lightness in his hand, and the Death Codex opened for the second time. Yet again, it revealed ancient and enigmatic inscriptions that Su Mubai could not comprehend. The chilling power of death surged forth once more, as the engraved information flowed into his mind. After a considerable time, the Death Codex closed once more, transforming into a mark on the back of Su Mubai's hand. A sudden epiphany struck him. The newfound information illuminated his face with delight. Simultaneously, the system notification echoed in his ears. "You have learned a new skill, Death Domain Transition. Death Domain Transition, Level 1, 050, Active Skill. Traversing the Realm of Death, 1 moves at will. Skill effects, 1. Utilizing the Realm of Death as a springboard. Instantly teleport to the target location, dispelling all negative effects afflicting oneself. 2. Upon teleportation, shielded by the power of death, one becomes immune to all damage and negative effects for 3 seconds. 3. 2 coordinates can be used to conjure a Shroud of Death, allowing you and your designated allies to traverse freely. Non-designated units cannot interact with the Shroud, and attacks will pass through it unhindered. 4. The size and position of the Shroud can be altered at your command. During its existence, allies passing through the Shroud will not perish. And even when their life force reaches 0, they may continue to fight. Instantaneous release. Teleportation cooldown is 15 seconds, consuming 1 maximum mana point, with a casting range of 0 to 200 meters. The Shroud of Death has a cooldown of 120 seconds, consuming 1 maximum mana point per second, capable of lasting up to 30 seconds, with a casting range of 0 to 500 meters. Wherever your thoughts lead, the Legion will arrive in an instant. This skill is indeed of a higher tier, and it is precisely the mobility skill that Su Mubai currently lacks. Upon his class advancement, he merely awakened a single tier skill along with 1 additional skill. After the Book of Death was upgraded to Holy Tome of Death, he astonishingly acquired 2 tier skills consecutively. The magnitude of this enhancement left even Su Mubai in astonishment. Reflecting on C2G's previous remarks, Su Mubai speculated that this might be related to his advancement. The tier and tier skills evidently did not align with the prestige of the Death Sovereign class. With a 15-second cooldown for the Death Domain teleport, his agility will be significantly enhanced. Moreover, the 3 seconds of invulnerability post-teleportation, a hallmark of tier skills, is undoubtedly superior to Frost Guardian. As for the Shroud of Death, it greatly augments the mobility of the Undead Legion. Nonetheless, this skill requires further exploration to master its application. The tier skill has reached the limits of the Divine Forbidden Land, making it impossible to upgrade without cost for the time being. After meticulously studying the skill, Su Mubai gradually rose to his feet. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the original spot, reappearing before a gate over 100 meters away. Simultaneously, a palm-sized, pale, gray, luminescent barrier unfurled from his shoulder, instantly descending. While still processing the materials, Frost felt a sudden heaviness in his body, followed by a free fall. Upon abruptly opening his eyes, he realized he was suspended high in the air. After passing through the Shroud of Death, a faint gray aura of death swirled around his surface, which was likely the energy allowing him to continue living even when his life force reaches 0. Uncertain of the situation, Frost swiftly flapped his wings, instinctively regaining his form. A frost giant dragon, nearly 5 meters in length, materialized above the Bailli court. Master? Frost, from a distance of 500 meters, gazed at Su Mubai with a hint of confusion. He understood that his current state was undoubtedly a result of his master's machinations. Do not be alarmed. Accompany me in testing this skill. Su Mubai's voice resonated directly within his mind. Before he could fully comprehend, Frost suddenly sensed the environment shifting once more. He beheld as the previously palm-sized pale gray shroud expanded dramatically, swiftly sweeping past his form. Meanwhile, a Shroud of Death materialized before the pavilion, and the figure of Frost shifted correspondingly. Was this the master's ability? The manipulation of space? Frost gazed upwards at the lofty heights he had occupied moments prior, utterly astonished. Immediately, the flicker of the soul's fire within his pupils intensified. The Shroud of Death suddenly expanded tenfold, sweeping across the courtyard in front of the pavilion with almost instantaneous speed. The Legion of the Undead descended in an instant, with 20 headless knights brandishing conical pikes at the forefront, followed by 160 shadow knights, 500 skeletal warriors, 400 skeletal archers, and 400 skeletal mages stood in perfect formation. This capability surpassed my expectations. A glint of brilliance flickered in Su Mubai's eyes. He had merely attempted to connect a piece of the Shroud of Death to his summoning space, but to his surprise, it had truly worked. As the number of the Undead Legion increased, the time required to release them all from the summoning space also lengthened. Now, with the Shroud of Death, Su Mubai could instantaneously deploy the Legion of the Undead to any location within a 500-meter radius, should he desire. With the elevation of the skills level, this distance would only extend further. There was also the prospect of advancement. Su Mubai recalled situies verdes. Only after advancement would the true power of the Death Sovereign class gradually reveal itself. However, advancement would require some time. For now, the priority was to familiarize himself with the Death Domain transition skill. Subsequently, Frost witnessed a series of performances. The Shroud of Death shifted direction and size at Su Mubai's whim. The Legion of the Undead could sometimes traverse actively, at other times shift passively, constantly vanishing and reappearing within the Bai courtyard. Su Mubai gradually mastered the application of the Shroud of Death. With a mere thought, his figure vanished before the gate. Death domain transition. Frost glanced at his master, who had suddenly seated himself within the pavilion and promptly minimized his form. 29:30. As Su Mubai concluded his silent incantation, he gently waved his hand, and the pale gray light enveloped the courtyard once more, retracting the entire legion of the undead back into the summoning space. In truth, the gesture was entirely unnecessary. The Shroud of Death moved in accordance with Su Mubai's thoughts. He simply wished to perform a flourish. "Master, you are truly remarkable," Frost exclaimed, flitting to the table and showering Su Mubai with compliments while wagging his tail incessantly, resembling a small pug. "Let us refrain from such antics in public. I cannot endure the embarrassment," Su Mubai remarked, shaking his head, bemused by how this mighty Dragon King had adopted such a dog-like demeanor. "Fear not, I comprehend." Frost nodded, feigning a knowing expression. Only then did Su Mubai notice that the creature's experience bar had ceased its fluctuations. Had it completed digesting the materials? "Indeed, master. My current strength will undoubtedly prove beneficial to you." Frost grinned widely, brimming with confidence. "Oh, let me see how much your prowess has increased." Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and opened Frost's attribute panel. He was soon left in a state of astonishment. Mythical grade beings exhibit such exaggerated growth in attributes. Chapter 66. Without comparison, there is no harm, Frost, no Halo basic attributes. Mythical mount, Frost Dragon King. High-level undead creature, level 10. Experience, 12-1. 2 billion. Loyalty, 100. Influenced by the Deathmaster profession, loyalty never decreases. Movement speed bonus, 800 in land, sea, and air. Health points, 26. 4 billion. Mana points, 2. 2 billion. Attack power, 1. 32 million. Spell power, 1. 1 million. Physical defense, 1. 1 million. Magical defense, 880,000. Elemental resistances, Ice 80, Death 70, Shadow 60. Others 40. Skills, Frost Breath, Dragon Might, Size Reduction, Basic Ice Spells, Frost Freeze. Passive effect, doubling the chance and effect of all ice spells. Tenfold. The basic attributes increased tenfold. Such growth far exceeded Su Mubai's expectations. He initially thought that with each level gained, Frost's basic attributes would only improve by 10 to 20. After all, its initial attributes were already formidable. Yet, he never anticipated that with each level gained, its initial attributes would simply double. Coupled with his advanced undead halo, providing a 60-point boost, Frost's health cap soared to an astonishing 42. 24 billion. Compared to such a mythical creature, his own 15 points of free attributes and triple profession bonuses seemed utterly insignificant. He could only wonder what enhancements the second tier would bring. "Why hasn't your size increased?" Closing the panel, Su Mubai gently patted Frost's head. So what if it was a mythical creature? It had become his mount nonetheless. "Master, I am currently in the newborn phase. My size will change upon reaching level 30 and entering the juvenile phase." "Is that so?" Su Mubai nodded slightly. Level 30, the same level at which players advance. Could it be that these powerful beings also progress at the same levels as players? Furrowing his brow, Su Mubai inquired, "What about after the juvenile phase? From level 60 to 180 is the growth phase, and after level 180, I will reach adulthood." Hearing this, Su Mubai let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that these powerful races did not advance as frequently as humans. According to Situji, humans could advance every 30 levels until surpassing level 240 and entering the 9th tier. This exemplified the growth potential of humanity. Although their foundation was lacking, they could steadily catch up to the mightiest races across the realms. However, only a select few could break through to the 9th tier. To truly contend with those formidable races, humanity's journey remained long. This was also the significance of the divine forbidden land. The divine prohibition is precisely against those beings that could be deemed divine. By the way, what basic ice spells do you know? After posing this question, Su Mubai soon felt the vast disparity once more. Too many to count, such as ice arrow, ice spike, ice armor, ice shield, blizzards, and more. I possess them all. Frost proudly raised its head and, after enumerating a series of skills, concluded, there must be nearly 100 types of spells. Without comparison, there can be no pain. For a moment, Su Mubai found himself speechless. Why should players be restricted to merely 20 skill slots? In contrast to these formidable races, the human race appeared woefully weak. Only through gradual advancement could humanity hope to close the gap with these powerful races. As Su Mubai pondered this, his anticipation for the imminent advancement grew even stronger. However, he refrained from contacting Huai Jian immediately, for he did not yet possess 10,000 ancient gold coins. When enlisting someone else's assistance, it is only natural to prepare the necessary resources beforehand. Moreover, from what he gathered from Sitaji, it seemed that Huai Jian would ultimately require him to procure ancient gold coins to exchange for that prized item. Therefore, before approaching Huai Jian, he needed to amass a significant sum of money. Once he had the funds, his summoned skeleton and corpse explosion could also undergo enhancement. Yet prior to that, he intended to acquire this item without cost. Su Mubai glanced at his lifespan and retrieved 58 primary soul stones from his backpack. Of these, 10 were acquired from the wealthy, while the remaining 48 were from 2 epic contributions. Cataclysm. Promotion to the next tier. You have obtained 58 intermediate soul stones. However, Su Mubai did not utilize these soul stones. Instead, he returned them to his backpack. Having previously absorbed 50 high-level soul stones, his lifespan now exceeded 52 years, alleviating any concerns of sudden demise. Since entering the myriad realms of the game, Su Mubai had never fought such a prosperous battle. With 52 years of lifespan, he could afford to die 5 times. Though he did not believe he would perish easily, the assurance of this lifespan bolstered his confidence considerably. As for the 58 intermediate soul stones, they were intended for testing certain ideas. After 2 sleepless days, Su Mubai felt no trace of fatigue. He attributed this vigor to having slept excessively during his vegetative state. Signaling Frost to enlarge, Su Mubai ascended to the throne and soared into the sky. This time, no guards impeded him. Presumably, Sitaji had informed them of his possession of the Eastern Sea token. Many locals in the city beheld Frost, but did not display excessive astonishment. They merely whispered among themselves for a moment before losing interest. From his aerial vantage, Su Mubai finally grasped the vastness of Eastern Sea City. The city's edge was invisible at first glance, and the teleportation square lay at its center. Ordinary players arriving here would require several hours to exit the city. Of course, the teleportation square featured teleportation arrays. For a small fee, one could be transported to any city gate. The cost of in-city teleportation was relatively affordable, within the means of most individuals. While navigating the city, one could also spend money to hire temporary mounts or summon a carriage. In summary, with sufficient funds, any endeavor becomes considerably more convenient. Soon, Frost arrived above the nearest jewelry processing shop. Death Domain teleportation. Before even touching the ground, Su Mubai's figure vanished from the throne, appearing directly at the entrance of the jewelry processing shop. Frost was also stowed away in the mount space. Esteemed customer, please step inside. You have certainly arrived at the right place. Our esteemed gem masters at the Jadestone Pavilion are renowned throughout the city. As soon as he reached the entrance, a voluptuous young woman approached him. Her gaze swept over Su Mubai's impressive equipment, and her smile grew noticeably brighter. A newcomer, such as him, had quickly entered the city, adorned with such luxurious gear. Indeed, he was a significant client. Even if he wasn't a substantial client now, he surely would be in the future. Do you accept gemstones here? Su Mubai inquired, revealing a level 5 power gem from his palm. This gem was a drop from the skeletal dragon, Caicus, and he had chosen not to hasten his ascension. Advancing would not only escalate the synthesis costs, but also diminish the success rate. Clearly, synthesizing before ascending would be a more prudent strategy. Certainly, the young woman's eyes lit up, her voice sweetening as she continued, "Please, noble guest, allow me to introduce you." Su Mubai nodded slightly and followed her into the Jade Stone Pavilion. If his plans were successful, he would no longer be short of gold in the future. Chapter 67. Sudden Wealth Bonus Update. Contrary to Su Mubai's expectations, the Jadestone Pavilion only sold attribute gems up to level 5. This limitation was consistent across all jewelry processing shops in EC City. Until now, Su Mubai had not taken advantage of the opportunity to ascend these level 5 gems. Hence, he had only just discovered that the highest level for ordinary attribute gems was indeed level 5. A level 1 attribute gem enhances its corresponding attribute by 10 points. With each level gained, the attribute doubles, culminating in a level 5 gem that adds a staggering 160 points. However, synthesis requires 3 gems of the same level. The success rate for synthesizing a level 1 to level 2 gem is nearly 100, but it declines with each subsequent level. Even for the gem masters at the Jadestone Pavilion, the success rate of synthesizing 3 level 4 gems into a level 5 gem hovers around 70, attributed to their extensive experience and the use of specialized materials that enhance success rates. Above level 5 gems are known as brilliant gems, divided into 3 tiers, with each tier adding an additional point to the corresponding attribute, unless the attribute exceeds 16,000 points. A level 1 brilliant gem does not offer better value than a level 5 ordinary gem. Crucially, ordinary gems cannot be synthesized into brilliant gems. They can only be crafted by master jewelers or dropped by legendary creatures. However, this posed no issue for Su Mubai, as he could still ascend them without cost. Mr. Bai, I can offer you 500 gold coins for the level 5 power gem you hold, the young woman stated after her introduction, smiling at Su Mubai. She added, "This is the industry standard, as well as the highest price I can offer." Su Mubai remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the price list displayed on the counter. Level 1 attribute gems were priced at 8 gold coins each, level 2 at 30 gold coins, level 3 at 120 gold coins, level 4 at 500 gold coins, and level 5 at 3,000 gold coins. These figures represented only the price of attribute gems. Special gems, such as critical hit and critical damage, commanded prices 5 times higher. The offered acquisition price is merely half of its worth. However, Su Mubai remains unfazed. For him, any acquisition is akin to a no-risk venture. Purchasing level 4 gems, he could effortlessly ascend to level 5 and then resell them, yielding a profit of 1,000 gold coins for each gem. The only constraint on his wealth accumulation is the quantity of gems available at Yushirjai. After some contemplation, Su Mubai turned to the enchanting lady. "What if it's a level 1 brilliant gem? What price could you offer?" "Sir, you truly put me in a difficult position," the lady replied, casting a captivating glance at Su Mubai. "Brilliant gems are rare resources in the Empire. I cannot risk engaging in private transactions. If you truly possess one, I recommend sending it directly to the auction house, where I believe you will reap substantial rewards." "I was merely inquiring," Su Mubai replied with a slight smile, gesturing to produce all the gems he had. "Calculate the total. I shall sell these to you." "Ah, I did not expect you, Mr. Bai, to be so generous," the lady exclaimed, her smile widening upon seeing the multitude of level 5 gems, and she promptly began her calculations. "Here we have 40 level 5 attribute gems, 6 level 5 special gems, 16 level 2 attribute gems, and 3 level 2 special gems. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Su Mubai confirmed. "Very well. The total comes to 465 gold coins." The lady swiftly initiated the transaction, seemingly fearful of his potential regret. Su Mubai smiled slightly and confirmed the trade. "You have received 465 gold coins. Your current balance is 108,625 gold coins." While Su Mubai maintained a facade of calmness, his heart soared with exhilaration. 100,000 gold coins. Why would he even consider trading with other players? Engaging with locals is far more advantageous. Nevertheless, he subdued his excitement and continued. "I require a batch of level 4 gems. How many do you have?" Although the lady was puzzled by Su Mubai's decision to sell level 5 gems in exchange for level 4, the prospect of business was not one to dismiss. With a seductive smile, she replied, We currently have 100 level 4 attribute gems and 10 level 4 special gems. How many do you require, Mr. Bai? Is that all? Su Mubai frowned. For such a large jewelry store, your stock is quite limited. Sir, you must understand that gems are inherently scarce. We acquire a limited quantity daily, hence our inventory is not extensive. Furthermore, our primary business is jewelry processing. It then dawned on Su Mubai that Yushir Zhai primarily profits from crafting, setting, and extracting gems rather than merely trading them. Very well. I shall take all the level 4 gems, Su Mubai declared, preparing to make the payment. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved the EC token and waved it. Is this eligible for a discount? Ah, it turns out you are a distinguished guest of the city lord, the lady gasped, her hand lightly covering her mouth in astonishment. Her title for him changing instantly. Lord Bai, with your status, you are entitled to an almost 20% discount at any shop in EC City. A delightful surprise. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, stowing away the EC token and immediately transferring all his gold to the lady. I'll take all the level 4 gems. And please convert the remainder into level 3 gems. 10 minutes later, Su Mubai gathered a plethora of gemstones, escorted to the entrance of the Jadestone Pavilion by a beautiful young woman. Fortunately, the gemstones could be stacked. Otherwise, with his current backpack, he could hardly accommodate them. It was only after the frosty air had dissipated that the young woman turned back to the shop, murmuring to herself. It appears that Donghai City is about to witness the rise of a significant figure. He proceeded to the next jewelry processing shop. Su Mubai, brimming with excitement, seated himself upon his throne, directing the frost to the desired location. Subsequently, he gazed into his backpack filled with gemstones, his mind focused. Cataclysm. Level up. For the next 2 hours, Su Mubai explored several jewelry processing shops throughout Donghai City. At this juncture, his gear had been embedded with level 5 gemstones. Even more astonishingly, the gold coins in his backpack had swelled to a staggering 980,000, just a hair's breadth away from breaking the million mark. Each shop exhibited a similar inventory of level 3 and level 4 gemstones, with an initial capital of over 100,000 gold coins. He engaged in buying from one shop and selling to another, averaging a profit of over 200,000 gold coins from each establishment. Had it not been for the limited capacity of these shops, he could have further profited from an abundance of level 1 and level 2 gemstones. However, such actions would undoubtedly draw unwanted attention. The only regret was that the gemstones he had sold could not be repurchased to create a nested doll effect. After all, regardless of how many times they changed hands, they remained the same entities. To exploit such opportunities again, he would have to wait until these jewelry processing shops exhausted their supply of the gemstones he had previously upgraded. In addition to his gear encrusted with gemstones and the impressive sum of 980,000 gold coins, Su Mubai's backpack contained over 40 unupgraded level 5 attribute gemstones. This was the total inventory from several jewelry processing shops, including those he had previously sold to the Jadestone Pavilion, all of which he had repurchased. Paying no heed to the curious gaze of a young woman, Su Mubai exited the Jadestone Pavilion. He transformed all these gemstones into level 1 radiant gemstones, while Frost had already arrived at the next destination. Donghai Auction House. Chapter 68. Donghai Auction House, Sole Currency. This was an imposing structure, reminiscent of an ancient castle. The exterior walls were constructed of golden stones, and the bronze doors were adorned with intricate designs that Su Mubai could not decipher. With a plaque displaying 5 bold characters, Donghai Auction House. Retracting Frost, Su Mubai stepped into the grand hall on the first floor. The hall was illuminated by brilliant crystal chandeliers, the marble floor gleaming, with walls adorned with famous paintings and introductions to auction items, filled with the aroma of spices and the murmur of conversations. Although the throngs of players had yet to flood the city, a considerable number of locals were still patronizing the establishment. The spacious first-floor hall featured numerous windows, approximately several dozen in total. These windows served as points for consignment and purchase of goods. Here, players could list their items and set a starting bid. Typically, the consignment lasted for 24 hours. with Donghai Auction House charging a fee of 5. Of course, players could also pay to extend the consignment period. Each additional day would incur an extra charge of 1. In addition to the starting bid, a buy it now price could be set, allowing those interested to acquire the item immediately without waiting for the consignment period to end. However, upon gaining insight, Su Mubai discovered that the auction systems employed by the descendants and the locals were, in fact, entirely disparate. This meant that players were unable to purchase items consigned by locals, while locals could not bid on items belonging to the descendants. It was said that this was a rule established by the multiverse game, designed to safeguard the interests of the descendants during the initial phase of the game, preventing them from being outcompete by the natives of the divine Forbidden Land. After all, the players had only just arrived in this world, and their financial capabilities were vastly inferior. According to the staff, the two auction systems would only merge once a certain number of players advanced to the second tier. This was somewhat advantageous for players seeking to acquire items. However, for someone like Su Mubai, who was a seller, it was not particularly favorable news. The items he wished to sell were currently beyond the financial reach of the players. Even someone as affluent as the one possessing the wealth god talent appeared to Su Mubai as a pauper at this moment. "Sir, have you decided what items you wish to consign?" A gentle voice from the staff broke his silence. "I heard there would be an auction held here," Su Mubai responded, evading the question. The staff, unperturbed, smiled and replied, "Indeed, our Donghai Auction House holds an auction every month, in addition to a grand auction once a year. This month's auction is set to commence tomorrow." As she spoke, the staff pointed to the right, continuing, "If you wish to participate, you may ascend to the second floor from there and purchase a ticket." "Thank you." Su Mubai nodded and turned toward the indicated location, where a staircase awaited. "A descendant wishes to attend the auction? I dare say the ticket price will likely shock him," muttered a slender youth behind him, rolling his eyes. In his view, even a descendant who could swiftly enter the city would undoubtedly find the ticket exorbitant. "You underestimate that gentleman," the staff chuckled. Having long been immersed in the world of auctions, she immediately recognized the exceptional quality of Su Mubai's equipment, several pieces of which were of epic grade or higher. Such an individual would hardly be deterred by the ticket price. Upon reaching the second floor, Su Mubai was indeed taken aback by the ticket prices. The cost for the most economical seat in the back was a staggering 1,000 gold coins, while the most luxurious private rooms soared to a staggering 100,000. This was merely the price of admission. What could the auctioned items possibly cost? Glancing into his backpack, which contained nearly 1,000,000 gold coins, Su Mubai suddenly felt less affluent than he had imagined. At this ticket price, that amount would surely prove insufficient to participate in the auction. "Sir, which type of ticket would you like to purchase?" "I must inform you that they're nearly sold out," the ticket clerk said, winking at Su Mubai. "Is there any possibility of a discount?" he inquired, thinking it foolish not to seize a bargain. Without hesitation, Su Mubai produced the Donghai token. In the next moment, the clerk's expression brightened, and she quickly stood, extending a golden card with both hands. "Ah, so you are a distinguished guest of the city lord, Mr. Bay. Here is your VIP card. Please take good care of it. VIP card number 007. Each time the auction at Donghai Auction House commences, you will receive a notification, allowing you to be teleported directly into the exclusive room 007 using your VIP card. Possessing it makes you a distinguished guest of Donghai Auction House. Free of charge." Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. The benefits of the Donghai token exceeded his expectations. Naturally, since the Donghai Auction House is the property of the city lord. Your presence guarantees you special treatment. Special treatment? A surge of joy filled Su Mubai's heart as he accepted the card. You will enjoy a 50% discount on the service fees for consigning and auctioning items here. Furthermore, should you find yourself short on funds during the auction, we can offer you an interest-free loan of up to 10,000 soul coins. Soul coins. Su Mubai's eyes lit up at the mention of this term. He had finally heard it. He quickly inquired, "What is the exchange rate between soul coins and gold coins?" Typically, one soul coin is valued at 10,000 gold coins, but few ever exchange soul coins for gold coins. The front desk attendant shook her head and patiently clarified, "Each soul coin contains a fragment of temporal energy, equivalent to 1 hour of life. However, the temporal energy within a soul coin cannot be directly absorbed. It must be refined through special methods. The Life Soul Stone is crafted by powerful individuals who extract temporal energy from soul coins. Mr. Bai, how much do you believe a lifespan is worth? Upon hearing this, Su Mubai experienced a moment of enlightenment. The value of life varies greatly among individuals. For those nearing death, an additional hour of life is invaluable. Yet for many, an hour may seem trivial, easily squandered in idle moments. Su Mubai realized that, within the sacred Forbidden Land, soul coins are the true currency of worth. In contrast, gold, silver, and copper coins merely suffice for daily expenses. While they may procure some basic equipment initially, only soul coins can purchase truly exceptional items. He couldn't help but think of the god of wealth talent, which was clearly hiding the majority of its information. Otherwise, such a talent would hardly be classified as top tier. Nevertheless, it was understandable, given their unfamiliarity. After stowing the VIP card, Su Mubai laid all his level 1 brilliant gems on the front desk. Are these gems eligible for auction? The brilliant gems are indeed qualified. The front desk attendant nodded. May I ask whether Lord Bai wishes to transact in gold coins or soul coins? Soul coins. Very well. Our suggested starting price is 5 soul coins per gem, and based on past experiences, the final selling price should be around 9 to 10 soul coins. The auction house will charge a 10% fee on the total auction amount. However, given your esteemed status, you only need to pay 5%. Mr. Bai, does this arrangement suit you? No problem. Su Mubai nodded slightly, contemplating before asking, can the value of the consigned items be used as my bidding limit during the auction? He feared that if a desirable item surfaced, he might lack funds in his inventory to participate in the bidding. While others would not be permitted, you certainly can. Is that so? A wave of joy surged within Su Mubai as he produced all his intermediate life soul stones. All of these items are to be auctioned off. All transactions conducted using soul coins. Chapter 69, Treasures of Great Wealth. By the way, there are also these. After pondering for a moment, Su Mubai retrieved 3 pieces of equipment and a skill book to hand over to the other party. These items were, of course, dropped by the Skeleton King, Reggie. Originally mere dark gold-grade equipment, they had been elevated by Su Mubai to become epic grade gear of level 1060. The skill Thunderstrike had also been upgraded to the skill book Thunderstorm Assault. Such equipment and skill books are evidently beyond the financial reach of players at this stage, even for the wealthiest, who could not offer a suitable price. Thus, Su Mubai decided to auction them here as well. After hearing the starting bid from the attendant, he hastily departed from the Eastern Sea auction house. Suddenly, he recalled something. The jewelry workshop in Eastern Sea City was out of stock, but other cities still had supplies. If he made a round trip, he could potentially earn a substantial profit. With this thought, his previously calmed heart surged with excitement once more. Frost surged upwards as he headed towards the teleportation square, adjacent to which lay the teleportation hall of Eastern Sea City. From there, he could transport to other cities. During his journey, with his newfound wealth, Su Mubai took the opportunity to elevate 2 of his skills. Notification. Do you confirm the expenditure of 10,000 gold coins to overwrite the previous enhancement effect and elevate the skill Summon Advanced Skeleton to a higher tier? Confirm. Your skill Summon Advanced Skeleton has successfully elevated to the skill Summon Elite Skeleton. Summon Elite Skeleton. Level 9, active skill, summons 3 elite skeletons to fight for you. Elite Skeleton Warrior, Elite Skeleton Archer, Elite Skeleton Mage. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 3,000 points. Cataclysmic traits, 1. The Elite Skeleton Warrior's health cap is raised to 500, and attack power is increased by 100. 2. Not activated. 3. Not activated. The Elite Skeleton's attributes are enhanced by the player's mental attributes. The names of the 3 units are prefixed with Elite, though the specific enhancements remain unclear. However, at this moment, suspended in midair, Su Mubai did not rush to summon them, but instead continued to elevate his next skill. Notification. Do you confirm the expenditure of 10,000 gold coins to overwrite the previous enhancement effect and elevate the skill Corpse Explosion to a higher tier? Confirm. Your skill corpse explosion has successfully elevated to the skill chain corpse explosion. Chain corpse explosion, level 11, active skill, capable of sequentially detonating up to 3 corpses or remains, dealing magical damage to all enemies within a 20-meter radius of each corpse or remains. Cannot be used on corpses. Damage, 200 magical intensity based on the target's life before death. Casting range, 200 meters, instantaneous release, cooldown, 30 seconds, mana cost, 6,000 points. The chain corpse explosion has seen improvements across all facets, significantly stronger than before. Su Mubai was quite satisfied with this. It was then that he realized his skill bar had already consumed 11 slots. This occurs even before he has acquired any rudimentary skills. With only 20 skill slots, it is indeed quite restrictive. It remains uncertain whether this will expand upon advancement. Murmuring to himself, the teleportation plaza came into view for Su Mubai. Just as he was about to initiate the frostfall control, his communicator abruptly chimed. It was Fu Jiatianxia. Simultaneously, 5 beams of white light illuminated the teleportation plaza one after another. Has he finally emerged from the novice village? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and answered the voice call from Fu Jiatianxia. Brother Bai Yi, are you free at the moment? I'm bringing you some gold. The voice of Fu Jiatianxia resonated from the communicator, indicating he had just departed from the novice village to contact Su Mubai. I'll come find you, Su Mubai replied with a slight smile, adjusting the flying height of frostfall. You're coming to find me? Fu Jiatianxia seemed taken aback, but then replied, all right. His words were suddenly interrupted by a way. Look over there. Is that a dragon? Everyone turned in the direction he pointed, their eyes widening in astonishment. A fearsome frost dragon was swiftly approaching the teleportation plaza. Incredible. There's even a frost dragon in East Sea City, exclaimed the fire elementalist, a notorious late riser. Beside him, Feng Yishao glanced at the two with exasperation and remarked, have you forgotten what Bai Yi's mount is? All right. It must be Bai Yi's Frost Dragon King, exclaimed Mian Huatang, her eyes sparkling. Look, there's indeed a person seated upon the dragon. As frostfall descended, they finally spotted Su Mubai sitting atop the throne. A wave of envy washed over them. When will we have such a formidable mount? Away in the late riser exchanged glances, their eyes filled with longing. Brother Bai Yi's mount is mythical. Let us not dream. Fu Jiatianxia shook his head. Even I don't know when I can afford one. As he spoke, he hurried forward to greet the descending Su Mubai. Su Mubai waved to retract frostfall and accepted the 500 gold coins handed to him by Fu Jiatianxia, smiling, not bad. Leveling up faster than in Hong Tubai. The talent from Hong Tubai grants a 20 experience boost to guild members. And Fu Jiatianxia's party has indeed managed to exit the novice village ahead of others, which is somewhat unexpected. This is all thanks to the equipment you sold us, Brother Bai Yi, Fu Jiatianxia remarked, casting a deep glance at Su Mubai. They had managed to clear the hell-level misty lands ahead of the Bai Yi guild using those dark gold-level items. However, they ultimately only attained gold-level status. This implies that unless they unlock a disaster-level hidden dungeon, dark gold-level equipment will not appear in the novice village. Hence, they could only slightly advance beyond the novice village. The rest of the group now gazed at Su Mubai in shock, realizing that apart from the name Bai Yi, they could see none of his levels. Has the gap in strength widened to this extent? Feng Yishao glanced at her own level talent, pondering silently. Equipment serves merely as an auxiliary, yet the true essence lies within the individual. You all should delve into the mysteries of East Sea City. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Mubai waved his hand with a smile and turned to depart. The gear and skill books he had initially intended to sell are now entrusted to the auction house in East Sea. Compared to the locals of the Forbidden Land, the wealth of the affluent holds no significant advantage in the early stages. Brother Bai Yi, do not be hasty. Take a look at this, exclaimed the affluent merchant, hastily calling Su Mubai back, presenting a parchment. This was just produced today from the money tree. I believe it will pique your interest. Upon reading the parchment's description, Su Mubai felt a slight shock and cast a surprised glance at the affluent merchant. Such a remarkable talent. Indeed, should not be underestimated. On just the second day, has he already unearthed such a treasure? My esteemed mentors, I apologize, but I can only provide 2 updates today. The writer's block has left me quite perplexed. Rest assured, there will be additional updates, albeit later in the day. Chapter 70. The Uniqueness of the Sovereign of Death. Additional update. Scroll of Destiny. Legendary item upon use. You shall gain an opportunity to roll the dice of fate. Rolling a 1 results in misfortune. Rolling a 2 yields no effect. Rolling a 36 invites good fortune. The higher the roll, the more bountiful the reward. Gambler, are you certain you will not roll a 1? As a legendary item, this scroll presents a 1 in 6 chance of a penalty, another 1 in 6 chance of no effect, with the remainder being rewards. Such probabilities, in the eyes of a gambler, are akin to a guarantee of winning. However, Su Mubai is no mere gambler. He is a master of the craft. In his hands, this scroll transforms into a mythic artifact, potentially nullifying any penalties. Thus, when the affluent merchant presented the scroll, Su Mubai halted his steps. He was indeed intrigued by the scroll of destiny. How much do you seek for it? Not for sale, the affluent merchant replied with a smile. It is a gift. A gift? Su Mubai scrutinized him closely, withholding his judgment as he awaited further elaboration. He understood that free offerings often come at the highest cost. To bestow a legendary item freely indicates that the merchant desires something more in return. Brother Bai Yi, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to seize this opportunity to forge a profound collaboration with you, the affluent merchant clarified. Initially, he aspired to recruit Bai Yi, but after the transaction in the novice village, he recognized that someone like Bai Yi would never serve another. Collaboration was the only viable path. However, at that time, the affluent merchant had placed himself on the same level as Bai Yi. Yet a series of system announcements had since reshaped his perspective, achieving a solo kill of an epic being, unveiling the mount rankings ahead of schedule, and acquiring a mythic mount on the very first day of the game. Each event shattered his worldview. Such a person must be courted, even at his own expense. With his own financial prowess and the strength of Bai Yi, they could swiftly establish a foothold in the Forbidden Land. Thus, the current scene unfolded before them. Profound collaboration? Su Mubai, with keen interest, inquired, "Pray tell, how do you envision our collaboration?" A sudden thought struck him. The allure of recruiting a wealthy benefactor was quite appealing. Although he had no need for a team, having such a financial patron to generate wealth for him seemed advantageous. However, this was not the appropriate venue for discourse. Perhaps we should find a restaurant to engage in a more detailed conversation? As he spoke, Fu Jiatianxia absent-mindedly rubbed his stomach. Having not indulged in a decent meal all day, seizing this opportunity to satiate his culinary desires. The prospect of a sumptuous feast was finally at hand. While steamed buns could stave off hunger, their taste was rather unpalatable. Away, overhearing brightened up, whispering for this grand meal. I have refrained from eating buns for quite some time. My hunger level has already reached 60 points. I must feast soon. Cotton Candy clenched his fist, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the feast. Yet, Su Mubai paused momentarily, caught off guard by the mention of hunger levels. Did the myriad realms of this game possess such an attribute? It suddenly dawned on him that since entering the game, he had not partaken of any food, yet felt no sensation of hunger. In a truly immersive gaming world, this was quite illogical. The reason he had overlooked this issue was that he had not eaten for a considerable time before entering the game. How does a vegetative state sustain itself? He hastily opened his attribute panel, scrutinizing it closely. However, the panel revealed no indication of a hunger attribute. Could this be due to his class as the Death Sovereign? A flicker of suspicion ignited within him. Not only hunger, but there must be other attributes like fatigue. In the early stages of the game, players with low attributes still required sleep and rest. This was evident from the weariness that betrayed Fu Jiatianxia and his companions. To hasten their exit from the novice village, they must have foregone rest. Yet, Su Mubai felt no trace of fatigue whatsoever. Noting Su Mubai's prolonged silence, Fu Jiatianxia could not help but prompt, "What are your thoughts, Brother Bai Yi?" Finally, Su Mubai came to his senses, closed the panel, and replied, "We can discuss cooperation, but I must attend to my tasks first." "No rush. I will reserve this parchment for you, Brother Bai Yi." Just inform me once you were finished. Fu Jia Tianxia responded with a slight smile, indicating his understanding. Very well, Su Mubai nodded slightly, preparing to depart when suddenly his steps faltered. Not far off, 5 beams of white light flickered as another group emerged from the novice village. Led by Hong Tubai, initially intending to approach, Hong Tubai hesitated upon seeing Su Mubai, his pupils dilating in surprise. Why couldn't he even see his level? How on earth did this individual level up? A mix of emotions flickered across Hong Tubai's face. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to halt his advance, pivoting to leave instead. Until his own talents had developed, it would be prudent to maintain distance from this extraordinary individual. With their entry into the city, the Bai Guild would experience exponential growth. In time, his strength would undoubtedly rival that of Bai. Su Mubai paused, not due to Hong Tubai and his entourage, but because a sudden thought struck him. At this juncture, squads of high-level players should gradually be entering the city. One wonders if the notorious couple, Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su, will be among them. Regardless, it is prudent to wait and observe. If they're indeed part of this influx, it would certainly alleviate some of my burdens. With this thought, Su Mubai's gaze gradually turned cold. In comparison to vengeance, matters of profit could be postponed. As anticipated, beams of light began to flicker, heralding the arrival of players at the teleportation square of Donghai City. Each player, possessing a remarkable talent, had formed their own teams in the novice villages, selecting members who also exhibited exceptional capabilities. Nevertheless, this batch of players having arrived from various novice villages to Donghai City consisted of merely a handful of individuals. Scattered across the vast teleportation square, they eluded Su Mubai's immediate scrutiny. Observing players departing in all directions, a thought crossed Su Mubai's mind. With the aid of the Death's Veil, the undead legion descended in a dispersed formation, swiftly encircling the teleportation square. Years of deception, the brutal realities of accidents, the helplessness of being in a vegetative state, and the suffocating despair experienced before entering the game flooded back to him. The flames of vengeance surged within him, rendering Su Mubai indifferent to the sentiments of other players. His formidable strength was the foundation of his audacity. The existence of the Donghai Order emboldened him to surround the teleportation square without restraint. If anyone wished to depart, they would first have to ascertain whether the couple was present. Chapter 71. Mubai, I have finally found you. What has transpired? Why are there suddenly so many skeletons? I have just exited the novice village. Surely, I am not encountering a monster siege? What are you thinking? This is one of the 10 primary cities of the Divine Dragon Empire. How could it possibly be besieged? Yet, look at these skeletons, aside from their names. Everything else appears as a question mark. Elite skeleton warriors with a note that reads Bai Yi. What on earth? Are these skeletons all summoned by Bai Yi? This is absurd. Did Bai Yi not just leave the novice village a short while ago? How could he possibly summon so many skeletons at once? There must be at least 1,000 of them surrounding us. In those formidable nights, what exactly does Bai Yi intend to accomplish? The sudden emergence of the undead legion incited fervent discussions among the players who had just stepped out of the novice village. They halted in their tracks, too intimidated to proceed further, having witnessed several players being repelled by the skeletons. Whether it was the colossal swords of the skeleton warriors or the lances wielded by the shadow knights and headless knights, they sent shivers down their spines. On the periphery, the ominous presence of skeleton mages and archers loomed. A singular question flickered through everyone's minds. What does Bai Yi truly desire? Does he intend to annihilate them all? This is a main city. Any proactive attack would result in capture. What emboldens him to act in such a manner? Observing the elite skeleton warriors blocking his path, the expression of the ambitious leader darkened. So, Bai Yi, I have chosen to avoid confrontation, yet you insist on opposing me, do you? In the eyes of the grand ambition, it was evident that Bai Yi's actions were directed at him. With a countenance shifting between shadows and light, grand ambition turned around, only to find Bai Yi not sparing him a glance. A sigh of relief washed over him, yet simultaneously, an overwhelming sensation of humiliation surged within. Had he regarded Bai Yi as a formidable adversary all along, only to realize that Bai Yi had not taken him seriously at all. Those who were poised to indulge in a lavish feast, including the affluent Tianxia, halted in their tracks, gazing in bewilderment at the sudden emergence of the undead army. Even the exceptionally gifted Tianxia found himself momentarily subdued. Was this truly the extent of Bai Yi's power? It was simply ludicrous. Feng Yi Xiao clenched his fist, then helplessly released it, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. His once proud combat prowess, when juxtaposed with Bai Yi's, seemed utterly insignificant. He was unworthy to be compared, unable to even withstand a single strike from the summoned skeleton. Faced with the imposing elite skeleton warriors, Feng Yi Xiao was engulfed by a profound sense of powerlessness. He harbored an unsettling premonition that he could not endure even a single blow from one of these skeletons. Yet, Bai Yi effortlessly summoned over 1,000 of them with a mere wave of his hand. How formidable was he truly? Tianxia was the first to regain his composure, casting a perplexed glance at Su Mubai. "Brother Bai Yi, what is your intention?" "Nothing much, just in search of a couple of individuals," Su Mubai replied, gracefully leaping into the air as Frost surged forth from his mount's domain. This time, he did not take his place upon the throne atop Frost, but instead stood directly between the dragon's mighty horns. The appearance of the Frost dragon instantly captivated the attention of all present. Gazing upon this mythic steed, envy shimmered in the eyes of the elite players. "Do not be alarmed. You merely need to assist me with a single task, and I assure you of your safety." Frost did not soar high. It was sufficient for everyone to see Su Mubai and hear his voice clearly. Upon hearing this, discussions erupted amongst the crowd. Silence. Su Mubai snorted coldly, prompting Frost to exhale a gust of chilling breath. Instantly, a frigid wave enveloped them, and a terrifying pressure descended. "My goodness, all attributes decreased by 50. Is this the power of a mythic mount? It's utterly outrageous." As Su Mubai's gaze swept over the assembly, their chatter ceased abruptly. The dragon's majesty alone was more than enough to subdue these fledgling level 10 players. "Listen carefully." Su Mubai surveyed the crowd, waiting for complete silence before continuing. "You are free to depart, but you must exit through me." As his words lingered in the air, dissent arose among the crowd. "Who do you think you are? Surrounding us, what of it? This is the main city. Go ahead. Make a move if you dare." Before the speaker could finish, an arrow pierced his body, silencing him. 2 impressive damage numbers flared, and he fell lifelessly to the ground, dropping 2 pieces of equipment and several silver coins. Gulping, the onlookers stared in shock at Su Mubai, none daring to approach the fallen's belongings. Merely uttering a few words had cost a decade of life. "This is the main city. Has Bai Yi lost his mind?" Meanwhile, Hong Tu Bei was drenched in cold sweat, gripped by an overwhelming sense of fear. "Thankfully, I spoke slowly, otherwise I would have been killed as well." To commit murder in the main city? How dare Bai Yi? Is he not afraid of being apprehended by the city guards? It is best to avoid provoking such a person. He is nothing short of a madman. Does anyone dare to voice dissent? Su Muba's gaze swept across everyone present, and not a single soul dared to meet his eyes. The oppressive aura of dragon might, combined with the swift act of killing and the terrifying undead legion, instilled fear in their hearts. However, Su Mubai was not merely observing them. He was searching for Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su. Yet among this group, their figures were nowhere to be found. Had they not awakened their talents? Su Mubai furrowed his brow, but he did not immediately retract the undead legion. Scattered flashes of white light still appeared intermittently. Perhaps the couple had simply lagged behind. The reason he directed everyone to proceed in this manner was to avoid chaos and ensure nothing was overlooked. Under the threat posed by Su Mubai, those present had no choice but to cooperate with him. At that moment, 2 flashes of white light appeared. A man and a woman emerged in the teleportation plaza. Both were evidently bewildered by the surrounding circumstances, their minds filled with questions. Zhao Su hurriedly grabbed a passing player and inquired, "Bro, what is going on here? Can't you see with your own eyes?" The player shot Zhao Su a glare and vented his frustration towards him. However, the next instant, he halted in his tracks, for he had spotted Lu Ruyan, adorned in a flowing lavender gown, holding a staff, her exquisite features an alluring figure captivating him. "This beauty, come with me this way. Be careful not to anger Bai Yi and get killed." Zhao Su's face turned a deep shade of anger, momentarily oblivious to the mention of Bai Yi. Only Lu Ruyan, with a single glance, noticed Su Mubai standing majestically atop the head of the frost dragon not far away. "It truly is him." Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in surprise, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, her expression a mix of astonishment and a hint of joy. At this moment, Zhao Su also reacted, instinctively stepping back to create distance between them, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. To avoid causing trouble, he refrained from speaking and sent a text message to Lu Ruyan via his communicator. "Sunrise. Ruyan, whether we can continue to enjoy the Wanjia game relies on you. Red dust, misty rain. Hee, with just a slight effort, I can easily manage. Tonight, I'll show you the latest video." A confident smile graced Lu Ruyan's lips as she ignored the advances of other players and made her way directly towards Su Mubai. Su Mubai also noticed the two and, with a thought, vanished from the frost dragon's head. When he reappeared, he was standing right in front of Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was startled, but quickly regained her composure. Her smile transforming into an expression of grievance. Tears began to glisten in her eyes. Her current demeanor conveyed a longing to embrace Su Mubai, yet she was at a loss for how to proceed. "Mubai, I finally found you." Once, the Oscar-worthy performance of Lu Ruyan had deceived Su Mubai into a fool. However, now, Su Mubai was no longer susceptible to such tricks. When confronted with Lu Ruyan, his previously seething anger transformed into an unsettling calm. In the past, when he had been kept in the dark, she had appeared to him as the epitome of perfection. Her character and well-timed responses had brought him a sense of comfort. Yet now, upon learning her true nature, an overwhelming wave of nausea washed over him. It was all a facade, an elaborate deceit. How could he have been so utterly bewitched by this woman for so long? With a sardonic gaze fixed on Lu Ruyan, who was wholly immersed in her performance, the corners of Su Mubai's mouth quirked upward. "What a coincidence. I am as well." Chapter 72. "Brother Bai Yi, we must flee. The city guards are approaching." At this moment, Zhao Su approached, adding fuel to the fire. "Mr. Su, you cannot imagine the lengths Miss Lu has gone to in search of you, nearly turning the entire beginner village upside down." "Oh, is that so?" Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. "How could I dare to deceive?" Zhao Su replied with a sycophantic smile, but before he could finish, a look of sheer terror crossed his face as if he had witnessed something unspeakable. His complexion turned as pale as a ghost. This indescribable fear sent Zhao Su into a frenzy. He let out a blood-curdling scream and attempted to flee. Yet, just as his pitiful cries echoed, they were abruptly silenced. Under the weight of Su Mubai's lethal gaze, Zhao Su crumbled to the ground, lifeless, a piece of equipment tumbling from his corpse. Another life extinguished. Bai Yi was indeed a madman. Where were the city guards? It seemed evident that Bai Yi had encircled this area to hunt down these two individuals. Surely, with the undead legion no longer preventing anyone from leaving, it was clear they had offended Bai Yi gravely. "Let's depart. What are we waiting for? Dying here could cost us a decade of life. Calm down. Let us observe the spectacle first. I have not uttered a word. Why would Bai Yi wish to kill me? Still watching? Be wary of becoming part of the spectacle. I shall take my leave." Zhao Su's final, anguished scream captured the attention of all, prompting the skeletal army to loosen their encirclement, allowing everyone to escape freely. Yet, a few lingered, watching from a distance while whispering among themselves. The sudden and grotesque demise of Zhao Su, coupled with the horrifying contortion of his features at the moment of death, prompted Lu Ruyan to exclaim, "Ah, Mubai, why did you kill him?" Had they not been in a party, the system would have alerted her had Su Mubai initiated the attack, and she would have remained oblivious to his involvement. Even now, her mind buzzed with confusion. What had transpired? How could Su Mubai have not lifted a finger? Yet Zhao Su had met such a tragic end? The chilling echoes of Zhao Su's scream sent shivers down her spine. What kind of unparalleled skill was this? A mere glance could extinguish a life. The more pressing question remained. Why had Su Mubai attacked Zhao Su so suddenly? As this realization struck her, a flicker of terror danced in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and her heart plummeted into despair. It is done. He must have uncovered something. Lu Ruoyan instinctively wished to retreat, yet was seized by Su Mubai. What is this? Did you not just say you had finally found me? Why the sudden attempt to flee? Su Mubai regarded Lu Ruoyan with a cold sneer. The reason he refrained from eliminating both individuals at once was to ensure that this couple would witness each other's demise with their own eyes, time and again. Moreover, the method of execution he chose was solely the gaze of death. Only in this manner could they truly experience the depths of terror and despair, thoroughly venting the fury that brewed within him. And no, I was merely startled, Lu Ruoyan stammered, forcing herself to regain composure as her mind raced with thoughts. Just how much did he know? If he merely understood her relationship with Zhao Su, perhaps there might still be a glimmer of hope. But what if he knew everything? How could she possibly survive? Damn it! Despite her meticulous calculations, she had not anticipated Su Mubai's sudden turn. How could he possibly be aware? Especially after being rendered a vegetable? Just as Lu Ruyan's anxiety peaked, the voice of the wealthy player rang out. Brothers of the White Knight, flee quickly. The city guards are coming. A squadron of griffins appeared on the horizon. Each majestic beast bore a formidable member of the city guards. They were dispatched to handle emergencies, thus arriving swifter than their counterparts on the ground. In a moment of urgency, the wealthy player had no time to send a message and shouted instead. The nearby players recoiled in fright, as if they had seen a ghost, hastily distancing themselves. To openly inform the White Knight of the impending danger was to court disaster. In an instant, only the original 4 teammates remained by the wealthy player's side. Fengye and the others wore solemn expressions, but did not abandon him. They stood resolutely together. The White Knight is finished. Having killed 3 people, one can only imagine how long he will be imprisoned. Indeed, only a madman like him would dare commit murder in the main city. No matter how strong he was, could he truly resist the city guards? By the time he is released, we shall have leveled up significantly. Let him flaunt his bravado now. I wonder how he will cope with the consequences. As the city guard approached, the onlooking players began to revel in their misfortune. However, mindful of previous lessons, they kept their voices lowered, fearful of being overheard by Su Mubai. Yet, Su Mubai remained unfazed, not even turning his body, simply raising a hand dismissively. It's fine. Continue with your affairs. I will reach out once I'm finished. He showed no intention of fleeing, one hand firmly grasping Lu Ruoyan as he quietly observed Zhao Su's lifeless form. It was only when Zhao Su's body transformed into a beam of white light and vanished that Su Mubai hoisted Lu Ruoyan and leaped atop the frost dragon's head. After a player's demise, if their body does not disappear, it signifies they have not yet opted to resurrect the city. Thus, they could lie in wait for comrades to revive them using resurrection spells. At this moment, the squadron of city guards reached the teleportation plaza, their griffins disturbed by the frost dragon's intimidating presence, growing restless. Su Mubai lightly tapped his toes, signaling the frost dragon to retract its imposing aura, and smiled faintly at the leader of the guards. We meet again. In the midst of the commotion, Lord White Knight, you seem to be creating quite a stir. The captain leading the charge was the very individual who had previously issued a citation to Su Mubai. He cast a wry smile towards Su Mubai, his gaze sweeping over the undead legion. He had already received word that this newcomer bore the esteemed number 007 EC order, a distinguished guest of the city lord. Such a person, one could hardly consider it a grave matter to slay a few newcomers, let alone some local residents. His purpose for coming was merely to advise the other party to refrain from escalating matters unnecessarily. Summoning the undead legion to surround the teleportation square was a course of action better avoided, it would seem. My apologies for the inconvenience, Su Mubai said, waving his hand to dismiss the undead legion, offering a polite smile to the squad leader. Rest assured, I will resolve this promptly. As his words faded, frost erupted skyward, leaving behind a multitude of astonished high-level players, rendered speechless. Wait, are you just flying away like that? They could hardly fathom how. On just the second day of the game, White Knight had already attained the status of lord in the eyes of the city guards. The squad leader, watching the frost vanish, could only sigh in resignation. It seemed this little sovereign was destined to cause a ruckus in the Resurrection Hall. Chapter 73, Blocked in the Resurrection Hall. Additional update. The frost moved with astonishing speed, swiftly disappearing from sight. The squad leader sighed in exasperation and retrieved his communicator to report the incident. Given the involvement of the city lord's guest, he was not in a position to make decisions. Soon, the voice of the captain resonated through the communicator. Maintain order. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Heeding the command, the squad leader stowed away the communicator and led his team skyward. The Resurrection Hall was not the teleportation square. It was located in a bustling area, with many pedestrians traversing the streets, and they needed to make haste. At the teleportation square, dozens of high-level players who had exited the novice village were left utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that White Knight had achieved such prowess, killing within the main city, and facing no repercussions. Many were relieved that they had refrained from speaking too loudly earlier. Had they met their demise, who would they turn to for justice? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the depths of the wealthy player's eyes as he turned to collect the items dropped by Su Mubai. The others, having just overheard his conversation with White Knight, dared not impede him. With the excitement dissipated, the crowd gradually dispersed, embarking on their exploration of the new city. With a resounding dragon's roar, Frost ascended outside the Resurrection Hall. Passers-by on the street turned their attention toward the spectacle. In a nearby corner, two players trembled in fear. Upon realizing that Su Mubai had not acknowledged them, they breathed a sigh of relief and fled in the opposite direction. If given another chance, they would never dare provoke such a madman again. A mere boast had led to a deadly consequence, and to further their horror upon being slain by White Knight, they had lost a staggering 20 years of their lifespan. Henceforth, they resolved to never cross White Knight again, for they could not fathom how their end might come. Su Mubai waved his hand to dismiss the frost and strode directly into the Resurrection Hall. At this moment, Zhao Su had returned to life. Yet he appeared exceedingly weak, his gaze somewhat dazed, as if he had not yet emerged from the profound terror of the death gaze. With a sudden thud, Su Mubai unceremoniously tossed Lu Ruoyan beside Zhao Su, the commotion finally rousing him from his stupor. Upon raising his head and catching sight of Su Mubai, Zhao Su's already pallid complexion turned even more ashen. Su, before he could utter a complete sentence, the disheveled Lu Ruoyan interjected, Mubai, he forced me. My heart has always belonged to you. You must believe me. Have you forgotten our 5 years together? Please forgive me. I promise it was all a mistake. At this juncture, the cool-down period of the death gaze concluded, and without hesitation, Su Mubai cast a glance at Lu Ruoyan. In the next moment, she let out a harrowing scream and collapsed to the ground, her expression contorted in agony, her entire body trembling. The soul absorption has taken effect. Soul points, 0-1. The system notification echoed in Su Mubai's ears, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Previously, when he had slain Zhao Su, he had only garnered 0-1 point, a figure significantly lower than he had anticipated. The 1,000 soul points provided by Franklin upon opening the death cannon had been reduced to 0. The next time he wished to access it, the required soul points had escalated to a staggering 5,000. This was entirely unforeseen. To acquire a single point of 0-1, one would need to eliminate 50,000 individuals. No wonder the Dragon Temple desired him to advance in other nations. If this continued, which country could withstand such carnage? Only the land of cherry blossoms seemed destined to be the primary recipient of this grim bounty. With a crash, upon witnessing Lu Ruoyan's grotesque demise, Zhao Su was utterly paralyzed with terror. He collapsed to his knees before Su Mubai, opening his mouth, yet finding himself at a loss for words. The fact that Su Mubai could so ruthlessly terminate Lu Ruoyan signified that he was fully aware of everything. It was over, utterly over. Faced with such a terrifying Su Mubai, Zhao Su could not fathom how he might salvage even a sliver of hope. That recent brush with death had cost him 20 years of his lifespan, leaving him with a mere 56 years remaining. This meant that should he be killed 3 more times, he would be irrevocably dead. What was more unbearable than death itself was the overwhelming dread instilled by Su Mubai's abilities. Su, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I beg you. Before he could complete his pleas for mercy, Su Mubai stepped forward, firmly placing his foot upon him. Zhao Su's face was pressed hard against the floor, his nose contorted, emitting muffled whimpers, but he could no longer articulate coherent words. Such a wretch was not worth a single word from Su Mubai. He turned his gaze toward Lu Ruoyan's corpse, narrowing his eyes slightly. Once a player perished, before revival, they could observe their surroundings from a third-person perspective, albeit devoid of sound, speech, or the ability to send messages. The fact that Lu Ruoyan's body had not vanished indicated that she had opted against resurrection. This state could last a maximum of 30 minutes. 30 minutes later, she would automatically resurrect in the nearest main city. Su Mubai felt no urgency. 30 minutes was but a trifling wait for him. Today, he must thoroughly vanquish this wretched pair. After 10 minutes had passed, Lu Ruoyan's lifeless form remained. Su Mubai let out a cold laugh, glancing down at Zhao Su. Death gaze. Wail. In the next moment, Zhao Su struggled violently, but within less than a second, he fell completely still. Soul absorption activated, soul points 1. An hour later, Lu Ruoyan had met her demise twice more, while Zhao Su had perished at Su Mubai's hands for the 4th time. This time, no remains were left behind. He disintegrated entirely before Su Mubai's eyes. Still stalling for time, Lu Ruoyan, upon witnessing this scene, was so terrified that she opted to resurrect immediately, kneeling before Su Mubai, her face streaked with tears. Trembling as she implored, "Mubai, please spare my life. I only have 8 years left to live. If you kill me again, I will truly die. I beg you, let me go. I have not yet lived enough." Her sobs echoed in the resurrection hall, yet Su Mubai paid her no heed. His attention was entirely captivated by the system notification that had just sounded. Chapter 74. Revenge fulfilled, ready to shop, soul absorption activated, soul points 1. This time, taking Zhao Su's life directly awarded him 1 soul point. Su Mubai narrowed his eyes. Is completely eliminating a person the quickest way to absorb soul points? He pondered the specific values and what they were tethered to. Was it level or rank? Mubai, please say something. Lu Ruoyan, disheveled and tear-streaked, noticed Su Mubai's lack of response and crawled forward in a desperate attempt to grasp his leg. Having been slain 3 times by death gaze, her mental state was on the brink of collapse. She was willing to do anything to survive at this moment. You are the least deserving of survival, wretched woman. Su Mubai snorted coldly and kicked Lu Ruoyan away, uttering his first words since entering the resurrection hall. However, his frigid tone plunged her into despair. In that instant, Lu Ruoyan realized that Su Mubai would never show her mercy. Gazing up at him, her pitiful demeanor was indeed heart-wrenching. Her tear-filled eyes reflected a tumult of emotions, regret, fear, and despair. Yet, these feelings no longer concerned Su Mubai. Before Lu Ruoyan could utter another word, a shadow flickered in his eyes. Death gaze. The terrifying energy of death descended, and an overwhelming sense of dread surged once more. Lu Ruoyan emitted a heart-rending scream. No matter how many times she endured this, the fear was overwhelming and uncontrollable. As damage numbers flashed, the resurrection hall of Donghai City fell into complete silence. Lu Ruoyan's body, like Zhao Su's before her, disintegrated before Su Mubai's gaze, leaving not a trace behind. Soul absorption activated, soul points 1. Su Mubai waved his hand, gathering all the items revealed by the 2 individuals before silently turning to exit the resurrection hall. He gazed up at the bright sky and exhaled a heavy breath. The long-cherished vendetta had finally been avenged. Although only 2 days had passed since he uncovered the truth and personally dealt with the 2, he had harbored an indescribable feeling until the moment of Lu Ruoyan's definitive demise. At that instant, a profound sense of relief washed over him, and his thoughts became remarkably clear. Now he could truly indulge in the vastness of the game world. Murmuring to himself, Su Mubai stretched lazily, the resentment he had felt upon entering the game dissipating entirely. With the initial goal accomplished, his future endeavors would revolve around ascending to the pinnacle of the myriad realms of the game. In this world where strength reigns supreme, Only through personal fortitude can one genuinely seize control of their destiny. Lord Bai Yi, is everything settled? The team leader peeked into the resurrection hall. Indeed. My apologies for any inconvenience. Su Mubai replied with a courteous smile. Oh, it's nothing major. The team leader waved dismissively. The lord of the city ordered us not to intervene. I was merely following orders. Very well. Everyone disperse. There's nothing more to see. The city guards cleared the onlookers, and Su Mubai summoned Frost to depart. Before long, he arrived back at the teleportation plaza. Over an hour had elapsed, and the plaza was devoid of its previous bustle. Most of the players had emerged from the novice village, numbering only a few dozen in total within EC City. Su Mubai surmised that the next batch of players would take some time to appear. Once they did, the number of players in EC City would increase rapidly, especially given the greater prevalence of awakened and tiered players compared to those of higher levels. The disparity between tier and level was merely one rank, yet the probability of awakening varied immensely. According to the information provided by the Myriad Realms game, the chance of awakening a tiered talent was a mere 1 in 10 million. The probabilities decreased tenfold for the higher ranks. However, the chance of awakening a tier talent soared to 1 in 1,000. With a global population of 8 billion on Blue Star, this equated to a staggering 8 million tier talent players. A salute to the 8 million warriors. The awakening probability for tier talents reached an impressive 10, while the highest awakening probabilities were not for tiers, but rather for lower ranks, combining to yield a remarkable 70. This indicated that the chances of awakening tier and tier talents were quite comparable. For Su Mubai, however, the only aspect that piqued his interest was the rare tier talent players. The rest held little significance for him. Guiding Frost to the teleportation hall adjacent to the plaza, Su Mubai focused his thoughts, summoning Frost back as he vanished from sight. Domain of Death Transposition. In the next moment, he materialized before the entrance of the teleportation hall. Unlike the desolate teleportation plaza, this area bustled with local inhabitants coming and going, utilizing these teleportation arrays to journey to various cities. The vast expanse of the hall was immense, and Su Mubai could scarcely see the end of it. The space was partitioned into numerous areas, with a colossal stone pillar at its center, adorned with nearly 100 signboards, each inscribed with descriptions corresponding to the locations of various teleportation arrays. The largest teleportation array faced due north, flanked by guards whose imposing presence was notably stronger. This array led to the imperial capital, and after inquiring, Su Mubai was disheartened to shake his head in disappointment. For an adventurer to access the imperial capital via the teleportation array, one must attain a 5th tier status, which necessitated a minimum level of 120. Given the arduous leveling requirements of the Myriad Realms game, it would be a considerable time before anyone could traverse the teleportation array to the imperial capital. Not even Su Mubai, despite possessing the EC token, could gain passage. Of course, those with sufficient strength could venture to the capital from the wilds, but the high-level monsters along the route would be far from accommodating. In addition to the imperial capital's teleportation array, there were 9 others of slightly larger size leading to the remaining primary cities. The smaller arrays corresponded to 81 secondary cities. This place served as the central hub for teleportation within EC City. Su Mubai approached the nearest primary city teleportation array, where a guard glanced at him nonchalantly and stated, "The teleportation fee is 100 gold coins. We require a group of 100 for a single teleportation. You are the 82nd person. Please pay and wait over there." Beside the teleportation array was a resting area, where dozens were seated and relaxing. Su Mubai found himself momentarily speechless. Not only was the teleportation fee exorbitant, but one also had to wait for the group to assemble before departing. This was clearly a scheme orchestrated by capitalists. Noticing Su Mubai's hesitation, the guard chuckled and continued, "If you prefer not to wait, you may pay 2,000 gold coins to utilize this individual teleportation array." At that moment, Su Mubai noticed a considerably smaller, more exquisite teleportation array adjacent to the larger one. A 20-fold increase in fee for the privilege of individual teleportation? How remarkably reasonable. Su Mubai's lips twitched as he deftly produced the East Sea token. Discount. The guard's expression shifted in surprise, and he quickly responded, "My Lord Jest, you need not pay for the teleportation array. Please proceed." How delightful. With a slight smile, Su Mubai stepped onto the individual teleportation array destined for Fengling City. Chapter 75. The Chosen Worker. You have entered the primary city of Fengling City. Your resurrection point has been switched to the Resurrection Hall of Fengling City. A flash of white light enveloped him as Su Mubai materialized in the teleportation square of Fengling City. Similar to East Sea City, the area was devoid of players. Surveying his surroundings as the closest primary city to East Sea City, the architectural styles of the two cities bore little distinction. However, Fengling City structures favored red accents, starkly contrasting with the oceanic blue favored by East Sea City. Drawing from his previous experience of being thwarted, Su Mubai refrained from summoning Frost directly and instead dutifully called for a carriage to register for a flying permit. The cost was rather steep. Stepping out of the flight registration office, Su Mubai summoned Frost and made his way directly to the nearest jewelry workshop. Obtaining a flight certificate cost a staggering 3,000 gold coins. However, considering the rarity of flying mounts, such a price was not entirely unreasonable. After all, who among those fortunate enough to possess a flying steed would be deterred by this minor expense? As Frost soared through the skies of Fengling City, the spectacle naturally attracted the attention of the local players. With the existence of a mount leaderboard, everyone was aware that this was Baiye's mount. Consequently, news of Baiye spread rapidly among the players within Fengling City. Su Mubai remained unfazed by this. He had not even bothered to open the chat channel of Fengling City. His sole purpose for being there was to amass wealth. Wasn't it more enticing to wield the East Sea Order in Donghai City at will? After more than an hour, Su Mubai thoroughly raided the jewelry workshops in Fengling City. The inventory here was comparable to that of Yushizhai, and he added over 60 level 5 gemstones to his backpack, having already embedded some gems. His haul exceeded that of Donghai City. Upon exiting the last jewelry workshop, Su Mubai did not rush to leave. Instead, he turned to glance at a nearby shop. After a brief exploration, he emerged disappointed. This establishment primarily dealt in tailoring, offering various cloth armor and backpack items. However, the quality of these goods was notably low, with the highest tier merely reaching bronze level. Their main business involved charging production fees for crafting high-tier items, but customers were required to provide their own materials. After visiting several different types of stores, he found that they all operated under a similar model. For Su Mubai, the cost-effectiveness of reselling these items was far too low. Not only was it a waste of time, but the total yield from a single shop was less than that of a single level 5 gemstone. Without further delay, Su Mubai took to the skies with Frost and headed to the teleportation hall, setting his sights on the next destination. He had begun to comprehend the mechanics of the Wanjie game. Players wishing to acquire high-tier items from locals would have to wait until the auction house data was interconnected. Besides that, participation in the auction required purchasing a ticket. However, aside from the exorbitant ticket prices, the treasures eligible for auction were evidently beyond the financial reach of players at their current stage. For the foreseeable future, only the locals of the God-forbidden land would have the privilege to attend the auctions. In the early stages of the game, apart from exceptional players like Su Mubai, only those with immense wealth stood a chance of participating. Only when a moon hung high and the night deepened did Su Mubai return to Donghai City. Looking at the 580 level 5 gemstones newly added to his backpack, he felt not the exhilaration he had anticipated, but rather a weary sigh. It seemed imperative to have a serious conversation with the wealthy figure of the realm. If he could bring this individual under his wing, it would undoubtedly ease his burdens. The effort to acquire these gemstones alone consumed half a day, which was an extravagant use of time for Su Mubai. Despite this, he had merely traversed the 10 Tier 1 main cities. The vast expanse of the Dragon Empire still held 81 Tier 2 main cities and 80 Tier 3 cities. He cannot possibly run through everything by himself, can he? Yet, money is indispensable. Exceptional equipment, items, and even longevity can be purchased with soul coins. For Su Mubai, Resources and longevity are essential commodities that significantly enhance his strength. Thus, aside from leveling up, earning money is also a necessity. However, if he were to rely solely on himself, it would inevitably compress a substantial portion of his leveling time. Consequently, Su Mubai is in urgent need of an agent to manage such commercial affairs on his behalf. Much like before his comatose state, when he entrusted his company to professional managers, he only needed to oversee the fundamental financial authority and personnel management, leaving the minutiae to others. In the vast world of the game, having the wealth god talent, Fu Jiatianxia, is undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, within this realm, the binding power of the system contract far exceeds that of the Blue Star continent. As long as everything is predetermined, there is no need to worry about Fu Jiatianxia lining his pockets. Furthermore, as long as Su Mubai maintains his overwhelming strength, who would dare to challenge him? This is the confidence that bolsters Su Mubai's belief that he can bring Fu Jiatianxia under his wing, reliability that surpasses even the system contract. With this in mind, Su Mubai has already made up his mind. As he stepped out of the teleportation hall, he dialed Fu Jiatianxia's contact. However, before he could speak, Fu Jiatianxia's voice resonated through the communicator. "Brother Baiyi, are you done?" It is evident how eager the other party is for a deep collaboration. This urgency likely correlates with Su Mubai's unrestrained ability to slay in the main city. Previously, while Fu Jiatianxia harbored this thought, he did not exhibit such impatience. As a businessman, he understood that such behavior could jeopardize the ensuing negotiations. Yet, faced with the extraordinary presence of Su Mubai, Fu Jiatianxia could not afford to be cautious. Weighing the pros and cons, he concluded that as long as he could achieve a profound partnership with Su Mubai, even at the cost of some personal loss in profit distribution, the benefits would be immeasurable. This was an instinct that had emerged twice in Fu Jiatianxia's past life. The first time was 20 years ago when he resolutely invested all his assets into the real estate market and continually snowballed through pledged loans. That decision catapulted him from an ordinary individual to a different social stratum. The second time this instinct arose, it prompted him to divest the majority of his real estate projects, successfully avoiding the impending market disaster. And now it is the third time. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai couldn't help but smile faintly. As the former President Su, he could naturally discern that the other party's demeanor had already surrendered the initiative to him. After a brief pause, Su Mubai calmly replied, "I'm done. Let us find a place to talk." "Ha ha ha. I have been waiting for this sentence. How about the Fenghua Tavern?" "All right." After ending the communication, Su Mubai had just located the Fenghua restaurant on the map when a message from Fu Jiatianxia arrived. "Fu Jiatianxia, Fenghua Restaurant, private room number 1, awaits the esteemed visit of Brother Baiyi." Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile curving his lips. "As a chosen worker, isn't this a bit too forward?" Chapter 76. Is there any way to sever an artery with one strike? Additional update. Although Fenghua Restaurant may not be the finest establishment in Donghai City, its expansive 7-story structure speaks volumes about its prestige. Upon entering, the opulent decor immediately indicated that the expenditures here are not trifling. Guided by a server, Su Mubai ascended directly to the top floor via the elevator. In private room number 1, Fu Jiatianxia was the sole occupant. For such an occasion, he had not brought any other teammates along. As Su Mubai entered the room, Fu Jiatianxia promptly stood to welcome him, instructing the staff to begin serving the dishes. "Brother Baiyi, you must savor the exquisite cuisine of this sacred land. It will surely astonish you." With a cheerful demeanor, he gestured for Su Mubai to take a seat, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. Clearly, after parting ways during the day, he had already indulged in the delicacies with his team members here. "Oh, then I must relish it thoroughly," Su Mubai responded with a slight smile, not rushing to broach the main topic. "Ha ha ha. Rest assured, you'll be pleased," Fu Jiatianxia declared, pouring a glass of wine for Su Mubai before lowering his voice. "It is said there are even more exquisite dishes that can enhance one's status or attributes after consumption, but they are not yet available for public sale." Lifting his glass, he added, "Next time, I will find a way to arrange some high-end delicacies. I hope you can forgive me this time. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Su Mubai replied, gently clinking his glass against Fu Jia Tianxia's before downing the fine wine. Though he did not possess a hunger attribute, he still relished the culinary experience. As they continued to exchange toasts, neither broached the subject of collaboration until all the dishes had been served and the staff had exited the room. At last, Fu Jia Tianxia set down his glass and addressed the matter directly. Brother Bai Yi, let me be forthright. You are aware of my talents. While my combat ability is lacking, no one can surpass me in generating wealth. To be candid, I am planning to establish a commercial guild. What are your thoughts on a deep collaboration? With your strength combined with my financial prowess, we could swiftly rise in this sacred land. His eyes sparkled with ambition, as if he could already envision their future success. However, Su Mubai slowly shook his head. Let us forego the collaboration. At these words, Fu Jia Tianxia's smile faltered slightly. Yet, Su Mubai continued. How about we consider an alternative approach? Please do go on. Fu Jia Tianxia's eyes lit up with interest, but the next moment, he was taken aback. I do not require a collaborator. Rather, I am in need of an agent. Su Mubai toyed with the exquisite wine glass, locking eyes with Fu Jia Tianxia. I believe you would be quite suitable. Fu Jia Tianxia found himself momentarily at a loss. Wasn't the purpose of their meeting to discuss collaboration? How had it turned into an interview? Even if you're exceptionally strong, is it really necessary to be so domineering? The wealthy individual felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. This time, he had considered conceding a portion of his interests. Even if it meant suffering some losses, it would be acceptable. However, he was utterly unprepared for the audacity of who suggested that he should work for him directly. What a joke. After all, he possessed extraordinary talent himself, although he was indeed inferior in strength. Was this not an egregious affront? Brother certainly has a knack for humor. Quickly regained his composure and politely declines proposal, framing it as a jest. Yet, shook his head earnestly, asserting I am not joking. Cast a surprised glance at. From their very first encounter, he had sensed that this young man was exceptional. Even without the multiverse game, he was certainly no ordinary individual in. But at this moment, he could not comprehend why the other party would be so insistent. Did he not grasp the implication of his rejection? Furrowing his brow, was about to speak when he observed produce a gem the size of a thumb. Placing it upon the table, a level 5 gem, pupils constricted. Just one would enhance attributes by 160 points, an immense boon for early players. Could this be the fabled epic drop? Before he could finish his thought, abruptly stood in astonishment. He even rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as the gem had transformed before his very eyes, from level 5 to a dazzling level 1 gem. The description had changed from 160 strength to merely 1 strength. The percentage increase was undoubtedly indicative of something far superior. This is my talent. By expending some resources, I can elevate an item by 1 level, said with a slight smile, succinctly describing the original upgrade process. Becoming my agent will only lead to greater profits for you. Such a talent exists. Slowly resumed his seat, still in shock. For the first time, he began to contemplate his proposition. To be honest, after witnessing the effects of his talent, he felt a flicker of temptation. The only question that remained was, should he become the other's agent? What level of profit could he expect to gain? With this thought in mind, steadied his nerves and looked at, stating, if I were to handle matters on your behalf, what percentage of the profits do you intend to allocate? Since was straightforward, he too would forsake any roundabout approach. Profits are what truly matter. Everything else is mere distraction. The bait was set. A smirk graced lips as he slowly raised a finger. 10. Narrowed his eyes, beginning to weigh his options. However, he soon found that weighing was unnecessary, for shook his head once more and softly replied, not 10, but 1. What? 1? Is this a pittance? Even with remarkable emotional control, he found himself somewhat flustered by his words. Brother, this seems rather excessive, does it not? Paused for a moment before responding. Is there any need to strike at the jugular right from the outset? He chose to trust his instincts and determined to collaborate with Bai Yi, or rather, to engage in work. However, he resolved to strive for greater benefits. With this thought, Fu Jia Tianxia took a deep breath and spoke. This offer is too low. Perhaps we should consider this instead. What do you think? As he spoke, he revealed the entirety of his remarkable talent for the first time. Chapter 77. The game officially commences. Fu Jia Tian Xia's decision. Upon witnessing the complete version of the god of wealth, talent, Su Mubai couldn't help but cast a profound glance at Fu Jia Tian Xia. This crafty old fellow had indeed concealed much in the previous talent information. God of wealth, a unique, exclusive talent skill. Skill effects. 1. Money tree. Once a day, you can shake the money tree, randomly obtaining between 1 to 999 gold coins, with a chance to acquire special treasures. If your wealth is below 10,000 gold coins, you will receive a minimum of 500 gold coins. If your wealth exceeds 10 million gold coins, the currency obtained from the money tree will be upgraded to soul coins. 2. Abundant wealth. The currency you carry increases by 1 daily, with a chance to increase by 5 upon leveling up. The higher the level, the greater the probability. 3. No loss. Upon death, you will not drop any gold or items. In the moment of death, you may use currency to offset the lifespan lost due to death. 4. Prosperous fortune. Every real transaction has a chance to yield additional gains, with the probability increasing as the transaction amount constitutes a larger proportion of your total assets. 5. Path of the God of Wealth. When your wealth first exceeds 10 million gold coins, you will transition to the unique hidden profession of God of Wealth. Although players cannot alter the content of their talent, equipment, or item information, they can conceal certain details. Fu Jia Tian Xia had previously hidden the vast majority of his information. Even the 3 details sent to Su Mubai were merely half of what he possessed. Su Mubai had anticipated this, but he did not expect that the God of Wealth talent provided no enhancement to combat prowess at all. Its effects solely increased wealth and the acquisition of treasures. Only the final effect might grant Fu Jia Tian Xia extraordinary combat capabilities. As a unique hidden profession ranks just below exclusive hidden professions, even a God of Wealth, who is evidently inclined towards commerce, undoubtedly possesses many formidable abilities. However, to transition into this profession, Fu Jia Tian Xia must first amass 10 million gold coins. After reviewing the complete God of Wealth talent, a flicker of doubt crossed Su Mubai's eyes. Could it be that every unique talent comes with a hidden profession? Or is the God of Wealth an exceptional case? With this thought, Su Mubai glanced at his own talent. Cataclysm, a unique forbidden level exclusive talent skill. Skill effects. 1. Promotion. Permanently elevate any object by 1 tier, with no cost. 2. Sublimation. By consuming certain resources, permanently elevate any object by 2 tiers. 3. Cataclysm. By consuming a portion of lifespan, permanently elevate any object by 3 tiers and imbue it with cataclysmic properties. Usage restrictions. Cannot be applied to the talent itself, cannot affect the player's essence, cannot influence disaster traits. Repeated use on the same target will override previous enhancement effects. Grade transcendence limitations are untraceable, uncopyable, and unstealable. The player, by ye, will vanish upon complete demise. In comparison to God of Wealth, the effects of disaster may be limited to 3 attributes, yet each is remarkably potent. Merely the promotion alone allows Su Mubai to amass wealth at a pace surpassing that of the God of Wealth. Furthermore, the disaster traits render this talent truly deserving of its unique taboo status. Currently, he possesses 3 disaster traits, each of which is quite extraordinary, and he has unlocked only one of the professional disaster traits. As long as his lifespan permits, he could potentially endow all items with terrifying disaster traits. Most critically, the God of Wealth talent lacks attributes such as untraceable, uncopyable, and unstealable. Observing Su Mubai in silence, Fu Jia Tian Xia smiled subtly, assuming that the other was astonished by the comprehensive effects of his talent. Brother Bai Yi, do you truly believe that this price is appropriate? Su Mubai chuckled softly, yet remained silent, merely displaying the number of gold coins in his backpack. Fu Jia Tian Xia abruptly rose from his seat, his expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions: shock, confusion, disbelief. In that moment, He could no longer conceal his feelings, exclaiming, 10 million gold coins? How is that possible? He even began to doubt who, between himself and Bai Yi, was truly the god of wealth. Even if one could expend resources to enhance items, there would still be a cost. How could the other have earned such a vast sum in such a brief period? He understood well that revealing such a quantity of gold was a clear indication that, should he agree, he could immediately transition into the role of the god of wealth. This was precisely why Fu Jiatianxia was so eager to collaborate with Bai Yi. He knew that only by joining forces with this most formidable player could he swiftly change his profession and secure his standing in the realm of the myriad worlds. Yet, he had never anticipated that within merely 2 days of entering the game, Bai Yi could present 10 million gold coins. In that instant, Fu Jiatianxia felt an overwhelming impulse to acquiesce. However, considering that he would bear full responsibility for all matters while only reaping a mere one in profits, he found himself wavering. Su Mubai did not rush him, simply pouring himself a glass of wine and savoring it leisurely. This sum of money was, of course, earned today. Aside from the level 5 gemstones, he could profit approximately 1 million gold coins through the resale of 3 or 4 level 3 gemstones from each level 1 main city. Adding the profits from Donghai City, his total gold exceeded 10 million. Unlike Su Mubai's calm demeanor, Fu Jiatianxia was deeply conflicted. He had entertained the notion of agreeing, yet his heart still felt a pang of dissatisfaction. One was simply too low. For a moment, silence enveloped the private room. Just as Fu Jiatianxia found himself in the throes of internal conflict, a sudden series of system announcements solidified his resolve. Announcement from Blue Star region. The number of players entering the city has surpassed 10,000, and the multiverse game has officially commenced. After 24 hours, the requirement to leave the novice village will be lowered to level 5. In 3 days, all novice villages will be closed, and remaining players will be teleported to their corresponding cities. Announcement from Blue Star region. The level leaderboard, equipment leaderboard, and wealth leaderboard of the Blue Star region are officially launched. Simultaneously, Su Mubai received a series of system notifications. Notification: you have ascended to the top of the Blue Star region level leaderboard, ranking first, with total experience exceeding that of all others combined. The effect of your title has been significantly enhanced. Notification: you possess 6 pieces of equipment that meet the leaderboard requirements, occupying the top 5 positions. The effect of your title has been significantly enhanced. Notification: you have reached the pinnacle of the Blue Star region wealth leaderboard, ranking first, with only you present on the entire list. The effect of your title has been significantly enhanced. Notification: you can currently hold the first position on the Blue Star region level leaderboard, equipment leaderboard, wealth leaderboard, and mount leaderboard. Your title has evolved to one who rides alone above all. Just as Su Mubai finished reading the notifications and had not yet had the chance to review his new title and the 3 major leaderboards, a player named Rich Beyond Measure, seemingly resolved, suddenly declared, 5. I only require 5. Raising the price now? And only asking for 5? Su Mubai furrowed his brow, looking perplexedly at Rich Beyond Measure. He could not comprehend the basis for such a proposal, especially at the moment he had just claimed the top spot on all leaderboards. In response to Su Mubai's scrutinizing gaze, Rich Beyond Measure took a deep breath and continued, 5. Not as your agent, but to directly sign a sole contract with you. As long as you entrust all commercial matters to my full management, 95 of everything I possess will belong to you. At that moment, his eyes were resolute, as if he were pledging allegiance. Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. So you mean the 5 is not me giving you 5, but you retaining just 5? I merely wanted you to work for me, and yet you are opting to sell your soul? Rich Beyond Measure's decision indeed caught Su Mubai off guard. A soul contract, once breached, is no trifling matter of penalty. It could result in complete erasure from the game on a soul level. One must admit, Rich Beyond Measure was both audacious and astute. This was a high-stakes gamble. Once the soul contract was signed, and he became an ally of Su Mubai, even retaining just 5 of his wealth could potentially yield more than the previous 100. Moreover, this action would effectively provide him with a formidable support system within the multiverse game. Chapter 78. Surely there must be limits to cheating? Noticing Su Mubai's silence, Rich beyond measure felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Could it be that even 5 was too much to ask? But soon, his apprehension dissipated. Are you serious? Never been more serious. Rich beyond measure nodded without hesitation, his gaze profound, as if he envisioned the future through Su Mubai. Then let us collaborate joyfully. Su Mubai smiled, rising and extending his right hand towards Rich beyond measure. He was acutely aware that his opponent was wagering on the assumption that he could maintain such a lead indefinitely. Yet, what did it matter? For Su Mubai, this presented no disadvantage whatsoever. Once the soul contract was established through the all-world game, he could confidently entrust all commercial affairs to the wealthy and powerful. With the talent of wealth god at their disposal, his counterpart would undoubtedly excel even further. Moreover, he was on the cusp of transitioning into a genuine wealth god himself. Boss, I shall commence drafting the soul contract immediately. A smile finally graced the face of the wealthy one as he clasped Su Mubai's hands. At the moment they signed the contract, an uproar erupted among all Blue Star players due to the prior system announcement. Countless chat channels and novice villages were inundated with messages, each one racing by with fervor. What does this mean? The game is only just beginning? What was all that before? Just your good fortune, granting you time to acclimate to the data. No wonder leveling up was so arduous. It turns out we could have exited the village at level 5 once the experts departed. We can enter the city tomorrow. How exhilarating. Exhilarating, you say? We can't even navigate the novice village. What will we accomplish outside? We may struggle to find a place to rest. The all-world game is compelling us to devise strategies to enhance our strength. I had planned to idle in the novice village during my early morning session, and now you inform me of a mandatory exit in 3 days? This is outrageous. Refund. Are you out of your mind? A refund can only be for your life. Once life is gone, there's no need to play anymore. This won't do. I must hasten to conquer the misty forest. This announcement disrupted the rhythm of the vast majority of players. No one had anticipated the existence of such a mandatory exit from the village. In the novice village, at least free accommodations were provided. Once entering the city, everything would incur a cost. Even if one wished to languish, it would be impossible. The emergence of this announcement compelled many low-level players with initially lackluster talents, who had intended to take a back seat, to start contemplating their future. If they feared monster hunting for gold, they would be left with no choice but to become full-time lifestyle players. Nevertheless, many others were filled with anticipation for the future, as entering the city signified greater opportunities. Aside from this, players began to explore the newly unlocked 3 major leaderboards. Although they were somewhat prepared for Baiyi to top the charts, witnessing the actual rankings left them astounded. Blue Star Region Level Leaderboard. First, Baiyi, Level 20. Dragon Empire 2nd. Sanchi Qing Feng, Level 11. Dragon Empire 3rd. Felix, Level 11. Sacred Hall Empire 4th. Peiluan, Level 11. Northern Radiance Empire 5th. Indra, Level 11. White Elephant Kingdom 6th. Yudu Ming, Level 11. Sakura Kingdom 7th. Ares, Level 11. Illuminated Federation 8th. Sun Descendant, Level 11. Kaoria Kingdom 9th. Qianxia, Level 10. Dragon Empire 10th. Venus, Level 10. Illuminated Federation on the leaderboard. Baiye's name loomed like an insurmountable mountain, glaringly perched at the pinnacle with an impressive Level 20. Beginning from the 2nd place and extending to the 8th, all are at Level 11. The rapid ascension of these 7 individuals to Level 11 can be attributed to their extraordinary talents. Yet, despite possessing similar talents, the wealthy individual could not even make it onto the leaderboard. This is an unavoidable circumstance, as the fortune talent does not enhance combat power. Though these players appear to be merely 9 levels behind Su Mubai, the reality is starkly different. Since their entry into the game, they have accumulated less than 2 million experience points to reach Level 11, while Su Mubai has amassed over 66 million experience points. This 9-level disparity translates to a staggering difference of more than 30 times in total experience. Moreover, this is considering that Su Mubai has not continuously leveled up. He has devoted over 10 hours merely to scavenging and reselling gems. This is also the reason he seeks an agent. Although he's not concerned about being overtaken, Su Mubai's aspirations have never revolved around mere players. He wishes not to squander time over monetary matters. The divine forbidden land is just the beginning, while the myriad realms represent the true journey. Prioritizing the enhancement of strength is of utmost importance at this juncture. Among the newly unveiled 3 leaderboards, the level leaderboard is relatively acceptable. The subsequent 2 rankings, however, truly astonished all observers. Blue Star Region Equipment Ranking. Minimum requirement, epic quality items. First place. Dylan's Crystal Ball, legendary quality item, by Yi second place. Curse Crown, legendary quality item, by Yi third place. Forgotten One's Grief, legendary quality item, by Yi fourth place. Frostguard, legendary quality item, by Yi fifth place. Death Speaker's Robe, legendary quality item, by Yi sixth place. Qingming, epic quality item. San Chi Ching Feng seventh place. Undead Wool Necklace, epic quality item, by Yi. The equipment ranking abruptly ceases at 7th place. To qualify for the leaderboard, items must be at least of epic quality. Aside from San Chi Ching Feng managing to secure 6th place with the epic Qingming, all other items belong to Bai Yi. Furthermore, the top 5 are uniformly legendary quality items. Outside the northern city, in a level 15 map, San Chi Ching Feng ponders while caressing his azure longsword. This blade is a growth-type equipment endowed by his talent. Aside from this, his best gear is merely a level 5 golden item dropped by Reggie in the hell difficulty Misty Forest. How on earth did Bai Yi acquire such an abundance of legendary equipment? There have been no announcements regarding legendary first kills. Other players with similar talents were utterly disheartened upon viewing this leaderboard. What a joke! While we are still reveling in our few golden quality items, you have already begun wholesale distribution of legendary items? Is this reasonable? Nevertheless, regardless of their thoughts, these are the established facts. Moreover, the absurdities do not conclude here. Blue Star Region Wealth Ranking, first place, Bai Yi 10, 23 million gold coins, and that is all. The wealth ranking, much like the mount ranking, bears only a solitary name. Upon seeing the name White Knight and the staggering sum of coins reaching 8 digits, players throughout the realm of the divine prohibition fell into a hushed silence. If given the chance, they would have called for aid. With a level far surpassing others, an unmatched strength, and a plethora of legendary gear and mythical mounts, accumulating over 10 million gold coins, even the district announcements were dominated by his achievements. Dear brother, the 3rd day of the multiverse game has only just begun. Where does one find a hexagonal warrior like you? Surely, there must be limits to such exploits. Chapter 79, Galloping Ahead, the Trade Contract Bonus Update. In the East Sea City, within the Windflower Tavern's private room number 1, the external turmoil did not affect the signing of the contract between the 2 individuals. After confirming the content, a purple beam of light descended from the multiverse game, coalescing into a shimmering contract. Without a moment's hesitation, Wealthy Beyond Compare inscribed his name upon it. Su Mubai did the same. In the next instant, the soul contract transformed into 2 beams of light, merging into the foreheads of both parties. Notification: you have signed a soul contract with Wealthy Beyond Compare. Henceforth, the other party shall manage all commercial matters between you, and 95 of their future wealth will belong to you. Any breach of contract will result in soul annihilation. As the system notification echoed, Wealthy Beyond Compare opened his eyes, smiling at Su Mubai. Boss, I look forward to your guidance. Please proceed with your class change. Su Mubai replied with a slight nod and a hint of smile. From this moment on, the sole god of wealth within the multiverse game would be his subordinate. Upon the successful signing of the contract, Su Mubai promptly transferred 10 million gold coins to Wealthy Beyond Compare, who was immediately enveloped in a radiant golden light, indicating the commencement of his class change. The brilliance was intense, showing no signs of dissipating quickly. Su Mubai glanced at him briefly before shifting his attention to the newly enhanced title that had undergone several upgrades, even altering its name. Galloping Ahead. While equipped with this title, all experience points gained from any source are increased by 100. It was as practical as ever, and the name Galloping Ahead was indeed fitting. After re-equipping the title, Su Mubai smirked. The experience boost had escalated from 20 to 100. With this title, his already monstrous leveling speed would undoubtedly leave the other players in his dust. 5 minutes later, Wealthy Beyond Compare's class change concluded. As the golden light faded, his appearance showed no significant changes, yet Su Mubai distinctly sensed a profound shift in his aura. How'd it go? Have you learned any skills? Wealthy Beyond Compare shook his head in mild disappointment, revealing the 2 skills he had just acquired. Money Shield, passive skill, no level. For every gold coin in your inventory, you gain 1 point of shield with a maximum level of 100,000. If you remain unscathed for 10 minutes, the shield will refresh. Trade Contract, level 102, active skill. One can enter into a trading covenant with the target. Once signed, as long as both parties reside within the same nation, they may conduct transactions at any time, disregarding spatial distance. Current number of contracts available, 01. Instant release, with a cooldown period of 24 hours, consuming 10 mana points. Upon demonstrating the skill, a colossal gold ingot suddenly materializes in the hands of the affluent. Other skills must be purchased from this item. God of Wealth's golden ingot, profession exclusive, affluent, offhand item non-droppable, non-tradable level. 10 follows the character, attributes, all attributes 50. Health 2000, mana 2000 special effects, insufficient level, not unlocked. This is the golden ingot of the God of Wealth. Through it, one can learn the occupational skills of the God of Wealth, albeit at a considerable price. The golden ingot of the God of Wealth serves as a profession-exclusive item akin to the Book of Death. However, its basic attributes are merely comparable to a level 10 epic item, far inferior to the upgraded Death Codex. I just glanced over, and the second skill cannot be learned until after advancing. The affluent sighed, feeling that this unique hidden profession was not as formidable as he had anticipated. He had expected that upon changing professions, he would possess combat prowess, yet he discovered he had merely 2 skills, one defensive and another non-combat. Yet, Su Mubai chuckled. From the words of Sidhu Ji, it was evident that only through continuous advancement could one truly harness the profession's capabilities. A first-tier player could not possibly unleash the full potential of such a powerful class. Having 2 basic skills right after the profession change is commendable. After all, he too had merely 1 basic skill and 1 advanced skill at the outset. While it is true that their skills are not of the same type, and thus incomparable, the Trading Covenant skill holds significant utility for Su Mubai. However, it requires further advancement. I shall assist you in your elevation. With a mere thought, Su Mubai utilized the Cataclysm to elevate both skills and the God of Wealth's golden ingot in one swift motion. Establishing a soul contract and enhancing the affluent is akin to augmenting his own commercial empire. Thus Su Mubai felt no need to be secretive. The only regret he harbored was that the God of Wealth profession could not be upgraded for free. The system notification was the same as before, indicating a transcendence beyond the restrictions of the divine forbidden land. Su Mubai furrowed his brow, recalling that when he had initially embraced the Cataclysm as a necromancer, he had not encountered this notification. Was this a restoration of some sort? Or was the choice of profession in the Starry Hall not part of the divine forbidden land? Yet that did not seem right either. From Sidhu Ji's perspective, there should still be other dominant professions within the divine forbidden land. Shaking his head, Su Mubai chose not to dwell on this matter. Clarity would come with time. His primary concern was whether the upgraded Trading Covenant would indeed fulfill his requirements. If it could, he would need no further preparations and could directly seek out Huai Jian to journey to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Boss, your talent is truly extraordinary. Gilded Prosperity gazed enviously at the suddenly elevated exclusive items and skills of Su Mubai. Although this talent did not directly enhance combat power, it brimmed with infinite potential. All right, there will be moments that will astonish you in the future. For now, let us examine the effects of the trade contract after its enhancement. Su Mubai waved his hand, prompting Gilded Prosperity to promptly present the attributes of the skill. A faint smile graced Su Mubai's lips. It's done. Little Sakura, are you ready to experience the impending necromantic calamity? Chapter 80. The God of Wealth Contract, Soul Crystal. God of Wealth Contract. Level 105, active skill. You can establish a god of wealth contract with your target. 1. As long as both parties are on the same planet, they can trade at any time, disregarding spatial distance. 2. After conducting a valid trade with the target of the contract, you will gain a certain amount of experience based on the transaction value. Current number of contracts that could be established, 0, 2. Instant release, cooldown time of 24 hours, consumes 20 mana points. It's done. Su Mubai's eyes sparkled as he beheld the brand new God of Wealth contract. He immediately had Gilded Prosperity sign a contract with him. With this agreement in place, he could venture into the Sakura Kingdom without any lingering concerns. After all, he was going to slay, and it was highly likely that he would be wanted by the Sakura Kingdom. Consequently, entering the city would be impossible, and he would be unable to exchange his rewards for desired items. Now, with Gilded Prosperity at his side, Su Mubai could immerse himself in the delights of the Sakura Kingdom without distraction. He would leave all other matters to Gilded Prosperity to manage. After the ascension of the God of Wealth ingot, its fundamental attributes had become equivalent to those of legendary grade equipment of the same level. However, its special effects had yet to activate. What puzzled Su Mubai was that both the God of Wealth ingot and the Death Testament had not appeared on the equipment leaderboard. As for the Money Shield, after its elevation to a higher skill level, it had received considerable enhancements across various aspects. With the skill, Gilded Prosperity would find it exceedingly difficult to be slain by players. Closing his panel, Gilded Prosperity rubbed his hands together, a grin spreading across his face as he looked at Su Mubai. Boss, can I possibly? No. Su Mubai interrupted with an eye roll. You think a level talent can be elevated? What a ridiculous notion. Cough, cough, I know it's unlikely. I was merely asking out of curiosity, Gilded Prosperity said, clearing his throat and swiftly changing the topic. I haven't shaken the money tree today. I wonder if there will be a fruitful start after I change to the God of Wealth. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai's interest was piqued. Gilded Prosperity's hands shimmered with golden light. In the next moment, a phantom money tree over 2 meters tall coalesced from the radiance. It has grown significantly. A flicker of delight crossed Gilded Prosperity's eyes as he grasped the trunk and gave it a shake. In truth, he did not need to manifest the money tree when utilizing his talent. He merely wished to demonstrate it to his boss. As the money tree swayed gently, despite its golden appearance, it shed an array of purple-black coins. The process did not last long. Su Mubai cast a cursory glance, his pupils contracting slightly. The quantity of dark purple coins undoubtedly exceeded 500. It is noteworthy that the wealth of rich beyond measure at this moment surpassed 10 million gold coins. This implies that these dark purple coins are soul coins. In terms of value, such a substantial amount of soul coins could potentially exceed 10 million gold coins. This is the result of their closely intertwined fates. Had Rich Beyond Measure not proactively proposed signing a soul contract, Su Mubai would never have directly given him that 10 million gold coins. Consequently, if he wished to extract soul coins from the money tree, he could only speculate on how long he would have to wait. The same applies to Su Mubai. In just a few minutes, his wealth nearly doubled. The cumulative effect of both was far beyond mere arithmetic. Their profit-making efficiency had undoubtedly surged. Yet this was not the end. As the soul coins scattered, the money tree erupted once more, radiating blinding golden light. A crisp sound resonated, and a dark purple stone, the size of an infant's fist, fell into the pile of soul coins. At that moment, the money tree gradually dissipated. Rich Beyond Measure waved his hand to collect everything, a look of delight gracing his features. In total, there were 680 soul coins and a high-grade soul stone. He promptly placed all his gains on the table, eagerly looking at Su Mubai. Boss, hurry, let's upgrade. Upon hearing about the high-grade soul stone, Su Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he immediately focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, high-grade soul stone. Prompt, please select the upgrade tier. First, second, third. Click to view details. Option 1. Upgrade to Soul Crystal, no consumption. Option 2. Sublimate to Soul Essence. Consume 100 Soul Crystals. Option 3. Cataclysm to Soul Origin Crystal. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan. He chose the first tier. As Su Mubai made his selection, the high-grade soul stone on the table radiated a flash of light, its surface gradually fading into a dark purple crystal. Soul crystal, rare special treasure. Absorbing it will increase lifespan by 100 years. Note, whether you place the soul crystal in your backpack or warehouse, it will incur a loss of 1/10 upon your death, with a minimum loss of 10 years. 100-fold. The effect was elevated to a full 100 times. Gulp both stared in astonishment at the attributes of the soul crystal, unable to suppress a simultaneous gulp. This represented a whole 100 years of lifespan. A mere crystal could extend human life by more than double. For the two, who had only recently delved into the myriad realms of the game, it was nothing short of a miraculous treasure. Su Mubai took a deep breath, resisting the urge to immediately utilize the soul crystal, and turned his gaze toward the pile of soul coins. However, armed with experience from upgrading copper and gold coins, this time, Su Mubai opted for just one soul coin. Cataclysm. Target. Soul coin. Prompt. Please select the upgrade tier. First, second, third. Click to view details. Option 1. Upgrade to ancient soul coin. No consumption. Option 2. Sublimate to primal soul coin. Consume 10,000 soul coins. Option 3. Catastrophe to ancient soul coin, consuming a century of lifespan. As expected, the soul coin cannot be directly upgraded to a more valuable soul crystal. Su Mubai shook his head in regret and promptly canceled the promotion. The name Ancient Soul Coin is reminiscent of ancient gold coins. It will be prudent to upgrade it when the need arises. This item is of no interest to anyone besides those in need. Previously, when he scavenged for gems, he whimsically attempted an upgrade, resulting in yet another ancient gold coin in his inventory. These funds, including the Fate's Soul Crystal, Su Mubai had no intention of utilizing. Unaware of the auction house's existence prior, he had carelessly expended 50 high-grade Fate Soul Stones, leaving him somewhat pained. However, it resolved his concerns regarding insufficient lifespan, alleviating the fear of being forced to delete his account upon an unforeseen demise. Yet now, the situation was different. Absorbing the Fate's Soul Crystal merely granted an additional century of life. However, if these items were utilized as capital for a grand commercial empire, the two could establish a vast business expanse at an accelerated pace. Players lack Fate Soul Stones, yet the locals in the Forbidden Lands possess them. The impending auction in East Sea City presents a splendid opportunity for wealth accumulation. Moreover, other primary cities will also host auctions, with wealth at his disposal. Su Mubai need not toil personally. Delegating these matters to the god of wealth would undoubtedly yield greater profits. Chapter 81. The favor of the goddess of fate. Let us set these aside. The soul coin's enhancement results in the ancient soul coin, which holds little immediate value. Upon hearing this, the god of wealth's eyes flickered with disappointment. He had hoped that Bai Yi could directly elevate the value of the soul coin. Nevertheless, the distinction was minimal. It merely necessitated selling the enhanced items. If currency could truly be elevated, he likely would not need to intervene. Upon this realization, the god of wealth deemed it a fortuitous outcome. With a wave, he stored the items in his backpack and subsequently retrieved several pieces of equipment along with a parchment scroll. These were the items previously promised, as well as the gear dropped from your encounters in the teleportation square. You need not provide me with the equipment. Keep it for yourself, Su Mubai gestured, picking up the fate parchment. Before he could utilize the catastrophe, the god of wealth continued, "Boss, you misunderstand. I meant for you to enhance these pieces of equipment as well, thus increasing their value." Su Mubai's lips twitched. This fellow, after signing the soul contract, truly regarded himself as one of their own. Who then is the worker? Is this not a reversal of roles? However, Su Mubai recognized this was the proper course of action, and with a wave, he upgraded all the equipment the other had produced without cost. Simultaneously, he discarded all other useless items in his backpack, including the entire possessions of the troublesome couple. The god of wealth immediately began to gleefully tally his gains, prompting a thought in Su Mubai's mind. Catastrophe. Target. Fate parchment. Prompt. Please select the enhancement tier, first or second tier. Click to view details. Enhance to the first tier. This artifact is inherently a legendary item, thus presenting only two options. However, for Su Mubai, there exists no alternative but to acquire it without cost. The parchment glimmers with a subtle radiance, its texture and exquisite craftsmanship significantly enhanced. You have obtained the mythic item, Favor of the Goddess of Fate. A mythic item, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Mubai's eyes. This is the first mythic artifact he has obtained, excluding the frost, which is a creature. Favor of the Goddess of Fate, mythic item. Upon use, you will receive a chance to roll the dice of destiny. Regardless of the outcome, you shall gain the favor of the Goddess of Fate, with greater rewards corresponding to higher rolls. Gambling enthusiast, the ultimate reward could indeed be mythic. Are you certain you do not wish to take the risk? As anticipated, the elevation to mythic status has eradicated both mundane occurrences and dire fates. Any roll guarantees a reward. Yet, after thorough contemplation, Su Mubai chose not to use it immediately. According to the information provided by the multiverse game, there exists a luck attribute within the game. However, this is a high-level hidden attribute that only manifests upon equipping items designed to enhance luck. Such items are exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, Su Mubai is confident that if it exists within the game, he shall undoubtedly acquire it. Once he possesses a measure of luck, he can then utilize this scroll, thereby maximizing its value. Of course, he could also permit the affluent to sell the scroll. Yet, its worth would surely pale in comparison to mythic equipment, making it more prudent to hold on to it for a chance. Should he indeed roll a mythic piece of equipment, it would signify his ability to acquire a sanctified destruction-grade item without cost. This is a level not mentioned in the information provided by the multiverse game, destined to be exceedingly rare. Let us go. I shall take you to a place. The two exited the Fleur-de-Lis tavern, and Su Mubai summoned Frost. Soaring into the sky with the affluent in tow, Frost emitted a disgruntled huff, clearly exhibiting some resistance towards individuals other than its master. This was the first time the affluent rode upon the back of a colossal dragon, his eyes alight with exhilaration, one hand tightly gripping the throne's backrest as he surveyed the nocturnal cityscape below. Before long, Frost descended upon the East Sea City's auction house. Gazing upon the grand and magnificent edifice, a spark of brilliance flickered in the depths of the affluent's eyes. With the promotion from the owner and his own god of wealth talent, it would not be long before they could establish their own auction house. Now equipped with startup capital and support, the affluent's envisioned commercial empire is poised to unfold swiftly. Following Su Mubai into the auction house, despite the late hour, the place remained ablaze with light. As the most bustling center of EC City, it operates around the clock, indifferent to day or night. Ascending to the second floor, the ticket clerk had changed from the previous young lady to a middle-aged man. However, this alteration bore no impact on Su Mubai. He promptly produced the East Sea token to signify his identity, causing the previously languid middle-aged man to sit upright with attention. Lord Bay, how may I assist you? Can my VIP card be used by someone else? Su Mubai pointed to the affluent figure beside him. With the presence of an employee, there was no need for him to personally attend the auction. Instead, he could invest his time in leveling up or defeating a few cherry blossoms. After all, the two had signed the God of Wealth contract, allowing them to engage in transactions at any time. Remote control would suffice. Yes, but it must be a person you designate. The middle-aged man nodded earnestly. However, this requires the supervisor's record, so please wait a moment, Lord Bai. After speaking, the man picked up a communicator and dialed out. Soon after, he led Su Mubai and his companion into a finely decorated private room. Lord Bai, please wait a moment. The supervisor will arrive shortly. The middle-aged man delicately served tea to the two before exiting the room. Boss, how did you manage this? The curiosity in the eyes of the affluent man was palpable. With such a talent for advancement, he had begun to understand Su Mubai's strength and wealth. But how had he attained such a high status? Could it be that the first person to leave the novice village could be so remarkable? Perhaps it is a reward for an epic quest, Su Mubai replied with a slight smile. Initially, he had felt disappointed that there was no reward for the trial posed by Siduji. Yet, in retrospect, the East Sea Order proved to be exceedingly useful. Not long after, a knock sounded at the door of the private room. Enter. A stout middle-aged man pushed the door open and walked in. If one were to overlook his face, he and the affluent man appeared as though they were carved from the same mold. Lord Bai, I am Qian Shengqian, the supervisor of the East Sea City Auction House. After a brief self-introduction, he turned to the affluent man and inquired, "Is this gentleman the one you designated?" "Yes." Su Mubai nodded slightly. Qian Shengqian immediately produced a crystal ball and began recording information about the affluent man. Moments later, he stowed the crystal ball and smiled. "Lord Bai, it's done. From now on, this gentleman can represent you at the auction with VIP car number 007. Thank you." Su Mubai nodded and waved his hand to summon all the upgraded brilliant gems. Simultaneously, the affluent man presented all the items he could auction. Qian Shengqian's eyes instantly brightened. "Soul crystal. Lord Bai, this is a rare treasure, generally only found in the imperial capital. Are you certain you wish to put it up for auction? Is this item very expensive?" Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. If his memory served him correctly, upgrading a mid-level soul stone to a soul crystal required the expenditure of 1 million soul coins. In conversion, that equated to roughly 10,000 soul coins for a year of life. According to previous information, each soul coin contained an hour of time energy. A year of life should be valued at 760 soul coins, but extracting the energy within required some special techniques. Considering these costs, 10,000 soul coins seemed reasonable. However, if the costs of upgrading were comparable to the value of the enhanced item, it would render the venture unprofitable. Su Mubai is Shenken. Awaiting a response, the latter nodded, affirming that while one might equate the efficacy of 100 high-grade soul stones with that of soul crystals, the latter possesses certain irreplaceable functions, which justifies a premium. What functions, you ask? I cannot say with certainty, yet such rare treasures as soul crystals typically only grace annual auctions. Our suggested starting bid stands at 1.5 million soul coins, and based on historical precedent, the final transaction price should hover around 2 million soul coins. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed with the auction? Qian Shengqian reiterated his inquiry. Su Mubai nodded softly in affirmation. It seems that profit still hinges on ascension rather than mere acquisition. The elevated items do not carry a substantial markup. For others, 100 might represent a significant profit, yet in the face of ascension, it is utterly trivial. The primary advantage of sublimation lies in the ability to consume resources and continuously elevate one's usable items to higher tiers, thereby augmenting combat prowess. Very well. A broad smile illuminated Qian Shengqian's face, his eyes narrowing into slits of joy. He retrieved the crystal ball once more. Beginning to catalog the details of the items Su Mubai and Fu Jia Tianxia intended to auction, in addition to the soul crystal and 580 first-grade brilliant gems. There were also 58 intermediate soul stones. Once auctioned, these items would serve as the initial capital for their burgeoning commercial empire. After a thorough verification, Su Mubai affixed his signature. The details of these items would be inscribed onto his VIP card, just as before. "Mr. Bai, I shall now attend to other matters," Qian Shengqian remarked, his smile growing more amiable after securing a rather decent deal. "Wait a moment," Su Mubai called, turning to Fu Jia Tianxia. "What kind of contract have you signed with them?" Fu Jia Tianxia promptly understood that they referred to Feng Yi Xiao and his companions. He answered without hesitation, "I provide them with comprehensive logistical support, and in return, they must join my team or faction, with all actions adhering to my interests as a fundamental principle. Naturally, I cannot intentionally lead them to their demise. Should they breach the contract, the system will forcibly reclaim all equipment, erase all skills, and impose a penalty 10 times the value." Su Mubai nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment. The contract's binding force is indeed formidable, and the penalties for breach are set sufficiently high. In essence, Fu Jia Tianxia has invested in a few loyal enforcers. This arrangement is beneficial, despite his inclination towards solitude. Fu Jia Tianxia's ambition to establish a commercial empire necessitates a certain level of influence. A few members may suffice, but they must be exceptional. Fu Jia Tianxia, possessing a keen sense of observation, noted Su Mubai's contemplation and promptly added, "Rest assured, boss, at the break of dawn. I shall establish a mercenary group, entrusting the captaincy to you, and we will amend their contract to prioritize your interests henceforth." Fu Jiatian Xia's decisiveness stemmed from the fact that such actions pose no detriment to him, having already formed a deep bond with Bai Yi. His interests aligned seamlessly with those of Bai Yi. Although a sole contract has been established, one must still exhibit a degree of understanding. Such matters should not be raised by the employer, after all. Su Mubai glanced at the wealthy individual beside him and nodded. Engaging with intelligent people is indeed a breath of fresh air. Please bring them to Bay Court to see me at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Bay Court? The affluent man appeared puzzled. Was there such a place? It is my residence, and it can be found on the map. Su Mubai provided a brief explanation. Disregarding the astonished gaze of the wealthy man, he turned to Qian Shangxian, who was waiting nearby, and said, "Supervisor Qian, I wish to cancel the consignment of the 3 epic-grade items I sent in yesterday. Is that acceptable?" "No problem at all. That would be much appreciated." Qian Shangxian nodded and departed from the private room. Su Mubai had perused the auction manual, noting that none of the equipment at the auction was below level 60. His 3 items could only reach a maximum level of 60. Their worth was negligible compared to the soul crystals. However, in the early stages of the game, powerful low-level equipment is scarce, even with ample funds. One cannot even find golden-grade items, let alone dark gold grade, for free. Therefore, these 3 pieces of equipment will be far more economical for arming the soon-to-be-formed mercenary group. When the talents and equipment of Feng Yi and his companions are upgraded, this elite team should possess the strength to contend against players of higher talents at this stage. As for that skill book, it would naturally be sold to acquire funds for purchasing other skill books to enhance capabilities. Before long, Qian Shengxian personally delivered the 3 items. After he departed, Su Mubai placed the items into his backpack and turned to the wealthy man, stating, "My VIP card can be utilized to represent the value of consigned items for auction limits. If funds permit, you should purchase all soul stones at the auction. Should there be any surplus, feel free to decide on bidding for items that will appreciate significantly after upgrades. Should any special items arise, notify me immediately. Rest assured, boss." "I understand." The affluent man nodded with a smile. "I trust you will manage well, but there is one point to remember." At this juncture, Su Mubai paused before continuing. "In the future, prioritize items like soul stones. As long as I do not intervene, feel free to accumulate them. Lifespan is, without a doubt, what Su Mubai needs the most. As long as he possesses ample lifespan, he can continuously utilize Cataclysm and acquire more and more cataclysmic traits. Given the abilities of the wealthy man, I am confident that good news will soon follow." "Understood. I will keep that in mind." The affluent man replied with a serious nod, acknowledging the first directive issued by Bei after signing the contract. "All right, you should rest now. See you tomorrow." As the two exited the East Sea auction house, Su Mubai summoned Frost to soar into the night sky. It was late, and he dared not disturb Huai Jian. Any communication would have to wait until daylight. This period would be well spent leveling up. As Frost soared through the wilderness, Su Mubai leaned against his throne, supporting his chin with one hand. It had been 3 days, yet he felt no hint of fatigue. Could it truly be due to the Death Ruler profession? A flicker of doubt crossed Su Mubai's eyes as he opened his attribute panel to examine the formidable stats he had acquired after reaching level 20.